This audiobook contains 1 censored sentences and 26 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Even my group was enough to casually fight them. Hell, Ine looked like she had the time of her life, just Mario, stomping everyone like they were Goombas. But she was scolded by Brynhildr at the inhumane way she was fighting. I looked to my right and saw Vasco giving Asia a basket. "To you, Sister Asia. Do you remember me?" he asked her. Asia nodded and said, "Yes, of course. I would never forget meeting you, Your Eminence. But what are these?" He smiled. "They're letters of thanks from the people that you cured with your power." Asia was lost for words. They were letters of thanks from the time when Asia cured people as a nun. Old Man Strata continued, "After you left the church, these letters still continued to come to us. Why did you give these to me? Wouldn't it have been better to dispose of them after receiving them?" she asked, confused. Strata pulled Asia's hand and smiled gently. "When I heard that you were going to be excommunicated, I wanted to search for you as soon as possible, but I did not make it in time. I'm very sorry." These words to Asia made her tear up. I hope that you'll write back to the people who sent these letters, or ask them how they are. I have already arranged for that. If you want to meet them, you just need to let the church know." Strata stroked Asia's head as she cried, and Asia tried not to make any noise as she cried. It looked like the things she did before meeting us wasn't all for naught then. Vasco then spoke with Azazel. "Governor Dono, it looks like those traitors who Jean warned us about showed up. What we spoke about with Michael and Jean came true. Though we partially knew that someone from the Cow's Order, probably Rise of Him, incited this rebellion, the fact that Jean was doing all of this just heated them up even more. At least we captured Walburga. Where is she, by the way?" Azazel asked me. I clicked my fingers, and she reappeared tied up in anti-magic cuffs and ropes. I also sealed her magic. They'll keep Incinerate Anthem for now. I have an idea of who may use it in the future, but if you want it for something, just contact me." Azazel nodded, then ordered the exorcist to bring Walburga with him, and turned back to Vasco, who pulled out something. "I also have this. I heard those young ones say that they wanted this back." So you stole the final chalice from Rise of Him then?" I asked. What he had was the final piece of the Holy Grail, the last subspecies of Valerie's balance breaker. I gestured for Valerie to come over, and she stared at it. "We have all of them now. Valerie's original, the one from Marius, and now the one that Rise of Him had. Go on, take it," I told her, and she reached out and grabbed it. As soon as she had it, it glowed and disappeared into her body. She clutched her head, but Shin stood beside her and supported her. I also grabbed her and asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine. I finally feel whole," she mumbled and hugged me for support. "Then I'm glad. Valerie Teeps," Vasco said with a smile. Finally, he turned to Zenobia, who also came over to us. "Warrior Zenobia, our duel was very elegant. Forgive me for what I said to you back then. It seems like you and Durandal have evolved in a different direction, love." Maiden Zenobia. "Durandal also seems to be more forgiving because there is love." Zenobia stood there stunned, but didn't say anything as she bowed to him. As he walked away with Azazel and the other angels and Michael, I couldn't help but think he was a magnificent man. He had already planned it all, took the burdens of Teodoro, and still managed to do all of this. I want that man as my subordinate, if possible. I know he wants to die and be together with the God of the Bible, but let's go back home for now. Everything's done. I told everyone, and they agreed. Azazel's soliloquy as I walked away from everyone else in Team DXD. The old man Vasco Strata briefly glanced back at them, but something happened that I was expecting. Tears started to stream down his cheeks, and they didn't stop. "Is something wrong?" Vasco Strada, Michael asked. The other angels and exorcists that came with us were also stunned, as well as the other warriors they had with us. However, he simply shook his head and almost had a relieved expression on his face. "No, it's nothing. However, I believe this world is in safe hands. Governor Dono, Michael Sama," he told us and closed his eyes. "What?" I looked back and saw Jean being dogpiled by several of the girls in his harem. What in the world did he see over there that made him cry? For someone like him to shed genuine tears, it wasn't difficult. But Jean's skyward soliloquy a few days after that nightly fiasco, Ravel left for the underworld as she was going to participate in a raiding game with her brother, Riser. I knew what was coming, so I warned her in advance not to hold back if anything goes wrong. She was confused and concerned, but took me seriously. Right now, it was the day when the candidates in the student council election would give their speeches. After the teachers and students of the school were gathered in the gym, they would listen to the candidates' final speeches before voting. This would be the most crucial moment for Zenobia. As the candidates spoke one after another, Saji, who was running for vice president, stepped onto the stage. Hello, I'm Saji Jincharu, a second year. My reason for running to be vice president of the student council is Saji spoke about very reasonable things. Most were down-to-earth topics he talked about. Yo, we're looking forward to the star of the sports clubs. Although there was the sound of some booing, there was some laughter, but it was still an admirable speech overall. There were a few others who took the microphone and gave their speech, like Saji's. There were some who supported it, a few boos and a few laughs. Finally, it was Momo's turn. She walked up to the stage and spoke softly into the mic. The reason why I'm running for student council president is because I've always been watching and following Sona Senpai's model closely. While succeeding the former president's will, at the same time, I want to build a new Kuo Academy together with everyone. Her speech was coherent and straight to the point, which allowed the students to easily understand its meaning. Momo narrated her thoughts and experiences when she was closely watching Sona. She clearly described her new vision for Kuo Academy to the students. It was an interesting speech which made the students feel Momo's sincerity towards the student council. After her speech, there was a loud round of applause for Momo as she smiled at everyone and walked off the stage. Finally, it was Zenovia's turn. She made her way up to the stage and stood in front of the mic. Zenovia-chan, you'll be fine? Independent Illinois still cast a vote for Zenovia-san, even if she doesn't do well in her speech. Her fans cheered her on. Beside me were my two friends, Kikiho and Higuro. Both were nervous for her, as one of them kept biting his nails and the other was sweating profusely. Last night, I helped Zenovia practice her speech along with Asia, Irina, and Aika. But the speech she prepared wasn't what I would call her style. It felt, I guess, robotic and unlike her. But I still supported it. I also did the same thing for Momo as she lived with us, and I want to show her equal support. However, she's mostly independent and didn't ask much from me and simply wanted me to listen to her last night. Zenovia took out a piece of paper that her speech was written on. She paused and looked around the gym. For a brief second, our eyes met. I hoped that she would remember what she told me in the swimming pool that night and say that to them instead. She looked back down at the piece of paper before putting it away and took a deep breath and began her speech. Before this year, I was someone with very small knowledge of the outside world. I was brought up in a church-related facility. Before I came to this school, I didn't have the chance to call myself a student. In terms of my education in this country, I would have a year. Meanwhile, I would have about 10 years' worth of time of education in the church. The sudden curveball of a speech caused a commotion among the normal human staff and student body. Yet she continued, I am running for student council president because my life in this school was very fulfilling. I attended school for the first time since I was born. Here, I never felt bored. The various subjects were valuable. Spending time with classmates during break was also fun. The activities of the Occult Research Club were also fun. The sports and cultural activities were also fun. The school trip to Kyoto was also fantastic. All of it was very new, and I felt joy from the bottom of my heart. Although my way of expressing that wasn't very effective, I think I enjoy this kind of school the most. I like it so much that I ponder every time, is it really all right for such a lovely place to exist in the world? Also, I would like to say a heartfelt thank you to all the students in this school who helped me. For taking good care of me, even though I was ignorant of school life and many worldly things, thank you so much. Thus, the reason why I wanted to run for student council president is for this school. In addition, I wanted to express gratitude to be able to attend this school with everyone. This speech wasn't about running for student council president. Rather, it simply expressed her personal feelings towards the school. Nonetheless, all of the students and staff listened to her intently. There wasn't a single person who looked down or even ignored Zenobia. I want to leave something behind in this school. It's the first school that I attended since I was born, my first experience of school life, a place that has given me something precious. I want to leave behind proof that I was once here. I will become a student council president with a different style and approach to the former president, and it will also feel very different from the one we have today. However, if you think of something, please do not hesitate to complain to me about it. Vent your dissatisfaction and frustrations to me. I will do my best to respond to them. If there are any problems, I hope that you'll be able to trust me. I will definitely try to help you. I will definitely use my position as student council president to protect everyone in this school. In the past year, this school and its students have given me 10 years' worth of happiness, as I was unable to attend school previously. Because of this, for my last remaining years here, I want to do my best to protect this school and protect the students that I am grateful to. I want to create a Kuo Academy that will be loved by everyone. It was clear that she was giving a heartfelt speech that required a lot of effort on her part. Seeing Zenobia, who tried her best to convey her deepest thoughts through the microphone, everyone was able to understand that they were her genuine thoughts. Finally, Zenobia said with a wide smile, "Everyone, let's make this the best school in this country. No, it'll definitely make it into one. So, I'd like everyone to please take care of me." A few seconds of dead silence, the students immediately burst into loud and intense cheers and applause while Zenobia bowed to everyone. Her fans went crazy, the ones who didn't understand her before finally did, and also clapped for her. The ones unsure of her looked at her in admiration. The sounds of cheers kept getting louder, even after the teachers tried to quiet us down. Momo's speech spoke about her love for the student council. But in contrast, Zenobia spoke about her love for the students in the school. Out of all the speeches today, it was one of the more notable ones. When I looked around the gym, whether it was Asia, Irina, Aika, or the Occult Research Club members or the student council members, they shed tears as they clapped for her. Lisa, Penemu, Rossweiss, and to my surprise, Azazel also wiped a tear from his eye. However, Griselda, who was an older sister figure to Zenobia, probably cried the hardest for her. She had a handkerchief out as she wiped her tears away. After that, the speeches ended and the voting began, and they ended quite quickly as most students had already chosen their candidate, or had changed it during the speeches. Once everyone started making their way out of the gym, I made my way to Griselda, who still was a bit emotional. "Are you okay, Griselda?" I asked, and stood beside her. She smiled and said, "I actually shed tears for that child. I'm still too immature. I never thought she was one of my weaknesses. I never thought I would see that child smile that brightly, but today she proved me wrong." I agreed and said, "It was a wonderful speech." "Yes, she's the little sister I'm proud of," admitted Griselda as she wiped some tears away again. Just then, Zenobia joined us. "Oh, Aaron, Sister Griselda, what are you two doing here?" she asked. I looked around and noticed that we were away from the large student body under some trees. If they looked again, they might suspect we might be doing something shady. "Are you sure it's fine to leave the gym?" I asked. They were counting the results right now. I came to get some fresh air. "It's quite stuffy in there," she replied and grabbed my arm. She then looked at Griselda and asked, with that said, "Aaron, Sister Griselda, if I win, can I get a reward?" Griselda and I looked at each other, and then back at Zenobia, silently asking her to tell us. "I want something special. I want an exciting experience," she exclaimed happily. "This girl, what in the world are you saying? You just told the entire school populace such a heartfelt speech, and then you come out here to ask that. Give me back everything I felt in that gym right now. I was emotional too, you know." Griselda revealed a repressive smile, and then reached out to pinch Zenovia's cheeks. You child, give me back my tears and excitement right now." "Eh?" Zenobia was clearly confused, so she looked to me for help. "I agree. Give it back to me too," I told her. "Why? What do you mean?" she asked, even more confused. The results for the winners of the positions were revealed later on the week, and safe to say, a certain slashing princess won the presidential seat by a landslide. New members of the Kuo Academy Student Council President, Zenobia Korda, second year, Vice President, Jinshru Saji, second year, secretary. Tomo Meguri, second year, treasurer. Rei Kusaka, second year. Tadami Kumo, second year. Nakiri, Ryuda, Ryu, first year. Ruruko Nimura, first year. Malarka Vordenberg, first year. Chapter 15, Part 1. To be a hero and a story of the past Skyward household. Gene Skyward's soliloquy. Cheers. Everyone shouted as they clanked their drinks. Today we celebrated both Zenovia's and Saji's win the seat of Student Council President and Vice President. It had been a few days had passed since then, and everything had mostly calmed down. Saji himself was ecstatic. He ate and drank like there was no tomorrow. Of course, along with Grafia, Ine, Reiko, and the Pleiades made the food for the celebration, so that made them even more excited. As the party carried on through Friday evening, everyone started to slowly recollect the time that they had in Kuo Academy, and many became nostalgic when this occurred. There were also many others who came by because of their win, so Kunu and Ophis were playing with each other as a few others like Yasaka, Irene, and Grafia spoke to each other. I had been quietly drinking to myself with Shin in my lap and both Lavinia and Ingvile by my side. Both Suzaku and Akino were dragged away by Shuri earlier to talk about something. I think it had to do something with whatever they spoke about before. However, I noticed that Momo was missing after I scanned the room we were in. I also checked in the other rooms like the kitchen and dining room, but she wasn't there. Finally, I checked the other floors and found her on the rooftop. I'm going to go up, I told the two women beside me. I won't be long. Someone may need someone to talk to. Both of them smiled and let me go. However, Lavinia took Shin and cuddled with him. Earlier, when Tobio saw this, he was shocked and confused, but just laughed it off in the end. Jin and Shin played with each other earlier, but Natsu became confused, so Jin left to play with him instead. SE was very close to giving birth, according to Tobio and Mom. I silently excused myself and headed up to the rooftop. Once there, I saw Momo with her arms on the railings as she looked out at Kuo. I walked up to her and stood beside her. We stayed silent for a few seconds until she started talking. Zenovia's speech was amazing. It definitely came from the heart, and it touched both the students and teachers. She expressed them for the students that she formed bonds with, while mine was mostly catered to the student council and former President Sona. There's nothing wrong with that. That's where most of your experiences were. That was the place where you belonged and treasured. Expressing your feelings towards them wasn't anything bad, Momo. Honestly, it could have turned out either way if Zenovia read her previously prepared speech. But I guess she said what was on her heart instead and got the approval of the vast majority of the students. I told her. She smiled sadly but agreed. What will you do now? Will you try to stick with the student council? I asked. No, Tsubasa, and I will step down from the student council. The new first years are very promising, and they're part of the current DXD alliance, so they'll be fine without us. The others will stay too, so it won't be the end of them. Jinchuru is there to help Zenovia, so she'll have a reliable helper. I nodded. Rhea is also there too, along with Ruruko and Tomo, so yeah, they'll be in good hands. Momo began to shake, so I hugged her. I wanted to show former President Sona that I could do it, but in the end, I failed. She sobbed into my chest. How do I answer this? Sona definitely had expectations for her, or at least someone in her peerage, to succeed her. However, at the same time, I don't think she really cared if they did or not. While the Citri household isn't like the typical devil families, they're not the same as the Gremory clan. However, they still treat their servants well. Sona looked very proud of you when you gave your speech, Momo. She is still proud of you even if you didn't become the next president of the student council. You're still part of her peerage, and you're one of her prized bishops. So don't sell yourself short. That's right, Momo. Whether it was you or Zenovia who won, I would still be proud of both of you. We have spent 100 years together already. Don't you think our bonds are already quite strong? Said Sona, President. A surprised look appeared on Momo's face as she turned around. She wiped her tears away as she did this. Though it was clear she had been crying. Sona had followed me up here earlier, but chose to stay behind the door and let me try to console Momo before she stepped in. She came towards us, grabbed Momo's head, and brought her to her chest and began stroking her head. Perhaps it's just me and my sister, But the Citri clan and Gremory clan are quite close because of my Wani-sama and Surzex Lucifer-sama. We have started to follow some of the things that the Gremory clan do for their servants. I too want to follow it, so I don't want to put too much pressure on my servants. She shook her head. Although it seems like I failed because it seems like I put a burden like that on you. I'm sorry. She apologized to Momo. Momo again started to quietly weep in his Sona's arms as I watched on. Seeing as how I didn't have a place here, I walked past them and wished them luck. Although as I left, I felt Sona's gaze on my back the entire time. However, instead of heading back to the party, I made my way to the training facility. In there I found Chow Chow's team training along with Medusa, Yuru, Oru, Rubikint, and Lilith. When I glanced at the screen near the control panel, they had set the time for 50 years in here to 10 minutes outside. I had tasked Chow Chow's team to get stronger before I send them to their mission to the Phantasma's universe. They were also briefed on what kind of place it was by me and what Ayelit and Yanuyo had told me before. They also knew of our 3 allies there, Kita, Radelia, and Sakudia. Their first order of business over there is to meet up with the Resistance and get updates from Sakudia. After that, their task is to slowly liberate the universe. Any planet or race that is willing to join us will be liberated. Others who refuse, they will die. They'll also give them a device, so they'll know if whoever they speak to is being truthful or not. Lying to his team won't work. Apart from that, Chow Chow has completed his team, but he asked me if he could go somewhere first before I send them to that universe, and I agreed anyway. The most recent members of his team are Leonardo, the kid with Annihilation Maker, Perseus, the inheritor of the spirit of the original Perseus, and the wielder of the sacred gear Aegis Mineralization, Marsilio, a descendant of Marsilio Ficino and the wielder of the sacred gear Dreamlight Curse. The rest of his team is Chow Chow himself, Heracles, Jean, and George. Apart from that, I'm also sending Yuenting and Elsa along with them. As far as I could see, they'll all reach Universal Class once this training session ends, and I want 2 Electa to be able to bail them out if possible. Leonardo, his mastery and control over his sacred gear has increased by quite a bit. However, he hasn't made anything permanent as he's experimenting with them since he goes into the library and reads a lot of manga and light novels to increase his creativity. Since I haven't seen anything yet, hopefully he has something in mind. Looking over at the 2 dragons, they were sparring with each other. They've made significant progress so far and have been taking smaller missions for Team DXD along with Medusa. Normally, I would have expected them to join the party, but I guess they're desperate to catch up. Though the Vala team has been missing since then, and even Lu Fei wasn't here, and when I asked Kuroka, she just shrugged and kept repeating Naya or food, so I doubt they keep her in the loop anymore. They're still in this world, I know that much, but they're around Europe right now. I wonder what they're looking for. They'll come to me when they're ready, but for now, they'll leave. I teleported back to the main entrance hallway and came across Yumi. She trotted over to me like a sick puppy and asked, "When will I get my reward?" "Tosca was your reward." I replied, "No, I want something else." I'm relieved and glad that she's alive and I can have one of my comrades be here, but I need something else. She summoned one of HEW news swords that had holy, demonic, divine, and draconic properties and started to swing it around. See, it's not a balance breaker, but it's a step in the right direction, I guess. I replied and sighed. "So, what do you want?" Yumi smiled, closed her eyes, and pursed her lips. I sighed and flicked her forehead. "Ow, why not?" she asked and puffed her cheeks. "You're still only like this because of the ray gun, Yumi. If you want something like that, then change me now," she told me seriously and stared at me. "You can't just I spoke with Tosca, and she supports what I'm doing. She's the one that told me to permanently change and not have to rely on the ray gun," she explained and crossed her arms. Though my chest isn't as large as former President Rios, Aquino-san, Suzuka-san, or Lavinia-san, she said disappointedly, "You're already pondering about that sort of thing? Or have you always thought like that? I seriously sometimes think you were born the wrong sex." Kiba, "Well, if you're sure, then fine." I sighed and poked her forehead. After this he, or she can't go back unless I change her back. After poking her forehead, I had permanently changed Kiba Yudo into a female and held keep the Yumi Kira name. Yumi, I have a question. Hmm? Can it wait until I get my reward? She asked, but I shook my head. ITLL, be quick anyway. Why did you choose to name yourself Yumi Kira? I asked. Yumi is the Japanese word for bow, but as a feminine name, it means beauty. Kira, well, I tried to change Kiba into something else and chose that because it sounds like Kira Kira for glittery and shiny, the SFX sound effect they use in anime, I guess. She explained and scratched her cheek. Anyway, I sighed and kissed her forehead. I had so many mixed feelings about it, but decided to indulge her. Even though she didn't single-handedly defeat Cristaldi, she still helped with it. The same with Vasco, albeit briefly. Are you okay with that? I asked. When I looked back at Yumi, her face had turned crimson red that I didn't expect. Before I could say another word, she dashed away back into the living room. Speaking of Tosca, she's awake and living in the same house as Gasper and Yumi. Their house now is a bit livelier, but if I think about it, Gasper is in that house with just women too. Uh-huh. He lives with Tomo Meguri, Sonus Knight, and Coriana Andrealphus, Sarorg's bishop. It used to be two guys, but since Yumi kept changing, then it's just Gasper there's the lone guy. Though, I wouldn't be surprised if Yumi eventually asked me to move in here. As I moved to the kitchen dining room, I heard a loud commotion in the living room and decided not to go back there. When I arrived in the dining room, there were a few people there. Sae, Tobio, Calawarna, Cookie, Grafia, and Latia. Enjoying your time? I asked and sat on an empty chair. Before they could answer, Irina came into the room with a look of panic. TTV, R-rating game, Riser Phoenix. She shouted, and we looked at each other before rushing to the living room. It's finally starting then, I thought, and arrived in the living room. Third-person point of view, a certain amount of time has passed since Aaron and everyone is home saw the tape of Riser Phoenix versus Diehauser Belial's rating game. However, this was not about them right now. We were following a certain young man to a remote village in Italy. This young man was the former wielder of the true Longinus, Chow Chow. After his training had finished in the training facility at Arantoul's home, he decided to visit the one person he wished to speak to. This was before he and his team were sent on their first and most challenging mission to date. Chow Chow arrived at a certain farm where he saw an old man working there. The old man wore farmer's clothes and a straw hat and had a very impressive build. Your Eminence, it's the first time I'm meeting you, greeted Chow Chow. The old man's wrinkled face turned into a smile. Buongiorno, former Holy Spear wielder. Welcome to this farm. The old man was the Vatican's cardinal priest Vasco Strata. Not too long ago, he was a person of interest to the church as he had led a rebellion of warriors along with another priest. They were defeated by the group known as Team DXD, an anti-terrorist group. He, along with everyone else, accepted the judgment of heaven without resistance. They told no lie when they reported to heaven, and as a consequence, Vasco Strata was confined to this lonely farm in Italy. A strong barrier made by Aaron, the middleman, was erected around it for several kilometers around the farm. It would be impossible for even Vasco Strata to escape. Vasco Strata, for all that he did, was stripped of his position and confined to this very relaxed prison. One would think he would remain in this place for the rest of his life, which wasn't much, but fate had a different plan for him, and it was slowly turning. This is the land where I originally grew up. Sometimes I used to come here to plant trees. It looks like I'll have to earnestly work hard here in the future, Strata explained as he stroked the bark of a tree. I again repeat, it's our first time meeting, Your Eminence Strata. I'm a subordinate of Gene Skyward, Chow Chow. He introduced himself once more as Strata wiped his face with a towel. That young man? Certainly, he has many powerful subordinates, but now that you have lost your spear, what do you use? He asked. Chow Chow brought out the spear that Aaron gave him. Gene Skyward gave me this. It's called Eridoval. It still holds many secrets, but it functions nearly the same as the true Longinus that I once wielded, explained Chow Chow. I can feel that this spear is truly magnificent. I would call it a holy relic in of itself. So why have you come here today? Strata asked. I came to visit for personal reasons. I wanted some questions answered before I was sent on a long and grueling mission by him. He dismissed his spear, and Strata gestured for him to take a seat on a chair, and they both did. Ho ho, this is truly quite unexpected. Well then, after coming all the way to such a remote place, what did you want to ask me? Asked Strata. Chow Chow opened his mouth after hearing Strata, but hung there for a few seconds, unsure of what to say. However, he finally asked, being a hero, what do you think of it, Your Eminence? Surprised by this, Vasco Strata rubbed his chin as he thought about the question that Chow Chow had asked him. This is a strange question, young man, he told him. Chow Chow looked down and continued. I was born as the inheritor of a certain hero's blood. On top of that, I was chosen by the Holy Spear. I used to believe that these so-called heroes were at the zenith of humanity, being able to defeat powerful otherworldly existences. I so wished, so thought, and so lived. He then looked up at the bright blue sky as the sun shone on them. But I lost to a certain young man's subordinate. My way of life was taken away from me, quite literally, right in front of my eyes, and he didn't even lift a finger. At the time, I didn't think he had a second thought about it. But he then brought me back to life and made me serve him, but that defeat became a reason for me to review and change my way of life, even if I was forced at the start. Your Eminence, as a person admired by the people as a hero, I want to hear your thoughts on this. And I would like to know what a real hero is. Explain Chow Chow for someone who not only inherited the blood of a hero, but was also bestowed one of the strongest sacred gear, the true Longinus, and was born a genius when he faced Aaron, his subordinates and comrades. It was the first wall he had encountered in his life. He was born with the blood of his ancestors flowing through his veins, and by fate, wielded the strongest spear that was capable of killing even a god. Chow Chow originally thought of himself as an existence that couldn't be compared to normal humans. So he hunted the occult, defeated the occult, and punished the occult as a way of life. All of this was in the pursuit of strength and trying to find the reason he existed. But in front of that man, the dual dragon emperor, even the spear which he held so highly didn't stand a chance. After he heard this, Strata smiled and chuckled. Hee hee. The fact that a legendary person laughed at Chow left him speechless. But Strata smiled at him again and said, This may sound disrespectful, but you're too young. You're simply too young. Although you look to be above 20 years old, compared to me, you're no different from a little baby. Ever since you called yourself a hero, you have been mistaken. Those who determine heroes are the people without power. Because they do not possess power, they will yearn for power. And so they will seek heroes and decide who they are. Former wielder of the Holy Spear, are you playing the role of the people's hero? Asked Strata. Chow Chow's mouth hung open, speechless at what he had just heard. He was not chosen by anyone. He thought that because he was a descendant of one, that he should be seen as one, and he thought as much. He took for granted the blood which flowed through his veins and the spear he once held. Seeing his reaction, Strata continued. You are not pursued by the people. Claiming to be a hero or something like that, that's nothing but a child's game of pretend. Because of that, you are no match for the dual dragon emperor who courageously walks his own path, not deterred by the opposing opinions around him. The old man's words completely denied the existence of the hero faction itself, and Chow Chow was unable to refute any of it. It's as His Eminence has said that man. He faced me straight on with his comrades and subordinates and defeated us. As the middleman, as the dual dragon emperor, he faced everything head-on for his goals, for his dreams, and for the people he protects. Because of that, he defeated me. They defeated us. Looking at myself, now, what would the people of the supernatural world think of me now? Pow gow gow. Strata was silent for a while as he watched the young man think about what he had said. Finally, he said, You're just a mere human, and just a young man at that. Your ancestors may have been heroes, but in reality, they were ordinary humans. Thus, you are still a human. Don't these so-called heroes praise those who advance forward courageously? The dual dragon emperor, he was a nobody, someone who randomly showed up, spouted nonsense about peace, but eventually gained the respect of the entire supernatural world because of his deeds. Did he ever think of becoming a hero from the very beginning? No, he definitely didn't. He simply said he wanted a harem, and peace was just a byproduct of it. Strata said with a smile. Although I was called a hero, Even at this age, I don't consider myself to be a hero. But as long as there are people who look up to me, I will continue to be called hero. I am simply a human. I live like any other human, and I will die like any other human. That is enough. If people respect me as a hero, then that's fine. I believe the dual dragon emperor thinks this way too. Cao Cao was shocked as he briefly saw Vasco Strata and Aaron's figures overlap. Cao Cao looked at the ground and frowned. I was afraid that he would say that he. His Eminence laughed and stood back up while putting his hat back on. I'm old now, so I speak long-windedly. From the start, you already had a vague idea of this answer, did you not? That might have been the case, but I still lost to him, even if indirectly, said Cao Cao. Your Eminence, will I ever be able to defeat that man? He asked him. Even if he knew in the back of his head the answer, he wanted to hear someone else say it. The old man sighed and said, Go and love something, young man, whether it be yourself or even something intangible. Love. If you don't have the heart that loves something, then you won't be able to reach someone who has love. The object that you love will appear in front of you one day, and at that time you will gain power from within your body and soul. Cao Cao became confused, but Strata continued and spread his arms open at that moment. A powerful yet gentle breeze hit both of them. First, you should keep on chasing the dual dragon emperor. That man, he is at the mercy of love. He loves as many people around him as he can, whether it be his lovers, his friends, his comrades, or the random people of the supernatural world or the human world. He will show them love. Gene Skyward is a man that loves everything around him, and in turn, he is loved back by those around him. Compared to my old bones, you're still near his age, are you not? Yet his presence is tens of thousands of times brighter than yours. Cao Cao looked at Strata in confusion and disbelief. That's right, the dual dragon emperor Gene Skyward lives because of love. Not only is he loved by others, he also loves them back. Does he draw power from that? Cao Cao got up and turned around, then he summoned his spear. He began walking away, a smile on his face. Will the me of now be remembered in the future as a person who pursued love? He asked himself. Once Cao Cao left, Strata held his hat down as tears streamed down his face. Perhaps I should have told him this, but I think what I told him was enough. Vasco Strata looked up at the bright blue sky and sighed. That man will become a pillar of this world. That time, when I looked back at him in that dimension, I thought I saw the Lord. His presence was so bright and comforting. If I live long enough to see him again, perhaps I may ask him for a favor. A man made of love, a man made to love, a man made to share love. A man who showed kindness to everyone he met, yet was still merciless. Vasco Strata couldn't help but think that Gene Skyward was the second coming of his beloved Lord and wished to follow him to the ends of the earth. Vasco Strata had made a decision. Aquino Haimajima's soliloquy. It's been a while since we saw the match between Riser Phoenix and Daihauser Belial. It was quite one-sided. While all of Riser's peerage was wiped out, the remaining ones were Riser himself and Ravel. Daihauser used his worthless to invalidate both Phoenix siblings' immortality trait from their clan. This was a huge disadvantage for Riser. However, Ravel, who did not rely on it too much during her 100 years after being told by various people, had learned to fight on her own, as well as use her demonic power and magic efficiently. But she also learned hand-to-hand combat in cases like this, and was the one that pushed Daihauser back. However, after a short exchange between them, both backed off, and Daihauser did something which caused Ajuka, Beelzebub-sama, and Tiamat, one of the Dragon Kings, to interfere in the match. While we couldn't hear what they spoke about, it was clear that something of significance was revealed during it. When people looked to Azazel for it, he had no clue, so we went to Aaron, and he told us everything would be fine for both siblings even after they supposedly disappeared. His words reassured us, but we were still quite worried about them, even with our past with Riser himself. A few more days had passed since then, and now the TV in the living room that had access to all channels across the world and the supernatural world was showing the news. Sudden accident in the raiding game. Champion Belial has disappeared during the middle of the match. The Phoenix family's third son, the eldest daughter, and Champion have disappeared together. We were gathered back in a meeting room with Team DXDS leaders and anyone that wanted to join us. So, the whereabouts of Riser, Ravel, and the champion Dihauser Belial are all unknown, right? Asked Yumi. Sensei raised his index finger and said, firstly, what can be confirmed is that before the 3 people disappeared, the game system's emergency program was triggered. I see. So it did trigger near the end since we saw Tiamat. However, the emergency program wasn't well known to everyone, and even a few people around us were confused by what Azazel said. Former President Sona saw their confused expressions and explained, originally, in order to respond to any kind of situation, there were a corresponding set of procedures for professional rating games. For example, if the location for the match was destroyed more than expected, then they would initiate a procedure for repairing it. So what happened? Did the cows order attack? Asked Gasper. Azazel sighed and said, that is currently being investigated, but one thing that is certain is that there is a high possibility that there was some kind of improper conduct performed during the game. Everyone was shocked by this, especially the Devils. But when looking at Aaron, he maintained a steady and calm expression as if he already knew something like this would happen. However, something illegal happening in a rating game isn't something unheard of, but it is rare. Most would not wish to risk something illegal happening because it's being monitored by professionals, especially a Juka-sama. That's prohibited. Could it be the champion? Asked Saji. We could understand his shock. We didn't believe that Ravel would do such a thing, and her being near Riser and become more headstrong, I doubt she would let him do something foolish. But their opponent was Dihauser Belial, the rating game champion. Someone like him, even I couldn't believe he would do something illegal. Azazel shook his head. The manager believes that it's the opposite, he said grimly. Just because something is prohibited or illegal doesn't mean people won't do it and abide by the rules. Saji. Aaron said, finally putting his thoughts out for everyone. Eric WL, I guess so. B, but it's a professional rating game. The risks are too, Saji agreed, but still try to argue. Do you know anything about it, Jean? What about the whereabouts of the 2 Phoenix siblings? Asked Rias. Aaron looked to his right at Latia, who tilted her head confused, and then looked back at us. They're fine and safe, as I said before. Even Ravel has shadow soldiers in her shadow, so I know where they went. So rest assured they're not in any danger. But yeah, I think Klippeth and the Cows Order and Dihauser are responsible for this, he explained. Yeah, he said the same thing to us when we held a meeting with the leaders of the Alliance. Apparently after the match, Dihauser disappeared taking the siblings, but soon after, Jean's shadows found them, and right now, both of them are in a secret place that Ajuka took him and Seraphal to a few months back, added Azazel. Aaron got up and put his hands on the table in front of him. With that said, this meeting is adjourned. We can assume that the Cows Order are targeting the Devils this time around, and it has something to do with the rating games, and if my guess is right, the Belial family. He looked at all of us and added, don't forget what happened with Masaomi Agaki and Cleria Belial. If the Dihauser found out, then he wants answers, and I doubt the current government would give him that. Or the church, so who will he go to? Our eyes widened at the realization. Does he mean? It also has to do with what I told you before the King piece. Unrest and chaos is going to break out soon in the underworld. So I suggest that everyone prepare for it. You knew about that too, huh? I only got that out of Ajuka a few months ago. But if it's about revenge, the rating games, and for Cleria, you don't think he'd do anything reckless? Asked Azazel. Aaron shook his head. Hurting the citizens of the underworld? I don't think the champion would do that. However, exposing the liars, both the great king and certain devils in possession of the king piece, then he'd definitely do that. Everyone would lose trust in them, right? He probably also wants them to pay for their crimes. Aaron sighed and added, it's always the past mistakes of the previous generation coming to bite the current generation's ass. It doesn't matter if it's in the supernatural world or the human world, it's exhausting. Aaron once mentioned that he would like to avoid making as many mistakes so that the next generation after us won't suffer too much. However, he doesn't want to completely remove the challenge for them, so they can still grow as individuals. Anyway, you're all dismissed, he said, and sat down. Everyone had many questions, but we all started leaving the room. I joined Rias, who spoke with Sona. Gene Skyward's Soliloquy Ophis, the Spectre's Egg, and Chrome won't be attacked here. So that's a non-factor on what's going to happen in the future. Nevertheless, I'll want to add extra layers of protection there. So I'll do that later. The place where Ravel and Riser were taken to was the place that Ajuka and I spoke about Igu's, for the first time and how he'll lead it in the future. It's out of the boundaries of this universe. Pretty amazing of him to do without outside help outside help from me or anyone related to me. Maybe from Kanzaki and Kirino might have assisted him, but I'm not sure since I can't access their memories. Why did you look at me earlier, Aaron? Latia asked me. The place Serafal and I visited a few months back, your uncle Ajuka owned it. It was outside the boundaries of this universe, so he must have gotten outside help. I have my own speculations, but those two are being kept there. I see. To think Uncle had made such a place already. I wonder who he had help from? Are you certain he received help? She asked. Ajuka is smart, but I noticed certain things there didn't belong to this universe now. To be more accurate, they didn't belong to this timeline. Timeline? What do you mean by that? Latia asked. The ones here with us, Lavinia, Rose, Reiko, and Suzu also became intrigued by this. The multiverse is infinite, meaning infinite universes, which also means infinite parallel worlds and different timelines. I believe that the people who helped Ajuka belong to another world that's similar to ours. I've explained this before, but only one of me can exist, so any other timeline out there won't have me in it. Meaning, are you saying that they may have come from a further future and have had to deal with the cow's order, or whatever was equivalent in this timeline? Asked Suzaku. Yeah, whatever happened in their timeline, I would only imagine that it wasn't good, so whoever came here, or at least gave the technology to Ajuka, came from a future of a destroyed world. They may want ours to prosper and prevent that from happening. Then what happened to other versions of us? Lavinia asked. I don't know the criteria since Kuntor never told me, but I would assume it's after I made you immortal. Anyway, after that, that version of you will stop existing in other timelines. Meaning, you yourself are unique like me now. So Lavinia, Akino, Asia, Graphia, Serafal, Chiron, Natsum, Yasaka, Suzaku, Reiko, Ingvild, Kuroka, Gabriel, and recently Zenobia. In that order, I made them immortal, making them unique, thus eliminating their counterparts in any timeline that existed, that exists, and will exist. Rose and Latia frowned, as they were the only ones I mentioned that weren't immortal, out of the ones currently here. I didn't include Ophis and Irene in it, because they're already ageless immortal. But I think I may need to add my own immortality to remove their counterparts from existing. That's why I added it to Gabriel. I wasn't sure if angels even aged. I've been meaning to ask, but it sounds like you know of the future, Aaron, said Suzuka. Partially, but due to the things I've done, I'm not even sure if the things I know will even happen. A lot has changed, so the future I once knew has been affected way too much. Azathoth is also preventing me from using that ability, and now I can't even go back to that place. I can only assume that Azathoth has my mom there, and is preventing me from meeting her for some strange reason anyway. Just keep an eye out for anything that may happen in the next few days or weeks. Diauser, the raiding games, and the underworld as a whole, something big may happen straight after a few days later. We were currently having breakfast with the large household. Some good news, Hephaestus and Kurosagi have moved into my home officially, making my home has 32 people living in it, not including Griffin, Poe, the dragons and me, and Shin. But they were still asleep. They're not used to our usual schedule yet. Chow Chow and his team have also officially been sent out into the multiverse and are making their way towards the universe of the Phantasma. Kuntor took a small break and helped me set up the way there. We didn't want to alert them by teleporting directly into the universe, so we instead teleported near to it, and they would need to enter it by themselves. Elsa is with them, and she's an assassin. I think they'll manage. That reminds me, today is the career consultation for the second years, right? Are you guys ready? I asked the second years among us. It's not just the second years, Aaron. The first years are also asked about this, while it's not as serious for them yet, but they do need to start thinking about it, Rhea said while pointing her chopsticks at me. First years too. Huh, must be rough, so I can assume Shuri is going for Asia, Griselda for Zenobia, 2G for Irina, what about the rest of you? I asked. You gave Papa a teleporting device, right? Normally I would think Sister Griselda would be the one to come for me too, but Papa should come for me, said Irina. Rosweiss also added, although I'm not the teacher for your class, I will help you prepare some information. Anyway, a career is very important. Discussing this with your parents while using your own ability to choose your career path is very important. During today, or however how long this lasts, leave the club to us, and you guys can focus on that. Ingvild, Kyom, Rias, Aquino, and I are just waiting for our graduation, so we can take it easy until spring. That's true, but we can't be too relaxed. We have some preparations to do, said Aquino, and winked at me. That's right. We'll be blossoming female college students, you know. We have to try to stand out. Foo-foo, said Rias. It'll be balancing my music career and college life. ITLL be tough, but I think I can manage, added Ingvild. Kyom pipped up and added, it'll also be pursuing a beast tamer's path and also balancing my college life. Well, I'll be busy once spring comes. Nyaha, it'll be going for Chiron, said Kuroka as she poked her little sister on the forehead. I also plan to use magic to give Chiron an excellent consultation. My class homeroom teacher is a woman. Ne-sama, replied Chiron as she coldly stared at her sister. Era, this is a headache, Naya, though just because she's a woman doesn't mean she'll be interested in men, Kuroka pointed out, and Chiron sided her. Don't use magic, Kuroka, I told her, and she sighed and huffed while saying it just to make it easier for her. The Gremory household usually sends someone for me, so I think that may happen this year again, said Yumi. No need for that, Yumi. I will go for you, said Leanne. When I look at Leanne and Yumi, they kind of resemble each other, so they can probably pull off the mother and daughter combo. Are you sure, Leanne-sensei? You don't need to because I insist. We look rather alike, don't we? I think we can pull it off. We can say I'm your long-lost auntie or adopted mother, Leanne said as she softly giggled. Well, if you insist, then I don't mind, Yumi said awkwardly. Good for you, Yumi. You have a beautiful mother going with you today, said Tosca. Yumi blushed at the teasing she got from her friend. What about you, Gasper? I asked him. He, along with Coriana, Tomo, and Tosca, were here today. My father will be coming today, he told us. Over the past few months, Gasper's father, Lord Vladi, came to visit him twice. The first time he did, we were quite shocked. However, whatever was happening in the newly formed vampire faction, it was definitely a positive thing. It seems some of the pure bloods are starting to change, albeit slowly. This included Gasper's dad, which was good news. Maybe because he saw and heard his wife's last wish and is honoring it. However, the first time he came here was a bit awkward, but they did speak to each other extensively and walked around Kuo for the day. At one point, they were joined by Coriana and Tomo, and Gasper introduced them as his lovers, which surprised Lord Vladi. But he quickly accepted it, and Gasper explained that they weren't just concubines. I would say the first meeting ended in a good note. The second was interesting, but Lord Vladi with a lot less stuff during it. He even brought Gasper some food his mother used to like making before he was born. That's good. We get to meet Lord Vladi again, I told him, and he nodded with a smile. I have my own plans for today, so I won't be going to school, so he'll leave it to Rias and Aquino to deal with the club. Yumi Kira's soliloquy. Leanne-san, do you know what Eren Senpai is doing today? I don't think he's coming to school, right? I asked her as we walked to the academy instead of teleporting. Our parents have to meet the teachers first and do a few things before they're let in. Because of the incident a few months back with both a student and teacher, the school wanted to tighten up its security. Eren was the one to suggest this, since he didn't want the humans there to be hurt. He did take it upon himself to confront Yami-kun and then got him arrested. He should be overseeing the construction of his restaurant. After that, he mentioned taking a look at Kuo Academy College Division. So he may be over there with Lavinia and whoever else went with him, she explained and sighed. Is it a good place? I know you and the Stalwart are along with several shadow soldiers patrol Kuo on a daily basis, I asked. It's like any normal college, Yumi. Although like the high school division, there are many perverts, so all of you will feel like you're right at home, she said with a genuine smile. What's that supposed to mean? I know there are a lot of people that are open about their fantasies, but I didn't think the college students were like that too, I thought, and then asked, the college students are the same as the high school students? I'm unsure if I should say if they're worse or better. While they're still quite open about it, they have much more freedom, so they go out to do karaoke, drink, or just have parties in general. Though comparing it to Westerns, it would be a step down slightly, said Leanne-san. It's a different experience, so I suggest you try to take hold as soon as college starts. College, it feels so far away, but at the same time, when I think about it, I, and along with the current second years, only have a month and a half left before the current seniors graduate. Then we'll be third years, and after that we'll still live in the same town. We can even visit them in the college division or Aaron's home, but it still felt strange. It looks like I gave you unnecessary worries. Please don't think about it too much, Yumi. For now, let's focus on the three-way career consultations, all right? Why yes, I replied, and we picked up our pace. Jean Skyward's soliloquy a few hours had passed. Right now it was around 1 in the afternoon. I hadn't had lunch yet, so I should go buy something soon. When I glanced at my side, the workers were already eating since I brought them something to eat and drinks, saving them the cost of food. Lavinia, Latia, and Reiko came with me. But right now they went to a nearby restaurant to order some more food since I hadn't prepared enough for the workers. I didn't think they had such large appetites. Hell, they could almost match Kuroka's if I combined them all together. All the workers here are devils from the Gremory, Citri, and Bale clans. They're more than happy to work at the pace I wanted since I paid them quite well, and they didn't need to rush to other sites since they were specifically picked up to work on my restaurant construction and would follow my orders without question, which was great. As I waited for the girls to come, my 2 friends along with their girlfriends showed up and waved to me. They did text me this morning that they wouldn't be going to school and take their girlfriends on dates. I didn't think they would just meet up like that, though they are that close. They're on a break right now, right? Kikiho asked me. That's a lot of people, though. Why is it taking so long to build? Higuro asked, as well, while looking at the foundations of the building and a few walls and rooms that were already built. I want everything to be perfect, you know? This is my first restaurant that I'll start my business from. After that, I'll see how well it does and go from there. Anyway, you guys skip school to take them on a date. I asked back and they just laughed it off. Well, we're technically free until we spring, you know? We basically have the last 2 months off, but we shouldn't skip all the days, otherwise they'll be angry at us. But this much is fine, explained Kikiho, right? And we can use this time to enjoy the last parts of our youths. So I'm taking out Yua as much as I can before we gotta hunker down in college. In my parents' bakery, he told me, and Yua hugged his arm, and the two started being lovey-dovey to each other. Kikiho followed this with his girlfriend Sakura. I stood there confused. Did they just come here to flirt in front of me, or something? What the hell? Were they that salty about me having a girlfriend before them? Or is it because I have a harem? As I went to speak to them again, the 3 women who left came back as I felt Lavinia hug me from the back. We're back. Are these 2 your friends? Oh, I met them a few months back. Hello. Lavinia asked and looked at them. Hey, raise your portion, Jean, Latia said, and handed me my box. Reiko came on my side and also fixed my tie since it was a bit crooked. The foreigner girlfriend. And 2 more we hadn't seen before. Higuro screamed in horror while pointing at Lavinia. I thought it was just limited to the school's beauties. But you have more outside? Kikiho asked with a shocked expression and then was smacked by Sakura. I do have a life outside school, you know? Anyway, this is Lavinia, that's Latia, and this is Reiko. They're also, well, you 2 already understand. Nonetheless, what are your plans after this short visit? I asked them. Well, we're going to continue our dates, Kikiho replied, with less spirit than earlier. Why, yeah, the same with Higuro, as they seemed to have their energy sapped out of them. Both girlfriends saw this and became angry. They grabbed their ears and pulled them away as they howled in pain. I saluted them and wished them luck. Why did they suddenly deflate? Lavinia asked from behind me. Because they're idiots, Latia, and I said at the same time, and we scoffed. Don't be mean to them, Aaron. Reiko scolded me and poked my nose. So, what are we doing after this? We're not staying here the whole day, correct? No, well, let's just eat lunch. I already have an idea of where to go, I told them and smirked. They gave me confused looks, but I told them I'd explain afterward. Kuo Academy College Division. Huh? So this is where you want to go? Latia asked as we all looked at the entrance of the college. Yeah, I was curious about it, and I never went here before. I heard a few reports about it from Leanne and the starter, but they mostly stopped since nothing really happened here. Well, the occasional mishap and maybe fights? But IDs say that's normal in places like this, I told them. Some high school students come here to get part-time work. Well, I don't know anyone that does go here. I heard about it from my time talking to different clubs and their members. But I'm curious about the societies this place had. Even if I wasn't planning on attending it myself that much, I still was going to send an avatar to it. Can we even just walk in? Don't colleges and universities have security measures and ID verification? Latia asked again. What kind of university does that? I mean, the one I went to in my previous life did have ID, but that was used for different reasons. One was for dormitory access, well, if you decide to stay in one. And two, the various facilities at the college. I think you also go discounts depending on how long you've been there, like seniors getting higher discounts and stuff if they show their ID. I thought you didn't remember much. Reiko asked. Good question, but that information just came naturally to me. Maybe I'm starting to get more of my memories back. That's good for me then. I finally feel like I can move on a bit, I said and sighed. I spy some strange people outside, said a voice. We all turned out attention to it and found a woman. A very tall, buxom woman with ridiculous curves, and her physique is most pronounced by her humongous breasts. She has waist-length blonde hair that has several bangs coming down into her face. 2 bangs come down at the sides, running all the way down, that also frames her face, and hazel eyes. She wore a white dress shirt with a brown skirt. She looked like Shizuka from High School of the Dead. The resemblance is uncanny. Also, dare I say, her breasts may be on par with Suzuku, Akino's and Raiko's, or larger. Curiosity hit me, and I looked at Raiko's rack, and my eyes nearly popped out of my eyes. It simply said 115.3. Akino's was 105, and Suzuku's was 104. Huh. Then I checked hers, and it was 108. Adult women's proportions are something else. Why are you just staring at our breasts? Latia asked out of embarrassment in an angry tone. Reiko covered her chest as she sported a blush. You're Jean Skyward, aren't you? The woman asked and came over to us. She bent over and peered at me face. I am. Who might you be? I asked back. When I did, I felt Lavinia tighten her hold on my arm and pull me away slightly. Wait, how do you even know my name? I'm 99 sure that this is our first time meeting. I'm Koharu Fujiwara, a nurse for the college division of Kuo Academy. Now, as to how I know you well, I heard from various students from the high school division and from some of the college division because of how eccentric you are. Also, that you have a harem, fufu. I didn't think my exploits would have reached the college division. However, if they reached the town I lived in, then yeah, I guess it makes sense. But the harem thing was unexpected. I didn't think they would make such a big fuss about it. Is that so? We're not here to cause trouble or anything. They'll be graduating soon, so I thought I'd take a look from the outside. I explained to her and she nodded. Do you want to come in and have a closer look? The Grimories also have control of the college division too. So having both Citri and Grimory heiresses enter it next year will be interesting, she said and smiled. Wait, what? I blinked at her a few times and then looked at my companions. They were also caught off guard by this and stared blankly at her. Fujiwara called me Koharu, and yes, I'm aware of the supernatural world, Fufu. It's finally a pleasure to have a chat with the famous middleman, Dual Dragon Emperor, and Miracle Dragon, she said, and poked my nose. If you're wondering how I'm connected to the supernatural world, I'm a magician in a pact with someone from the Mammon clan of devils, she said, and leaned in closer. I look forward to working with you. Yexi, Leader Sama, another member, an unexpected place to come across them, said Drake. Yeah, no kidding. A magician, and with someone from the Mammon clan. I looked at Latia and asked, you met someone from the Mammon clan not too long ago, right? Can you tell me about them? Yes, I can, replied Latia, but she looked back at Koharu. Mammon Sama-chan is here today. Would that convince you to come in? She asked with a playful smile. Venaria Mammon, an outcast of her clan, but she is powerful. Her rumored strength is apparently on par with the original Satans. She's, how do I say, this Latia struggled to find the words, but peculiarly cute and lewd, said Koharu as she clapped her hands. Fufu, Please follow me then. She's also a lecturer here. The subject as well, various ones, but if I had to say science, since she's quite knowledgeable about biology, chemistry, physics, social science, biochemistry, mathematics, astronomy, computer science, and many more, explained Koharu. She sounds like a genius, I said, and Latia agreed. She is very knowledgeable. If I had to compare her to someone, it would be a mix of all the current four great Satans. My uncle's intelligence, Seraphol, Leviathan, Samus, eccentricness, Surzex, Lucifer, Samus, doting personality, but towards something else, and Falbium, Asmodeus, laziness. He's still a military genius, you know? But yeah, I can kind of understand what you mean. Well, I guess we're going in there then. If I'm going to meet a future subordinate, then I might as well meet them now. With that said, Kohara happily entered through the gates, and we were officially inside the walls of Kuo Academy College Division. If I remember correctly, Guru Rugal is a college student, so we should have a chance of meeting him here. And checking his aura, he's definitely here, though we're not near him right now. But I do wonder, hey, when did she start working here? I asked Koharu. Only a few months back. You were all probably preoccupied with that Halloween incident. So you probably didn't bother to check this place since someone from Team DXD told you that there was no one suspicious since we told them who we were, said Koharu. That someone must be Rugal. And if he believed that and told Sona, then she probably didn't tell me since I was pretty stressed at the time. As we walked through the campus, we saw various buildings of all shapes and sizes. These were shops and buildings that you would find in any college, university, and institute. From what I could see, there were many that were run by students. College life, I never experienced that, Lavinia muttered beside me. I glanced at her and pulled her closer. Geez, I didn't expect that from her. You're not missing much. It can vary depending on what you want out of college and university. I mean, 9 times out of 10, you won't really speak with most of your school friends after graduation, so you better cut those losses. There it is again. Where the hell is this coming from? I know I attended an institute briefly, but for how long? I have no idea. What about you, Latia? I turned to her and asked. I skipped grades like Rossweiss, so I'm already out of school. However, I did attend the equivalent of a university in the underworld. From what I've read in the human world, they're not much different. Only certain classes and activities are added because we're devils and learn other things, she explained. Skip grades, huh? Interesting, I didn't think that happened to her, and she seems to be more adjusted than Rose. Though I don't think Latia was that interested in romance, nor was she bullied for her single status like Rose, so that's why she wasn't all that vocal about it. When I glanced at Reiko, she fidgeted a little. I doubt she had the opportunity for a school life because of how long ago that was. She saw me looking, blushed, and looked down in shame. Yeah, I guess this kind of conversation would be hard to join in for her. Let's turn here, and we'll be in her office. She pulled a few strings and used magic to get her own office in another building. I told her not to, but she insisted. Sona Citri should know, and she said it wasn't a problem, said Koharu. We turned a corner and found a relatively large building made of stone and colored red, blue, and white with weight. Is that Draig and Albion? I asked as there were 2 dragon-shaped designs on the side of the doors. She had it painted like that. If you look up, you'll find something interesting, she said and pointed above the door. It was clearly my dual balance breaker scale mail. A lot of students called it cool and asked what it was. Venaria always answered with the dual dragon emperor, Fufu, and the students liked it too. So she's a fan? I met quite a few people already, I replied, and we entered the building. Once inside, there was a small reception with no one there. In addition to working as a receptionist, I also joined Venaria here once my day's work is over. She's known as Venaria Avarice by her human name. Her office is over here. It's quite spacious, so no need to worry, she said, and we entered the room on the right. The inside of her office was very spacious, as what Koharu said. A large desk was near the back of the room with a woman sitting on it. Venaria was a stunningly attractive woman with sexy hip-length black hair that had bangs hanging on the right side with 2 ahogis, green eyes, a mole under her left eye, red round glasses, 1 earring on her left ear, and a voluptuous figure. She had very large breasts. Her outfit consisted of a green knit turtleneck, a tight black miniskirt along with her cross-garter motif stockings, and a white lab coat. She said without looking up, Koho, Can you give me some latte? The lectures today killed me, and a few students were rowdy, and some were too drunk. They should have just skipped the day if they weren't going to. She stopped there as she looked up. Koharu smiled at her and waved, then gestured to us. I put my hand up before she suddenly stood up and slammed her desk. Midlamon, why are you here? Koharu, why didn't you text me? She asked and looked at Koharu a bit horrified. She quickly patted herself down and fixed her appearance while nothing was wrong with it, so I didn't know why she did that. Imvanaya Mamon, your future subordinate. It's great to finally meet you. Why, man, I know why you're here. She asked. I came here because I heard that you were here, and Koharu said that, well, you'll be part of EXE, so I wanted to meet you before our official meeting in the future. It slipped my mind, Koharu said and tilted her head. Fufu. Well, it's fine. We're having the great EXE pre-meeting meeting. Koharu raised her hand and high-fived a confused Lavinia and Latia. I see. Sona Citri should have a vague idea that I'm here, well, that a devil is here, but not who. Anyway, you'll be coming to this place in the future, right? I can give you a list of places that would suit your tastes. I've been stock researching about my future boss after all, she said and waved a piece of paper at me. I'd appreciate it. I took the list and skimmed through it. So you're part of the extra demons of the underworld like Roygun, Keisha, and Graphia? I heard from Koharu that you're an outcast. Do you mind telling me about that? I asked and used observe on her. She nodded and thought about it. As she did, I confirmed what Latia said earlier was true. Her current rank was Satan Class S, which was pretty high. Well, I don't know the ranks of the original Satans, but IDs say she's on the higher end of the spectrum. I'm just weird. I mean, my clan members use their powers to gain as much wealth as possible. I mean, I do use it to get money from time to time, but I don't abuse it. The fact that I'm the most proficient at utilizing our power is also another factor, since I can sell more to the human world or anywhere, really, she explained. Our clan's ability is called Ray of Avarice, right? Using your own touch or beams or even demonic powers. You can turn anything you touch into gold, diamonds, iron, copper, and other minerals of the human world. You can then sell it to them or anywhere you want, I told her. I had also seen that when I used observe on her earlier. IDs say it's a useful ability for both combat and non-combat. Just get a large chunk of rock and turn it into gold or anything you want, then you'd make bank. However, doing that would attract a lot of attention. So making them into smaller chunks would be wiser, I added. Venaria nodded fervently. Yes, yes, yes. As expected of my boss. But yeah, I try to not abuse it or else I'd get too much attention on my back. Some family members did that and were caught up in human world trouble. Of course, they used their magic to get out of it, so it wasn't that big of a deal, but it's still troublesome. Ahem Latia interrupted us as she coughed into her right fist. It's been a while, Venaria. I take it you've been well since our last meeting? She asked. Latia, yep, I've been doing good, but that day was something. Seeing a cat and bird fight together and take down that thing quickly was something that day that reminds me that Latia told me something about some mechanical creature attacking the underworld, but Chiron, Ravel, and her took care of it. For the time being, she let her uncle have it to look over it. While I didn't mind, I also wanted to examine it myself. All right, hey, Koharu, you said you were a magician. Are you in any organizations like Grauzauber? I asked her and she nodded. In part of Rosenkreutzer. It's founded by Rudiger Rosenkreutz, a reincarnated devil and the 7th ranker in the rating games, also known as the Upsetting Sorcerer. Yes, I know of him, we have met each other. He also has a cute kid, likes angels more than devils and the Epee dragon. Much to his father's surprise, though, I finished for her and laughed. I see, so that's how you two were connected. Rudiger Rosenkreutz is a bishop for the head of the Mammon clan. Is that how you two were introduced? I asked. Venaria nodded. Yes. Lord Mammon introduced her to me through Rudiger Rosenkreutz, since she was part of his magician organization. That day we made a pact, and the rest is history. Maybe they're going to continue the tradition with a Mammon devil and a magician from Rosenkreutzer? Mused Koharu as she went over to Venaria and hugged her arm. She then looked at Lavinia and stared at her. You look familiar. Do I know you? She asked. Lavinia shook her head and said, "No, we haven't met before, I'm sure of that well. She's formerly Mephistopheles' right hand, Lavinia Rennie, the Ice Princess, if that rings any bells," I replied. "Oh, so you're the Demise girl. You're quite famous, you know." Along with the Purple Rose and Silent Reader, Grausaber has made a lot of famous female magicians over the years. "I always wanted to meet one of you three," Koharu said excitedly. Silent Reader. If she's talking about Grausaber, then it has to be Fusey. I didn't think Fusey herself was famous, and she didn't have that title when I first met her. Maybe she got it over the months as part of the new Slashdog team? She does read a lot of books. I would imagine she would still do that while on her missions. "Demise girl, I'm Aaron's Ice Queen, I'm not a princess," anymore, Lavinia mumbled beside me, sounding a bit upset. "Well, all of them are my home. Lisa, the one called the Purple Rose, is a teacher in the high school division, and Fusey, the Silent Reader, is in a pact with one of my lovers, a devil. Lisa works as a librarian for me and doesn't live with me." I told her. "Can I visit?" she asked and arrived in front of me. "Way too close, lady," I nodded. "I don't see why not. Please call me beforehand, since they won't always be at my home." She rummaged around her pocket before pulling out a small piece of paper and giving it to me. Looking at it, it was her phone number. "We can keep in touch like this." "Yeah, we can. They'll text you when they're there together and inform them about you." My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was from Rose, and it told me to meet her at my restaurant. "I'm sorry about this, but we may have to cut our meeting short and required somewhere else." "No worries, the fact that we know each other now is a good thing. Come back here anytime you want. Or we can visit you when appropriate," said Venaria. "We'll see you guys out." We thanked them, and we made our way out of the campus, all the while talking about college and the supernatural world at large. After we left the campus, we made our way back to my restaurant. By this time, it was already around 4 in the afternoon. The day was slowly ending. When we arrived at the restaurant, Rose was there with Irina and Tuji. Curious, we walked over to them, but before speaking to them, I told the workers that they could go home for the day. They thanked me and quickly packed up. "Rose, Irina, and Tuji, how can I help you guys?" I asked. How could I not come and say hello to my daughter's husband-to-be? It's also her career consultation today. I wouldn't miss it for the world. He bellowed and crossed his arms. "Bip Papa." Irina shouted in shock and immediately turned red. "Gahahaha." He laughed out loud, grabbed my arm, and pulled me away. Lavinia was forced to let go, and he started to whisper to me. "Is my daughter pregnant yet?" "Excuse me?" Dumbfounded by his question, I just stared at him. My little angel may have mentioned something to my wife a few days ago. Something about slowly progressing towards womanhood. "So, I wanted to ask if she is," he explained. "I don't want to tell her father what actually happened between us. Who in their right mind would say that? We kissed? Elite, obviously. However, Tuji seemed to buy it, not really. I get it, Jean Kuin, you don't want to tell me, and that's fine. But please keep in mind that my wife and I will support you if she does get pregnant before she graduates from high school," he declared loudly, drawing attention to us since there were still quite a lot of people walking around us. "Papa," Irina yelled even louder, horrified by what he said. She then ran over to him and started to shake him violently. Ignoring the eccentric father-daughter duo, I walked back over to Rose, who along with the rest looked on at the pair in bewilderment. "So what did you need, Rose?" I asked, and she handed me another letter. "I think it's from her. She wants to meet with you now somewhere in Romania," she told me, and I quickly opened the letter. It simply said, "Come alone, Romania XXX location, 5 p.m. The others looked at it, and I sighed. I guess I'm going back to Romania and alone. It's nearly that time, too, so I should get going, I told them and put the letter away. But Lavinia grabbed my hand and looked at me worried. I held her hand and stroked her head. "It'll be fine." If her last letter was anything to go by, we may have another defector, so this talk might have something good come out of it. "Anyway, how did you get this letter, Rose?" It appeared at my desk in the teacher's lounge. When I asked the others who put it there, they didn't see anyone, so I assumed it got there via another human, she told me. She compared it to how Lilith got into contact with me. A normal teacher probably found it somewhere, saw it addressed to Ross Weiss, and put it on her desk. However, no one saw them doing it or didn't want to admit to it. "That's correct. Let him go by himself," said a voice behind me. I turned around and saw Comptoir. Wait, what? Are you done? She came over and put a finger on my lips. My work isn't done, but in close I want to speak to some of your lovers, so I came out to speak with them. Anyway, please go to Romania, Aaron. As I reached out to her, I arrived back at where Lord Vladi was in Romania, the place where Akaza had moved them to. Talk about being in a rush. Sheesh. She just forced me here, I grumbled. She left me instructions on where it is, Aaron. They're about here. Rudra told me the exact location, so I quickly made my way there. It was a run-down cabin near a small lake. There were many trees around it, so that it wasn't visible to anyone if you didn't look hard enough or if you weren't close enough. I approached it and felt like I passed through a small barrier. It felt like an illusion barrier to trick normal humans. As soon as I reached the door, I pushed it open and stepped inside. To my surprise, it was very well kept, unlike its exterior, which looked run down. Perhaps it was just another illusion, too. I shrugged and walked inside and went into what I perceived to be the living room. And there was a woman. When I used Observe on her, she was called Valentina. Valentina was an attractive, fair-skinned woman of medium height with a slender build. She had crimson-colored eyes, long, wavy, dark hair tied loosely, hanging from her right shoulder with bangs on each side. She wore a black and cerulean blue long-sleeve coat. An ornament of blue feathers were on her right shoulder. She wore the same colored hat with also an assortment of feathers on it too. Also had white gloves on each hand, tights, and cerulean-colored heels. She was reading a book, but when she heard me come in, she closed it and looked up. Welcome, middleman, Gene Skyward. This conversation has been on a long hold, hasn't it? She asked, and smiled. Lavinia, Rennie's soliloquy Aaron suddenly vanished, and I panicked slightly. But Comptoir told us that she teleported him to Romania. Where did Jean Cohen go? Tuji Shidu-san asked us. Oh, are you also someone close to Jean Cohen? He asked Comptoir. I am. It's nice to meet you, Tuji Shidu-san. We'll be going home now. If you wish to join us, then feel free. She told him, and he happily accepted. Irina-chan wasn't too happy with her father, as she kept pestering him while we returned home. Once we arrived in Aaron's home, a few of them were surprised to see Comptoir again. However, she said she wanted to speak to a few people, though, in the end, quite a large amount joined us in Aaron's office. This included myself, Shizuku, Danu-sama, Rosweiss, Aquino, Kuroka, Grafia, Natsum, Kanami, Reiko, and Latia. Originally, she only wanted me, Suzaku, and Danu. She said she also wanted Velgrind to join us, but that wasn't possible right now, so... What did you want to talk to us about, Comptoir? It's been a while since we last saw you, asked Suzaku. Comptoir looked around the room and at each one of us. She closed her eyes and sighed. Let me tell you a small story about Aaron Toole from a time before he reincarnated into this world, she told us. I was shocked, no, we were shocked. When I looked at everyone had the same expression plaster on their face. Yet no one said a word, and we waited for her to continue. He was a crybaby, no. Maybe sensitive would be the right word. Nevertheless, when he was younger, he had a cousin he was close to. They played every day, and these were set up by his mother and the other parents. They were quite close, but one day his cousin became ill, and there was a high chance of them dying. Once Aaron found out about this, he wouldn't stop crying. The thought of death scared him. Perhaps even as a child he hated change, but that only became progressively more profound once he became older anyway. He cried for days and weeks on end, and eventually his father became tired of it. He didn't want a weak heir to their family's business empire, so they made him forget. He was still young after all, so a few visits to a doctor that their family had been going to for many years worked. They also gave him pills for it. Over time, Aaron forgot the existence of that cousin. His mother also went along with it. She at the time thought it was a wise idea, because she hated seeing her son cry and be sad. So, Aaron forgot about this cousin of his until he finally saw him at a family gathering around a year after Aoife's death. Once the cousin introduced themselves back to him, all his memories came flooding back, and he was shocked that he was alive. He thought he had died. However, try as they might, they were very different people at that point, and while they maintained a familial relationship, it was never as close as when they were children. Of course, he confronted his father about this, and he told him the truth. This caused a small fight, and Aaron left that gathering followed by his mother. He asked his mother if she knew, and she admitted she did. She explained herself, and while there wasn't a big blowout, he himself was quite unstable at the time, so he shut her out as well. Aaron hated change. He didn't like it. He was always against it. That was probably why his depression stuck with him for so long. He would rather wallow in despair than change. Most of the changes in his life at that point were relatively positive. Well, some of them. But with Aoife's death, it was one of the most horrible things to happen in his life. This was followed by most of the school populace blaming him for her death. Why? It was some sort of cancer, right? How would Aaron have any control over that? I asked angrily. I didn't like that. It didn't make sense. How could they be so cruel? The ones who started saying it were people that didn't like Aaron, and the fact that Aaron started dating Aoife only made their treatment of him worse. However, Aoife was always there to stop it, though Aaron's own personality became like that because of his own mother. Anyway, the ones that hated Aaron were known bullies and bad people in and outside of the school. They would threaten anyone that wouldn't join in the bullying, so the entire student populace joined in. Ryan himself stayed out of it and tried to help him, but he couldn't do much. The hate overshadowed his popularity. What do you mean that Aaron's personality was because of his mother? Graphia asked. Do you remember the time when Aaron fought Riser Phoenix? After the rating game between Rias and his peerage? Or the time when Lavinia was hurt? She asked, and we all nodded. Do you remember how he was like? Aaron, when he was younger, put a boy in the hospital in his first fight. As I said before, he's a loyal friend, so when some tried to bully and belittle his friend, Ryan, he snapped. He beat up that little boy so badly that their parent wanted to file charges against a 7-year-old. His right eye was nearly pulled out by Aaron, several broken ribs, a stick was shoved up his rectum, a broken arm and leg, and he kept going even when the boy was already unconscious. That was quite shocking to her. To think a 7-year-old boy was capable of doing that much damage to another 7-year-old. When I glanced around, I saw that there were a few that were as shocked as me after hearing about it. His father was obviously both furious and proud of him. He wanted his son to be tough and wouldn't take anything lying down. But his mother, on the other hand, was horrified at what Aaron had done. So she had him promise her to not fight anymore. Regardless of what they had done essentially, she told him to be beaten up and take all kinds of abuse, and he followed that until a certain incident that nearly got him another charge put on him in his high school life. Before that point, he accepted all the hate and abuse he received from everyone, both verbal and physical. Come to our side and looked up at the ceiling. I don't know if Azathoth chose him out of true coincidence, or if it was planned. When looking at what outer gods are, that side of Aaron definitely qualifies. He was a lot of pent-up anger in him that was generally unresolved, though he was very good at keeping it down. But I guess the silver lining in all of it was Aoife, since she influenced him enough to change into that kind of person. But as I said, it nearly all disappeared after her death. However, by some miracle, he pulled himself out of it after a long time, but then he died. She looked at us and smiled. Meeting all of you has undoubtedly been a good thing for him. His moral compass is always being challenged here. There were certainly various points where he could have taken a different path, a path that's fitting of one of his sacred gears, and a path befitting an outer god. A path full of destruction and chaos. But with all of you, his friends, and Aoife's influence always in his mind, whether he was thinking of it consciously or subconsciously, they were definitely factors in it. To discard the path of destruction and follow the road of righteousness. According to Azazel, from what I heard from him in the past, hatred, sadness, grief, and despair were what made the boosted gear. Spreading resentment was what the heavenly dragons were meant to do, holding the infinite hope and unbreakable dreams and walking the path of righteousness. And I promise you all, I will lead you to a path beyond the stars, glowing in true outer light. Those two lines in his queen form's chant undoubtedly signified taking a different path from the Juggernaut Drive and the typical one an outer god takes. To Kuntwar and to Azathoth, he was different from the other outer gods. However, he could always fall down that line since he's still walking that tightrope. Kuntwar suddenly bowed and said, "That's all I wanted to tell you. While much of his past is still unknown to him, I want you all to keep on supporting him far into the future. This may be selfish of me, but why do you even need to ask? We're already here with him, so there's no point in asking. Also, some of us are already immortal. It would be awkward to break it off with him too. Geez, Kuntuar, have a little faith in us, said Natsum. I see. One last thing near the end of his life. He apologized a lot, even if it wasn't warranted. So if he does start doing that in the future, please stop him. Aoife would be angry with him if he did. The rest agreed with Natsum, and we told Kuntuar that we would. After that, she disappeared, saying that she was nearly done analyzing the crystal. Just as we were about to leave his office, I said, I want to make future changes to be something positive for Aaron. From the little we know, they've mostly been awful experiences for him. So, geez, Nia, I think we all came to that conclusion after we heard that little story from his past. We've already been doing that before we found out, and we'll keep doing that far into the future, Aquino said and winked at me. Yes, I prefer to see him smiling more than anything else. That's the Aaron we know, added Latia. The rest agreed and finally left. Suzuka stayed behind along with Danu. And why was I called here? Everyone knows of your fated one status, and we know why Roswise came here since she wants to be one, but you may be the last Danu-sama. Kuntuar did say that she's a goddess, and the fact that you're an Irish goddess is just another indication, said Suzuku. Danu was clearly shocked, but she didn't say anything and left the room. We didn't know how she felt, but she was clearly embarrassed by it. Are you staying for the night? I asked Suzuku. I am. We glanced at each other. We didn't need words to know her reasoning. All that was left was to wait for Aaron to come back. Jean's skyward soliloquy, I took a seat and asked, So, what did you want to talk about? You spoke to Roswise about something cryptic. Let me ask you too. Do you think the world is fair? She asked and stared at me. Rose gave me a rundown of their conversation. Rose concluded that she was unhappy with the state of the world. Maybe she wanted some kind of utopia? Valentina Vordenberg, part of the house of Vordenberg of pure blood vampires, just like Calantha Vordenberg of the Vala team. No, it's obviously not. Whether that be in the supernatural world or the human world, nothing is ever fair. No one is born equal. That's even more obvious in the supernatural world where we have powers to change many things. Take Surzex Lucifer as an example. He's the apex of modern devils along with Ajuka Beelzebub, I told her. Meanwhile, devils like Roygun Belphegor and Bediza Baden used the King Piece to strengthen themselves. However, Surzex and Ajuka still had to train to get to where they are. However, in modern times they're in a comfortable place, so I doubt they train like they used to. And how about you? She asked. I'm a little different. I'm neither a natural nor a genius. I did train to get a better hold and understand of my powers, but I wasn't born with them. Well, maybe the two sacred gears, but the rest is a bit more complicated, I replied. She doesn't know the truth, so I don't need to tell her anything in detail. Why bring this up? Did you lose someone because of the world's unfairness? I asked. That's not pertinent to what we're talking about right now, she replied. I could tell that it bothered her, but I won't push for it yet. We the cows order heard of those 2 miracles you did. Are you trying to make this world a better place? Why? Because I live in it? I gave her a confused look, and she stared blankly back. Why? You're an outer god. You can simply leave this world and start over in a different one, or even a different timeline to get that perfect world of yours. Why bother with this one in particular? Why pursue this piece? Is it all because of the harem you desire? I sighed. Why do they always want to know? Haven't I said enough? I seriously should just record my responses to these things in the future or make a card that has those responses. Yeah, I'll do that. Because, like I said, I live here. What do you take me for? Just because I'm a god, now, doesn't mean it'll just discard the things I've built up. Unfortunately for you, and not just some unfeeling god that sees everyone as puppets or chess pieces to play with. Everyone in this world has a life. They have a story, and I'm not some psychopath that'll kill them for my own amusement. You already know the answers I have for that last question. I've made it clear. I told her and sat back on my seat. After that, we spoke more or less the same things I speak about to the chief gods and other deities and pantheons. It seemed like she wanted to find out my own personal philosophies, ideals, and convictions. At the end of it, she didn't show much emotions as I could get a read on her, but even when I read her thoughts, they were mostly silent. Very well. I have an understanding on what kind of person you are. I will contact you again, and after that, I will tell you my answer, she told me. Your answer? I repeated. Whether I join the alliance of DXD or let you kill me and get that information from me. Of course, I won't fight you. I stand no chance. She put her book away and patted herself down. I will see you in the future, dual no, Gene Skyward. She stared me in the eyes as she left. What a strange woman. Seriously, though, I wonder what happened to her. I asked myself. I felt the illusion magic that surrounded this place begin to shatter, and the once clean room around me was now destroyed, moldy, and rotten. She's powerful, at least Dragon God class, to be able to make illusion magic that powerful. Maybe it was reality manipulation instead? Well, whatever the case, maybe I'm done here. So I returned home. The next day came, and today we go meet up with Ajuka and the Phoenix siblings in that base. He is outside of this universe. The leaders of Team DXD and most of my household wanted to go with us, and we're about to leave. We were in the training facility, and we're about to teleport there. The ones that are missing were the Vala team. No matter how much I tried to contact them, Vala wouldn't answer. Lavinia said, give him a proper scolding later when we find them. But for now, all right, let's go. We can't keep him waiting, I told them, and we left. Azazel and Avetsa joined us in this. Chapter 15, Part 2, Ugly Truths, and to be infuriated third-person point of view, everything is ready. We can commence the operation to invade Grigori, said Sadinal. You're sure this is accurate? Asked Promestine. I am positive. Azazel likes to keep to a certain structure. In all the years I've been alive, he has barely changed things, and even if he does add a new section to the organization, ITLL be the same. And even if it's a new base in the underworld, I doubt it will change much. Trust me, will ya? Said Sadinal. Trust in our organization will always end in betrayal. You should know that, said Chernobog. However, Yomiel, you may perish in this operation with MKHL. Are you sure you want to do this? We have the EV partaking in this along with all of Clippeth. We will be fine as long as we stick to our plans. One combat fanatic and another atrocity fanatic will be helping us with this, along with several clones of Niger and the original Niger, as well as clones of Crom, Crutch, Apophis, Grendel, and Layden. Not to mention the mass-produced evil dragons, cryptids, and divine beasts, and various monsters from the Phantasma, explained Yomiel. Don't forget around 8 completed battle gods. This is their first test run, and if successful, we'll use it for that. Lapis is nearly back after all, and she succeeded. Hee, exclaimed Kikate. No, she's taking a detour. She wishes to become an outer god. So, she plans on siphoning power from a few that are sleeping, and as well as some power from Nyarlathotep, since she left some residual power for her to absorb. That outer god is meticulous. So by the time she comes back, we'll have someone that can fight on par with the middleman, said Promestine. She smirked. That'll work for us. We'll use her afterward to carry out our plan. Then what about the crystals? Asked Oz. One is under the middleman's protection, but we already reached it before him, so we'll remotely access it. The rest is in the place where the next operation is being held at. The last 3 have been transported there, and if the death of a certain individual occurs, it will send out a signal for the Death King and ITLL make its way here. Whether it reaches us on time is another story, but we can wait, explained Promestine. I heard Black Alice may want to fuse with it like Lapis. Can that be done? Asked Margir. We're uncertain, but we are speaking to Melvazoa and Fumara about it. But first we have to enact the first part of our plan, the Grigori invasion, said Nyx. What are we using for it? We won't need much. All we need to do is kidnap a few individuals there, and we'll be gone. We succeeded before. It will work again, said Kyoka. Who are we targeting? Asked the original Leviathan. Impersonally going after Shuri Himejima and Barakiel. I want them to suffer, said Augusta with malice in her voice. Penemu is my target, said Yomiel. His obsession oozing out of his body, making them feel uncomfortable. If possible, we can try to take Maruam too. In order for that to happen, we must kidnap the fallen angel known as Middlet. He appears to be close to her. We may as well get Slash Dog and Sae Taju. I wish to take a look at the sacred gear she has. It was apparently modified by the middleman too, said Promestine. What about Avetsa? We can definitely alter her mind again and have her back on our sides, asked Kikate. Well, we can add our two well-need fast people for this, or at least have them gather in one spot. Well, force them to one spot. Satinel, how many of those hybrids do you have that specialize in speed? Asked Oz. Too many. I can send them all if you want. We could just force them to different points to make the middleman subordinates to split up and distract them, while the rest can force those targets or teleport them away, he said while looking at an hourglass. Good. We can test that new barrier too. It's been in development for months now, and if effective, we can become completely hidden in certain spots from the middleman. It's a mix of the red vial and our research. Personally, I think it's one of our biggest achievements, said Promestine. We have a few hours until the operation. Go get everything ready. All the members of the Seekers of Truth left their meeting room. One in particular was quite excited about this. It was Satinel. The new hybrids he made were various kinds, but the ones he was going to use for the invasion of Grigori were, I wonder if we can steal some of the sacred gears that those two have been working on, being able to compare ours to theirs, and perhaps combine them for even more powerful sacred gears will be beneficial to us, he muttered to himself. Oh, is it finally happening? A boy asked after Satinel stepped into a room. In a few hours, I'm surprised that the remnants of the connected harmony decided to follow the Seekers of Truth, replied Satinel. It beats the other stupid factions in this organization. I mean, I didn't get to participate in it, you know? Now Hanazu is dead again, and a couple of members were captured by the DXD Alliance. We have nowhere to go. Anyway, not all of us came here. Some went to various others, being turned into one of them, or just becoming subordinates, explained the young man. What about the other one? Asked Satinel as he put his hourglass down. He joined me, obviously, but right now, he's out, and we don't plan on partaking in this operation. I mean, we need more power, right? I'm barely Satan class, and I haven't taken that vial yet. I want to get to God class myself before taking it. Then ITLL push me further, then he'll start participating, explained the boy. Satinel had already started his preparations while half-heartedly listening to the boy talk about his plans of getting stronger. He didn't have much of an opinion about it. He gave him a shrug and continued doing his work. Can I request an artificial sacred gear from you? Asked the boy. That's unexpected. You were formerly part of the 5 principal clans, and you want a sacred gear? Is the world ending? Satinel asked in disbelief. Yes, I used to hate them, but seeing their powers and potential made me want one. I have the specifications here to make it easier for you, he said and waved around a piece of paper. Satinel glanced at him and tabbed the table he was at. The young boy strolled over happily and placed the blueprints on the table. Satinel looked over him and started coughing violently. Are you insane? I'm crazy, but this is beyond my comprehension. This is less of a sacred gear and more of a gamble on your life. Literally. Satinel shouted at the young boy after looking at the blueprints. But as you know, I have very high luck, more than most, and with that I can influence this fun sacred gear. Can I? If we had a mixture of everything we've made, this sacred gear of chance will make it pretty fun. It's not consistent at all. If you manage to get something useless, what then? The waiting period is a minute. You need to hold off your enemies for that long. If it's the middleman, then you die. Satinel didn't understand this young boy's thinking and scratched his head in confusion. Details, Satinel. Are you willing to take the challenge or not? The boy asked in a serious tone. Easily, but are you sure? He repeated his question again while looking at the blueprints. I am. Perhaps I share the same sentiments as Vala Lucifer. A world that I can't fight in is a boring one, and I wish to die as soon as possible, replied the young boy. He got up and started walking away. Anyway, get back to me as soon as you can. He'll be waiting. Satinel watched the boy leave the room and looked back at the blueprints given to him. While I do not fear death, you exiled clan members are something else. It's like you pursued death itself. First it was Hanazu, then Atsura, a few others, and now you, I'm a Duman, he said and sighed. Very well. It'll make this one of the best artificial sacred gears I've made to date. Ayuma Duman, the older brother of Genbu Duman, the inheritor of the Black Tortoise. Ayumu himself wasn't born with his clan's water manipulation. However, he was instead born with incredible luck. Whatever he did, he would always come out on top of it, whether it was in a fight or something trivial. He would always win. Ayumu was born under one of the brightest stars in the universe, Alpha Centauri or Rigil Kentaurus, hence why he had a lot of luck. These were known as the brightest 7 stars in the universe, also dubbed as the Lucky 7. Anyone born under them are known to have great luck throughout their lives. This was only amplified in the universe they were born in, the Draconic Dais, where magic and powers were real. Universe Evie told after this operation, most factions of the Chaos Order will launch an all-out assault on the Draconic Dais. How much have we recovered since the Outer Gods attack a few months ago? Asked Melvizoa. We are back at 89 capacity. The operation won't start for the next few days. However, we are lending them 2 of the weakest in the combat and atrocity fanatics. After that, we will wait for them to release Trihexa onto the world, Lapis to arrive, and we will then attack the Draconic Dais, explained a subordinate. It is unsure of what the middleman will do. We will send only a few of our own, and then make up for it by sending our own soldiers, said Melvizoa. If those past operations are anything to go by, this will end in utter failure. We will focus our efforts on finding the Enrios while giving just a small fraction of our power to the Chaos Order. At once, the subordinate said and left the room. Are you sure about that, Melvizoa? If we went all in, we could potentially conquer that universe too, you know? It's the only planet in their universe to have any kind of organic life, asked Saracelbes. Apart from sending in a few shepherds, combat fanatics, and atrocity fanatics, we will send into that dragon to them too. It should prove more than useful enough for them, he said to Saracelbes. We only have a few of those in creation. Are you sure? Yes, it's powerful, but they were not affected by the Outer Gods attack. We can afford to lose one. Meanwhile, Regal Ziva will be tasked with going to their dimensional gap during the attack on the universe and seeing if he can find anything useful there. Saracelbes' eyes widened briefly as she had been keeping an eye on the reports of the Chaos Order. Melvizoa was meticulous, but after the failed attacks on the universe, he had lost interest in the Chaos Order as a whole and had only been giving them the minimum of assistance. In Saracelbes' mind, he didn't know that the Outer God subordinates had taken up residency in that place. She found a chance. I wish to accompany him there, she told Melvizoa. The malevolent god looked at her with curiosity and asked, why? That place only houses the Dragon of Dreams, and it is below the power of Regal Ziva. No, I heard that the DXD Alliance may have some bases set up there. If I go, we can secure them and possibly obtain information regarding the Outer God, and perhaps a way to leverage with him, she said as calmly as possible. Melvizoa rubbed his metallic chin and nodded. Very well. Kill anyone weak, anyone with potential, turn them into one of us. Anything useful you find to bring it back to me, he ordered. Yes, of course, brother. Saracelbes smiled at her brother and left the room. Her smile only kept on getting wider as she got further and further away from the room. It had turned into a maniacal grin. A chance. The chance I've been waiting for, she thought, and teleported back to her own base. Universe Draconic Dais Chronicludmer's soliloquy a few months ago, I received wonderful news from Aaron. He said a goddess in the Hindu pantheon would like to collaborate with me by performing a duet with me. Since then, we have spoken to each other quite frequently and also visited each other's realms since they became part of the Alliance. Sarasvati is the Hindu goddess of knowledge, music, art, speech, wisdom, and learning. I myself am the mythical inventor of a harp and an Irish goddess of music, inspiration, and dreams. With us working together, we'll make a masterpiece. Today, I was in the meeting room with many other gods in the land of Heaven Falls. The reason for this meeting was because of a few weeks back we received word from the leaders of the Alliance, as well as from Erin, that she'll have her powers back soon. Soon, as in a few days, we're meeting up because we wanted to know what she had plans after getting her powers back. This means she won't need to do her job anymore. At the start, she seemed to loathe and hate doing her job, but now she's made a lot of friends because of it, and she's usually smiling while she does it. To her, it's exhausting, but it's quite clear that she enjoys doing her job too. Soane will no doubt feel a bit of conflict Ion once she gets her powers back. However, she does rant from time to time about getting her powers back, something about making her day-to-day life much easier. Soane, Do you look forward to the day you receive your powers back? Nawada asked while laughing. Duh. I'm a goddess for crying out loud. It's been way too strange not having the use of my powers for the last few months. I can't wait to have them back. She replied, rather irritated. What do you plan on doing with your powers? What about the job you've been doing these last few months? Asked Yin Sect. I'll keep doing my job. It keeps me busy during the day, and when I'm done, I can just do whatever I want with more freedom with my powers. It's not like anything is going to change too much. I already have a routine. I'm not changing that. She replied dismissively. Is this what they call it, Sundara? I heard a few of the girls in Aaron's harem call Sona that a few times back when we spent our time in his dimension. The way she's acting is definitely. Danu isn't here, and a few warriors of the Gaelic Alliance. Could they be somewhere with Team DXD? Asked Luff as he opened one eye and looked around the room. It would be safe to assume so. Danu did move in with Jean not too long ago, said Bridget. Should we get ready? Anytime Team DXD gathers, something happens, asked Yin Sect. Trouble follows Jean anywhere he travels, so it will be beneficial for us to do that. By the way, we're Scat Hack. Danu and I keep in contact, and she hasn't been in his home for a while now. Asked Dane. I put my hand up and said, I heard that she's in Nina Freen rhymes with her sister Afe. They're doing something with the Milstein family. I think checking the barriers around our country. I'm not too sure, though. She's in Nina Freen rhymes and with her sister. Huh? They weren't that close before. I wonder what changed? Asked Nawada as he crossed his arms. Does it matter? Anyway, is this done? I want to get back to work, grumbled Ain as she looked at her phone. Eager worker, huh? All right, we're done for now. But those who want to stay for drinks, and the door was slammed open, and Ain ran out of the room. The other gods around me laughed at that, but I also got up to leave. They'll go and play in the middle of the town, I announced. As I arrived outside, I got a message from Sarasvati about a new piece she added, and I looked at it. Oh, that looks fancy. I want to try it out too, I said, and brought my harp out. As I walked down the stairs, I started playing my harp and greeted the guards at the bottom once I got there. I did this all the way to the center of the town. Along the way, I saw Ain running around doing her job with a smile on her face. That was when I saw Nessa with a baby in her arms. I stopped and waved to her. She smiled and came over to me. What a cute baby! Congratulations on giving birth to a healthy baby girl. Nessa, I told her, and I waved at the baby. She tried to grab my hand, and I let her. Thank you, Lady Kana. It wasn't a difficult pregnancy, and I still have a few months of maternity leave before I go back to my job. But we found a great babysitter for when I do go back to work, she explained. A working mom, huh? I think I can ask Noada for more time off for you, you know? Also, didn't Jean give you some money, so you want you to work until your child is 6? I asked again. She blushed and nodded. It was a surprise that my husband fainted from shock. I wasn't expecting Jean to give us money like that. She said and sighed. Hee, you're not the first one. He gave it to a human couple, one of his friends/dog, as well as another fallen angel and devil couple in Grigori. We were acquainted, I'll admit that, but I wouldn't say we were that close, but I am thankful for the help, but at the same time I want to go back and work, so that's why we're using a babysitter. However, Lorna Ada told me that I'll only have to work 3 days a week and have the same pay until my daughter is 6, like what Jean said. She told me. That's good then, right? You get more time to spend with your family. I removed my finger from the baby's and plucked a few strings and winked at her. Oh, maybe I can get a student in the future? I asked and giggled. What's her name, by the way? Sheila. My husband and I picked it together. We had a few others and ones for boys, but this was our first pick if it was a girl. She explained. I see little Sheila. I hope you like playing instruments in the future, I didn't mean to stop you. I suddenly said. I remembered that it looked like she was on her way to somewhere before I waved her over. Nessa giggled, then shook her head. We were just out for a little stroll. It seemed like we interrupted you before you performed. Well, go take a seat over there, she said and pointed to a small restaurant. Ho, get ready, little Sheila. I will make this one of my best performances, I declared, and went near the fountain and began to play the harp. As I played my harp, a sizable crowd started to gather, but at the same time I thought back to the past year. I was content with staying in isolation and practicing my craft until I perfected it. However, I then heard of rumors about Danu resurfacing, so I also came out. I didn't think she would come out because of a young man, also the new Red Dragon Emperor. I was skeptical at the start, but that eventually was replaced with confidence in him. Even though I didn't meet him until later on, he seemed like a nice person. Though he and his harem did make my stay in that place a lot more fun. Shigyun and Ingvild helped me with my own craft, even though one mostly sang and the other was a pianist. However, we did collaborate quite a lot over those 100 years. Flashback, I think we had been here for our 40 years at this point. It was nighttime, and everyone had returned to Jean's home for the night. I decided to stay out and play my harp a little longer. I didn't want to annoy them inside. However, he did reassure me that the room I was given had several seals that would prevent sound from leaking out, especially when I started playing my harp. But I wanted to be sure, so I came out here. But to think he could make a world like this, it almost feels like we're in another part of the human world. I mumbled to myself, looking out at the sea of trees beneath me. I was near a cliff, and below were hundreds to millions of trees. Over the course of our stay, many of the ones who were eager to become stronger asked Jean to expand his dimension, so there were a wide variety of areas with different types of terrain. This hub area was the initial zone where we used to mainly train. While some do still train here, some use it primarily for sparring with one another and a relaxing zone. How goes mastering thy craft, O great Lady Kana? Asked a voice behind me. I turned around and saw that it was Jean. Why do you? I pointed in front of him where Seraphol was hugging him like a koala. They had a little competition earlier. In the finals, it was Lavinia versus Seraphol. As you can see, the winner is the Satan Leviathan, he said and patted her head. Ice Princess John was very upset earlier. So in 10 minutes we have to switch, see? I'm such an angelic devil. Praise me, Seraphol said, and rubbed her head against his chest. Yeah. You're great, he replied, and kept stroking her head. Well, to answer your question, I am. I just stopped for a few seconds to look out at the new landscapes you made. You know, the monsters that appear down there are quite something, not to mention the zone-specific ones that range in rarity. I was just left in awe of the scenery in front of me, that's all. I told him and started plucking away at my harp. As I plucked away at my harp, I heard another one and looked back at Jean. He had summoned his own harp and played along with me. What? Why does he? It's like he's already a pro. This is. I started to furiously play mine while he matched me this guy. This continued on for the next few minutes until I gave up and sighed. I felt tears welling up in my eyes as I tried my best to glare at him. Are you okay? Why do you look as if you're about to cry? He asked with concern. I'm not going to cry. I shouted back and unsummoned my harp while turning away. Ada, you upset her by playing the harp, Seraphol said from his chest. Bad, Jean. Apologize. I was just trying to play with her, but all right, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you wouldn't like that, he told me and explained himself. I thought you were trying to one-up me. I snapped back at him. He tilted his head, confused. I wasn't. Was I the one overreacting? As my mind started to think of ways to apologize for the misunderstanding, he put a hand on my shoulder, forcing me to look up. Well, I just had Kuntuar put a bunch of harp players from across the multiverse into my head. How about I share some of that with you as a way to apologize? He said, I'm the one that's supposed to apologize. Why are you the one apologizing to me? Is he an idiot? Well, he is to a certain degree. But why is he the one apologizing when I'm the one who messed up? Why do you apologize? I'm the one who misunderstood, I told him. Sometimes in misunderstandings, people want to apologize right away. And this might go on for days at a time. I had experiences prior to this, both in this world and my last. While I may not solve it right away, I'd rather apologize now, even if I'm not the one at fault. What's up with that? So you're just going to accept the blame? That's dumb. I smacked him on the head. Talk it out. I'm no good at it. But at least don't take on all the burden on yourself. What the heck? He stared blankly at me before laughing. Haha. Yeah, I did say that to them. My bad. Then let's be even, he said, and flicked me on the forehead. You're shit at it. Let me teach you. This brought. I felt something snap inside of me. What did you sigh at? I screamed at him before he ran away, with Seraphol cackling to themselves. Come back, hurry. Flashback end. Well, he did teach me in the end, but I still hate how it started. How dare he call me incompetent at my own craft? I invented this damn thing. Show me some respect, Tool. Is something wrong, Kana? Ain asked as he had arrived by me. I looked around and noticed that the crowd had left. I guess I finished my piece before returning to reality. I'm fine, I was just lost in thought as I played. Did Nessa and Sheila leave already? I asked her and looked around but didn't find them. They left earlier. They tried to speak to you, but you didn't respond to anyone, so they asked me to talk to you afterward. Ain explained as she put her hands on her hips. Anyway, they said they were going to go shopping for groceries. You can go join them if you want. Yeah, I will. Thank you and sorry about that. I told her and ran away. Jean skywards, soliloquy. We arrived back at that sandy beach front, the place that Ajuka had brought me to before. The rest of the group stared around in a curious manner. The sky was pitch black with what seemed like stars in the sky. There was a gentle breeze here, and the sound of the waves hitting the shore was heard by all. So this is a place outside the boundaries of our universe? Asked someone from the Irish group. Correct. Welcome members of DXD, said Ajuka's voice, and we all turned to him. He sat on a chair with beds near him. Each one had a different Phoenix sibling. Ravel was awake as she sat there with tea in her hands, and Riser was out cold. I took a step forward first and joined him, and then the rest of DXD joined me as well. This may be the first time we meet without any other VIPs present, Governor Azazaldano, said Ajuka. Forget about that. Did you prepare all of this beforehand? He asked and looked around at the small place we were in. If you mean by the dimension, I've set this place up months ago and invited Jean and Serafal. However, if you mean by this, he gestured at the beds and other items around us. Then yes, this is all new. HLO, greeted Ravel as she meekly waved her hand at us. Chiron and a few girls ran over to her. Ravel-chan, burning chicken. Vel-chan. They then hugged her. Thankfully, she teleported her cup of tea away before she was jumped like that. She began to complain about Chiron, calling her burning chicken. I chuckled at her as the rest went over to her as well. Ravel has connections with everyone in DXD as she checks over their health and give them pointers in their fighting style when asked. Ugh, you're all so noisy, complained an exhausted Riser. I had arrived at his side and chuckled. It looks like you're fine too, huh, Riser? I offered my hand to him, and he grabbed it before I pulled him up. Of course, who do you take me for? He asked semi-arrogantly before grabbing his head in pain. Ugh, never mind, where am I? I explained where he was and asked what he remembered. I heard about this, so it's really real, huh? The multiverse, more women than Riser. I'm getting to that. I don't remember much. We lost badly. Well, my peerage and I did, but Ravel was the only one who could compete with Diehauser Belial. Heck, I think she was winning against him until they reached some sort of agreement. What in the world did you do to my sister to make her that powerful? He asked, looking at me with slight fear. Showered her with a lot of love. She's still underage, he said, and looked at me like I was some kind of creep. I didn't mean it that way, you psychopath. I snapped back and smacked him on the head. He rubbed his head and angrily looked at me. Anyway, he said something about a king piece or something, but as I said, I was basically losing consciousness by the time he and Ravel started talking about it. I mean, there's no such thing, right? He asked incredulously. We can discuss that soon, but first, Riser, you're needed back in your household, said Ajuka. The /dog team can escort you back. They can come back here, I told him, and gestured for Fusey to come to me. She was confused, but came over. I poked her head and gave her the directions to come back here. Yeah. I was about to ask you guys to do that, Azazel said, and turned to Kanami. Roger. Fried roast chicken sama. Please come with us, Kanami said as she grabbed his arm and pulled him away. Oh, boy. My name is Riser. He didn't get a chance to say anything as he and the rest of the /dog team left. Ajuka sighed and said, well, I did have another reason for bringing all of you here. Riser Phoenix touched upon it. Ajuka then pulled out a chess piece. It wasn't any of the others, but the king piece. I haven't seen that before, and it doesn't look like the pawn, bishop, rook, knight, or queen pieces, said Saji as he stared at it. This is the king piece, he said, and moved it around in his hand. He looked at us, but the only ones a bit surprised were Azazel and Avetsa. The rest of Team DXD were just confused or didn't have a clue. It seems that most of the Gremory and Citri peerage aren't surprised by this gene. Did you tell them of its existence? I did, I replied. I also know some of the ones in possession of it, so they had time to digest the shock already. That speeds this up, but I feel like I should tell the rest of Team DXD about it, as well as give a more detailed explanation, he said. That's fine, I didn't go into detail about it. I just mentioned its existence and who might have it, as well as the limited knowledge I have. I also mentioned its impact on the underworld and devils as a whole. I replied, and he nodded. To start, the king piece originally didn't exist. No, I tried to erase its existence. The evil pieces system only had the ceremony to make someone a king. We made the soon-to-be king touch a monument in the Satan's castles or higher-ups and registered them that way. However, in order to prevent the king pieces from being exposed to the rest of devil society, I had to erase them. When a servant devil is promoted, the piece within their body fuses or overlaps with the king piece, and I found it to be a dangerous thing for them. He began to play with the piece in his hand and added, the characterizes of this piece is simple power enhancement, but the strengthening isn't as weak as just 2 or 3 times. As long as one possesses this, it could be 10 times or over 100 times as possible. This meant that an ordinary low to middle-class devil's power could be enhanced further than their fellow peerage members, even surpassing their king. This is one of the reasons for prohibiting the king piece. The fear was that the people who obtained this sort of power could have malicious intentions towards the government and could even harm them. Excessive power will often blind people's eyes. Pure strengthening, a times 10 to times 100 multipliers. Any devil would go insane to get the king piece if they knew of its existence or how to make it. I had confronted Roygun about it months ago and in a way told her to give it up, but she didn't. She loved the rating games too much, and I doubt she would have said yes, even with my budding reputation at the time. Valerie knew about it before the rest of them, since she was with me at the time. But this does make me stop and think. The original Satans knew about the crystals of Agar's island. Then Lapis and the other strong leaders may have an idea about the king piece. So it wouldn't be a stretch to assume that they had Promestine, Satinel, and their other scientists work on making one, right? Or something similar to the king piece to distribute it to the entire organization. I saw nothing about it in the memories I collected recently, but it wouldn't be surprising if they hid the fact. But adding that, and Nyarlathotep's blood, and whatever else they have the thought, is just giving me a headache. We already saw that people would go insane for power after getting the red vial or whatever power-up they got from the Cow's Order. So prohibiting this piece is understandable. Ajuka then created a small magic circle next to his hand. After applying a small amount of energy to it, the images of dozens of people appeared on the beach. They were all people that I had seen in video recordings and rating game magazines. Rias and Sona looked like they knew some of them, as they had grim expressions on their faces. The devils being shown here are all top-ranked rating game contestants. What they all have in common is that they're all from the original 72 pillars. They're all pure-blooded high-class devils. Furthermore, they're all user of the king piece. This was the idea of the higher-ups in the underworld. It hasn't been publicly stated. As a result, the users of these pieces are also known as ultimate-class devils, and some would even be classified as Satan-class devils. Holy shit, I wasn't aware that there was so much controversy within the underworld, said someone from the Hindu group. Ajuka Beelzebub Sama, which ones in the top rankings are part of this? Sona asked. She already knew. I told her of some of them. However, the fact that she was slightly trembling out of anger, I think she wanted to hear it from the creator himself. Them. Well, the majority of them are using power which I can't publicly say that it's their own power since they continuously climb the ranks. Most of the game's management executives are also people who are on their side. By retaining the king piece, while also using bribery to obtain the commercial rights, along with the ideas of the higher-ups, they have conspired beforehand to manipulate their games. They're constantly involved in unfair and dishonest games. Even with that said, there are people who have used their own power to become top-ranked players. For example, devils like the former Dragon King Tannen and Rudiger Rosenkreutz. It's a trend I mostly see with reincarnated devils. Ajuka shrugged and sighed. Well, it's the same as competitions in the human world, right? The rating games in the underworld would also have those similar flaws. In our case, it's the king piece as well as the usual bribery and the like. Meanwhile, for humans, it's performance-enhancing drugs, threats, and other things. I was just the initiator, and I didn't manage the actual system itself. There may even be other things that can't be touched upon or things that can't be spoken about that are being used. As the initiator, no matter what the era is, by simply taking a step away from this sort of thing, things will always get out of hand. This wasn't surprising. Things like this happen all the time in the human world. The creator makes the thing, it takes off, becomes big, and some company or person buys it, hands over all the rights and ideas, then they change it into something horrid. I saw this in games, I believe. So, after the rating game system was completed, most of the rights were transferred over to the current game managers. Ajuka was the one responsible for creating it. But once the ideas of other people started seeping into the game, it became something repulsive. I wonder how he really feels about it. He did make it. Is he annoyed by the changes and its current state? Angered? Ajuka wasn't one that showed his emotions much, but this Ajuka did show the occasional surprise or smile, so he wasn't devoid of emotion. Although the competition is quite fierce, as long as one has real strength, then anyone can obtain fame in the rating games. To the one who belonged to the higher-ups, it's not a sham to them. But the players who are able to break through the status quo are only the truly exceptional cases, much like you guys who have come this far. For other people, it's an impossible task, said Ajuka. So the reason why the top-ranked players don't have much change in rank is because of, asked Yumi. She is like many devils. She often watched rating games. This more detailed explanation may be shocking to her. No to most of the devils here. It's basically a tug of war. The higher-ups make perfect adjustments to balance it. It's the old devils who are secretly controlling things in order to reap the benefits. It's really just a competition for the old devils' top-ranked players so that they can generate a lot of money. As long as they're able to control the competition, the profits that they receive will simply increase. No matter how eye-catching or powerful a reincarnated devil is, as long as their players use the king piece, the challengers that face the top-ranked players who are controlled by those old devils will always lose. They will never have a fair challenge for the top spots, explained Ajuka. Sona lost her balance as she fell, but Danu, who was near her, caught her. It's all a lie then. For Sona, who planned on owning a rating game school that anyone could attend, this kind of information was way too shocking for her. The king piece, the top-ranked players who used them to control the rankings, and the old devils who controlled everything from behind the scenes. It was a twisted reality she was forced to swallow. All of this is hidden a concealed truth. If the people knew about this, it would dramatically shake the values of the underworld. She muttered. Surzex can't do anything about them either, right? Azazel asked him. For now, this is how it is. On the surface, it's just a political front that they're pretending to actively deal with. But if they act rashly, the balance of the underworld will collapse. With issues relating to the survival of the race and internal strife on top of that, both the young and old are in a complicated situation where everything could collapse in a single instant. Further, the opposition consists of many clever old devils who will do anything to retain their aristocratic society for their own self-interests. To some extent, they're even more troublesome than the old Satan faction, as they harbor an even deeper darkness than them. Even Surzex and I, who are known as super devils, we can only appear to push back and forth on the surface politically. And before you ask, I can't do anything. As I have repeatedly stated, I am an outsider. While I'm widely recognized, this is a devil's matter, and I can't intervene. At best, I can provide some assistance, but anything more than that I can't. I told them. Exactly. As much as would like to ask Jean for help, that wouldn't be a good idea. Those old devils would use it against us, even if the entire underworld would support him, which they want. There are still some devils that don't support nor like Jean, simply because he isn't a devil, added Ajuka. The rating games were tied together with the politics and economics of the underworld. Behind the scenes, those old devils were manipulating the competition for their own interests. Right now, we as a team know about the situation, I told them. Whether or not you can look at the rating game in the same light after this, for now, put it behind you for now. We can consider the Grimmery and Bale raiding game a political matter too, right? Although it wasn't as much since Surzex did a lot to make it an honest game. He made deals with them to leave it alone. With a grim expression, Rias asked, "Why tell us this then? Isn't this some kind of highly confidential information? Remember what I said about Diehauser Belial? He, like Tannen and Rudiger, are legit. They reached their ranks without the help of the King Peace. However, him finding out about this is also a bad thing. Also, he assisted Klippeth that day when they attacked Oro's academy. I told them, and I heard a few gasps. That champion actually participated in a terrorist attack. I can't believe it," said Zenobia. "He defected precisely because he discovered the truth. You could say that he thought it through and didn't just do it impulsively," replied Ajuka. "He has his own reasons, and I believe you already know them because Jean mentioned them. However, if you search for the root cause, you could say that it's the fault of the old devils too. The ways the old devils thought have been gradually distorting the standards of the modern underworld. It finally reached its limit, and the champion used this opportunity to take action. Yes, for his own reasons. He hated the corruption of the old devils. However, at the same time, the old devils were also part of the reason for his cousin Cleria's death and disappearance. He couldn't forgive that. He loved both the raiding games and his cousin, so he did this. W8. Why did Emperor Belial target Riser San and Ravel Chan? That's the part one don't get, Saji asked. Ajuka looked at Saji and nodded. It was in order to call me out. He only wanted to talk to me, and that's why he used them. During a match, when a misconduct occurs, that's something I personally manage. In order to fulfill this condition, the reason for it triggering was because the champion used his ability against the system. The ability of his clan is called Worthless. It's a power that can completely invalidate a special ability. He invalidated the retiring system of the raiding game, which caused the emergency program to be initiating. In order to find out what caused him to do that, I teleported myself over there. "Well, what did you talk about?" asked Avetsa, impatient to find out. Due to this, Azazel smacked her. "You don't have the authority to ask that." "Shut up, let me do it," said Azazel. The two began arguing before Ajuka sighed and nodded. As you suspect, it was about the King Peace, and it was also made clear that he was cooperating with Rizavim and the Cow's Order. But due to that, having the Phoenix siblings there was dangerous, even more so with Ravel Phoenix still conscious. Riser himself was bleeding out because his regeneration was invalidated. The two fallen angels stopped bickering, and Avetsa asked, "What happened in the end?" Azazel was the one to answer. The raiding game uses cameras for the audience, and the cameras with other purposes such as surveillance. The camera used for surveillance is not only viewed by management, but in some cases, the higher-ups are also able to view it. The conversation between Ajuka and the champion was also seen by the higher-up. The Phoenix siblings who were present at the time could also be suspected of being involved in it. The reason for this is because while Ajuka and the Emperor were talking about the King Peace, they also spoke about various confidential matters. If things weren't handled well, the two siblings would have been disposed of. The others were shocked by this, and Ravel confirmed that she heard it being discussed. It would be worse because she was still awake, unlike Riser who was passed out and slowly bleeding. I sighed and said that's what they'll do. In order to maintain their own influential position, boomers would definitely do things like that without batting an eye. Ajuka agreed and added, in the past, the people who found out about the truth of the King Peace would have also been mercilessly disposed of by them. The Emperor was afraid of that, so he entrusted the Phoenix siblings to me. He created an illusion of taking them with him, but in reality, he left them to me. With me, those old devils wouldn't act rashly. Even more so with the threat of Jean hanging over them since he's close to Ravel Phoenix. "Wait, what? We were tricked." Azazel shouted and looked at me. I just shrugged at him. Yes, it was a ruse because once they saw the champion kill the siblings, they disappeared in a puff of smoke. Once they found out I had them, they'd back away from doing anything. I wanted them to be safe, though knowing Jean, he would keep shadow soldiers in Ravel. So Riser himself would be safe because of that. But for young people like these two, I couldn't in good conscience let them be killed because of the old devils plotting behind the scenes, even if it were by coincidence. Those two were dragged into that confidential matter. However, they were safe because of my shadow soldiers and also because of Ajuka. Surzex and Ajuka, along with Seraphol, Falbium, and various devils like Sarorg, the Grimory family, Citri family, and other devils, I have more trust in than the other devils. After recovering herself, Sona looked at Ajuka and asked, Ajuka-sama, what are the plans for the champion now that he's no longer here? He sighed deeply and looked at the sky beyond us. Everything that we just discussed will be announced to the entire underworld and the various factions and pantheons. What? Most of the team shouted in unison. They hadn't expected that to come out of Ajuka's mouth. That was Daihazer's wish. He wanted everyone to know the truth about the raiding games, the truth about the corruption of the old devils, and the truth about Cleria. However, if everyone found out about this, the underworld's values would definitely be damaged. The hopes and dreams of the low and middle-class devils for the raiding games would also be destroyed. The truth of it all was truly disgusting. If they knew about the manipulation of rankings, the people who worked hard for their dreams and the children who were filled with hope for the future would have that crushed. And if the absolute champion of the raiding games, the Emperor himself, told the truth, the weight would be even heavier than anything else. Sona said with a bitter expression, perhaps that will come at the expense of even more victims than in the past. In the battle for Agars, Oros, and Heaven, I, along with DXD, had prevented many casualties. However, since I have no power over the underworld politics, this will lead to its own mass casualties. They may not be physical, but the scars that it will cause will still weigh the same. This will cause widespread anger. The people who will find out the truth will rally together and riot. Ajuka then sighed. This time, there will be a considerable number of sacrifices. We can't rely on Jean this time around, especially because this incident will be quite radical. The things that will be lost are things that can't be ignored. So, where's the champion now? Rias asked. Currently, we have no idea, but we know that he used teleportation techniques that belong to the cow's order to be able to escape. If he stayed there for too long, he would have been in danger. Lavinia then asked, but why would he target Riser Phoenix match? Wouldn't it have worked if it was against any other opponent? Ajuka softly chuckled at her question, further confusing her. You will soon know the answer to that question. He is unexpectedly wise. The rest were confused, so Azazel asked, however, Ajuka, since the video from that surveillance camera could be seen by those old devils, wouldn't that mean they heard the conversation between you and Emperor Belial? They may come over to question you more. To some extent, what happened in that video has been tampered with. Right now, those old devils will be making the wrong move, Ajuka said with a smile. I see. If it's you, then I can assume you made your own preparations. Even if that something came from the champion of all people, said Azazel. That is the case for now. I'm a Satan after all. This is also something that Surzex can't do. It's something only I can do. Right? But even if you're prepared, a lot of things can still happen. So we need to keep the number of casualties to a minimum. Then I can probably help with that. If it just concerns the safety of the citizens of the underworld, you can rely on my shadow soldiers, I told them. The two agreed with my suggestion, and we began speaking about contingency plans in case of other factors that may come in. This included the cow's order and any other people that may take advantage of a turbulent period. After speaking for a few more minutes, we stopped, but this time, Chiron stepped forward and bowed her head. Thank you for protecting Ravel. I and many others here may not understand the complicated issues entirely, but we can trust Azazel Sensei, the Satan Simus, and Jean Senpai, she told us. Ravel also bowed and thanked Ajuka. A few others who were close to her also thanked him. Fufu, as I said, the youth with promising futures, I can possibly let them die. All of you will be the ones leading our universe in the future after all, along with Jean. So I, along with the last generation, want to offer support to the next generation, said Ajuka. Azazel then turned back to Ajuka and raised a finger. Tell me one thing. How many king pieces currently exist? The production was already stopped during the initial development stage. No one even knows the method of creation since I was the only one who made them, so it's not possible for new pieces to be made. To sum it up, only the few that I made during initial production exists. I've kept track of all of them. Aside from the few that I have, there are 9 in total. The Emperor gave this one to me. I now have 4 in total. Ajuka then summoned another king piece into his hand. After hearing this response, Azazel frowned. There are 5 remaining in the hands of the higher-up devils then. It's still a lot, and if worst comes to worst, it's enough for a rebellion to start. The devils who used those pieces were able to rival Ultimate-class devils, and some even up to Satan-class devils. As for the rest of the 5 devils, they remain an unknown. I know 2 of them, which were Roigun Belphegor and Bedizabaden. I originally planned on spending a few thousand years reclaiming them. This is the responsibility that I should fulfill as the creator, said Ajuka. If the king piece is used by someone who is already too strong, or if it's used by someone who has a special ability, an overload may occur. In the worst-case scenario, it would endanger their lives. Even if they were saved, it wouldn't be any better. With such a restriction, it's no wonder the old Satan faction didn't use it. However, if the Cow's Order can modify it to their liking, then there's a chance that they can make it possible. Hey, so I told them about my concerns regarding the Cow's Order and their own version of the king piece and possible modifications they could make. If such a scenario does happen, it would be troublesome. If they can make something similar, along with their red vial, then it's possible that they can create consistent God-class fighters or beyond in their ranks, said Ajuka with a frown. There's one more thing I wanted to say, said Ajuka. He then looked at Azazel and Avetsa, and then at me. Everyone looked at him in anticipation. You may already realize this, but to be honest, if I were the enemy, in order to bring down DXD, you and Avetsa will be the first people I would target. Avetsa, for obvious reasons, since we took her back from the enemy, and they probably want her back too. As for yourself, well, it's obvious. You're talented and help Team DXD extensively, explained Ajuka. Even if we leave the alliance to Jean most of the time, you yourself make your own deals with certain leaders and powerful gods behind the scenes, do you not? Well, I did have the same conversation with Shiva recently, but yeah, I know. I have my own countermeasures. Also, Jean probably already has shadow soldiers in my shadow, so we'll be fine maybe? Finally, Jean, you've been the focal point of everything. The alliance, the peace, the one who stops their plans, and the leader of Team DXD. If they can somehow capture, kill, or even get under your skin, many will be left vulnerable. All 3 of you are essential to the alliance. I hope you understand that and have your own measures to prevent such a thing from happening, Ajuka said and turned away. I have my own plans, but a lot of them need me to evolve first. However, there are some that I can do without the need for my evolution to take place. As for Avetsa and Azazel, it's as he says, I have the 2 Electa and Grigori, and my shadow soldiers Ajuka turned back to us immediately and said, all of you should head back now. Why? Asked Azazel. Everything is done here. The Slashdog team confirmed the safety of Riser Phoenix, and our discussion here is finished. I know you want to talk about something else, Azazel, but let's leave that for another day, said Ajuka. Fine, he said in a huff. We all thanked him one last time, and we left back for home. After I teleported us to the meeting room, everyone began to relax and take seats around the place. The Pleiades came in and started handing everyone drinks and snacks. They all happily accepted them. Since this place was protected, they couldn't come here and attack it. Ophis is safe, along with the Spectre Dragon Egg, and I have no parents here, so they can't be kidnapped well. Unless you, what is it? What happened? Asked Azazel. We all turned to him as a magic communication circle appeared beside him. The expression on his face changed from calm to complete horror. How the fuck those pieces of? They actually did something like that. Fuck. He screamed and punched his chest a few times. He quickly calmed down and adjusted his breathing. Everyone was staring at him with concern now, and I had an uneasy feeling. I didn't know why, but he quickly marched over to me and grabbed both of my shoulders quite tightly. Jean, I seriously mean this. Look me in the eyes and remain calm, all right? Do you hear me? You have to remain calm, all right? He said to me quite seriously. I didn't respond and simply stared back at him. What happened, Azazel-sensei? What is it? Asked Irina. With a grim expression he uttered, the land of heaven falls, and Grigori were attacked. It had taken place just a few minutes ago, and there were casualties. My breathing stopped, and it felt like the whole world had slowed down. Shuri, Barrakiel, Middle, Tobio, Se, and Penemu have been kidnapped. No one was taken in the land of Heaven Falls, but there were more casualties there than Grigori. It seems that they only intended to kidnap people in Grigori and do damage over in the Irish Pantheon, he told us. At that instant, I felt Lavinia, Aquino, Danu, Asia, several others' powers explode, and the entire room and world shook. Yumi Kira's soliloquy Aquino-san, Lavinia, Danu-sama, Asia-chan, Siska-san, and a few more people's powers increased after hearing the news. The room was covered in ice, flames, snow, plants, roots, wind, and light. The Pleiades who were with us and several shadow soldiers that showed up froze as they heard this news. However, to all our surprise, Eren didn't react that much. Azazel-sensei had let go of him as he also had a confused look on him. Eren then put his hand up, and the powers that the others had exuded suddenly vanished. I think he forcefully calmed down their emotions. "Let's stay calm for now, all right?" he said to everyone. His facial expression hadn't changed either, but that also scared me. "But Eren," Aquino shouted, but he smiled at her, making her stop. "Let's do this, then. Everyone else, go to Grigori. Danu, Irish group, you guys will come with me to the land of Heaven Falls and assess the damage, all right? If we can save anyone, well, do that. But let's stay calm and have a level head," he told us, and we agreed. The women were bothered by this, but quickly agreed. Eren left immediately with Danu-sama and the Irish group. Is it just me, or did Jean-senpai not really react?" Saji asked awkwardly. "Who cares about reactions right now? You heard him. Everyone else get ready to go to Grigori. Anyone that can use healing or has healing items, bring them with them." Azazel-sensei took charge, and everyone started to scatter. But Lavinia and Sissin stared at the spot where Eren was. No Reiko-san, Graphius-san, Raswai-sensei, and Aquino-san also did the same thing. "Oh, what's wrong with you six?" Azazel asked. "It felt the same," Graphius-san said to him. "The same?" Azazel-sensei repeated, confused. "It was brief, but I saw the same look he had when Lavinia was hurt a few months back right now. He's keeping that fury inside. I think when we attacked the place where they took them, he's going." Graphius-san didn't finish her sentence, but we all understood what she meant. Eren Tool was a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Jean Skyward's soliloquy once arriving in the realm, the Irish group quickly scattered. All of them had a look of worry and horror. Danu also rushed off by herself. I went down the town that was once here. It was pure devastation. It's like what Azazel said. They only had destruction in mind here. All buildings were destroyed. It didn't matter if they were significant or not. If they saw it, they destroyed it. As I reached the center of the town, the fountain that once shot out beautiful clear water had bodies and blood in it. Hell, the fountain itself was also destroyed. The bloody water leaked all over the place. I gritted my teeth at this, but I kept walking. The first place I went to was the bakery shop that Potter ran. It also had been annihilated. I entered the store and saw there were townspeople dead there too. I made my way into the kitchen and found Podrick himself there too, dead. The upper half of his body had been sliced in half. The upper half was also missing. No, there was a large part of the roof further ahead. It's probably under that, crushed. 'Tis the start of a beautiful friendship, Gene Boy. Aye. See you later, Lady Scathack, Lady Ain, Gene Boy, and Gene Boy's harem. Our first meeting echoed in my head. He was a very chill and funny person. I wanted to come back here more and talk to him about recipes and even offer him to join my future business. It'll bring you back to life, all of you. Just wait, I said to myself, and left the spot. The next spot that was the closest was Miss Zizana, the old lady that Ain delivered flowers to, and the old lady that slapped my ass. I couldn't forget about her. I could see from a distance that her house was also destroyed, so I ran over there. Once I arrived by her home, I saw Ain there, and I called out to her. In her arms was a dead Zizana, her bottom half missing, yet she had a smile on her face. I couldn't save her. I delivered a lot of flowers and other miscellaneous items to her over the last few months. I considered her a friend, even a surrogate grandmother, Ain said as tears streamed down her face. It's my fault. If I hadn't done that stupid thing, I could still have my powers, and I could have saved her. I trained with all of you, didn't I? I could have done something, Kana. She was the only one who could help us, but she was drawn away. She cried harder. I killed her. I didn't know what to say. In a way, I blame myself too. If I had given her powers back, already she and Kana could have stopped more damage, right? But where was Kana? I can feel her aura, so she wasn't dead, so aura? I looked back towards the town and ran off. Ain shouted my name, but I ignored it and ran towards a certain direction. All the gods were still alive, that much I was certain about, but Nessa, I shouted in my head. I couldn't feel her aura, or her husband's, or... The grim thought flashed in my mind, but I brushed it off. Once I arrived in front of the home, I found Dian's sect and Nuada there. Dian's sect was trying his hardest in healing them. No, it wasn't going to work. I walked towards them, and they turned to me. Jean, they said in defeat. I'm sorry I couldn't save them, Dian cried out. Where's Nuada? Shook his head and gestured with his elbow to a giant splatter of blood beneath a giant pile of debris and rocks. Both the husband and their baby, Sheila, were crushed to death. They had no time to react since their house instantly collapsed on them. They were never fighters at best. Nessa and her husband were just middle class if I compare it to the devil's system. Nuada explained as he cried. She was there for the longest time for me, for us. I can't believe I didn't let him finish that sentence and touch the ground and forcefully started the revival process. Hundreds of souls began to come back, and many of the previously dead people began to come back to life. Both Dian and Nuada were shocked, but Nessa, her husband and baby Sheila partner, you already know the answer to that, said Drake. I gritted my teeth and quickly appeared near Ain again, but Miss Susanna also didn't revive. Aaron, it's not working. Why isn't it working? Ain asked as she cradled the upper half of Miss Susanna. I teleported to Podrick's shop and, oh, Jean, I didn't. He was alive, and I immediately hugged him. Whoa there, you miss me that much? He asked jokingly. I'll tell you what, though, I never thought of me life I'd die and then come back to life. Life is full of surprises, huh? He asked and looked at me. I stopped hugging him and let out a defeated laugh. Yeah, it is sorry. I revived you just now. I need to check on others. They'll go help around too. No need, I replied, and held my hand up to repair the damage too. The ones that didn't revive, they had already passed on and are being reincarnated. I didn't think they would reincarnate. So quickly Nessa, her family, had so much to live for. That baby was still a newborn. Kana, I muttered, and looked in a certain direction. After confirming her aura, I quickly made my way there. Once I arrived, she was sitting on the grass with her harp to the side. She wasn't hurt badly, but she did look exhausted. I took a few steps towards her, and she turned to look at me. She smiled and tiredly waved at me. I quickly appeared in front of her and embraced her. You're okay, ho-ho. I'm a goddess after all, but I am tired. I didn't think defending the place mostly by myself could be that exhausting. Luff and the other gods also helped me. But I couldn't save everyone. I'm sorry, Aaron, she apologized and hugged me back. Or it would be strange for her to be injured at all. I guess my own anxiety got to me. You did your best. In reality, this is my fault, so I'm sorry. I told her and picked her up. You and Mike can let me take you back. Okay, once we arrived back in town, I also healed her and put her down. While many of the residents here were alive again and the buildings had been repaired, there were some that didn't come back to life, and they could see that. Hence, why the mood in the realm was horrible right now. Why don't you use your music to soothe their hearts? I asked her. Kana looked at me for a few seconds before she nodded. She took out her harp and began to play a soft melody. A crowd of tired residents began to sit around her and listen to her music that would heal their souls. I took this time to dash around and gather up the ones I couldn't bring back to life. These were people I didn't interact with much, but I did speak to them a few times. I decided to leave Miss Susanna and Nessa's family as the last ones. I wanted to mentally prepare myself before I restored their bodies to what they used to look like. However, that time quickly approached as I went over to Susanna's home first, and hadn't moved from the spot as she held onto Susanna's body. I walked over to her and touched Susanna's body and restored it. Even when I did, her body was still cold. Ain, we have to, I know. Please let me bring her over there, she said, and I let her. I had gathered the bodies in the town's graveyard. I only briefly visited it in the past because I didn't have any business there. I didn't stay too long. But now I do, and I plan on burying all of them before the day ends. I also still had Grigori to go to. As we walked through the town, Kana's song was heard throughout. It sounded both hopeful and sorrowful. The townspeople were enthralled by it as they listened in, as they silently cried or openly wept. Once in the graveyard again, I clicked my fingers and expanded the area. After that, I created new holes to put the recently deceased in. Next, I created coffins for them and gave them different styles based on the clothes they wore. Most of them were very colorful, and I added their names to the front. After that, I put them all into their coffins, then made gravestones with their names on it, and any information needed was put on them. Since I spoke to these guys at least once or twice, I put a small quote about them on each of their gravestone. I went over to Ain and handed her a piece of paper and a pen. Write down what you want me to put on her gravestone. I have 3 people left to get. I told her, and she accepted the items. Once I arrived back at Nessa's home, Bridget, the insect, Noada, and Luff were there. They had lined up the 3 family members for me while they covered them in a blanket. I walked over to them, knelt down, and restored their bodies. After I did that, I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. Their grip was quite tight. When I looked back at them, it was Luff. He looked extremely angry and depressed. Team DXD is going after them, right? He asked. Yes, I replied. Take me with you. I want revenge, he said. This is our realm, our people. The fact that they randomly attacked us like this is unforgivable. The number of lives lost today, including Nessa's family, and someone I loved, his grip tightened even more, and he bit his lips, drawing blood. Very well. Once we find where they are, we'll be launching an attack on them. Grigori was also attacked, but there were fewer casualties because they chose to kidnap certain people. I told them. What? Grigori was attacked at the same time? Noada asked, shocked. Yeah, after I finish up here, it'll go over there. We just need to increase the defense, and it'll unseal Ain's powers afterward. He'll take the blame for this because if I had just done that, no. It's not your fault, Gene. It's the terrorists. If they weren't so selfish, if they didn't pursue chaos and destruction, none of this would have happened, said Dian's sect. I didn't answer him and finally gathered up the new family. My heart broke when I picked up the newborn baby, Sheila. I hadn't even met her yet. I only found out about the little girl's name when I came by to give her family some money. I don't know how she felt about our relationship, but to me, Nessa was a good friend. We bantered a lot about the gods of our country and how drunk they were every time I visited. I met the husband twice, and he seemed like a good guy too. However, having their family be killed like this, I took a deep breath and sighed. I arrived back at the cemetery and found that Kana had also arrived there with the rest of the town citizens. Ain gave me the piece of paper and what she wanted me to put on it. I designed the gravestone as such and buried Miss Susanna and erected the gravestone. Next was Nessa's family. Noada gave me a piece of paper as well as Kana. It seems like Kana spoke to them this morning since she added a small note to the quote she gave Nessa. I finally finished burying them, and Kana brought out her harp again and began to play a sad melody. Everyone there silently cried for the deceased, and I stepped away. Aaron, please get the back, Ain said to me. Yeah, we will, I replied. He'll get going then. I need to check Grigori. Azazel's soliloquy once we arrived in Grigori, the destruction caused wasn't as devastating as I anticipated. However, there was still quite a bit of it, and the immediate team scattered to go help everyone here. My first stop was to check on Shemhazai. I haven't heard anything from him since Tamiel was the one who contacted me. I checked my office. He wasn't there. Then I checked the places he was frequently at, but he wasn't there. Finally, I checked his home and found it was also destroyed, but I saw Lanila there with Shemhazai and their child. She had given birth to their baby a month prior. Oi, Shemhazai! I shouted and flew over to them. Shit, he was badly hurt. He had a couple of broken bones and several holes on his body. He was bleeding profusely, but it's amazing that he's still alive. I created a magic circle beside me and contacted Asia. Asia, are you busy? We need you down in the residential district of Grigori. I am currently busy healing many fallen angels, Azazel San. But Ingvild San is on her way with Baru San, she told me. Before I could reply, Ingvild arrived with a shadow soldier. The insectoid knelt down, and his hands began to glow green, and the wounds around Shemhazai's body instantly vanished, and he slowly sat up. This is Baru. He's a great healer like Asia. We'll be going then, Azazel-san. We have more people to help. Said Ingvild, and left with the shadow soldier. Shemhazai, are you all right? How do you feel? And if you're up to it, can you tell me what happened? I asked him. Azazel, I think it would be better to tell all of Team DXD this once we gather in one of the meeting rooms. He said tiredly. Right, you're right. All right, you two make your way there. It seems like Lanila unharmed. The same with the baby, I commented and looked at his wife and child. Yes, Jean's protections also worked on me when they activated, but Shemhazai was too far to be affected, no. He protected us, and that's why he was like that. Those things were too fast for him, she said and wept. You don't need to say any more for the time being. Please make your way to the main meeting room. We'll have a discussion there soon. I told her, and the two slowly made their way there. Shuri, Barakil, Middle, Tobio, SE, and Penemu were kidnapped. I'm curious as to how they managed to get Tobio, since he's quite powerful. The same with SE, although she's pregnant, so she doesn't move around too much. But I'm also worried that she may go into early labor because of this shit. These assholes are seriously pissing me off. I quickly made my way to the Haimajima's household, and when I got there, Lavinia, Asia, and Akino were there as they stood around looking at the destruction. Looks like Asia-chan was finished healing the fallen angels then. I walked over to Akino-chan and found a lot of blood. Shit, who it's dad, she muttered and then pointed at an arm. It's the clothes he always wears at home. Lavinia, can you, before I got to finish? She came over and encased the severed arm in ice. Thanks, whatever happened here. It seemed personal since his arm was torn off. Barakil is a fighter, so he won't bleed to death, I told them. Anyway, let's go, we can talk about this more once Jean arrives. They left the area in an almost trance-like state. I don't know what was going through their heads, but violence was definitely one of them. As I walked around my organization, I found Avetsa with Maruam. I walked over to them, and he's been like that since I found him, she told me. His face just seemed blank, but it was clear that he was a blocked pipe waiting to burst too, like Jean. I walked over to him and put a hand on his shoulder. He looked up at me with the same blank expression. We're about to discuss a plan of action and a way to locate them. Go to the main meeting room. You know the way, right? He blinked at me a few times before he nodded, got up, and left. I had kept an eye on him and middled over the last few months since he came here, and those two have undoubtedly built a bond that I don't understand, and the things Jean told me about him, this definitely hit him hard. Though, whether or not he deals with this in a healthy way or not is entirely up to him. I guess he'll need his father to help him out now, but he's also quite unpredictable right now, too. As Avetsa and I were about to walk away, the various buildings and structures around us began to repair themselves, as if the time here began to rewind. So he made it, huh? All right, let's do one more check and meet up in the meeting room. We'll go tell Jean about it. I told Avetsa, and she quickly left. I myself flew around until I found him at Shuri and Barakil's home. This wasn't repaired yet, to my surprise. He stood over the same bloody patch that Akino was standing over not too long ago. When I looked at his face, I still couldn't read how he felt. Oi, Jean, come here, I need to tell you about what happened. Wait, no? We can go over in the meeting room. Let's go, I told him. He glanced at me with those sharp pupils of his. He then nodded and walked over to me. He put his hand up, and the previously destroyed home was repaired. We left the place, and on our way to the meeting room, we came across Ezri and Kishku with Sophiel, two of his subordinates. Both had a look of regret on their faces. Jean-sama, as Ezri began to speak, Jean walked over to him, but Sophiel stood in front of him with her arms open, stopping him. It wasn't their fault, it was mine. I was nearly taken too, so Ease came to rescue me. If you want to punish anyone, then please do it to me. The same with Kishku-san. He protected the exiled clan members from being taken away. Atsudara also helped him. Sophiel shouted as she trembled in front of Jean. He reached out and put a hand on both Sophiel and Ezra's heads. Good job on protecting her. It would be terrible if she was taken again. The same with you, Kishku, good work. We'll get them back, so don't worry about it too much, he told them. Let's go. You could tell me and Team DXD what happened in detail. Jean then walked away with all of us following behind him. Once we arrived in the meeting room that was expanded by Jean since there were a lot of us in it, the brave saints also joined us, as Dulio was up in heaven when all this happened. He hadn't come with us during our talk with Ajuka. So who wants to start? Jean asked. Shemhazai put his hand up and said, I will. It happened suddenly. Chapter 15, Part 3, To Go Beyond and Consequences, third-person point of view. Grigori. In the main institute, it was like any other day, fallen angels going about their daily lives, humans, devils. Angels and other people from factions and pantheons visiting to see the underground tourist resort and the other facilities within the organization. Grigori recently lost another team as Chow Chow and his team left per Aaron's request to take on a mission in the Phantasma's universe. Tobio Accuse, aka Slashdog, was also currently on leave as taking care of his pregnant fiancée was priority to him. The ones that could defend Grigori were the cadre's executives, Rainier, Middle, Calawarna, Mum, Ezekiel, and Kishku. However, out of those, Rainier was out with Team DXD. Calawarna was on a mission for Team DXD2, Middle is still in training, and the various executives were busy with other jobs. Leaving a still in training Middle, Maruam, who watched over her, and the two Electa. These two were powerful, yet they were forced to hold back since the innocents' lives were priority to Aaron. They were also limited to 2 places at one, though they did have certain techniques to use if not distracted. In the Himejima household, Shuri Himejima was fussing over little things as she had been discussing with Akino, Suzuku, Lavinia, and several other girls about their future wedding. At first, they were flustered, but she reassured them that Aaron was fine with this. He vaguely knew, and they went with it. Honey, I think you should relax a bit. You've been fussing about this for weeks now, said Barakil. He had the day off today, so he decided to stay at home with his wife. I have too many to plan. It keeps increasing. I'm thankful that the other families will help me in the future. I just need Grafia to confirm with the others, and it'll be fine. Oh, SAE is also giving birth soon. Ugh, there's so much to do, said Shuri as she ran around their home. In another part of Grigori, Tobio Accuse and SAE Tiju were relaxing in their home as both Jin and Natsu ran around playing in their home. Today was like any other day in their home, a relaxing and peaceful one. The same could be said for Shemhazai and his wife and newborn baby. While his job was a bit harder because he was vice governor, he enjoyed it. Today he was working from home and was looking after his family. In one of the training facilities of Grigori, Maruam watched over Middled and would occasionally spar with the fallen angel. To the small fallen angel, this was challenging and grueling work. However, she saw progress in her power and techniques, so she welcomed it and also berated herself for not doing this kind of thing from the start. The various other cadre and executives did their work around the organization. Penemu herself was in the library as new books were made by both Azazel and Avetsa, so she decided to organize them today. Ah, so many. Those two are way too meticulous, Penemu mumbled to herself as she put another book in a cart. Donasik, put those in that one. You can take them to the upper floors, she told him. Yes, Penemu-sama, replied the male fallen angel. Donasik had also become stronger, but gaining strength wasn't his priority anymore as he focused on his job and taking care of his current lover. Ezekiel did his rounds around the organization along with his lover Sophiel. To him, today was like any other day, so he had his guard down slightly. Another normal day, asked Sophiel. Yeah, though I prefer it that way. I mean, I like fighting, but if I can just chill with you and the other funny guys here, I'd take it, replied Ezekiel as he grinned at her. Hey, let's go get ice cream, said Sophiel, and the two quickly made their way to the underground resort. Meanwhile, the other Electa was in the prison cells of Grigori as he watched over the exiled clan members and other prisoners that were stationed here. He usually spoke with Atsudara, as the two had the same interests. I'm thinking of using my home in 2 hours so I can visit Shuri, said Atsudara while reading a book. Kishka was outside his cell as he sat on a chair and also read a book. I will keep that in mind, Atsudara, replied Kishku. Yes, it was just a normal day. Until it wasn't a sudden tremor that reverberated through the organization, alerted everyone. Kishiku immediately stood up, and so did Atsudara. Oi, what's happening? He asked. Intruders, stay put, let me out. I'll use my hour and fight. He shouted. No primekan. Kishiku deflected an attack aimed at him using his hands. A man in a black tight suit grinned at him. Kishiku couldn't see his facial features as he wore a mask around his face. Vauzul fast. I guess we're not as fast like what Satinal-sama said. Huh? Satinal the cow's order. Kishiku shouted in his mind. He appeared in front of him and punched the mysterious man in the chest. This made him slam into the wall further away, but he sensed more and turned back around. More assailants appeared, and they were using their powers to try to break into the cells. Hey, fuck you. These need at least 1 million nuclear attacks to be even dented. You think your shitty attacks are going to do anything? Atsudara shouted angrily. No matter how many you kill, well, keep coming back, little guardian dog. One of the men says with a wicked grin. Kishiku frowned and increased his speed further. He appeared in front of each one and gently hit all of the men that appeared on the chest. Each strike resulted in instantly killing them. This happened at a speed that Atsudara and the invaders couldn't comprehend. To Atsudara, the man said those words to Kishiku before he and the others exploded into a large blood splatter. Kishiku himself hadn't moved from the spot, or that's what it looked like to Atsudara. However, Kishiku just stood back in the same spot after his attack. Nevertheless, like the man promised, more and more of them appeared, and they all looked the same and sounded the same. Could they be clones? Their clothes are the same, and their voices are identical. Satinal has made these hybrids. I wonder how many there are. I can't leave them be, otherwise they could escape. We don't know if they have an item capable of breaking through these, thought Kishiku. Oh, what the hell? How'd you get in here? Atsudara shouted. Kishiku immediately appeared in front of his cell and phased through it before killing the man again. Shit, dude. I think they'll keep on doing that. I think they're just trying to keep you here. Kishiku couldn't agree more with Atsudara's statement as he frowned. He'll leave the rest to Penemu, Muram, Tobio accuse, and Ezekiel then, said Kishiku. However, Kishiku had a sneaking suspicion that they had similar plans for Ezekiel. Ezekiel crushed another invader's skull as he held Sophiel protectively. God damn it, fucking shit. I think we jinxed it, and you nearly got captured again. Will you please let me help train you? He asked Sophiel. Okay, Fine. I don't like fighting, but I don't want to keep getting kidnapped. Damn it. Sophiel shouted back. We're checking the research facilities. If they're targeting the research and new sacred gears made here, then well, fall behind, shouted Ezekiel as he appeared in one of the research facilities. He made some hand gestures before he slammed his fingers into Sophiel's back. This will temporarily push your power to at least God class. The time limit is 30 minutes. Help me out. Got it, replied Sophiel. The duo then ran around killing anyone they say that tried to take any documents or equipment from the lab. KH, where the hell are the other shadows? Also, I can't contact Aaron-sama. Shit. Did they do something to block our communications out? Ezekiel shouted in frustration. Tobio accused her to knock on his door after the explosions. He obviously didn't go and open it. He began to chant his balance breakers chant, but the doors were suddenly blown off its hinges, and he summoned a scythe made of darkness. Several people dashed into the room as he also dashed to intercept them. Jin also transformed into its adult form and summoned its own blade and stood together with Natsu to protect Hisei and the baby. Tobio made quick work of the ones that came into their home, but Kikik got you, a voice said behind Hisei. As the shadow soldiers in her shadow began to manifest, the man touched Hisei and she disappeared. Hisei, Tobio screamed, but another person also touched him on the shoulder. Don't get distracted, /Dog-san, they said in a wicked tone and smiled at them. Tobio's eyes widened in shock. He tried to swing his scythe at them, but he was too late. He himself also vanished. Both Tobio accused and Sei Tuju were captured. Both Natsu and Jin also vanished to join their wielders. Thankful they still could, the home that belonged to them, the home that had a calm atmosphere, was now silent. Penemu left the library and put a barrier over it. She had tasked Donasik to defend it with the other fallen angels that took refuge there. As she flew around the organization, she saw many other fallen angels defending themselves. Finally, she arrived by one of the training facilities as she sensed Middle's presence there. She burst into the room and immediately fired several light spears that homed into their targets. Maruam and Middle had already killed many of them. But Penemu finished them off. P. Penemu-sama. Middle called out to her. Maruam-chan, Middle, are you two okay? She asked, and they nodded. However, their relief was short-lived as more hybrids created by Saturnal appeared, and they began dashing around the place. But suddenly a bright light appeared above them, and out came a fallen angel. All three of them became confused as they watched this man descend. Maruam used his superior speed and intellect to predict where the hybrids would move next and easily crush them with a few simple punches. He rejoined Middle and Penemu, but even more hybrids appeared out of tears around them. It's been too long, my dear Penemu, said the man. Upon hearing this voice, Penemu's eyes widened in shock and surprise. She couldn't forget that voice even if she lived for 1,000,000 years. It was someone she used to be close to back while she was still in heaven. They were friendly in heaven and even shared some similar interests. Penemu would call this fallen angel her friend, true friend. Even when they fell and joined Grigori, they maintained a friendly relationship. But over time, this man changed, and Penemu began to avoid him and dislike the person he became. Yomiel, I thought you were dead. You suddenly disappeared one day. Penemu shouted. Yomiel? Asked Middle. Yomiel was the 19th watcher of the 20 leaders of the 200 fallen angels that are mentioned in an ancient work called the Book of Enoch. His name translates to Day of God, explained Maruam. I simply disappeared and bide my time, Penemu. Come so we could be together. I waited for this day for a long time, he said, and more of the hybrids attacked them. Penemu created several creatures made of light and unleashed them on the hybrids. Maruam, like earlier, used his speed to easily dispatch the invaders, but more teleported in, and he continued his assault. Middle also joined in and did what she could. Both Penemu and Yomiel stared at each other. No, she told him. I'm fine with where I am, but also am interested in someone. Yomiel's calm expression instantly vanished as he materialized beside Penemu and tried to grab her arm. However, she backed away, but this was his plan as a grin appeared on his face. Alerted by this, Penemu looked behind her and fired several light spears at the hybrid that tried to grab her. She killed him, but to her shock another emerged from the dead body and grabbed her arm. Got you, it announced, and Penemu vanished. Yomiel glanced at Maruam and nodded. We can use something else as leverage to go. He ordered the hybrids, and they all quickly converged on Middle. Middle tried her best to defend herself, but she was quickly overwhelmed. But Maruam increased his power further and killed them all. He turned his attention to Yomiel and weighed his options, but he quickly came to the conclusion, getting rid of that fallen angel will end this. So he dashed towards him, did several thousand feints, and tore an arm off. However, as he tore his arm off, he saw him grinning. Maruam turned around and quickly dashed back to Middle. But this was an error on his part. One of the hybrids appeared behind Middle and touched her shoulder. Middle vanished with those last words to him. Maruam immediately directed his anger at the fallen angel and punched a hole through his chest. Grabbing his heart, "Where did you take her?" he asked in a frighteningly calm voice. Yomiel simply smiled at Maruam. "Try again," he told him, and he crumbled into dust. It hit Maruam. The one that came here was a clone. He gritted his teeth and dashed out of the training room, destroying it in the process. He had no idea what the feelings in him were, but he wanted to get rid of them, so he went on a rampage through Grigori. Anything he considered an enemy died. Shuri and Barakiel's home suddenly exploded. Barakiel flew over to his wife and protected her. As he erected a barrier around them, several hybrids appeared and the shadow soldiers came out. They quickly dispatched the enemies, but more kept on appearing. So this went on for several minutes, until caught you, said one of them behind them. They then touched Shuri, and she disappeared. Shuri, Barakiel screamed, but another hybrid sliced the arm off that he had used to reach out to Shuri. Ugh! Barakiel screamed in pain. The shadow soldiers quickly killed the rest of the hybrids, but like earlier, more and more appeared like endless bugs. Kukuku, That's when the Wizards of Oz, Barracuda said, won the hybrids. Barracuda clutched his missing arm and used flames to cauterize the wound to stop it from bleeding. However, he had lost a significant amount of blood in a short time. Did that thing accelerate it? That amount of blood isn't normal, he thought, but as those thoughts finished, several hybrids appeared around him. The shadow soldiers quickly killed them too, but a piece of the hybrid touched Barracuda on the arm, and the hybrid that was dying grinned. We were modified a certain way. All we need to do is to touch you whether we're alive or dead. Cuckoo. The shadow soldiers looked at Barracuda in horror, and he at them before he vanished too. Mission complete. It said before dying. Grigori finally fell silent. In a different part of the multiverse, a certain pink-haired woman giggled to herself. In a machine she created, someone had been imprisoned in it. I knew you would change sides eventually, Ignia-chan, but I did wonder when it would happen. You're such a bad boy, said Lapis. Lapis had succeeded in her original goal. She had found the false king and absorbed it into her, further increasing her powers. However, she wasn't satisfied with it. Her next moves were to slowly siphon power from the sleeping outer gods. She had found this power out as she moved through the multiverse. She also found out that her mother had left even more residual power in a hidden part of the multiverse to aid her. Lapis was happy about this, as it was the final thing she needed to be able to siphon powers from the sleeping outer gods. Her targets were Ubosathla, Tulsha, and Dendra. They were the ones she had wanted, and coincidentally the ones her mother, Nyarlathotep, had given her after she absorbed more of her powers. Once Lapis siphoned these powers from these outer gods, she would then enter an evolutionary phase. She would turn into a cocoon and wait for her own evolution to be complete. She would then make her way back to the Draconic Dais. And right now, Lapis was preparing to go into her cocoon. Fufu, Ignia-chan, I won't be too long, so wait for me there, okay? We'll go back to the Draconic Dais together and say hello to Daddy together. Ah, I can't wait to see him again, she said, and entered her cocoon. Fuck shit, cursed Ignia. He had finally caught up to Lapis at some point. However, once he tried to stop her, he noticed that she had already absorbed Ghidorah into her and had some unknown power. When they fought, he stood no chance. At first, he thought he did. He simply thought she had just increased her power to match Aaron's Electa, but she was on the verge of breaking through. After he was captured, he was forced to watch her siphon the powers of the three other outer gods that were sleeping. Ubosathla, also known as the Unbegotten Source. Tulsha, also known as the Green Flame. And finally, Dendra, also known as the Divinity. While these weren't direct offspring of Azathoth, Nyarlathotep chose them because when combined, their powers would be enough to create a new outer god in her mind. She had nothing to back that claim up, but luckily for her, it would work. Damn it, I can't contact Father. What the hell did she do to me? I can still use my powers, but she's too powerful for me to break this stupid cage and its bindings. Ignia started to punch the cage that he was in with his full powers. The multiverse shook, but his attacks did not even make a dent in his cage. I feel like a fucking parrot. God damn it, Lapis. He grumbled and sat down. I didn't think I'd be a damn prisoner shit. I can't do anything. Everything I tried was useless. How long is this evolving process going to take? He screamed at her, but got no response. Shit. Fuck, Father will be the only one that can match her then. I better hope he doesn't randomly disappear then. His women and Electa won't stand a chance. Either. He grumbled again and leaned against his cage. Ignia didn't like his situation. He liked fighting. While he holds back in certain fights, he gets into because he respects certain enemies, the others, who act like lousy, arrogant pricks and wannabe anime protagonists. He kills them without batting an eye. Jean's skyward soliloquy, and that's it, said Shemhazai. I see, thank you, Shemhazai. I told him and thought about what he had just told us. They had used new hybrids that kept on spawning in and had very high speed. It sounded like it was their only strength, pure speed. It was like a bunch of flashes just constantly running at you with one goal in mind. To touch you and transport you somewhere, but that somewhere. Where could it be? As the ones in Grigori recounted what had happened, a few people in the room were quite pissed off, to put it bluntly. Aquino didn't hide it. Asia was also angry, but she mostly showed it by silently crying. Lavinia was also angry, as she had that look. The same with Suzaku. However, she was the calmest out of them, as her expression didn't change, unlike earlier. The first thing we should do is find out where they took them to. Unless we find a clue, it'll be impossible to find them, I said to them. Just then, a magic circle appeared, and two people stepped out of it, Lu Fei and Calantha Vordenberg. However, it didn't stop there, as a small light left me too, and Comptoir appeared beside me. I finished analyzing the crystals, said Comptoir. We found where the last 3 crystals are, and we found a few people over there too, shouted Calantha. Both women stared at each other, and they nodded. It's in a place called Tek-Duin, shouted Calantha. Tek-Duin, the House of Dawn and the House of the Dark One. It's the Irish equivalent of the underworld hell. I believe Don, the god of the dead, is from there, otherwise it's Ed, the Irish god of the underworld, I told them. However, I didn't expect them to hide in down there in my birth country. Is this Rizavim's way of mocking me? Yes, I also found out that the last 3 crystals have been moved there. However, they haven't been activated yet, but all 4 need to be activated in order to attract the Death King here, explained Comptoir. Valisama and the rest are there. They're waiting for you to come, added Lu Fei. We can talk about details and things like that another time. We have people to rescue and asses to kick. Time to start our counterattack, I shouted, and the rest joined in. This time, we're the ones annihilating them. After our strategy meeting concluded, everyone got ready. In around 5 minutes, we would leave. Essentially, my team would go confront Rizavim, Diehauser, and whoever else was with them. The rest would pave a path for us and be the diversionary unit. The Stallater will also join, along with Aurelia, Sharon, Shala, and Celine. The rest of Team DXD would also join in the diversionary unit and hunt down anyone else there. Thanks to the Vala team, we know that tens of thousands of mass-produced evil dragons will be there, completed battle gods, evil dragon clones, the original Niger, cryptids, divine beasts, and others. Lu Fei said she saw some mechanical beings as well as those phantom shadow things. So I assumed that the Eevee and Phantasma are also participating in this operation. As to where they would be, I didn't know. Of course, I can assume that the Fallen Angel faction will also be part of this. I did wonder if Shazakeel would be part of it. If so, Gabriel will meet her again today. If not, then she'll fight her another day, Aaron. I will use the sealing technique in that realm. I will have Latia's and Shala's assistants, Rose said to me as she came over and joined me. Yeah, thanks Iapper, she cut me off by kissing me. This was the first time that Rose had been on the aggressive side. Well, get them back, she told me before giving me another peck and leaving. I watched her leave and sighed. I have to thank Vala for this. His random adventures led to us discovering one of their hideouts. I didn't think they would use my country as one of their hideouts. It was ballsy. I didn't anticipate it. In a way, cliché, but it worked, so I guess clichés sometimes work in the end, huh? My personal team, the ones confronting Rizavim directly, are Lavinia, Asia, Dinu, Sisku, Aquino, and I. Everyone else that will provide us support, there were more that wanted to join us, but we had to keep our group small. Aaron Sama, I wanted to apologize, said Ravel, as she came over to me with the help of Grafia. I forbade her from participating. She just got out of an ordeal, and I didn't want to stress her out more. So she's staying here at the Pleiades. Ravel, I reached out and stroked her head. Rest up. Leave this to the rest of Team DXD. Who knows? Whatever happens after this, we may need your help more on that. Okay, I will. Please win and get Shuri-sama and Barakil-sama, as well everyone else, she told us. Yeah, we will, I replied before I walked over to Lu Fei and Calantha. They'll help you with teleporting everyone over there. Lu Fei. Yes, Aaron Sama, she replied, and I signaled for everyone to join us in the training facility. Once in there, we got ready for this operation. Haru, Yuru, and Medusa weren't participating. I wasn't confident enough in them to join this. They were frustrated, but accepted my decision in the end. Let's go Tek-Duin. Once we arrived, what was in front of us was anything but hell. The scenery in front of us was more akin to a fantasy setting in a game or novel. There was one main island. It had several pools of water and one giant castle on the left, another on the right, and a smaller one to the south of the right one. Numerous floating islands were located around it, surrounded by lakes and waterfalls that fell from them. There were a lot of trees and large rock formations around the realm. From where we were, we saw that the Vala team was to the left, and they walked over to us. We checked the islands discreetly and found that there were enemies everywhere. It doesn't matter when or where we go, we'll be forced to fight our way through, said Valley. Kuntor said if I used the powers beyond my current body, I'd suffer damage. I'm fine with that. I didn't know what she meant or how she meant it, but I focused everything in me and located everyone that was missing. As I did, I felt liquid start to leave my eyes. They didn't feel like tears, but why are you bleeding through your eyes, nose, and ears? Ine asked in horror. Tobio, middle are over in the right castle, the smaller one. Barakil, Shuri, and Penamir on the left, I told them. They had those barriers around them that prevented me from knowing the attack was happening. I see they engineered it that way, huh? It doesn't matter, I'll keep doing this if I need to. Kuntor. Answer. Partner, what the hell? Stop. Let's go, I said and cocked my arm back and punched in front of me. A powerful and enormous shockwave tore across the realm, destroying the mountains and multiple lakes around the main and middle island. Everyone behind me screamed in unison. Each of the diversionary teams flew away. They know to ask for help if they come across someone or something they couldn't beat. After my attack, hundreds of magic circles began to appear. Hundreds of thousands of enemies also appeared from them. 8 battle gods appeared in the distance. All of them were spread apart, but 4 were on the main island that my group, Lavinia, Asia, Dinu, Aquino, and myself, and Maruam's group, the new/dog team Rainier. Maruam, you take 2, and he'll take the other 2, I told him. Very well, he responded. He and I increased our speed, and we appeared in front of our targets. These things seemed more alive since both the battle gods in front of me grinned and then immediately swung their weapons at me. I blinked, which created a powerful shockwave, stopping their attack. They were clearly surprised by this and brought my right arm back. I don't have time for you. I need to get my parents and Penemu, I told them and punched the battle god in front of me. The battle god immediately slammed into the other one, and both of them shattered. Glancing to my side, Maruam also made quick deal with the 2 battle gods as he created a large purple spear and pierced both of them in the chest. He then followed it up by sending a powerful barrage of punches at one battle god and millions of key bullets at the other, ending their lives. Our groups finally split off, Mike going left while Maroon's went right. Third-person point of view mass-produced evil dragons covered the clear, clue skies of Tech Duin. The Citri group were currently on the main island on top of the giant pool of water. They, like many, had gone here to stop the enemies from distracting Aaron and Maruam's group. Mass-produced clones of Niger flew around the skies while laughing at Team DXD. Gua, hee. Come on, you weaklings. Come have a taste of Abyss Rage Dragon. Multiple clones screamed at them. Niger was a black-colored Easter dragon. He had a large body about 20 meters long and an ochre belly. Despite his snake-like appearance, he had 4 limbs and 4 wings. He also had eerily drooling fluids coming from its huge mouth. Multiple teams of DXD were engaged in combat with various creatures that the Cow's Order had summoned. This included strange creatures from the Phantasma, many of them resembling more than one creature. Oh, Vritra, you and your host are here, huh? Even if I'm a clone, I'm stronger than you. You know, Saji appeared in front of the Niger clone and slammed his fist into its stomach, slamming him into the lake and creating a large explosion of water and rocks. Niger came out of the water while laughing and bleeding through the hole Saji had created in his stomach. Hee. I take it back. Your host is powerful. Use your powers, young hatchling. You are worthy, he shouted at Saji. Niger then flew toward Saji and sent a punch to his face. But to his surprise, he was stopped by a barrier. Momo Hanakai had her hands out and her bracelets were glowing. She had activated her artificial sacred gear applause wall. It could create barriers from a certain distance away. She had trained quite extensively with it and could create hundreds of thousands of walls that could cover the entirety of the sun. Saji looked at the clone of Niger with fury. You attacked Grigori and kidnapped a lot of people and even killed people in one of the Irish Pantheon's realms. Aaron Senpai cared about them, you know? That's unforgivable. He screamed as dark purple draconic energy covered both his arms. Saji slammed his right fist into Niger's head, and it exploded while creating a powerful shockwave that also killed various enemies in front of him. "Don't get in my senpai's way," declared Saji as he entered his balance breaker Malbolge Vritra promotion. Saji then sent out hundreds of absorption lines and delete fields all around the main island, all of them attached to various enemies, and then he used their abilities. He then said through Team DXDS transceivers, "I've got them. Beat him up." After that, various powerful attacks occurred all over the main island, and they saw many of the opponents defeated or killed. After he saw this, he immediately switched to his Vritra promotion form and a large serpent-like black-colored dragon. Saji then fired several breath attacks using his blaze black flare, killing even more enemies around them. But more and more kept being teleported in until it's done. The sealing technique should prevent any more conventional means of entering. However, if they use that space-time tearing technique, I can't stop it, announced Rossweiss through the transceiver. In another part of the realm, Krumkruch had joined Team DXD in this attack, and he had found the original Niger. "Gyuhihi, so you found me, Boss Krom. Are you here to shake up the alliance?" asked Niger. "I have defected and am here to kill you," said Krom while staring at Niger. "Gyuhihi, I thought as much. Fine. I've always wanted to fight you seriously, so this makes it even more. We got more upgrades after all." Krom stared at Niger and remembered the words Aaron left him during their battle strategy. Apparently, Aaron checked through his shadow's eyes and saw that Niger had attacked Barrakiel further until his shadows had arrived to stop him. It was only a few seconds, but he had been waiting for them. Penemu was there to protect Shuri, but Niger had attacked Barrakiel in that split second before Penemu and the Shadow Soldiers arrived. Penemu and Shuri knew a bit of healing magic thanks to Aaron teaching them, so they kept Barrakiel from dying. "Krom, or anyone here, if you find the original Niger, kill him. Don't show him any mercy." Those words left a chill on everyone present, but it ignited Krom's fighting spirit, and he would heed the words of their leader. Krom very rarely followed anyone's orders, but Aaron was one of them. One of the reasons was because Asia offered him delicious food, the banana. Second, he held Aaron's power in high regard, and he had sparred with him twice after he joined the team and lost instantly both times. Krom had faced Aaron in his human form and dragon form. Their first match was in his human form to Krumkruch. His human form was his strongest form, while his dragon form not as much. The fact that he lost in both forms was a shock to him, but also motivated him even more to reach new heights of strength. Right now, Niger was nothing but an ant to him. Even more so after being revived. Niger was an insect back then, and he's an even bigger one now. "Bring it, Boss Krom," shouted Niger as he rushed to Krom. Krom didn't move, and Niger threw a flurry of punches at him. In Niger's eyes, it looked like he was hitting Krumkruch, but in reality, Krom's hands were moving so fast that he was blocking them. Niger just couldn't comprehend it or follow it. Krom stood there bored. "Hee. How was that?" Krom looked at Niger and asked, "Was that it?" "Huh." Krom cocked his arm back and slammed it into Niger's chin. The dragon's eyes blanked temporarily as he was launched high up into the air. Krom flew after him and attacked his body in several places. He punched his head, kicked his chin, kicked his stomach, punched and crushed his spine, and used his fire breath to melt his chest, then finally grabbed his wings and snapped them off. "Aya!" Niger screamed in pain. With his body half broken, Niger desperately kept on trying to attack Krumkruch, but tears streamed down his face as he did so. Every time Niger hit Krom, he didn't even try to block it anymore. They were as weak as a human child's punches. They almost tickled him. In a way, Krom could see himself in Niger, in the context of him fighting Aaron. Was this how he felt fighting me? No, his personality isn't like that. He probably just wanted to end it quickly since he had other worries to tend to, thought Krumkruch. "Allow me to end you now. There are still 4 battle gods waiting to be destroyed." As he finished saying that, 2 more battle gods in the distance fell. Krom felt that those attacks were power of destruction. Crom squinted his eyes at the fallen battle gods. I see Rias Grimmery more of an opponent than you. Weakling. Im Strom. Damiite, shouted Niger. Crom Crutch sighed and appeared in front of Niger. Niger threw a punch at Crom, who caught his hand with his mouth and tore it off, causing Niger to scream in agony again as blood spurted everywhere. Crom followed it up by kicking Niger between his legs and launching him further into the sky. Crom Crutch gathered a lot of flames in his mouth and then unleashed them above him. The torrent of flames consumed the sky, creating a fiery pillar of flaming destruction. The entire realm was lit up by it. Niger's screams of anguish were heard throughout the realm. Now, then let's see how I fare against a completed battle god, he said to himself and grinned. In the right castle, Mrum, the Slash-Dog team, and Rainair were going through the halls of the castle. They came across various enemies. To stop them, most of them were Eevee and Phantasma soldiers. With the team's combined effort and Marum's silent fury, they quickly dispatched them. Once they arrived in a certain room, they were stopped by several mass-produced dragons. But Marum quickly killed them, and they kept on going. Right now, the only thing in his mind was getting Middled and to see if she was safe. Again, they came to a room, but Team DXD, this is where your journey ends, said a laden clone. The clone of Crom Crutch didn't say anything and stared silently at them. Seriously? They have clones of Crom? I wonder how shittier he is, asked Cookie. Was that really necessary? Asked Natsum. Cookie shrugged at her, and she sighed. Out of my way. Maroon mumbled and dashed towards the two. Layden immediately created a barrier, but Maroon shattered it with a single punch. Crom's clone started a fistfight with him. However, Maroon easily dodged all his attacks and immediately retaliated by punching a hole through the clone. He then expanded his aura, and Crom exploded. Maroon then turned his attention to Layden, who looked shocked. My barriers can't keep him at bay. I'm dead, fought the Layden clone. But before Maroon could get to the Layden clone, Natsum and Kanami defeated him with a single slash of Kanema's spear and Natsum's light wind-created sword. Middled is part of the team, and so are Tobio and SE. We as a team are rescuing them, Maroon, Kanami said and smiled at him. You're not alone in this, so let's go kick their asses, added Natsum. Maroon blankly stared at them for a few seconds before a small smile adorned his face. Yes, you are correct. Let's get our teammates back, he replied, and they continued on their journey through the castle. Camaraderie, friends, is this what you sought after? Father? Thought Maroon as he watched Kanemus and Natsum's back as they ran through several rooms, eventually reaching the top. You guys, shouted Tobio. We can't get out of this damn cage. I think it's tied to that guy's life. Killing him is the only way, he told them while pointing at their final target. Emerimson muttered middled as the two of them stared at each other. In front of all of them was a robotic creature. It was hunched over and had a mix of mechanical parts and bones. Its rib cage was clearly visible, and certain bones on its body could be seen, including the skull, legs, and hands. The rest of its body was mechanical, and it was painted green. It also had a tail that looked like some kind of wire. Beside him was a human. He was a handsome, brown-skinned young male in black vestments. He had black hair and glowing purple eyes. KKK targets confirmed Pimidu assault mode. Engage, said the mechanical god before it lunged towards them. Maroon dashed towards it, and their auras collided, destroying the upper half of the castle, exposing them all to the outside world. That thing is one of the atrocity fanatics of the Eevee faction. It's called Pimidu. I'm a clone of Apophis, one of the evil dragons, said the young man. Apophis was a legendary evil dragon, also known as the Eclipse Dragon and the Primal Eclipse Dragon. I'll take you on then. Kanami shouted and summoned her true Longinus and activated her balance breaker. Come, Holy Spear and Flames Wielder, said Apophis. Maruam and Pimida's fight had left the castle, and they were clashing all over the realm of Tecduin. Wherever they moved, powerful shockwaves were produced that annihilated their surroundings. Maruam was currently testing the limits of this enemy from another world, and frankly, he was disappointed. After a few more clashes, they landed on a small island north of the main island. There were several small pools of water there. Current target exceeds power. Final judgment mode activating. Pimiatus' body slowly began to enlarge as more spikes and bones began to protrude out of its body. By Maruam's calculations, it had reached the peak of Dragon God class and was barely universal class. Maruam dodged an attack made to him and punched the air in front of him, damaging Pimiatus' chest area, forcing the mechanical god back. You think you can come into my home and steal someone important to me? Tobio accused Seiju and the many that were hurt today. Father cherishes them. He'll inflict some of the rage he feels to you, you bug. Maruam's aura exploded as the entire realm and universe began to shake. Pimidu took a step back. He retracted his aura and began walking towards Pimidu. Unfathomable. This power is equal to Melvizoa-sama. It screeched and tried to run away. Victory cannot be obtained. A must-retreat Maruam appeared in front of him and slammed his arm into his face. Pimidu crashed to the surface of this realm where only water, rocks, and dangerous creatures resided. Maruam landed in front of him with a loud boom that shook the realm again. Maruam dashed towards Pimidu while destroying the surroundings around them. He stomped on his arm and crushed it. He then grabbed it and tore it off. Pimidu shrieked in pain, but Maruam didn't stop there as he covered his right arm in his aura and slammed it into Pimidu's face. The power used wasn't enough to instantly kill him, but enough so that he could slowly pummel him to death. The only desire Maruam had was to make this thing in front of him suffer, and he would make sure of it. With Kanema's balance breaker, many of Apophis' powers became useless as an evil dragon that controlled darkness. He was a master at using it after hundreds of years of training with it. It became useless with Kanami, Natsum, Rainier, and Calawarna's light. So this is the power of the current wielder of the true Longinus. This balance breaker is quite powerful, he said as he defended himself from Cookie's attack. It's quite a shocker, isn't it? Cookie shouted at him while using Byakus's electricity on him. Why are you using puns? Natsum and Calawarna shouted back at him. Bro uses them. He snapped back. Natsum became even more annoyed and summoned another light wind sword and sliced off Apophis' arm, causing the dragon to groan in pain. Not at times like this, she shouted back at Cookie. In a last-ditch effort, Apophis gathered primordial water around the destroyed castle. The water was black and was in a huge quantity. It resembled 4 large waves about to fall on top of them. These waters are deadly, as it's capable of dissolving anything that it comes in contact with. Powerful enough to wound God-class beings, and it is capable of nullifying the effects of Phoenix tears, which turned black as it lost its function. Halt! Disappear, commanded Kanami, and the primordial water vanished. Such a thing is quite unfair, wielder of the Holy Spear, proclaimed Apophis as he resigned himself to his fate. Is that what you thought I would say? He grinned, and multiple magic circles appeared and began to glow all around the team. Yes, I did, said Fusey as she waved her wand that she received from Aaron. The magic circles that Apophis produced lost their glow and shattered. Isn't that the magic negation that His Eminence Strata tried to use on Rosweiss-san? Asked Calawarna. It is. I wanted to ask His Eminence Strata about it, but I didn't get a chance. So I approached Gene about it, and he taught me it, replied Fusey with a smile. I'm out of options, huh? Lamented the dragon. You're damn right, shouted both sisters as they finished him off like they did the clones earlier. Apophis' body quickly crumbled away, and they turned to look at Tobio. SCE and Middle, that was when the cage they were held and shattered. You're all fine, that's good, Natsum said as they made their way to the 3 prisoners. No, I think SAE is Uug. Gone into labor, said Tobio grimly as he tried to comfort his fiancée. Yeah. Shit. Do we have a doctor in the team? Cookie shouted in a panic. Just then, Maruam came back and looked at SE. I can teleport her back to Kuo. If you can, you will need to rush her to the hospital yourselves, said Maruam. I do not know where the hospital in Kuo is, so it's fine. I'll use Jin to get us there faster, please. Tobio replied, and Maruam nodded. He'll come with you, Toby, said Cookie, and Calawarna agreed with them. But we will be fine, Tobio accused. Take your lover and them, and leave this to us, said Maroom. They stared at each other for a few seconds before he agreed. Calawarna and Cookie stepped beside Tobio and Essie before Maroom teleported them away while telling Rosweiss about it. Very well. I will have one of the Pleiades accompany them, too, replied Rosweiss. Around the same time, the last two battle gods were also toppled down. And in the distance, they saw a majestic jet-black dragon with a black and golden aura surrounding it. It was Crom Crutch's dragon form that resembled a western dragon, and it had taken down the last two battle gods. Well, all the battle gods have been killed. So much for calling them complete, said Natsum. Right? I wonder what the difference was. Asked Kanami. It may be because they can use magic. Earlier, I saw some of them creating large magic circles. I, along with Luffy-san and Rosweiss-san, negated them, explained Fusey. You did all that, huh? Asked Natsum. Fusey shook her head. Shigen left while we fought those two. She helped by sending Pokemon to bite off large sections of their limbs to encumber their movements and actions. You left, Shigen? I didn't even see you leave, Kanami asked and looked at her. Yes I did, replied Shigen. Anyway, let's go get rid of the rest that are here, Kanami shouted, and they quickly left Maroom and Middle to themselves. Maroom-san Middle tried to speak to Maroom, but he simply hugged her. It was my oversight that you were kidnapped. Because of that, I hope you can forgive me, Middle, he told her. And no, if I was just stronger then, I wouldn't have been taken, Middle shouted back. I just need to get stronger, that takes time, but let's get stronger together, said Maroom. Yes, but let's go and help the rest of Team DXD. This rescue operation was possible because of them. Yes. Gene Skyward's soliloquy, along with my team, have been running at a steady pace to reach the top floor of this castle. On the way there, we encountered various enemies from the Cow's Order, but we killed them quickly and moved on. I also felt the rest of the battle gods from earlier be killed. I believe Rias and her team, along with Crom Crutch, were the ones to kill them. As we passed by a certain level and room of the castle, a broadcast started. Good day, members of the underworld and the supernatural world. I'm Diehauser Belial. My whereabouts were previously unknown, but as you can all see, I am currently safe. I stopped, and so did the rest of my group. Turning my head to the room we just passed, I walked back and saw multiple monitors with Emperor Belial's face on them. Looking closer, it was obvious that this was being broadcasted to everyone, not just the underworld. He plans on tarnishing the raiding game and the old devils of the underworld, not to just the devils, but everyone else too. Next, I have something which I must tell everyone. That is the darkness of the ever-so-popular raiding games. So he plans on exposing them to everyone, said Danu. In my generation, like fast-growing plants, talented young devils have appeared one after another, struggling at the forefront of the raiding games. Ranked second, Roygun Belphegor, and ranked third, Bediza Badin have learned from each other that the game's content is praised by people. Let's move. They can't be too far from here, I told them, and we began running at a faster pace. However, we quickly came across some kind of fallen angel. I thought I had ordered MKHL to not participate when I used Observe on him. He was called Yomiel. I didn't care who he was. Duel out of my way, I shouted and put my hand forward. Before he could react, I had crushed him to death and moved on. Having said that, recently I heard some disheartening news. No matter whether it was Roygun, Bediz, or other contestants, they weren't very outstanding devils when they were younger. When I first heard about it, I laughed it off. I thought that they were just rumors that had spread due to jealousy towards those who had gained results with their talent. Diehauser lowered his voice. But on a certain day, my cousin Cleria told me that she had obtained some fascinating information related to the raiding games. Do you know about the King Piece? She asked me. Cleria was Ria's predecessor who used to be in charge of her territory. During the era when the three factions were hostile to each other, she was the woman who had fallen in love with a human man. And in the end, she was tragically killed by the higher-ups of the underworld. I simply replied, that's nothing more than an urban legend. Those are words I've come to regret. But she continued, in the region of Japan that I've been appointed to, Satan Ajuka Beelzebub's hideout is nearby, she said. It was quite popular among the people close to Ajuka-sama, especially due to his interests over there. However, I admonished her and told her, don't bother the Satans. No matter what, don't carelessly approach that place, all right? But having heard stories about contestants and the higher-ups from me since she was young, she was highly interested in it and began to collect information about Olone. But the more she investigated into it, she eventually came to a dead end. Cleria believed that there was definitely something big behind all of it, he said in a sorrowful voice. She just because of some silly little story of mine was killed. Because I have always stayed as the champion, stayed as the first in the ranking, I was more displeased by the ridiculous accusations that the reporters made about the rating game and certain rankers. She knew everything about me and knew that my strength was genuine. To me, she was a family member more important than anything else. I always regarded her as my own little sister. I came to my own conclusion after doing my own research into it. It was clear to me that Cleria was erased. She was eliminated by the government of the underworld. However, this wasn't the decision of the current 4 great Satans, but the decision of the old devils. Because these facts were covered up, I didn't know about the truth until recently. I was told that my cousin Cleria had suddenly died. I was suspicious, and in order to find out the truth, I relied on a certain lifeline and finally learned the truth. I believe it was both. Both because Cleria found out about the King piece and threatened to expose the truth of the rating games, and the fact that she had fallen in love with a human, especially an exorcist. With both things combined, she was killed off. The lifeline he mentioned was definitely the Cow's order, perhaps more specifically, Clippeth. To conclude, the King piece exists, and in the photos and information that I'm showing everyone now, the ones using this, the ones I mentioned before, only gained the strength they have today as a result of using the King piece. I glanced at a window as I ran. I could see Champion Belial in one of the screens, and on the other were various photos of the King piece, as well as photos of the ones that used them. Roygun and Badiz were among them. Diehauser obtained all of this by cooperating with Rizavim and the Cow's order. He didn't care if he was arrested afterwards for aiding terrorists. He only wanted one thing, to expose them all for their lies and for the death of his cousin whom he cherished as a little sister. And because of this, I bet that the current underworld was in chaos right now. If it came from him, the undisputed champion of the rating games, it would hold a lot more weight and people would be more inclined to believing it. Diehauser then told them about the specifics of the King piece, the things we recently learned about from Ajuka. I and my group quietly continued to advance through the castle, killing anything in our way. In truth, I supported him doing this. That's why I was slowing down a bit to let him finish his broadcast. Finally, as we were about to reach the final floor and room, the broadcast ended. When my group stepped into the room, Emperor Belial turned around and looked at me with a sorrowful expression. To his right was some kind of cage, and Shuri, Penemu, and an injured Barakiel were in it. As soon as they saw us, relief washed over their faces. Shuri even teared up as she held Barakiel as Penemu kept on healing him. I can only assume that Diehauser used his worthless ability on Penemu any time she tried to break out those bars. That cage, I could feel it tied to something as well as having anti-magic properties. So, Dual Dragon Emperor, what do you plan to do with me? By revealing the truth to the masses, it'll be enough to condemn those guys. Moreover, there are also matters regarding Agrias and the match with Riser Phoenix-san. Anything is fine in this situation, don't you think? A very familiar voice said. A silver-haired devil emerged with that annoying grin of his. Beside him was some kind of mechanical being. That thing must be from the Eevee. Upon using Observe on it, he was called Raunal, and he was part of a group called Combat Fanatic. Just like Ungwintum when they attacked the Hindu pantheon. Raunal's main body was mostly black. However, certain parts were purple like his eyes, a small part his forehead, and his bottoms. He had 2 shields. The one on the right was rectangular in shape, while the one on the left was circular. In his right hand, he carried a weapon that resembled a hammer. I am the son of the original Lucifer. That gives me the right to allow this, no? He said to him, and finally stood beside him. Rizavim sama muteret diehauser. Rizavim patted Diehauser on the shoulder and then turned to me. Yahoo, Jean Sean, it's me, Rizavim. The real one in the flesh am personally here to kill you and watch your demise. Yohaya am here too. Old shitbag, said Valley. We all turned to our side and saw Vala Lucifer there, a furious look on his face. The last to show up was my lovely grandson. It looks like every one of tonight's main members have stepped onto the stage. How lovely. Tonight is the night that this universe and the supernatural world lose their beloved middleman. Rise of him said happily. Valley, I know. I want him dead, and you want to save your surrogate parents and lover. So we'll fight with you. Aniki, he told me. Aya, he calls you Aniki? How adorable. Come now. My cute grandson call me Grand P.Y. 2. Drop dead, replied Valley. Enough games. Valley shouted and entered his Imperio Juggernaut overdrive and flew towards Rise of him. Valley tried to hit Rise of him, but the old devil jumped around like a little girl playing jump rope and avoided his attacks. This just further pissed off Valley. Rise of him put his hand out and used his sacred gear, Canceller on Valley instantly, dismissing his armor, much to the latter's shock. Take this super devil punch, said Rise of him in a sing-song-like manner before slamming his fist into Valley's face. Valley was launched away, but Lavinia moved over to catch him and angrily looked at Rise of him. She then summoned her ice dolls and ordered them to attack him. But like earlier, he simply pointed his fingers at them and they vanished. It doesn't matter if I evolved or upgraded them as long as they're sacred gears. He can cancel them anytime he wants. Huh? I thought and looked at the others with me. Aquino and Suzuka launched holy lightning and flames towards them. But this time the champion, Diauser Belial, put his hand out and invalidated both of their attacks. Valley, who had recovered himself, summoned his bat wings and flew right back at Rise of him. I'm not done, you Pilovac. Valley was again punched by Rise of him after Worthless was used on his demonic powers. This was a powerful combination, the sacred gear, Canceller, and Worthless. Is this one of the reasons he wanted Rise of him by his side? Aquino and Suzaku appeared beside Rise of him and Diehauser. I see, if magic attacks, abilities, and sacred gears won't work, then brute forcing it would just do. But as soon as both their fists were about to reach both devils, two shields appeared in front of them, blocking the attacks. Danu this time created several roots and attacked Raunal. However, just like before, Diehauser's Worthless invalidated her attack. They had the perfect defense, but this realm can disappear. It's not needed. I told them, and they increased their punch's powers to the point it shattered the shield made by Raunal, and their fists slammed into both Diehauser and Rise of him's stomach, much to their surprise. Once that was done, Vala flew back and slammed his knee into Rise of him's neck, but the man wasn't bothered by it. He grabbed Vala's leg and broke it, causing him to scream in pain. Valkon. Lavinia screamed and used magic to attack Rise of him. But Diehauser again invalidated the attacks, and the ice and snow attacks Lavinia fired at the both of them with his sacred gear Canceller. Vala was punched in the face by Rise of him, and he was thrown back to us. I caught him and healed him up. I put him to the side and held my arm out. Leave it to me. It won't be quick, 'cause I'll make him pay. I slowly walked towards him, slowly letting out my animosity. The two of them finally recovered and stood back up. Yohaya. Finally, the man of the hour makes his move. What are you going to do? Use your sacred gears? Your overwhelming power as an outer god shut up. I appeared in front of Rise of him, and the champion tried to use his Worthless on me. However, he has to understand the properties of whatever he tries to invalidate. So his Worthless didn't work on me. I didn't have anything against the champion, so I glanced at him before backhanding him, making him crash into the wall. I cocked my arm back and sent a punch towards Rise of him. Both shields made by Raunal appeared in front of me, but I again destroy it, while also applying Barato to my punch. After my fist landed in the middle of his chest, he burst into a large amount of blood, but I didn't feel satisfied with that. I wanted this asshole to suffer, and whoever else was responsible for both attacks, he was my prime target, so I instantly brought him back to life. I again attacked him. A simple kick to the face, obliterating his head, but at the same time, the force I used destroyed everything around us, including the castle's final floor and the surrounding area to my left, as the shockwave created by my kick was powerful enough to do that. Again, I revived him. Rise of him only had a grin on him, though. Yuhayaya. All those nightmares, all those deaths in my dreams. I am used to death, Jin-chan. You can't traumatize me anymore, Yuhayaya, he said in joyful glee. I kicked him again, but not enough to kill him. Roundall caught him, and he coughed up blood. I had been keeping it in since I found out about the attack. I also wanted to lose my cool back there. But I had to be mature, I had to be calm about it. As the leader of Team DXD, I had to set an example for them and not act rashly or immaturely. But I still understood their anger and frustration when I found out. It was amplified even more once I saw the amount of death in Ireland. Nessa and her family, Miss Susanna, and everyone else who lost their lives, everyone in Grigori, Shimhazai, several others, the burden I put on Kishku and Ezekiel, and also Barakiel being injured and Middle being kidnapped. In a way, it was my fault, so I looked back at Rise of him before I unleashed everything I had on him. In an instant, an amalgamation of colorful auras engulfed my body and swirled around me. Everything around me started to distort and break. It'll erase you from this timeline, and as many others as I can find, Rise of him, I promise you that. I declared and took another step towards him. Yuhi-hey-hey-ya. That's it. That's what an outer god should be, Jin-chan. Yuhi-ya. That's how it's supposed to be, just like what Fumara and Lapis said. They're the embodiment of chaos and destruction. Let me help you, he shouted and pointed his hand at me. Was he planning to use his sacred gear cancela? That would be useless, but some kind of black-yellow light erupted from beneath me and devoured me. This is the Lucifer clan's ability, the demonic brilliance of evil light, shouted Rise of him as he howled into the sky of Tech Duin. My vision of him became covered by my own aura and his demonic brilliance of evil light, and eventually I couldn't see anything in front of me. However, soon after his attack vanished, and I retracted my aura, but where am I? It felt like I was back in my dream world, but I certainly wasn't dreaming. Everything is for our family, said a voice. I turned to it and my eyes widened. It was a man and a woman, along with two older people, a man and a woman. Yes, I understand, father, replied the young man. Beside him was a younger version of my mother. She was also bowing towards the older two. This business has been in our family for many generations. I trust that my one and only son will successfully inherit it and make it prosper even more. Do I make myself clear? Said the older man. Of course, father. I have been hard at work all my life. I won't tarnish our name, replied the man. I think he was my dad. He had short black hair, blue eyes, and wore a black business suit. The scene changed to a different place. Neither my dad nor mom looked happy, especially my mom. This is an arranged marriage. I hold no romantic affection for you, but you were chosen by my parents, so you must be suitable for me in some capacity. We will try for a child as soon as possible. Do I make myself clear? Said my dad sternly. With a sad and defeated look on her face, my mother nodded. Yes, of course. My mom didn't look happy, so their marriage, like I suspected, was an arranged one. Huh? No, my dad and mom didn't hide it at all. I think the scene changed again, and this time my dad was throwing a bunch of things around their home. He was clearly angry about something. I have sacrificed everything in my life, my childhood, my youth, my love life, to follow my father's wishes. Yet I cannot fulfill such a trivial and simply one. He roared at my mom, who recoiled in sadness and disgust. Just like I promised him. I made this family business prosper. We are billionaires, the richest in the whole of Europe and Eurasia. I am the fifth richest man in the world. We are widely known throughout the world. If I can't even have an heir, what's the point of anything? Are you just infertile? He screamed and threw the photo of them to the ground. I don't know, we've tried many times, but the baby, this is the goddamn fifth time. I had myself tested. It's certainly not me. It has to be you. Did you even go get yourself checked like I told you to? He asked angrily. My mom shook her head sadly. Oh my fucking God. It's a simply test, you stupid cow. Once we find out it's you, we can make arrangements. My companies have made advancements to make infertile cows like you fertile. Go. Go get that test already. My mom ran out of the room in tears as my own hatred for him grew. I didn't know this part of their history, but seeing it really made me feel very bitter towards him. From the time I knew him, he was mostly indifferent to me. No, he just had expectations of me. Expectations I didn't care for. But at the same time, I didn't know what kind of expectations he had for my supposed grandfather, as the man also looked very strict. I doubt my own father had a very happy childhood. Perhaps he was also suffering? I didn't know, and I started to wonder if I could meet him somewhere down the line and speak one-on-one to him. The scene changed again, and this time it was my mom and dad at the doctor's. "Congratulations, Mrs. Toole. You're pregnant," the doctor told them. The fact that my dad made was quite obvious. It basically said, "Finally." My mom, on the other hand, seemed very tired and defeated. She simply thanked the doctor and showed him a fake smile. However, the doctor saw through this, but didn't know if he should say something. "Aren't you glad, Royson? We can finally have a baby," said my dad in a fake happy voice. "Why, yes, dear, I'm glad," replied my mom. "Now, Mr. and Mrs. Toole, this new treatment that your company has produced over the last years has had some controversies, but I'd like to tell you some of the reported findings in them," said the doctor. "Hold on a second, doctor. I don't want my wife to hear this. Can we send her out?" he asked. The doctor looked at my mom and then back at my dad and nodded. A nurse came to get her, and they left. I didn't want to hear what they would talk about, so I followed my mom. She sat in a lonely white room and felt her belly. "Can I even love you in the future? I hate that man, I hate that family, and I hate mine. Will I ever be happy in this world?" she asked herself in a whisper. The scene changed again, and this time my mother was in a hospital room with a baby in her arms. Tears streamed down her face as she cradled what I assumed was me. "Congratulations, Aiden Royson. It seems that we have an heir now, a boy on top of that. What's the name you chose for him?" asked a man in professional attire. "Aiden Toole, the name of my father, right? That's his name." He looked at the man and then back at Mom. "My wife insisted on being able to name the child, so I left it to her," he answered the man, so everyone turned to my mom. "Aaron, that's his name, Aaron Toole, my sweet baby boy," she muttered and kissed the baby's forehead. "You heard her. It's called Aaron," said my dad. "Did he really just call me it?" "Jesus Christ, man," I muttered and frowned at him. My father and that man, along with the rest of the hospital staff, left the room. My mom and I were left to ourselves, and I watched on. "I take back what I said to you a year back. I definitely love you, and I'll do my best to protect you from that man," she whispered to the baby and gently cradled him. "Even if the whole world turns their back on you, Mommy will be by your side. I promise to do my best for you," she added and silently cried. Baby me silently stared at him and reached up and touched her face, which made my mom cry even more. I felt my own chest burn as I watched that scene. I didn't remember much, but the sincerity of those words made me believe them, and I felt terrible for my own mom just watching all that. She had to endure all of it by herself. Was I even a good son to her growing up? Seeing that makes me want to go back in time and help her out. This time, however, the scene changed rapidly. It showed me slowly growing up, and in various points of my previous life, I couldn't keep up with it until it all shattered right in front of me. This is the place where Azathoth and Nyarlathotep were before, but where are they? I asked out loud. "They're not here right now," answered a voice. I quickly turned around and saw a woman, and I was left stunned and speechless. She had white hair styled in braided Victorian fashion. She had kind and gentle emerald eyes. She wore some pearl earrings, some kind of neck accessory with an emerald gem in it. Finally, she wore a dress that looked very lavish. She resembled my mom. She had the hairstyle, eyes, and even tone of voice, but the hair color was different. "Oh, my baby," she said and ran over to me before embracing me. "And Mom?" I asked, still unsure. "Who do you think I would be?" She pulled away and frowned at me. "Nyarlathotep?" I replied, and she just glared at me. "Aaron, no," she said, and hugged me again. "Aya, I wanted to meet you again." Azathoth said I'd meet you sooner or later. I guess this is what she meant. I see. That's why I couldn't come here again. "Oh, by the way, did you talk to Tuji Shidu?" I asked. I spoke to him about, well, nothing too serious. I asked Azathoth if I could do it. Surprisingly, she let me. She said happily, "By the way, you're the dual dragon emperor, huh? You even have Shin now, another Canis Lycaon." "Hee," she said and poked my nose. For some reason, I blushed quite hard. Had she been watching me? For how long? No, it had to have started around Christmas, but she could have been shown my entire journey so far by Azathoth, so she definitely knows more things about me while I am. I can't really deny that, I replied. My mom then had a sad look on her face. Aaron, we can't speak for too long, so I want to tell you a few things, okay? It looks like your memories of your past are still missing, so I'm limited to telling you about certain things. So listen closely, okay? I nodded and she continued. To start, I want to apologize. I failed you as a mother, your father, and the power people around him, and the ones in that giant home of ours in Dublin. I begged him to let us live in Dunleagar, my hometown, so we bought that house and lived there instead. Once your father found out that we had a close bond, even as you aged, he tried to tear us apart. He became even more furious once he found out I indulged in your hobbies. But once all of that bullying and outcasting happened, he lost all hope for you. Even after you went to that institute to get your degree, he didn't care anymore, so he asked me to make a new child and heir for him. I refused, and for the first time in his life, he hit me. Everything else before was just verbal abuse when I was younger. I couldn't help you that much. I was still quite afraid of him, so I complied with whatever he said like usual. However, as you grew older, I noticed how depressed you started to become, but that was when I started to actively go against him. When he found out you and Aoife started dating, he was on a mission to break you up and tear you apart. But I noticed the positive influence that she had on you, so I did everything in my power to stop it. No matter how little influence I had, I used it all. But she choked up, and this time, I was the one who hugged her. He was the one who paid those people to bully you and try to break you and Aoife. He didn't care and wanted Aoife out of your life. Of course, they received a lot of money, and they wouldn't refuse that. They already hated you. Your father only fanned the flames by throwing oil into it, and they just doubled down and became nastier. That was until Aoife died. I would like to say that he had nothing to do with it. However, I had my suspicions that he prevented any information about her cancer from reaching her on time. What I'm saying, the test that she was meant to receive never came on time. Aoife and her parents adored you too. Anyway, when they started having suspicions about her declining health, they began testing to find out why, yet they never came. Every time they tried to ask for them, the doctors, nurses, and staff would always have an excuse. Anytime they went to a new one, the same thing would happen until it was too late. I'm 99 sure your father had something to do with it. His influence on our world was large. It was quite sickening. If you think the corruption of the old devils of the underworld was something when you remember our old world and how much your father and grandfather did, you would be sickened. That's all I can say for now. When we meet again, I will tell you more, she said. Wait, what? What do you mean? I'm going to be reincarnated. I made a deal with Azathoth that once you find me again after you evolve, it'll regain my memories and then we'll be together again. So please come find me, okay? She said, and tears fell from her eyes again. But we just met again. I have to lose you again? What the hell? Not permanently. It's just temporarily. And please remember what I told you a long time ago, she said, and reached out and held my face before smiling again. Don't hurt anyone that doesn't deserve it, okay? Kill them with kindness instead. But if you come across someone that is deserving of it, then make them suffer. I finished her sentence for her, and she giggled. I felt my soul being cleansed by her. Just being with her again calmed me like when I was with the girls. She smiled at me one last time and kissed me on the forehead. I don't know how long I have before I get reincarnated, but it'll be waiting, and everything you've done, be it in this life or your past life, I was and always will be proud of you, Aaron. You're my baby boy, and you always will be. Aaron, Mommy will always love you. As she said those words, I felt myself be kicked out of that place again. Shit, I was crying again. I didn't think meeting her again would do this much. It'll definitely find you again, Mom. And when I do, my new and old family will be complete. When I came back to reality, all the animosity I had didn't vanish, but became focused, and I had more control over it. I felt myself grin and that confused rise of him. Huh? The hell are you grinning about? He asked. Aaron, Ophis called out my name. You reached it. So sing with us, Aaron, said Irene. Son of Lucifer, grandfather of the white dragon emperor Valet Lucifer. You will be the first guest, said Drake. Huh? Guest? He asked, confused, and tilted his head. Everyone in the room also became confused. Sing it with us, Aaron, added Ophis. That's why I told you to rejoice. Such a chant is not one that you can casually listen to. Make sure you clean out your ears and listen with your heart. If you need to ask why, it's because my partner is near completion, explained Drake. My first friend, the man I love, please show everyone, yeah. Let's sing it together, I replied, and began a chant before I fell into a deep slumber. I quickly entered my queen form and began to chant while putting a hand over my heart. The outer dragon god dwelling within me. Awakened from your dominance, my entire body was shrouded in numerous colored auras. The power I felt was coming from something other than my own outer god part, but from something else beyond it, something more mysterious. I felt excited, but at the same time, Kuntuar's words from a few months ago echoed in my mind. Compare it to Midoriya and his use of Wefe. His body needed to slowly get used to it, but if he went past a certain threshold, he'd just injure himself. It's times a million for you. You just outright die if you tried it. If I used the power beyond an outer god, I would be out of commission. The crimson heavenly dragon I possess within me. Rise up to become a king and roar Ophis, chanted the next line. A jet black crimson aura emanated from the gems all over my body at the same time. The jet black god of infinity, the jet black aura, and the various others began to merge with my body and armor. The glorious god of dreams, Irene, said her line, and certain parts of my armor began to turn gold. Watch over the true forbidden existence we shall become that transcends the boundaries. The rest of my armor started to change color to a jet black, and the gems around my body flashed, then turned crimson red. We recited the last line together. Thou shalt dance within our perfected radiant inferno. Didi. 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 Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Outer dragon, full drive. Kick his ass, Aaron. My mother screamed from one of my jewels, making me laugh. What the is this juggernaut drive? No, that's not it. What is this? Rise of him shouted in horror. Umph. You don't need to know what it is, son of the morning star, for today you will perish, said Drake. Let's do this, partner. Drake shouted, almost like he was about to cry. Dee-dee, 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 summoning the boosters in my back. I flew towards Rise of him as a look of panic was etched across his face. Roundall created several powerful shields in front of Rise of him, and Diehauser, who had come regained his consciousness, tried to use his worthless on me. But Revoke. The power of Revoke was also in this form. No, all the other abilities I had were accessible here too. What the my worthless was cancelled? He asked and fell back on his ass. No, I felt my stamina also drained from that, Prince. I can't help you anymore, the champion said tiredly. Rise of him clicked his tongue and aimed his sacred gear canceller at me. But Revoke. The same thing happened to him, and he tried his demonic brilliance of evil light instead, but the same thing happened. My armor used Revoke, and it was cancelled. First as a punch, I mumbled and punched Rise of him in the gut, making him cough up blood. Second as a kick. I followed it up by kicking him in between his legs. Rise of him's face paled, and he temporarily passed out. However, he quickly woke up again and jumped back and shook on the spot. Fine, you pieces of shit. He grinned and brought out Phoenix tears. I still have these to drag this shit out. He used one on himself. But Revoke. It didn't heal him. His fury erupted when he heard that announcement from my armor. Are you fucking kidding me? He summoned his wings and flew towards me instead. I dodged the punch he sent towards me, and I returned the punch right back at him, and Drake announced demonic brilliance of evil light ability taken. Sacred gear, canceller ability taken. Wah damn you, dual dragon emperor. He roared at me. Drake and I had taken his two unique abilities. Just like how I took Wahlberg's sacred gear from her, we took these two from him. Rise of him summoned a large ball of demonic energy and threw it at everyone behind me. Just because we're watching doesn't mean we're weak, said Lavinia behind me. I heard the crackle of ice and lightning behind me, and I assumed they had stopped it. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! If that's the case, I'm going to escape. He shouted at us and began to laugh. But as he tried to teleport away, it didn't work. Why won't it work? I arrived in front of him again and punched and kicked him, and then finished it by giving him an uppercut. Because we already accounted for that and cut it off, I told him. I punched the air in front of me and slammed Rise of Him further into the sky. I turned back to Valley as the cannons around my armor began to charge. Valley, he's going to be blasted a certain distance. I want kill him. He'll let my little brother have the honors. He stared at me in shock, but quickly grinned. I turned back to Rise of Him and fed the cannons more of my power. All of you accompany me till the end. Of course. And it Aaron said, Rudra, blast him away. My mother screamed, Dee-dee, 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 dee-dee. Blew away. I screamed, Blaster. Along with my voice, a thick and powerful beam of draconic aura with an amalgamation of colors blasted through my 4 cannons and boomed through the skies of Tech-Duin. All the while, Rise of Him laughed at his own demise. I can't be defeated like this, he muttered before being blasted away. The sky of Tech-Duin had turned into an amalgamation of colors after the attack I used on Rise of Him ended. I turned back to Vala fatigue, taking over my entire body. It's your turn. Go finish him off. Thanks, he said and flew away with his Imperio Juggernaut overdrive. I looked back at Roundall and also flicked my wrist. Beneath him, a small magic circle appeared and a large bust of flames devoured him. Once that was done, his melted body remained. I nearly forgot about him. Well, it doesn't matter, partner. This is the true Diablo's dragon god. Well done. We finally got it, he said while crying. I also heard Albion doing the same thing. Don't cry on me, Draig. Albion people would laugh if they heard the 2 heavenly dragons like this. I told them and began walking towards the cage where Shuri, Barrakiel, and Penemu were. The girls also joined me. Vala Lucifer's soliloquy, I followed the trajectory of Rise of Him's body and quickly found him. I wasn't the only one there, as I saw Azazel had already arrived. Yuhaiya, my lovely grandson, and the Governor Azazel. What an iconic duo, he said with his usual annoying laugh and smirk. He couldn't even move his body anymore. Shut your mouth, I told him and stood over him. Vala, was this your doing? Azazel asked me. Of course not. Are you trying to start a fight or something? I asked and glared at him. He held his hands up and laughed. I'm joking. I know that an absurd amount of power came from Jean. First the pillar, and then whatever that blast was. How about one last family hug before you kill me, my dear grandson? Rise of Him asked with a smirk. In a different meeting of Team DXD, Aniki warned us that if we kill Rise of Him, it might unleash Trihexa onto the world. However, he killed him earlier and revived him, yet nothing happened. Was it because he brought him back to life instantly and the seals were removed? Or was a different person responsible for them? Whatever the case may be, I can kill him without repercussions. I summoned a magic sword that I found in my journeys. Lu Fei had imbued it with powerful magic, along with Calantha and Fuzi Hirawa. I shouted and swung the sword down, cutting his arm off. Aya! He screamed, and I took pleasure in it. Slowly, I cut off all his limbs, and now the only thing left was his head and torso. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? Asked Azazel. Just in it already. Tichiaka, Fine. I snapped back and aimed at his neck. I finally brought my sword down on his neck, yet he had an even more crazed look on his face, and he mouthed the words I win. His head rolled off from his body, and I sighed. So, we're done. Just then, 3 large pillars erupted from various points in the realm. Attention Team DXD, I had received reports of a giant pillar of light had just erupted from 9 of Freen rhymes. Could this be the crystals that Jean and Kuntor spoke about? Why'd they activate now? Rossweiss asked in a panic. 3 shit, so damn him. Did his death activate those things? Then that means the Death King will be coming here. I was excited and worried. I doubt I would be able to fight that thing if I couldn't even fight Glinda and that monster when they fused. What good will I be against something that's known to destroy planets casually? Shit, did Jean forget about those? Asked Azazel. Probably you know what that Lucifuge mate said. She said he was just a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. The only thing on his mind during all of it was probably just revenge. I replied. Suddenly, some kind of magic circle appeared in front of us. From it, hey you. Yuhayaya. It was Rise of Him. If this starts playing, I probably died. Yay, clap, clap. Anyway, was it from Surzex? Or my adorable grandson, Valley? Well, either way, it doesn't matter, because once I die, this world, no, this universe's destruction is confirmed. Let me explain a few things. Okay? When I die, those crystals will activate and the Death King will make his way here. What? Next, it will also tell the rest of the cow's order of my death and immediately start our next operation, aka complete annihilation of the Draconic Deus. We had already awakened Trihexa a long time ago. We even made smaller and weaker copies of it, you know? There are 12 in total. Each one of them can destroy the Earth casually and do a lot of damage to all factions and pantheons. Fufufu. Also with this cow's order declares war on Team DXD. The DXD Alliance, all of the pantheons and factions, as well as human society. You better bring everyone you can. The Heavenly Dragons, Joker/Dog, and especially the dual Dragon Emperor Cuckoo, if not well win because of someone with that said. Great amazing super duper, Rise of Him is out. The magic circle finally disappeared. Azazel and I were left dumbfounded. Does this mean they'll unleash the original Trihexa, the copies, all of their armies in the cow's order, and whatever else they have on us? Shit, they're going to attack all the alliances and other factions and the human world. We need to Azazel. Lavinia's voice screamed at him through the transceiver. I could tell that she was distraught. Come to the castle. Jean. What? I asked and looked at Azazel, but his face was already pale. Vala, let's go. He screamed at me, and I followed after him as he flew away. What happened? Jean's skywards soliloquy earlier as I walked closer to the prison that they were held in. I released my armor and touched the bars and used Revoke on them. I then walked over to Barrakiel and healed him. His arm was also restored. Are you okay, Dad? I asked. Now I am. Good job, he replied and patted my head. Hee, I did have to save you 3, I said and turned around. Let's go home. Oof. You were so slow, Aaron. I was nearly bored waiting over here, said Penemu in a fake huff. We're all safe now. We're reliable son-in-law. Mom said gleefully. Does this mean we stopped them just as Lavinia was about to say that? Pillars erupted around the place. The crystals they activated, I said and looked at the champion. Diehauser, what you did was unforgivable, but I get why you did it. Dispose of me as you like. You have the right to do so. I will not resist, he replied. I won't let you die. You have to repent. He smiled and shook his head. Letting a man who wishes to die live? You're much crueler than you let on to be, Jean. But can you tell me one thing? He asked. I nodded. I heard rumors that you met with both of Yagaki-kun and Cleria's souls. How were they? I closed my eyes and recalled the memory. I opened them back and looked back at the champion. She was a very gentle woman. She had a very kind and caring smile. Yagaki was a lucky man, I told him. Diehauser closed his eyes and began to cry. I see I can rest now. I truly have lost as I want to speak again. The sky of Tecduin was suddenly in my vision. When I tried to look around me, I saw red and black liquid around me. Aaron, everyone screamed. Even the champion looked worried as they stood over me. Kuntwar, answer. This is the price of using that power before you evolved. Even if it was a small fraction, it did this much damage. Aaron Tool, I see. I shakily held my hand out and shouted in my head, attention all Electa and Shadow soldiers. In my absence, protect this world, this universe with your lives. As my vision began to blur, I felt all of my Shadow soldiers leave my shadow and some Electa leave my ring. I also forced Draig and Albion out of my soul. So this was the price of just a small amount of that power? As those thoughts echoed in my mind, I heard and saw Lavinia, Aquino, Asia, and Danu crying over me. I tried to say something, but nothing came out. Then everything finally faded to black. I wonder how the world will be like without me. A world without the dual Dragon Emperor. Chapter 16, Part 1, A World Without the Dual Dragon Emperor, third-person point of view. A few days later, in the underworld in the Fallen Angels territory, a series of resorts were being constructed for the VIPs of various factions. This plan was first proposed by Azazel more than half a year ago. It was also funded by Aaron, so their project ran smoothly. One of the buildings was already complete and in operations. A certain man swam around the pool of this newly opened VIP resort. This man had a magic circle opened as he watched various factions and pantheons fight off hordes of beasts, mass-produced evil dragons, and what was now dubbed mini-trihexes, as well as red-colored scale mails, and various other enemies. Such a scene could be considered an apocalypse. However, he himself was undeterred by this and got out of the pool. Shacharaji, it's said to be the origin of chess and shogi, said a voice. The man's eyes darted to where he heard the voice and noticed a familiar person. It was another man with green hair and light blue eyes. The devil sat down on the chair and then moved a piece in the game called Shacharaji. The devil then looked back at the man in front of him. Shiva-sama, what a coincidence in meeting you in a place like this, said the devil. The man who was called Shiva, the god of destruction, grinned at the devil. Is it truly a coincidence, or was this inevitable? It's a pleasure meeting you for the first time, Ajuka Beelzebub, said Shiva. He then joined Shiva at the table and began moving the pieces of Shacharaji. As they continued to play, Ajuka said, the rumors say you accepted the request of the three factions to stop Trihexa. In a way, however, it's not how it seems. I did not accept because it came from Azazel, you or any other god or being in the three factions or even DXD Alliance. I accepted it because of Jean. Ajuka looked at Shiva with a raised brow. But Shiva ignored the gaze and continued with his explanation. But this was beyond my expectations. I'm afraid that even if I faced it head-on, I wouldn't be able to defeat it. It's also impossible to seal it without triggering a battle on the level of complete world destruction. That is why I told him to leave it to Jean's subordinates. Sealing, huh? As the god of destruction, who could destroy the world? You'll only seal it? Asked Ajuka. In response to his words, Shiva shrugged. Yes, it's impossible even for me to kill it. I thought you and Azazel understood that from the very beginning. The most that can be done is sealing it, and that would be the best possible outcome. I will certainly destroy it, but my mere destruction will not kill it. That legendary beast is now so weak, especially after what those cows or folk did to it. So, you're saying, in order to destroy it, only Ophis, Great Red, or Jean's subordinates are capable of that? Asked Ajuka, or some of his lovers, but you saw how some of them are. They're quite devastated with how the beloved middleman is right now, said Shiva and looked to their side. Anyway, what's the reason you've come here? Ajuka raised two fingers and said, there are two reasons. One, it involves my friend Surzex. Please do not hinder him. In order to prevent you from causing destruction. And two, please allow me to observe you until the end. Just then, a woman with blue hair and a cold atmosphere around her appeared behind Ajuka. Shiva immediately noticed that she had powerful draconic energy surrounding her. This woman was the strongest dragon king, Tiamat. In her hand, she held onto a small device, smartphone. However, it exuded a strange energy that Shiva himself couldn't understand. To him, it was as abnormal as Aaron. In a way, it resembled a Longinus. However, whether or not it was one, he didn't care. After staring at it for a few seconds, he came to his own conclusions and smiled. Do you want to eliminate me and Trihexa along with the entire world, Devil Kuin? Ajuka smiled and shook his head in response to Shiva's question. No, I never said anything like that. However, if the destruction of the world becomes your objective again, that will be another matter. However, to both their surprise, Shiva chuckled. I've long since given up on that goal for two reasons. One, because of Gene Skyward, a fool who wished for peace but was on his way towards it. And second, that human, if you can call it that, is something I cannot defeat. No, never mind. They're called outer gods, correct? They're beyond this world's comprehension. Shiva sighed and leaned back on his chair. Like I said, I don't care about that. And I've also said to leave it to Team DXD and Gene's subordinates. While many of them are disheartened by their leader's absence, most of their fighting spirit were ignited. Didn't that woman tell everyone that their master and creator would come back sooner or later? She also annihilated many other creatures that the cow's order unleashed upon our world in a single sword slash. So you believe that Trihex's defeat is inevitable? Because of Team DXD and Gene awakening soon? Asked Ajuka. Pretty much. So we won't need to worry about anything else. No other worldly invaders or anything like that. Gene Skyward is the deterrent against everything, Shiva said casually. So is it safe to assume you fear Gene and his subordinates more than the current gods and super devils in this world? Asked Ajuka. Shiva simply smirked at him and said nothing in response. Let's just watch over the fate of the world with you here. We'll wait for his awakening and see what he does. Ajuka stared at Shiva. He had many things prepared for this conversation, yet most of it hadn't mattered because of a single individual that had changed the god of destruction. A smile crept up on Ajuka's face. Fine, very well. I also trust Gene as much as Surzex and Michael do. We will witness it together from here. Trihexa, as well as the fate of this world. Both of them looked up at the sky of the underworld. It had changed since the start of this monumental war that involved the supernatural world, the human world, and 2 other worlds, with the added effect of the unrest in the underworld created by the champion Dihauser Belial. Turbulent times were right around the corner for everyone. A young man woke up in a place he didn't recognize. He shot up and looked around himself. The last thing he remembered was that he had fallen and passed out. He looked at his own hand and then at the rest of his body. I seem fine, he said to himself. He picked a random direction and began walking that way. However, it seemed like he wasn't getting anywhere, so he stopped. As he waited, a blue game-like screen appeared in front of him. The trials are commencing. 07 completed trials? What? He asked, confused, but a few seconds later the young man passed out again. However, he quickly jolted up again, confused by the constant jump cuts he keeps getting. A bit disoriented, he looked around himself. He was in a classroom. Aaron, the hell's wrong with you? Asked a voice beside him. The boy named Aaron looked to his right, cold sweat appearing all over his body. The person he found beside him sitting at a similar desk and chair was Ryan, his previous best friend. Ryan? Asked Aaron. Yeah? What's wrong with you? I know a free class is boring as shit, but did you get amnesia or something? The young man asked with a chuckle. If you're looking for Aoife, she's over there talking with the girls, said Ryan, and pointed to the corner of the rectangular-shaped room. Numerous desks and chairs lined up in a room with 2 white boards to his right. Students sat all around, and a single teacher sat at their desk to his right. Aaron moved his gaze towards the spot Ryan pointed at and saw his current girlfriend, Aoife, chatting with other girls in his ear. Aoife noticed and waved to him with a smile. Aaron instinctively put his hand up. When Aaron looked down at his desk, his confusion immediately vanished. Trials of memories past in progress trials. 07 body restoration. 0 regain consciousness at 5-7 evolution progress. 1290 the realization hit Aaron like a truck. He was reliving his past through these trials, and he would be able to wake up from this after completing 5 of them. When I wake up, is it only temporary? He asked, unsure if he would get a response. Yes. The box answered his question. Aaron sighed and said, fine, bring it on, while clenching his fist. The hell are you doing clenching your fist like that for? Is your weeb mode taking over already? It's the first classes of the day, dude, said Ryan in a worried tone. Fuck you. And it's only the first 3? Asked Aaron. Yeah, PE was canceled. The 2 teachers had to go somewhere, so we have 3 free classes, then a 15-minute break. 3 more classes, then lunch, a 45-minute break, and then the last 3 classes of the day, and then we go home. Ryan explained and gave him a thumbs up. I already knew that. You daft idiot, replied Aaron and tried to hit him. Do you see this? Abuse. Abuse. I only help my best friend, and I get abuse instead. Fake, cried Ryan. Aaron smiled, and they laughed together. He had no idea what he had to do to complete these trials. Azazel's soliloquy when Valley and I arrived at the tower where Rizavim and the champion, Dihauser Belial, were confronted, we witnessed an unbelievable scene. Gene Skyward was on the ground with blood and black liquid around him. Everyone there was confused and upset by this, especially the girls with him. We walked over to them, and I immediately checked for a pulse. I felt it, but then it vanished, confused. I kept my fingers on his neck in vain. I see, I muttered, drawing their attention. What is it, Azazel-san? Asia asked worriedly. His pulse sits normal for a full minute, then flatlines for the next minute, and then goes back to normal. Whatever the hell happened to him, he keeps dying and resurrecting over and over again, I told him my theory. You are correct, said a voice. Suddenly a small orb left Jean, and a woman appeared. I think her name was Contour. Contour, what happened to him? Lavinia asked desperately. The woman named Contour looked at everyone and nodded. Vala Lucifer and Governor Azazel, I trust that you will keep this information a secret. Shuri Himejima and Barakil, I also advise you to. The rest already know, she told us. Yeah, go ahead, I replied. Valley, Shuri, and Barakil also agreed. Contour then told us who and what Jean really was, and at the end of it, we were beyond shocked. So his original soul came from a destroyed universe. He reincarnated here a year ago and did all of that, huh? I repeated in a summary format. This brat, he had such a burden placed upon him from the second he was reincarnated. Hell, I had suspected some kind of dramatic backstory for him, but fuck me, what the hell? I guess that's why he was so desperately looking for something stable all those months ago. But those girls already knew. Huh. When I looked at Valley, he was also in disbelief, the same with Shuri and Barakil. And that leads to this, said Contour as she gestured to the half-dead, half-alive Jean. Or should I call him Aaron Toole? No, that sounds wrong. They'll stick with Jean. What do you mean? Lavinia shouted. She had already begun to cry. Valley looked at her with concern. A rare instance, indeed, evolution. I already told you that he was going to evolve, right? His current body, is not used to that kind of power. However, when he used his true Diablo's dragon god form, he applied that power rather than his usual outer god essence, and this resulted in him collapsing in overload, if you may, she explained. Right now, he is in limbo. He is going through trials before he can temporarily awaken. Once he awakens, he can do a few things for 1 hour. After that, he must slip back into a coma. After completing the rest, his body will be fine, but he'll have a limited time before he has to evolve. If he doesn't reach it, she didn't finish that ominous sentence and looked at Jean's body again. So he went over his limit and left him like this, huh? Does it matter where we place him then? I asked. It's advisable to leave him at his home. As it stands, it's the safest place in the world right now, and I would suggest you get on with it. The Cow's order won't let an opportunity like this slip away. Did they not declare war against the current world, the Alliance, and Team DXD? She asked. No. Can we put him in Serafall Memorial Hospital? I already plan on holding a meeting with the current Alliance leaders and other ones that haven't joined, yet we need a plan for this. They'll try to ask some of his subordinates if they can. Aaron has already ordered all his Electa and Shadow soldiers to defend this world in his absence. It was one of the things I ordered before he blacked out, she told us. However, if you wish him to be placed in that hospital, then I will allow it. If it gives the people of the underworld who are in turmoil and the ones in that meeting, then so be it. That brat, he already did that, huh? No, it's definitely like him to do something for others rather than himself before he died, or whatever this weirdo limbo he's in. Contour then turned to look out at the still battlefield and said, They're on the move. Multiple factions and pantheons are already being attacked. It seems they're attacking the ones not in the Alliance, yet they do not have the benefit or defenses. Although the Shadow soldiers that Aaron had are already in them. Altogether, he has more Shadow soldiers than both the human and supernatural population combined. Already. Wait, what about Trihexa? And the multiple other things that are going to appear, what about Earth? And it appears they're not ready yet. They didn't anticipate Rizavim's death this soon. At the very least, they expected it in the next few hours. Perhaps their little devil couldn't tango with a dragon for too long, she said, and smirked, then looked back at Jean. I also glanced back as Lavinia was glued to him. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be whispering something into his ear. The rest weren't exactly great. Suzuko Himejima looked like she had the life sucked out of her. Asia kept uselessly healing him. Danu silently held his hand, and Penemu, she probably blamed herself in a way for this, since she's just staring blankly at him. Akino-chan, she wasn't even moving at all. She was holding on to Jean's arm, but didn't make any other movements or sounds. Vala was the first to leave. Hey, where are you going? I asked. I'm leaving if they're planning on going to war with both the supernatural world and the human world. That means I can fight them as much as I want. He shouted, a smirk adorning his face. No one said anything to the young silver-haired youth. But I can tell that it wasn't his usual bravado. It just lacked something. It's only been a year since we've known Jean. I didn't think he'd have so much impact on Valak, but I think even if he doesn't say it in words, hell go and defend this world in his stead, or him just overthinking this. A little brother taking over his older brother's role. Huh? I muttered as Vala finally flew away. Before we go, what's that black stuff? I asked the woman. The red is Aaron's blood. The black is Azathoth's. I won't elaborate, but you can speculate as to what I mean by that, she said and turned away. I will go back into Aaron now. If you need further assistance, ask his Electa. Kuntuar then turned back into a small ball of light and entered his body. I sighed and told everyone here, let's finish this fight here, then move him into the underworld Serafal Memorial Hospital. Lavinia, Suzuku, you can accompany me there. Danu, Asia, and Penemu stay here and help with ending this battle. Barakil and Shuri will teleport you two back to Grigori. But Asia, you can use that balance breaker of yours to keep everyone else safe. Do it. Once this is done, you can join them in the hospital, but I will need to inform Team DXD about Jean's status. After that, I'll need Dulio to step up and be team leader for the time being, I told her. She looked at me, then back at Jean before she glowed, and her balance breaker was activated, and she wore her armor. She summoned her devil wings and flew away, followed by Danu. A few seconds later, a giant green field covered the entire field, constantly healing everyone in the Alliance. Barakil created a magic circle beneath him, and Shuri walked over to Akino-chan. Akino, are you coming with us, or are you going to help Asia and Danu-sama? Shuri asked. However, she got no response from her. Akino, it's recommended that you bring her with you. I think the shock is too much for her right now. Hopefully she'll recover in the next few hours, I told them. Shuri gave me a worried look, but agreed in the end. She slowly pried Akino-chan off Jean and brought her over to Barakil and the magic circle. The family finally left, and I was left with Suzuku, Lavinia, and Jean. You two, I didn't get to finish my own sentence, as they both stood up and brought Jean up with them. All right, let's go. We finally left for the underworld and the Serafal Memorial Hospital. On a certain night, 7 years ago, I had a fateful meeting with a certain youth. The day I met a certain child, I remember it all too clearly. It was a very cold and snowy night. That night, Shimhazai had brought a boy before me. The boy wore tattered clothes, his hair was messy, and he had wounds all over his body. What made me concerned back then were his eyes. They expressed hostility and showed that he had been raised without being able to trust anyone. It was obvious that he had been heavily and harshly abused. In fact, that boy had been subjected to the cruelty and abuse of his own father and grandfather. Shimhazai told me that this boy used a deserted house somewhere in the mountains of Europe as a stronghold. Both the police and the agents of the Vatican wanted to capture him, but they were repelled by that boy's unimaginable power and ability. After the agents of the Vatican found out that the boy had the power of a devil in him, as well as the power of a great dragon, they planned to send several higher-level agents to him. At that point, Shimhazai received several messages from the side of the devils that said, I hope that you guys can protect this boy. When Shimhazai traveled with his subordinates to capture this boy, they discovered that he had the sacred gear of the White Dragon, the light wings of the White Dragon Emperor, meaning he was the White Dragon Emperor of this generation. Although he constantly monitored all of the Longinus wielders, it could be said that this was the first time that we were right next to one. Moreover, it was a young child. Upon seeing this child for the first time, I spoke to him. You sure did cause a lot of trouble, huh? Tell me, what's your name? I asked him. In response to my question, the boy remained silent for a while. However, he eventually replied, Vala Lucifer, when I first found out that this boy named Valley wasn't just your ordinary Longinus wielder, he was also the descendant of the Satan Lucifer. He could have potentially inherited the blood of the father of all devils, Lucifer. His very existence could have been called a miracle of miracles. The Vatican, and if heaven knew of this truth, they would most certainly become afraid of this child and would immediately kill him. However, the devil's side also knew of his existence. So why? According to Shimhazai, his source of information about Valley came from a servant of the former Lucifer's son, a servant of Rizavim. That servant contacted Shimhazai through the devils who had contacts with the fallen angels and provided that information about Valley. Because we know of this, Valley was able to safely take refuge inside of Grigori. If the devil side learned of the existence of Valley, how would the current government, who had poor relations with the old Satan faction, especially the great King Baal, treat him? Perhaps he would have been imprisoned until his death, or perhaps they would dispose of him as a person that had never even existed. He was an existence who was born from a human, yet at the same time, he had the power of Lucifer and the White Dragon Emperor. So there wouldn't be a single person among the higher-ups that wouldn't fear him. His potential was far too high. In order to allow Vala to survive, I felt that the servant's choice was not wrong. However, not too long after Vala's disappearance, we stopped receiving any contact from that servant. I knew it was coming. It was obvious that the servant who let Vala survive was killed off. A question popped into my mind. Why did that servant try to save Vala even at the cost of their own life? Someone suggested that they didn't want to see the good blood of Lucifer be lost, or that they couldn't turn a blind eye to the cruel treatment that Vala had received from Rizavim. But under such circumstances, how are we supposed to deal with Vala? Sacred gears, perhaps due to the system of the sacred gears, none of the wielders ever had a choice. Thus, I witnessed several tragedies. Being given a one-sided miracle from heaven, in my opinion, it should have been called just an ability. This ability controlled them and ruined their lives. The sight of them being enveloped by their surroundings and misfortune simply made me feel empty. Especially the wielders of the sacred gears of the two heavenly dragons. Their lives were burdened with the fate of a battle. Thus, they experienced many tough situations, and the lives of those who surrounded them suffered similar misfortunes. There were far too many cases like this, and at the same time, I thought Vala might also have been drawn into such a fate. After we kept Vala in Grigori for a few months, although he himself hadn't opened himself up to us, he had at that point become accustomed to life in Grigori. I also spoke with him seriously many times over. After I informed him of the events that related to the servant who helped him escape, he expressed some shock and surprise. However, in the end, he turned around and said a single thing. How stupid at the time, I wondered what his young mind actually thought about the demise of that servant. However, he used that opportunity to ask me about the topic of sacred gears. Reading, writing increased my parenting of him. That boy slowly grew up and also began to show his potential. We relied on that. When he was finally able to communicate with Albion, which he was unable to do before, I was unable to forget the smile that had emerged on his face. Vala had a very strange concept of family and loved ones, but at that point he had unconsciously started to pursue power. The contradiction of his existence flashed before my eyes. Vala had inherited the blood of Lucifer, and he also held the power of the White Dragon Emperor. That child possessed such an ability when he was born that his own father feared him, and was incited to abuse him by Rizavim. At the time, I told Vala that he should have fought back, opposed him. Even if he was his biological father, it was a life-threatening situation, so he should have been able to oppose him with his ability. When he heard me say this, his eyes were filled with sorrow. He simply told me if I wasn't beaten by that man, he would have beaten my mom instead. Also, the next words out of his mouth were something I would never forget for the rest of my life. When that man beat me, he had a calm expression on his face. Although I was scared, felt pain, and hated it, I think it was something a man had to do in that situation. The man who feared Valley, the man who was his father, upon seeing that his own son was being beaten without retaliation, it was the first time in his life that he could feel at ease. As the man who was born as the grandson of Lucifer, He should have been a special existence from the moment that he was born. However, his own child was a monster greater than himself. He felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Having the expectations that came with the position of Lucifer's grandson, he was fearful that his child, who had even more potential than him, would kill him while he was asleep in the future. There was also pressure from his own father, Rizavim. All of this was added together, and that man beat his non-resistant son in order to secure a place for his own existence. Vala himself realized that, so he allowed himself to be abused without resisting or retaliating. He was a child who was discarded by his family, without ever knowing anything about the warmth of familial love. A year after Valley came to Grigori, the silver-haired youth who had learned how to use his own power was already able to overwhelm the sacred gear wielders of his generation. He had confidence in his own power, which enabled him to move forward with his life's goals. One day, he came over to me and said, "Azazel, I want to become stronger than anyone else in this world. I would like to know where my current abilities lie, and I hope to be able to increase them to heights that no one in the future can reach. I want to be stronger than Rizavim, the previous generation's Lucifer, and even the Red Dragon God Emperor, the Great Red." The boy who had been born with the power that brought him misfortune had decided to pursue the path of power. Compared to the power to protect someone, he didn't pursue the power to protect himself. Instead, he sought the power that wouldn't lose to anyone else. He would definitely be at the mercy of the power of the two heavenly dragons. "Hey, Azazel, my opponent, what kind of person is the Red Dragon Emperor?" he asked. When he asked me that, his eyes were sparkling with excitement and curiosity. The answer I gave him was hatred, sadness, grief, and despair were what made the boosted gear. Spreading resentment was what the heavenly dragons were meant to do. Then, a few years later, Valano, the world was introduced to this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, and he undoubtedly changed everything. Even if Vala didn't say it at the time, I saw it in his eyes, the excitement. Even still, Valley still lacked many things. While he was given something akin to a family due in part of my agent team, the Slash-Dog team, the one person who never gave up on him was Lavinia Rennie. She became his surrogate older sister, while the others tried to show him that same love and affection. Lavinia was the only he truly opened up to. Tobio, I thought he would be his older brother. However, he eventually entered a coma, and he withdrew from the situation as he silently searched for a cure. But when Jean, the Red Dragon Emperor, came to the scene, he showed him that tough, older brotherly love. At the time, he hated it, but eventually he slowly grew to respect his fated rival and began calling him Aniki. Those two definitely love Valley unconditionally, though I could say that Jean loves everyone around him unconditionally, whether they want that love or not. I myself am not immune to it. We may insult each other a lot, but we have that respect for each other. Hell, I'd even go as far as saying that I saw him like a son, just like Valley. But now I wonder how Vala feels after he found out about Jean's origins and the responsibilities he was burdened with. While Kuntwar didn't say anything about it, his previous life, the tone, he definitely had it rough too. Whether or not that was on par with Valis, I don't know. Only Kuntwar and Jean himself knows. Regardless of that, I can almost say for certain that Valley only puts his full trust in 4 people in this world. Albion, myself, Lavinia Rennie, and Jean. You certainly had to be someone special to break through the walls that Valley had built around him. Was it because he was his fated rival? Was it because of his overwhelming power? Was it because Jean let him fight him whenever he wanted? Was it because Jean got into a romantic relationship with the person he considered his older sister? Whatever the case, maybe Valley was undoubtedly affected by his sudden coma and the truth of his entire existence. A day has passed since the attack on Tech Duin and Team DXDS victory. However, it was short-lived, as in the same day, hundreds of thousands of divine beasts, mass-produced evil dragons, cryptids, and various other monsters of the Cow's Order had created were released upon the supernatural world. I theorize that this was not everything they had at best. I believe this was just the beginning. The original Trihexa, the smaller Trihexas, the monster that Glinda fused herself with the numerous battle gods and more powerful monsters they hadn't appeared yet. Even still, We left the defense up to Gene's shadow soldiers that were spread across the globe, and his Electa. Right now, we were in his home's meeting room. I had asked for this meeting to set some rules before he came back to us, temporarily. I sat near the top with Latia, Astaroth, and Rosweiss by my side. The atmosphere here was depressing, and their morale took a hit after hearing what happened to their team leader. As most of you heard, the team leader of DXD is currently in a coma. However, we were provided with reliable information that he should wake up sooner rather than later. So for the time being, I will assign a new leader, I told them, and looked at Dulio, the Joker of Heaven. Dulio Gesualdo. As of today, and until he comes back, you will be the leader of Team DXD. I know you may have your reservations, but please take up the seat until this all blows over. The man named Dulio had a look of concern and unease, but he immediately stood up. Honestly, I don't see myself as a leader, but I'll do my best to lead the team until Gene Kuin comes back. So what do we do now, Azazel? It seems the factions and pantheons not tied to us are doing all right without our team's help, he asked. Right? While they haven't used everything they have to try to destroy our world, they're slowly ramping it up. Just around an hour ago, the Philippines pantheon was attacked. The chief god and creator god of the pantheon, Bathala, he contacted the Alliance and wished for some assistance, and I have sent one of the goddess of battles over there along with various shadow soldiers. I'm working together with Antares and Leanne, said a female's voice. We all turned to it, and she was brought in by Yuri Alpha, one of Gene's maids. She had long periwinkle hair that was tied in a ponytail, turquoise-colored eyes, and a small mole on the left side of her lips. She wore an elegant and noble suit that mainly consisted of white gold, red, and purple. On her left shoulder guard was a sort of white wing ornament, and around her waist was her sword. She radiated elegance and power. I've brought Alicia-sama, if you are unaware of her identity. She is the leader of the goddess of battle that protects the earth, explained Yuri Alpha. I had met her once before, but we have never spoken face-to-face before. But she's intimidating in her own right. She looked around us, and she frowned. While I don't blame her. Some people were missing. Aquino-chan, she hasn't really moved much since yesterday. I thought she'd come out of it, but she's basically become catatonic. However, her mother, Shuri, has at least forced her to eat so she wouldn't die of starvation. Asia-chan was here and was keeping it together, but according to some others, she did cry her eyes out during the short period of time she had for herself. Danu herself was also here, but she's as stiff as a board like the rest. Suzaka was also here. I think she's the best one out of the ones with us yesterday. However, it's quite obvious she's forcing that smile on her like the rest. Lavinia, I don't even know. She's been staying at Serafal Memorial Hospital since yesterday and has refused to leave his side. Normally, she sits on a chair with her head on Gene's chest and only leaves for bathroom breaks, to eat, and when the nurses and doctors need to tend to him. The rest aren't stellar either. Kuroka lost her appetite. Ingvald couldn't focus on her music. Grafia even dropped some plates when she tried to make dinner, so they're all affected in their own way. But they're not as bad as Lavinia or Aquino. But we do need them to get their act together, otherwise whatever else is coming in the next few days could spell disaster for us all. Alicia-san, welcome. Who did you send? Kurosagi, one of the new goddesses, asked. In order to give our best impression, I sent the deputy leader, Lena. With her, it should be fine. Greed was also sent with her and around 500,000 shadow soldiers. After they help that pantheon, they will split in half and send the other half to China and keep the 250,000 in the Philippines, she explained. 500,000? That's a lot. But I do wonder how many shadow soldiers that guy has. It's definitely beyond 1 million, maybe 1 billion, or maybe even 1 trillion. He could just create them, so I wouldn't be surprised. She came over to where I was and summoned a holographic map with XS on it. She pointed to each one and said, according to Claudira, another GOB, these are the countries or pantheons she predicts that will be attacked in the next few days, and around day 4, 5, or 6, they will finally launch a full-scale attack on the world. And they plan on destroying it if they don't get control, right? I asked and she nodded. Correct. We can assume that they have a necessary firepower for this, So anyone below a certain power threshold, I'm sorry to say, but you'll be useless. That's why leave the defense to us for now, the Shadow Soldiers, Electa and GOB, and go get stronger in Gene Samus training facility, put 50 or even 100 years into it. And train like your lives depend on it, she ordered them. Leanne and I will help train you lot, said Aurelia as she came into the room with Leanne. There's no time to be depressed. That man will come back and put an end to this soon. So come with us, she said and turned around to leave. The Starter, along with a few others, will help you all train for the next 100 years. So please prepare yourselves. So will we. Get your asses in gear, added Drake. Albion nodded along as he stood beside him. Apparently, he and Albion flew away as soon as Gene ejected them out of his soul, so they were mostly likely helped with Tech Duin's victory. Everyone looked over at me, and I waved my hand. Yeah, this meeting's done, go ahead. It's better to go with what they said. Getting everyone stronger is a top priority. It'll also run that by during my meeting with the leaders of the Alliance. I told them, and everyone slowly left. Everyone had those chambers installed in their realms. Mostly everyone should be high class and up if I compare it to the Devil system. I would prefer if they were all at least Ultimate class or even Satan class, but that's fine, at least they won't die too quickly. What will you do now, Azazel? Asked Rossweiss. He'll check up on Aquino-chan and Lavinia. I'm worried about their mental states anyway. You two seem to be doing fine, I said and glanced at them. We're doing what we can. With Kuntuar's promise, we have hope to hold on to, so we're not going to take this line down, Rossweiss said with conviction, although she did pause for a few seconds while she said that. Yes, I concur. We will keep on operating while Aaron takes his little vacation, she said with a small smile. Nevertheless, we will leave now. Good day to you, Latia said to me and left with the Valkyrie. I sighed and looked at the table in front of me. You better hurry up, you damn idiot. Ain's soliloquy, the land of Heaven Falls, was still reeling from the incident that happened yesterday. However, from what we heard from Danu and a few of the Irish group, Aaron has fallen into a coma. Many were disheartened by this, but all hope wasn't lost since we were also informed that his subordinates and shadow soldiers would be spread out across the world. I didn't get my powers back. Maybe I should have said that to him before he left for Grigori. However, I didn't have the heart to do it since he looked quite distraught, but now I think it's going to be delayed even more. I had finished my jobs for the day and was sitting in an isolated spot, a small forested area of this realm. Kana and the rest of the gods were in a small meeting with the Gaelic Alliance. I heard that Luff joined Team DXD on the assault on Tech Duin, a place I didn't think the Cow's Order would use. But it made sense since Ed had gone AWOL for quite some time now. As I sighed again, I noticed a presence behind me. Even without my powers, the years of paranoia had led me to develop a skill like this. So when I turned around, what the Sequentoir? I asked in shock. That I am. Hello, Ain. It's been a while, she said and walked over to me. I wasn't expecting her of all people, but if she was here then, I could ask her a few things. How's Aaron? What happened to him? What about the rest of the world now? Is he going to wake up soon? I asked her. She chuckled and shook her head. He is currently taking certain trials. There are 7 of them. Once he finishes 5 of them, he will awaken for 1 hour before he has to finish the rest. So he can do whatever he wishes for that 1 hour T trials? Wait, so he can give me my powers back? I asked. She shook her head again. No, he asked me to do it in his stead, so here I am. You two can still talk, huh? Not as much as I would like to, but he did ask me during it. I see. In that case, how are the trials going? I asked. He surely must have completed some already, right? However, Kuntor looked up at the sky with an expression I could only describe as sorrow. He has failed the first trial over 10 times already, and he's on his 11th attempt. I was beyond shocked. What did she mean that he failed it 10 times already? In all my time knowing Aaron, failure was basically non-existent. Well, unless we look at the Kokabeel and the various fuck-ups he had in the 100 years we spent, I felt my own lips twitch. Never mind, that guy just failed a lot of things. He's going through those trials with no powers. He is back to being a normal human in his previous lives body, she told me. Right now, Aaron Toole is weak, although he's always been weak. Ah, so he's taking them without powers. Then while I'd like to say, now you know how I feel, but he probably already knows that since he was born a normal person before coming here. But what did she mean by saying that he has always been weak? Should I tell people about this? I asked her. No, please keep it a secret. I don't want the rest of them to keep on worrying, but please rest assured that he'll definitely get through those trials. While I said he was weak, he's not the same weak person that he once was, Kantor said, and poked my forehead with her finger. I suddenly felt my powers coming back to me. I felt a surge from within my body, and a small pulse of wind left me, making the trees around us shake. With that, your powers are back. I will say this before I leave. Please be careful. Someone from your past may be targeting you, she told me before blipping out of existence. Someone from my past? I repeated and thought back at all the people I've met in my long life, and a few stood out. And one that was still alive and was a fellow deity. I shivered at the thought, but at the same time I'm stronger now. I won't let that fear control me. I muttered to myself before standing up. Okay, let's go help everyone out. I can probably join Team DXD too. As soon as I shouted those words, I ran back into town. Azazel's soliloquy, I had arrived in the underworld, Lilith. The Seraphal Memorial Hospital was located here, and Jean was being kept there. I entered the hospital and made my way to his room. A few devils there greeted me, and outside his room was a powerful barrier. I hadn't noticed this when we first brought him here, but I'm guessing that Kantor woman put it there. Once I arrived in the room, Lavinia sat beside him on her chair. She held his hand as she had her eyes closed. Hearing my footsteps, she opened her eyes and looked at me. Allo, Azazel, she greeted me tiredly. I grunted and held my hand up with the grocery bag I brought with me. I got some food for you. I'm heading to Grigori after this and plan on checking up on Akino-chan, I told her. Wait, is that a Shin? I asked. In Lavinia's lap was a small jet-black dog that resembled Canis Lycaon. It opened its eyes, but it was different from last time. Tobio's Jin had glowing red eyes. Jean's Shin also had glowing red eyes when he used it during the Chicha's rebellion, but now its eyes were pure silver. It is. Shin-chan came out last night. I woke up because I felt him licking my face. She started to stroke Shin's head, and a bit of life flowed back to her. I think it's Aaron's way of telling me he's fine and will wake up soon, and so he'll come back and help Team DXD. In all honesty, I was left speechless by this. I had thought of a speech to pull her out of her depressive period, but just by having Shin come out, it had an effect like this. I also planned on bringing someone else in to help her, but seriously? I guess her mental strength was a lot stronger than I had anticipated. I thought Lavinia would be like Akino-chan catatonic with how attached she is to him. However, I guess the hope that he would awaken kept the fire burning inside of her. Is something the matter, Azazel? She asked. No, it's nothing anyway here. I gave her the plastic back, and she took out the sandwich and began eating it. I took another chair and put it on the other side of Jean and sat on it. How is he? Anything new? Nothing has changed except that Kantor left him earlier and that Shin came out. His heart rate still fluctuates from a flat line to the usual zigzag pattern, she replied while eating her food. Shin left her lap and jumped over to me. I picked him up and brought him up to my face. You really do look the same, except for the silver eyes, though, I mumbled. Just then, Shin hit me on the face with his paw and barked. Yeah, you two are alike, I said, annoyed. Lavinia giggled at that, and Shin returned to her. Anyway, Team DXD has been staying in Jean's training facility for 100 years being trained by various Electa. So if you want to join them, then go ahead. They've already started. Heck, they may be out already, I told her, and she agreed. Okay, they'll leave in the next hour. Thank you for telling me. I grunted again and slowly left the room. Instead of leaving, I stood out in the hallway and leaned against the wall. They'll be back soon. Aaron, we promised to stay together forever, right? So please come back to us. Soon I'll take Shin with me, if that's fine. I heard Shin bark after she asked that, and she quietly started to cry. I sighed and left the place. I was wrong. She was still putting up a front and wanted to look okay in front of people. However, she's willing to separate from him to help defend this world. Next stop was Akino-chan. Azazel, we got numerous calls for help from various factions and pantheons. Most of them are on hold. What should I do? Avetsa asked me as soon as I teleported to my office. Shimhazai was also there talking to various magic circles. Tell them we'll get back to them, or have them speak with Michael and Altaria. Don't use Sir's ex. He and the rest of the four great Satans are busy with dealing with the fallout about the king piece, I told her. Any others, just leave them to me, but I'm going to the Himajima's house for now. Oh, Suzako Himajima also came by just a few minutes ago. I assume she's going there too, so you may meet her there, Avetsa informed me, and I thanked her. I picked up my face and made my way there. Thankfully, Suzako wasn't rushing over there, and I spotted her. Yo, Himajima clan head, I greeted her. Governor, how can I help you? She asked, her tone monotonous. I'm planning to check on Akino-chan and maybe talk to her parents. What about you? I asked her back. I'm also going to talk to Akino, she replied, and that's where the conversation ended. We made our way to their home, silently, and once there I knocked on the door. The door opened after a few seconds, and it was Shuri. She smiled sadly at us and invited us in. Annie, where's Akino? Suzako asked. She's in her room, replied Shuri. Suzako thanked her and hugged her before she made her way upstairs. I accompanied Shuri to the dining room, where Barakiel was, and I sat with him. No one spoke for a few seconds until Barakiel spoke up. She really loved him. Even after that Kantor woman told us about the Fated One's concept, Akino was never bothered by it. Even if she wasn't part of it, she loved Eren all the same. I think she embodied that building the relationship from nothing rather than relying on something as magical as the Fated One's thing that Suzaku and Lavinia were labeled as, he told us with a deep sigh. Akino was the first woman Jean dated in this world, so they've been with each other the longest, then Kuroka, and finally Lavinia. I knew of Akino-chan's grievances towards men, but when she started a relationship with Jean, I was quite shocked. Years of loathing men. And then she suddenly starts dating someone she met after a week or two. It does make some sense, though, but I think at the time it was both romantic attraction and gratefulness. The fact that he brought her mother back to life and helped repair a broken family was definitely a major factor in it all. Also, I guess that's the modern dating scene, isn't it? Some couples get together with the thought of they might like each other fall in love down the line, so we may as well, or it's just something casual. I wonder how Akino-chan really felt since she quite literally fell in love with the guy quite quickly. Has Akino stayed in her room the entire time? I asked. She's not as bad as you think. She does go to the bathroom, shower, and eat, thankfully. When Eren wakes up, I'm going to give him a lecture, answered Shuri while crossing her arms. As expected of the surrogate mother and mother-in-law, the first thing she thought about was scolding the guy who's half dead and half alive. However, she started to tear up and then cry. They'll definitely scold him, making us feel like this. He won't get his favorite dishes from me for an entire week. Do you see this, you brat? You better wake up soon. You're making everyone around you unnecessarily depressed. Suzako Himajima's soliloquy. I arrived in front of Akino's door, but I had stood in front of it for him not sure how long. I had resolved myself to be stricter with her today, so she can come back to Team DXD and she can help defend our world when he's not here. I know I may upset her, and she may lash out at me because of it. However, I love my cousin, and I don't want to see her like this the same with everyone else. Rias Grimmery has also asked me to help her queen. I knocked on the door and called out to Akino, but got no response. However, I still turned the knob and entered her room. When I did, it resembled her old room from many years ago. There were a few things that were more modern and items that she clearly brought over since this building was finished being constructed. On the bed was Akino, lying down and hugging a pillow, a hollow and lifeless look in her eyes. It was also clear that she had been crying as her eyes were a bit red. I walked over to her and sat on her bed. Akino, the Alliance has started a train. Everyone needs you, so please come back. Yet, she didn't even so much as flinch when I told her that. I reached over and touched her thigh, and she flinched. Akino, this world has no meaning without him. I don't want to live anymore, she mumbled as a single tear fell from her eye. I frowned after I heard that. Akino, you shouldn't say things like that. You heard Kuntuar Hell wake up soon, I told her. Akino shook her head and cried more. It's all meaningless. They won't let me go see him in the hospital either. Why? It's probably because you're like this. They probably think you would only get worse if you saw him there. I have only been there once, but he seems fine. I texted Lavinia about updates, but there hadn't been any significant changes. Aquino, like I said, why are you so calm? She finally snapped and straightened herself up. I was taken aback by her sudden outburst, a look of anger on her face while she was crying. Why, you're one of his fated ones, aren't you? You're supposed to be more connected, aren't you? Why do you sound and feel so indifferent to this? She asked. Because I'm the head of the clan, because I'm older than many in Team DXD, and the fact that many have shown that they're already upset because of his absence, I had to be one of the ones that showed that they were fine. I also want to cry and be with him right now. You, Lavinia, Asia, Danu-sama, Penemu, Annie Shuri, Uncle Barakeel, and I saw it happen. There was so much blood. To us, Eren was invincible, some who couldn't and wouldn't lose. We never once saw him physically hurt the time he was emotionally hurt also hurt me. But this time it was different. I felt my body shaking and tears leaving my eyes. Of course I'm sad that he's in a coma, but because I'm older than you and so many people rely on me, I have to hold it all in. I can't just break down. Aquino looked at me shocked, but I kept going. When I saw him fall, when I saw all that blood, and when he fell into that coma, I felt like someone had ripped something very valuable out of me. I saw it in Lavinia's eyes, too. I felt like we had lost something when he died. The man we loved just collapsed into a puddle of blood. He's always been reckless, but this time it came with consequences, but we have to keep going. We can't just stay in a room and cry about it, Aquino. The world can't protect itself without our help. Eren wouldn't want you to stay like this, would he? I asked her. Aquino stared at me for a few seconds before crying even harder, and she started to apologize. I wasn't sure to who, though. Perhaps she was apologizing to herself, to me, to her parents, or even to Eren, but I felt her and we cried together. After 2 minutes of this, our tears eventually dried up. I pulled away from her, and the light in her eyes had come back. Let's go, I can't stay here, but I want to see him before we go and train, she told me. That's fine. Lavinia texted me earlier that she's also gone back to Eren's our home, so no one is there in the hospital with him. Let's go tell Azazel and your parents, I told her. She agreed, and after getting herself organized, we headed back downstairs. Once there, we saw the three of them silently sitting around the dining table. Governor, Auntie, Uncle, we're going to Serafal Memorial Hospital to see Eren before we go back to his home and train, I informed them. Aquino, are you sure we'll be fine? Mom, I'm sorry for being like that, she said, and apologized to them. Aunt Shuri teared up a bit and hugged Aquino and I. Just be safe, okay? And when he wakes up, pinch his cheeks for me, she told us, which made us smile. They'll make sure to do that. Auntie, I replied. We said our goodbyes one more time before we left for the hospital. Once there, we made our way to his room and found him still asleep, but it seemed like someone else had been here. On the bedside of his bed was a single rose made of ice. Lavinia probably left it there. Another item was there, a pure white feather. When I used my ring's appraisal on it, it was from Gabriel Samus' own wings. Like the rest of us, it also affected her greatly, and she had been in heaven since then. However, it seems like she's also found her own resolve to keep moving forward. There was also an envelope. It was addressed to Eren, but also said that anyone could read it. So I opened it. The letter was from Dilio Gesualdo, Heaven's Joker. It basically said that he hoped Eren would wake up soon because he didn't think he was fit to be a leader type. It also claimed that he owed him tasty food after he woke up. I smiled after reading it and put the letter back. Aquino had sat down on a chair and stroked Eren's hand the entire time I read it. However, we can't stay here forever. Aquino, just a minute longer. Suzuki-sama, she said, and I nodded. I let her stay like that for another minute before she was ready to leave. As we left the room, I glanced back at Eren before saying a few things to myself, and we finally departed. Third-person point of view Eren Tool was back in the white void. He lay on his back as he stared up at the sky, but in front of him was a floating blue box with text. Trials of Memories Past Failed 21 times. Trials. 0-7 Body Restoration. 0 Regain Consciousness at 5-7 Evolution Progress. 1-290 Try again. Yes, no, he had failed the first trial 21 times over. Eren frowned and grumbled to himself. What the fuck am I doing wrong? Shit, I can't keep fucking up or he'll never wake up. Just then, a figure of a female appeared beside him. Oh, hey, comptoir. This is taking longer than I anticipated, said Aaron as he stood back up. How does it feel? She asked. Annoying, never-ending, and stupid. I should be acing this, but I'm failing. Can I get a hint? He asked. I cannot give you a hint, I'm sorry, replied Comptoir. I guessed as much, Aaron said with a shrug. He started to do some stretches and then slapped his own cheeks. All right, let's do this. I think after seeing you, I got a small hint, he said with a grin. Comptoir was surprised by this, and Aaron turned to her and said, Going through these trials, parts of my past have been restored, and I also realized a few things. You and Azathoth put many hints and Easter eggs for me to find. Comptoir showed Aaron a troubled smile, but she didn't say anything. Aaron walked over to her and embraced her. Waddle. Comptoir was shocked by this and became a bit flustered. He pulled away and looked at her. You are you. Even if you're a small fraction of Azathoth, my opinion of you won't change. Please remember that. Anivi, I'm off, he said with a grin before vanishing. You really are an idiot, mumbled Comptoir as she summoned a small cube in her hand. When do you want me to show this to him? A figure materialized behind her and said, When the time is right during his evolution. That is when he will remember everything. I believe he needs it. I see, replied Comptoir. When she turned around, the figure had vanished. She sighed once more and stared at the box. That box contained the last words and thoughts of a certain person dear to Aaron Toole. Comptoir looked at the surroundings around her. The previously white void started to change after she waved her hands around them. The scene changed into a room, someone's room. You can't see this because you still haven't completed a single trial. Once you start completing them, you'll be able to see more of this, Aaron. Please hurry. The world is in danger. Once Lapis awakens, no one in that universe can stand against her. Not your Electa, your lovers, or anyone you made stronger. After saying those words, Comptoir also disappeared. However, what neither of them knew was that this restoration would further decrease the lifespan of a certain god. Aaron shot up from his seat, startling everyone around him. Yo, dude, the hell? Ryan complained. Aaron turned to him with a giant grin on his face. I don't like that, man. Whenever you have that shitty grin, something bad always happens. You worry too much, my dear Ryan. Come now. We shall conquer the world together, announced Aaron. Yep, he's officially lost it. That anime and other shit you consume finally destroyed your brain. Huh? Thank God, I only watched and read a few things. Aaron ignored his friend and looked around the room. He had come to a certain conclusion. He had to correct all the mistakes he had done, not just repeat the days that he had already lived through. He had his own suspicions, but he wasn't sure if it was what he needed to do. Aaron worked on the logic that he had to relive his days again without changing it. At first, he started with small and minor changes, but he still failed. But now, after meeting Comptoir and speaking to her, as well as seeing many hints and other things in this memory, he understood what he needed to do. Ryan, today, that stupid school-wide trivia quiz is happening, right? Aaron asked. Yeah, why are you asking about that? Asked Ryan. Let's make a team. You, me, Aoife, and whoever the hell else wants to join. Let's win it all. He told him. Yep, he's gone insane. Aoife, your idiot boyfriend's brain finally exploded, shouted Ryan. After that, Aoife came over to them, looking confused. What do you mean, Ryan? Asked Aoife. Aaron chuckled and explained what he wanted to do. Aoife smiled and agreed. I don't mind, it sounds fun. One of the prizes is also cash, 20 euros for each of us. Wait, what? There's money. Well, shit, dude. You should have told me about it. Let's fucking do this, shouted Ryan. Language, Ryan. The teacher shouted and glared at him. Ryan awkwardly and apologized. All three of them sat at a table and began their strategy meeting. But isn't this trivia about everything? How will we cover all the topics? Aoife asked with concern. True, I know some football, soccer, trivia, and other general crap, but the rest I'm not too well informed about, added Ryan. I know some since I help out at a few centers around town, so I have knowledge about many things I learned from the elderly, but I don't know if that'll be good for anything. Any contribution helps. Aoife. Anyway, so what's the plan, almighty leader? Ryan asked Aaron. I can cover most topics. Just polish up on the things you know. The quiz starts after lunch, 40 minutes, right? And it lasts for the last 3 classes of the day, so we won't need to worry about that. so we have now until then to check everything on our phones. Are you sure? That's a lot, you know. Aaron Aoife put her hand on top of his and squeezed it. Yeah, it'll be fine. Aaron also squeezed her hand back, but Ryan rolled his eyes. Please, for the love of God, don't start flirting. You two are the worst at it. It's so fucking innocent and just vanilla and wholesome it makes me sick, he said and reeled back from the two. Both Aaron and Aoife laughed at him. Well, how about you? And Ryan covered Aaron's mouth and then squeezed his head with the other. Another word, and I'm going to pull your eyes out, he said while blushing. All right, I want. Anyway, let's get back to planning. So these are the topics it'll cover. Alicia's soliloquy a day ago. We received one last order from our creator and master. It was unexpected and sudden. Quite a few of the GOB became distraught, but we did not fall into disarray. Lena and I gained control of them and met up with Antares and Leanne. After that, we met with Bellion and Kamish in the dimensional gap. Not too long after Comptoir approached us. She gave us one additional message from our creator, Aaron, and that was to trap the original Trihexa into the dimensional gap when it was unleashed into the world. He wanted to kill it and make it one of his shadow soldiers. Comptoir said that he didn't want to waste a powerful monster like that. Comptoir explained that he had no idea about the mini Trihexes that Rizavim told Vala Lucifer and Azazel upon his death. So we're working on the assumption of killing those monsters when they show up. I have assigned the GOB to some factions and pantheons, so it would make defending them easier. Antares and Leanne are his right hand and left hand respectively, so they were left with giving out orders to the rest of the Electa. The Pleiades will stay in Kuo, and the Stalwarder will be with Leanne as they patrol the whole Asian eastern half of Earth's continent. The Nocturnes, led by Kokoshibo, will be assigned to keep the original Trihexa preoccupied until Aaron Sama wakes up. Meanwhile, the Guardians will stay in the newly constructed base that Antares had been building in case it's targeted for an attack. Zeno and Silva have been called back since their original mission was complete. They, like the other Electa, were assigned by Antares to different factions and pantheons across the globe. I was in one of our bases in the human world. After I spoke with Team DXD, I left Aaron Samus home. Excuse me, I'm back and done with my job, said a voice. I looked up and saw Lena. Lena was the deputy leader of the GOB. She had long green hair tied in a single braid that flowed down on her right side. It reached her thighs. She had lime green eyes, wore an alchemist hat, and wore a colorful attire of an alchemist which consisted of blue, white, and purple colors. Hello, Lena. How was the defense on the Philippines Pantheon? I asked her as she floated over to me and sat on one of the chairs. It went smoothly. I take it that Team DXD is a bit depressed? She asked back, looking a bit sad. Yes, quite a lot of their members are saddened by our master's coma. However, it hasn't affected too many of them to be unable to function, so that's a silver lining. Did their chief god say anything about joining the alliance? I asked. Yeah, but he said that he wanted Aaron Sama to be there and not just me. I agreed. So we wrote it down that they'll join the alliance, she explained and showed me a small handwritten letter. Well, good work, I told her, and turned around to look at the same holograph I showed Team DXD. Lena stood beside me and add some excess herself. I think they'll also cover these pantheons, as well as these smaller groups and factions. Notice how most of them are in South America and Central Europe. From one of the enemies I captured, I used a little spell to get them to talk, and I found this out well, not in detail, but by my own deduction, she explained. Let's assign Istia to South America, and then Mishia and Adite to Central Europe. The rest can be spread around the supernatural realms. Those three can cover the whole world by themselves. I think the Cow's Order will attack the supernatural side first before moving on to the human world. I know that. Look, let me finish. Once they target the entire world, we will be forced to expose ourselves, and we already know that some of the major governments of the human world are aware that we exist. Heck, the devils do contracts with them, don't they? Anyway, I don't think Aaron Chan would like that, so he'll probably erase all of humanity's memories afterward. I looked at the things she added to the holograph. I think we should add one more. Once they attack the whole world, we can join them then, but for now Anna is in the dimensional gap. She's one of the most proficient with using magic along with Shala. They'll keep Trihexa trapped there once it's teleported there. A rare is just another angel. So I sent her to heaven, although she's mostly in 7th heaven for now. However, she does disguise herself from time to time to go explore the other floors. In the underworld? I asked. Zira has been assigned to it along with a bunch of shadow soldiers. We have everything covered, so that leave the rest, not including you and I, she said with a grin. Anyway, I'm off again. Where to? I asked. Rihanna wants help with something. She wants to strengthen the barrier that Aaron Sean made around Earth. It may not stop them entirely, but it should slow them down to an extent. It's just so the Alliance can come together when their final stand comes, she said and left. So she agrees with assigning one more then? I asked myself. I summoned another holograph, and it showed the remaining members of the GOB Eileen, Viries, Resnias, Ayatul, Urfine, and Niela are the ones left the most suitable for the last placement, should be Urfine. She was last asked by Aaron Sama for help during the Oros Academy attack. I tapped my ear, and a translucent transceiver appeared. Urfine, I want to assign you to be the last one to defend Earth. Istia, Mishia, and Adite will be assigned along with you. Okay, I don't mind. Where will be responsible for? She asked. I told her about the other places, and that she would be responsible for the rest of the world. That's a big responsibility, you know? But I don't mind, but does that mean I can use my Celestial Storm clones? They're destructive, so please keep it 1 or 2 at a time. But when the invasion starts, feel free to use as much as you want. Yay, okay. They'll head over there now. Imnir Istia. Should I inform her? Yes, please do. I'll inform the others. After our short conversation, I dismissed all the holographs. Azazel's soliloquy. Another 2 days passed since then, and everyone is mostly out there defending the constant assault by the Cow's order. After the meeting with the current leaders of the DXD Alliance, we have decided to hold off on using our plan, the isolation barrier. Shiva was the one to convince the rest of us to hold off, since he, along with Surzex and Altaria, told us that Jean would wake up soon. He's been out of commission for 4 days now. I don't hold much hope, but I'll take their word for it. However, Trihexa and any of the major enemies that Rise of Him told me about hadn't shown up yet. It really makes me wonder, were they delaying it? Or were they making more of them because of Jean's absence? We hadn't received any news from Ignia and Lapis. We know Ignia is a double agent for Jean, and that he was chasing after Lapis in the multiverse. I sighed again as I was in the Norse pantheon, Asgard. In a void space, there were many enemies battling the Alliance. Most of them were being dealt with by Jean's shadow soldiers. One of his Electa, Edel, was also here. Even when there was no ground or any kind of vegetation, she just conjured them up out of nothing. It was quite surreal when I first saw it, just like the rest, and even if they look cute and innocent, my God, they're terrifying. So far, there have been only minor injuries and a total of 4 deaths. Most of them happened because those 4 wanted to be heroes and charged in recklessly. One of them was an orphan. They became stronger and wanted to prove themselves. The others came from various other places that wanted to show their strength. They were people that came from different pantheons. One was from a Slavic pantheon. He was an orphan. 2 of them were from America. One was an inexperienced magician, and another had a twice critical sacred gear, and he evolved it into a subspecies balance breaker that resembled a submachine gun. The last one was from Slovakia. They were a human-monster hybrid. They had been bullied and belittled all their life. Once he was introduced to the supernatural, he found friends and comrades. And afterward, to thank them for their kindness, they wanted to give back by playing hero, and it cost them their life. Alicia had ordered them to be preserved in ice and wait for Jean to come back to revive them. As for Team DXD, they apparently stayed in that place for 200 years, and yesterday they came out and have been going all over the world and have been helping defend it. I could tell that most of them were God class and up. That place is seriously a godsend. If it weren't for it, these guys would be too weak to fight these things, and these monsters range from true Satan class and up. Are you sure you don't want help? I asked Rosweiss and the Valkyrie squad and the Norse group. We're fine, Azazel-san. Please stand back. With Edel-san and the Shadow Soldiers, we're fine. I suggest you go to the main island to discuss other topics, or visit the other realms, as they may want to speak to you, since you're an advisor for Team DXD, replied Rossweiss. I sighed and looked at her, just like everyone else in Team DXD. They came out of that place with hardened resolves. I have no idea what Aurelia, Leanne, and Scathack, who joined not too long after they went in, did to them, but they looked like hardened, pissed off warriors. Shaking my head, I left the area and went back to the main island. Once there, Avetsa waited for me along with a few of my subordinates. So, how are the other realms? I asked. I had already ordered these guys to check it out before Rossweiss proposed that to me. They're fine. Around 50k shadow soldiers and planet soldiers and monsters that Edel made are defending those realms too, said Avetsa. Asgard isn't going down today, Azazel, and I doubt the other realms are going to either with Jean's subordinates defending them 24/7. I know, but at the same time, they've only increased the amount they can use to attack those factions and pantheons. I mean, they must have used at least over 100 million soldiers in their armies, right? How the hell are they even managing this? I asked her. Cloning, but at the rate they're using them, it's not sustainable, so it has to be something else, replied Avetsa. Perhaps they made something in those few months that they were silent? Or maybe they had been slowly building it up, since they had Lapis help. This may be the tip of the iceberg. I added my own thoughts, and she frowned. Or it could be both, you know? Maybe Lapis is supplying them with the means of being able to do this, and now they've made so many that they could just throw them out like this and barely make a dent in their overall amount. Whatever the case may be, I wasn't sure if Jean's subordinates had stamina or not. However, if they did, then it would be worrying since they'd eventually burn out. If not, then we can rely on them. They're clearly following their master's last orders, and from what I've seen so far, they don't mind too much. Azazel-san, we're done over here in the North Pole, said Uriyunikiri. Uriyunikiri was at the North Pole as both Antares Base and St. Nicholas Realm were attacked. Thankfully, it was away from most of civilian life, so they could fight to their heart's content. But there had been reports of flashing lights at the North Pole, and many humans wanted to go there and see what it was. There was some intervention by Alicia, as she made the desert snow, taking their minds off it. Nikiri was accompanied by Tiamat and Suzuku, along with a few other shadow soldiers. Antares subordinates helped quite a bit since they were quite powerful themselves. The South Pole was also attacked, but like Antares, the insectoid woman Coratia defended it along with her army of insects. I hadn't known about her, and that was the first time I met her. She was terrifying to say the least. Am not good with bugs, so good work. Stay there to make sure no other attacks happen. And if they do, please repel them again, I replied through the transceiver. Roger that. Another point, we spoke to Kuntwar again about those crystals. Apparently, they were a one-time use. Once it was activated, they would alert this Death King thing, and it would make its way here. There was no way of stopping it. And she herself wasn't sure when it would show up, since it was affected by Nyarlathotep too. It seems like everything that can kill us all are making their way to this damn universe. We should make our way back to Grigori. It seems like Penemu and the Slash Dog team came across something interesting, said Avetsa. Right once back in Grigori, we made our way to the meeting room. When I looked in a certain direction, I noticed that there were even more seals, barriers, and shadow soldiers here. Right, since Asai gave birth to her child, Alicia came here with 2 other GOB and put even more protection on those too. Tobio is more than willing to join the fight, but he's also concerned about his fiancée. However, Alicia told him to stay with her, so he's in a way guarding both her and Grigori now. We've also temporarily released Atsudara Himejima as he's fighting for the Alliance too. He's a temporary member of the Slash Dog team. We arrived in the meeting room with Penemu there and the agents. Avetsa told me you guys found something interesting? I asked. Interesting is putting it lightly. Azazel, it's more like horrifying, said Kanami. Her face was pale because of it. Well, go on then, I told her. Kanami looked at her team and then at Fusey. Fusey stepped forward and created a magic circle that showed footage of something. What the hell is that? I asked. It's a tear in space-time, like what the Cow's Order uses to invade pantheons, factions, and other places that have powerful barriers placed over them. To put it simply, after analyzing it from a distance, I came to a conclusion. Fusey's face became grim, and she said, I believe there are many more of these at the Cow's Order's base. Those portals, I believe, are linked to different parallel worlds and timelines. I think that's how they keep producing these absurd amounts of soldiers for them to throw at us. Azazel, you told us what Rise of Him said, right? I think you didn't know everything that the Cow's order planned. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? She asked. I felt my face pale. Hold the fuck up. Wait, does this mean they're using those other timelines and other versions of the Cow's order, or even Cow's brigade to send over their armies here? Depending on where they are in the timeline, they may even send over another trihexa, or even multiple of them. The same with the other monsters they might have, like those battle gods. Maybe even mind control gods of our universe from a different timeline, said Tobio. I turned around and saw him with Se, their child, Jin, and Natsu. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that this version of the Cow's order may be the strongest across the timelines, and they force the others to join them. Azazel, we may have Jin's subordinates and shadow soldiers, but if this is true, then they have infinite numbers against ours. One way or another, we'll eventually slip, and our lives will be lost. So unless Jin wakes up and does something about it, said Penemu in a worried tone. Our universe versus an infinite Cow's order army. But that does not sound good. We need to inform the Alliance then, or ask someone like Kuntuar to confirm this. I told them. If you can, get there and try to stop them. I will go inform the Alliance. Now, an emergency meeting is needed. I didn't wait for them to respond as I ran off. This is getting ridiculous, and I didn't know how to feel about it. God damn it, Jin, wake up already. Because we seriously need you. Third-person point of view Aaron Toole had gotten past a certain time period in his first trial. He hadn't gotten here before, so he was making progress. It was their 45-minute lunch break. Aaron, Aoife, and Ryan were sitting at a table in the cafeteria of their school as they ate and talked about the upcoming quiz. Ryan, Aaron shouted, and then finally smacked his best friend on the head, getting his attention. Oh, dude, what the hell? Ryan complained as he rubbed his head. I was busy reading what? Asked Aoife. Ryan turned his phone around, and it showed a certain site. I didn't take you as someone who read, much less fan fiction of all things, said Aaron with a bit of surprise. Please tell me you at least looked up random trivia before you started reading that. I did. One of the works I'm following got an update, so I just started reading it, he replied. But man, I think you need a certain understanding and level of maturity when reading certain works. And I don't just mean this in fan fiction, but literature in general. Aoife and Aaron looked at each other and then at Ryan. What do you mean? Aoife asked. Yeah, please elaborate. A wise one, said Aaron. You guys remember the book we read in class last year? We also had to do it for our exams for our first year. Ah, you mean To Kill a Mockingbird? It had the N-word in it, right? Clarified Aoife. Some were uncomfortable when the teacher had to say it. Right, that. To me, it's part of the book. It's part of the plot, and it's quite obvious that the tone of the work is serious, right? He asked them, and both Aoife and Aaron nodded. I believe that's for most, if not for all works. They will establish what kind of mood or setting ITLL have, right? They'll use anime, for example. The Konosuba one is mostly comedy, and then Berserk, that's serious and has a lot of messed up stuff in it, right? He asked again, right? Konosuba is generally comedy. And Berserk is just heavy stuff, full of tragedy. Why are you asking this? Asked Aaron. Right. So how would you feel if someone called it edgy or cringe? He asked, now looking angry. They're entitled to their opinion, and they're clearly wrong. Since the tone was literally established in the first chapter, that's something you won't forget easily, replied Aoife. I won't get into Berserk, but all three of us know what happened in Konosuba. You can't exactly forget how Kazuma died, said Aaron. Can you get to the point, Ryan? I want to focus on this quiz getting there. Snapped Ryan. Anyway, I'm reading this new chapter, and it's been out for at least 6 hours now, and it's at 6,299 chapters. Yes, I know it's long, but shut up. It's been properly tagged, blah, 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 and there's this one comment that literally reads, try hard cringe. Like what the hell is that supposed to mean? Ryan slammed his hands onto the desk, but it didn't attract any attention since the entire cafeteria was noisy and everyone was talking loudly to their own groups. Like, bitch, you've read this far and read the tags, and there's been several tragedy-type moments and scenes through this fucking thing. And now you say try hard cringe? What the fuck? You seem passionate about this, dude, mumbled Aaron. Ryan scoffed. Back to my earlier point. I think like with official works, in fan fiction, you need a level of, I guess, maturity. These things have their tags for a reason, as well as warnings from the author itself, and as well as your, hopefully, functioning brain. If you don't have the level of emotional maturity, fuck off from reading these types of works. There are other works for your shitty tastes, loser. They're the cringe cucklords that can't fucking read serious material. Proclaimed Ryan. May I see the work? Aoife asked, and Ryan gave his phone to her. Ryan, this is some angsty My Little Pony and Transformers crossover. I've seen it mentioned so many times over the internet. Holy, you read this? I mean, I do too, but still it's really heavy stuff, said Aoife, shocking Aaron. Wait, what? Aaron stretched his hand out, and Aoife gave Ryan's phone to him. He checked it and facepalmed. Ryan, this fan fiction is stupidly popular. You're going to get trolls and immature idiots commenting shit like this to get a reaction out of the author or other fans. You literally got baited. Ryan sighed and snatched his phone back before putting it away. Whatever. I'm annoyed now, and I won't accept anything other than first place. I want that money. Well, at least you're motivated now, said Aaron while chuckling. All right, let's get back to it. Current teams. Pool wall shavers. 9 points duck goose tappers. 12 points normal kids. 20 points trivia masters 420 XD. 35 points tool owes me money. 52 points, there were several teams that participated in the quiz, but most had to sit through an elimination round to cut down the number of teams. Aaron's group got through it, and currently they were in the lead with 52 points. All right, this will be the last question, and whoever gets it right, well, give out 50 points. The teacher shouted and got an enthusiastic yeah from the students, except Ryan, who howled like a wolf. For the last trivia question, it's this. The teacher pointed to the board. What is banned in public places in Florida after 6 p.m. on a Thursday? It asked. The room was stunned by this, but Aaron put his hand up immediately, surprising everyone. Yes, Aaron. Farting. Farting is banned after 6 p.m. on Thursdays in Florida. Aaron answered in a deadpan voice. The room fell silent due to this. Even the teacher was left speechless. You a one moment, please, she said, and check her cards. Her eyes widened in even more shock. CC correct, she said, and changed the slide on the board. That's a thing. A student shouted. What a load of ass. Ryan and Aoife turned to Aaron, their faces full of confusion and concern for their friend. How did you know that? They both asked with concern. Don't look at me like that. What the hell? We literally looked over random trivia during lunch. He snapped at them, making the room full of students laugh. However, after that, Aaron was transported back to the white void. He sat there confused until the screen popped up in front of him. Trials of memories past. Trials. 1. 7 body restoration. 10 regain consciousness at 5. 7 evolution progress. 1. 2 90-second trial commencing. At least give me time to reel in the Victo. He did not as he was sent to his second trial. When Aaron opened his eyes, he found himself in an office-type room. In front of him was his father, Aiden Toole. His eyes widened in shock. Are you listening to me, Aaron? His father asked. Yeah, replied Aaron. It's not yeah, it's yes, sir, corrected his father while glaring at him. The look his father gave him wasn't of a father concerned about his son, but more like someone annoyed by their subordinate, someone beneath them. Yes, sir, repeated Aaron. His father sighed and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Tell me about these grades. Why have they been slipping? He asked. Please don't tell me it's about that stupid girl. Just because she died doesn't mean that your grades have to slip, Aaron. Aaron's eyes widened even more, and he felt his right hand closed into a fist. His father proceeded to berate him for the next few minutes until he was dismissed and he left his room. Silently, Aaron walked back to his room, and once in there, he slammed his fist against the wall with everything he had. His hand hurt, but he didn't care. The sound that was made was loud enough that his mother ran into his room out of concern. Aaron, what happened to your hand? Why did you? She asked and looked at her own son's face. It was full of rage and angry tears. Seeing this, Royson hugged her son and asked what happened. She pulled away and examined his hand that was now bloodied and had torn skin on it. "We have to take you to the hospital." Aaron didn't answer and only silently nodded. He hadn't expected to be thrown straight into this. He underestimated these trials. He expected more like the previous one. Ones that were more humorous. Funny, not this. Aaron knew he would have a tough time starting from here. Chapter 16, Part 2. Awakening amidst the Imperial Chaotic Feast, third-person point of view, trials of memories past failed. 50 times. Trials. 1-7 body restoration. 10 regain consciousness at 5-7 evolution progress. 1-2-90 try again? Yes, no. Aaron Toole stared at the screens in front of him. Annoyance and rage built up inside of him after countless attempts. He came to a single conclusion. They'll beat him up, put that asshole into the hospital, break his arm and his legs, and shove that stupid trophy up his ass, he muttered to himself. In the back of his head, he knew that he had to do this, but he wanted to try other options first. He had no idea what the outcome would be, but he was willing to try anything at this point forward. Screw the canon of my previous life. If that's how they want me to do things, then they'll do it, just like how I changed the draconic dais I was thrown into. Let's see how much trouble I can cause. A grin spread across his face, and he pressed yes on the screen. The second that Aaron arrived in front of his dad, he threw a punch directly towards his face, not expecting this. Aiden Toole fell to the ground and touched his cheek. However, Aaron didn't stop there as he stomped on his father's wrist and kicked him in the head with his full strength. This made his father black out, but he didn't stop there as he got on top of the table and jumped down on his father's leg, breaking it, and also waking him back up as he screamed in pain. "Well, you killed her," he stated simply, and kicked him in the head again. This assault continued for the next few minutes, and Aaron kept his promise of shoving something up his dad's ass. However, instead of a trophy, it was one of his prized golf clubs that he kept in his office. To Aaron, right now he had returned by death or a time-traveling ability, so he wanted to see if this route he chose would work. Once he was done, he stood over his bloody dad as he breathed hard. After 50 tries, he felt elated, but that didn't last long as guilt set in. This went against everything he had. Even if he was fueled by rage towards this man, he still felt guilt. Aaron clicked his tongue. "Why the hell am I like this?" he muttered. A few seconds later, the door opened, and his mother came in and gasped. "Hey, Aaron?" she asked, horror and disbelief in her tone. "Mom, can you kill me, please?" he asked calmly. He walked over and handed her his father's switchblade. Royson Toole stood there in shock, but before she could react, Aaron had placed the switchblade in her hand and rammed his heart against it. "Aaron!" she screamed as Aaron fell to the ground. Seconds later, he was teleported back to the white void. Trials of memories past failed 51 times. Trials. 1-7 body restoration. 10 regain consciousness at 5-7 evolution progress. 1-2-90 try again. Yes, no, okay, so that wasn't it. Fuck, while I did get out of my system, I still feel guilty as hell, he grumbled. He sat there, thinking about what the hell he had just done. Jesus fuck, that was like those very angsty and edgy novels I read. Before, let's not do that again. I think I was meant to just defy him in that part history. Not literally attack or assault him. Aaron decided to stay there for a few minutes before he decided to try again. Okay, let's do this. But how the hell do I proceed to do this? If I confront him with no evidence, he might literally just dispose of me like those boomer devils or whatever. Let's do this. Aaron was once again in front of his dad, Aiden Toole. "Are you listening to me, Aaron?" asked his father. "Oh, yes, I am, sir," replied Aaron, and he stared at his dad. Aiden frowned after seeing his son's face. It was different from what he had seen seconds earlier. As long as you understand, then, you're dismissed," he said, and waved Aaron off. Aaron nodded before he left the room and headed to the living room to get his mom. "Mom, can we talk?" "Privately?" asked Aaron. His mother was surprised by this and agreed. They walked back to his room, and he closed the door. "What did you want to talk about?" "Sweetie?" Royson asked. "Dad killed Aoife, didn't he?" he asked. This question, no, this statement shocked his mother. What makes you think he stopped those results from getting to their family on time, didn't he? There is no doubt that you know and suspect that he does. So, let me ask you, can we get some kind of proof? Solid proof that can screw him over? I know how much influence he has on society, so we have to tread lightly." Royson stared at her son in shock. She had thought he would be depressed about the passing of his recently deceased girlfriend, but instead, he was looking for revenge. Royson weighed her options. She knew that her husband was corrupt. She knew that he had always been like this since he was young. However, he couldn't do anything since she was just a girl from a rich family. She stared back at her son, who was different from her husband, yet the look he had on his face resembled it slightly. "Yes, I had my own suspicions." "How did you? With such a serious illness like that, it would be strange not to get those results on time. So I just put 2 and 2 together," replied Aaron. He lied. She herself told him in the future. So he was just using it to his advantage. "I see. Do you want revenge?" she asked. "I want justice is what I'd like to say, but I would be lying if revenge wasn't on my mind. So we'll go with it. I want both to satisfy both sides." "So do you know anyone that can help us?" he asked again. "I have slowly been making connections over the years, so I do have some that may be able to help us. But I would like you to not actively participate yet. Please grieve Aoife's death. We want this to be as believable as possible, right?" "Fine, but please keep me up to date. And if you need any help with it, rely on me," he told her and hugged her. "Oh dear, when did you become like this? You're like night and day. Yesterday you were just so sad," muttered Royson. Aaron didn't answer her and decided to do his own investigation. He had learned a lot from his new world, his new life. So he wanted to make use of it. Perhaps that's what these trials were meant to be. Aaron may need to use his newly acquired skills and knowledge to pass these trials and get through the rest of them like this. "I'm fine, Mom. He'll go to the funeral. He'll be fine, but please keep up with your own investigations," he told her. She agreed and walked out of the room. Aaron looked at his own room's bookshelves filled with manga, light novels, and classic literature titles. "Let's see how far I can tango with this world's own devil." Aaron Toole was ready to go to war with his own flesh and blood. Azazel's soliloquy. "Are you sure about this, Azazel?" asked Zeus. "Positive. My own agents have been sent to it to try to stop it. Infinite realities, which means they basically have an infinite army. Hell, they might even have more than one trihexa to unleash on this world. So we have to try to stop this as soon as we can." I told everyone. Right now, I was in a separate room, doing another emergency meeting. Everyone in the DXD Alliance was involved in this meeting. Once that was done, I planned to inform the supernatural world of how their armies aren't diminishing. I wasn't sure if they would believe me, or if they try to take advantage of the situation and try to go to other worlds. Honestly, that's the least of my worries right now. I can just rely on Gene when he wakes up to stop the idiots from going to different realities. God, thinking about that is just giving me a headache, being selfish to the end of how some gods, or how shall we proceed with this? Ask Michael. For now, he'll consult Alicia, Leanne, and Antares, since they're Gene's direct subordinates. Maybe even Shalachan can temporarily shut it down, or even stop it. After that we can deal with their numbers, I told them. You only spotted one so far, correct, Governor? Asked Perrin. Yes, the ones who found over my agent's team, the /dog team. Fusey, a magician, theorized about this, and even saw some coming out of them, so it's probably beyond a theory. It's not a theory, Governor Chan, said a voice. I turned to my right and saw someone walk in. Ah, Shula. Perfect, I was going to contact you sooner or later, so what do you think that portal tier thing is? I asked her. It's as you said, it's a tear in space-time that's connected to various different timelines. However, most of these timelines are where the Cows Order or the Cows Brigade won. As you know, Gene's existence is unique. He can only exist in one timeline, in one universe, so those timelines don't have him, and are more susceptible to losing or being conquered, she explained. I can't permanently deactivate it, nor can the other Electa that are skilled with magic or have powers related to it. However, we can stop it temporarily, forcing them to change the location of the tear, so the attacks will happen a lot less frequently. Of course, we can also stop the ones making the tear, but that may be more difficult than you think, she said and summoned a magic circle. They're untraceable since they drank the red vial. However, we could try to put a tracking device on them. Gene tried this before, but it instantly was rendered useless. Nyarlathotep had thought that far ahead. It always came back to her, huh? That outer god, it seems like she covered every base she could think of. Or was she just extremely paranoid? Whatever the case may be, anything Jean thought, she already had something prepared for it. Anyway, Alicia, Lena, Claudura, Anna, Ryuna, and I will be doing this on a rotation since we need to help deal with attacks. We already discussed this, and we're going to start now. And just wait for that call, she said and smiled. Call? As I said that, another magic circle appeared beside me. Jo, Governor. It looks like Jean's subordinates are doing something about that tear in space-time. The ones near are panicking, but they've been apprehended, but it looks like it's not being handled near us. Perhaps it's handled remotely, said Kanami. I can't feel any magical signatures near us, so Kanami may be right. Fusey added, whoever is controlling it, they will be infuriated by it though, so we'll keep an eye out on where it may appear again. I'll please tell the factions and pantheons too. Well, you heard them. Please have some sort of surveillance team in each of your pantheons and factions, so we can maximize our response time to dealing with these tiers in space-time. In turn, it will make things easier for us and more difficult for them. I told them and got an overwhelming positive response to it. Ah, another one opened. I can feel it near us, so it's probably in the underworld. I'll go deal with it myself, said Shala, and then she left. But a few seconds later she came back. Done. Now we wait. She sure is fast about it. Another day passed, and the attacks have decreased with the work from Jean's subordinates constantly closing the rift and hindering the Cow's Orders plan. A few groups in Team DXD have also gotten some rest because of it, and their morale has gotten better. Dulio has been doing his job as temporary leader quite well. As he said, he wanted Jean to return to a team that could function in his absence. Currently, I'm in the underworld again with a meeting with the 4 great Satans, Michael, Alicia, Leanne, and Aurelia. Barricchio came with me to this meeting too. We were discussing the response towards when the Cow's Order finally unleashed on the world. I left Shimhazai behind to issue commands to everyone in Grigori. It was a normal day so far, but we suddenly received a message, and then the entire underworld began to shake. What's happening? Serafal asked while looking around. Michael, this is Altaria. It's begun. One of the mini Trihexa, several red-armored scale mails that resembled the boosted gear, evil dragons, and other things that belong to the Cow's Order have attacked heaven. We have kept damage to a minimum, but several lives have been lost in First Heaven. Alicia then created a magic circle that showed us what was happening in the First Heaven. Hundreds to thousands of shadow soldiers and angels worked together to eliminate the M-Trihexa, Mini-Trihexa, and the numerous monsters associated with it. Most lower-level angels perished in the attack. The middle to high-level angels were injured but would live. M-Trihexa lay waste to First Heaven. That was when Altaria with Layla appeared and sealed it in a barrier. The miniature beast of the apocalypse thrashed around the barrier as it tried to break it. However, the barrier placed around it was too powerful even for it to break. However, it then howled and created more and more scale mails around it, until the entire barrier was filled up. But something surprising happened. The scale mails began to appear outside of the barrier, even shocking both Layla and Altaria. These new mass-produced scale mails began attacking everything around them, but they were quickly dealt with by the shadow soldiers and other angels. Those scale mails are at least God class in power. Anyone that isn't on par with it will die. If you're at least ultimate to Satan class, you'll come out of it alive, albeit near death, said Aurelia. Suddenly, a new angel appeared. She had long flowing pink hair and pure blue eyes. She wore a white dress. Above her head was a halo, and behind her, she had 2 pure white wings. That's a rare another angel that Jean Sama created, and she's also part of the GOB, said Alicia. The now named rare flew towards M-Trihexa and summoned 2 light rings in her hands. She then combined them and threw them at M-Trihexa. The light rings surrounded the monster and then enclosed it in a light barrier. M-Trihexa began to howl louder with even more rage and began to thrash even more violently. The scale mails that were in it were immediately destroyed by its own creator. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, it didn't die. It just kept trashing around the light barrier and other barrier. It looks like the cow's order upgraded its regeneration. I can only speculate how much stronger the original Trihexa's regeneration and healing is if that thing can survive a rare's attack, although she's holding back still since she doesn't. T-want to accidentally hurt anyone around her, said Leanne. Holding back? She's still holding back? Trihexa is on par with Ophis and Great Red. Now we'll assume that these M-Trihexes are maybe a level below, so perhaps Shiva and the like, but still, that's still quite strong. Jean's subordinates are powerhouse themselves, and they can also destroy our world, and probably the universe if they want. Is this a live feed? Asked Michael. No, this happened a few minutes ago. You will see that Altaria didn't finish her sentence, as Layla also flew beside Arare, Uriel, Raphael, and even Gabriel showed up. Arare seemed to give them instructions, and they all put their hands out. Even more light covered the barrier, and it kept getting brighter and brighter until it was basically blinding all of us watching. I had to look away like Michael and Barakiel and the four great Satans, but the others kept watching. The light eventually stopped, and when we looked back, a singular bright cube stood where M-Trihexa had been. However, the monsters it came with and the scale males didn't disappear, so they had to keep fighting them until they killed them all. In the end, we trapped it in that cube. We believe that Jean-sama may want to turn that miniature Trihexa into a shadow soldier, just like the original he plans on converting, explained Altaria. They trapped it in that tiny thing, but I expected him to want to try to turn it into one of his subordinates, God forbid that I die someday, and he just casually brings me back as one of his subordinates. The thought makes me shiver. I would also like to say that the other 12 miniature Trihexes have already been unleashed to the world, and the original is also in the human world. Antares and Vambi have gone to teleport into the dimensional gap. They'll switch the feed, said Alicia. Who's Vambi? Ajuka asked. Vambi is the leader of the Guardians. Jean, or Antares, has been building a new base for Jean in the dimensional gap. It will also have various homes and other buildings there, and also a raiding game stadium for the upcoming international raiding game that's going to be held, explained Alicia. The Guardians are 8 individuals that are responsible for defending that new base. After she explained that the magic circle feed had changed to just above Earth. In space, the original Trihexa in all its glory was there. 666 had the appearance of a large beast with characteristics similar to those found in different animals like a lion, a leopard, a bear, a dragon, etc. It has 7 necks, 7 heads, with 10 horns, as well as 7 long, thick tails of different shapes. It also had 4 stout arms and 2 legs that are even thicker than its arms. Its main body was that of a primate leaning forward and was covered in black fur and what appeared to be scales all over its body. Its size is well over several hundred meters, making it significantly larger than even Great Red. Antares was there along with a young man. He had short white hair, blue eyes, and wore a navy skin-tight suit. He wore a white cloak over it that had gold and black accents on it. He had a blue cape behind him too, as well as a large shoulder guard on his left shoulder that was black and gold in color. In his hands, he held a katana-tachi-type weapon. The handle resembled his shoulder guard, while the blade itself was blue in color. It's quite large, so it'll take me around a minute to get the magic circle ready to transport it to the dimensional gap. Delay it for that time, Vambi, said Antares. Roger that, replied Vambi. He then flew towards Trihexa. The beast, in response, fired several fireballs from its mouth at him. Vambi did a single side swipe with his sword, and the fireballs burst into blue light, and they were extinguished. He increased his speed and appeared in front of the beast and slammed his foot into it. This forced it to land on the moon with a powerful impact. Please try to keep it in one spot, preferable on the moon since you forced it there, said Antares. Roger, shouted Vambi as he joined 666 on the moon. Once on the moon, he ran towards Trihexa. He didn't seem to have been affected in the change of gravity, but 666 was as when it tried to move, it overcompensated and nearly flew away from the moon. Vambi jumped up, and an enormous blue, translucent blade appeared above them. It then slammed into the ground, piercing 660 SXS body and pinning it to the moon's surface. Wait, How in the world is 666 even alive on the moon? I asked. It is because of its upgraded regeneration? Most likely, before it can die because of the vacuum of space, its regeneration keeps it alive. It's quite an achievement for the cow's order to make this level of regeneration if we can find out how it's made. Maybe we can also use it? Pondered Ajuka. Leave it to him to think about things like that. Well, I did have the same thought, but didn't want to say it, but I guess Ajuka is different. As 666 kept struggling on the moon, the completion of the transportation circle was drawing near. In around 20 seconds, 666 will be transported to the dimensional gap. I wonder if they plan on forcing Great Red to fight it? Once in there, several more subordinates of Gene will keep it sealed there until he comes back. After that, he will kill it and turn it into a shadow soldier. However, the rest of the supernatural world will need to deal with the M-trihexes. 1 out of 12 has been dealt with, but the cow's order still has many other creatures at their disposal, said Leanne. It's as she said, they had more to throw at us, as well as suddenly a large crimson magic circle appeared all over the moon. Vanby jumped away and back towards Antares. Vanby, join the Nocturnes and keep this thing occupied until Jean Sama awakens, ordered Antares. Wait, all of us. What about the ceiling? Asked Vanby. Lena, Anna, Shala, and Ryuna will create a seal and barrier to keep it there. Shala will stay to maintain it. Now go, shouted Antares as his magic circles became brighter and then suddenly vanished. 666 also vanished along with them, and so did Vanby. Our feed then changed to that inside of the dimensional gap, and there were 7 people that looked very strange. Why do they look like that? Asked Michael. They are based on demons from another world. Their leader is the man with multiple eyes. His name is Kokoshibo, said Aurelia. The man called Kokoshibo held a katana in one hand and then disappeared. He appeared on the other side of 666 before its body was sliced into hundreds of pieces. Crescent moons trailed behind him as he made this move. The only female in that group was also restraining the beast while she sat on a rock. Anytime 666 tried to attack her, someone with sickles appeared and prevented any harm from hitting her. They seemed quite close. The man with sickles then threw out several blood-red slashes towards 660 SXS body that had regenerated and also destroyed it again. Their goal is to keep it busy. They want kill it, but they can easily do it, added Aurelia. Ah, it's Akaza. I shouted and pointed at him. It's been a while since I last saw him, so I wonder where he was. Akaza, who had been standing on the spot watching everything unfold, disappeared, and 660 SXS body exploded at certain parts. However, the beast then created those scale males again, and they began targeting the other Nocturnes. Ho ho ho! Isn't this fun, everyone? Asked a man with a fan. That's Doma. He's an interesting individual, said Leanne. Doma was a tall young man with a toned and muscular body, who was of a notably pale complexion and possessed unusually long, pointed nails that appeared to be stained with a pale blue color. He possesses long platinum blonde hair. His eyes appear to be made up of an array of rainbow pastel tones that fade into one another as they circle his irises. Doma wore a blood-red turtleneck of a design that made it appear that the section between his neck and upper chest is covered by a black substance that looks like it's dripping slightly down his body. Dakidano will help with restraining it, he said happily before 666 was encased in a large, icy prison. I was fine. You didn't need to do that, you know? She said with annoyance. A large lightning attack, followed by various other elements, then hit 666 as the two argued. Another person appeared. A short and muscular child with short hair that spikes up at various angles around his head and narrow orange eyes. He wore black hakama pants, covered with a piece of cloth bearing a close resemblance to a kimono and tied together with a long strap of white cloth. He also wore long sleeves. Finally, he donned a plate of armor that is gold in color that only covers his chest. He had a series of drums connected to each other that were inexplicably floating behind his back, with each drum having the kanji of hatred displayed on them. He also carried around a bone-like dagger in each hand. Ah, Datontagut-chan, Sarah Fall shouted. He helped me once with keeping this thing. She pulled out some kind of battery that glowed yellow. It can reshape to any battery size, and its charge lasts forever. What? So he's just a human charger? I asked. She huffed and added, he can use other elements too and has other powers. I just mentioned the one thing he helped me with. Alicia suddenly turned around and seemed to frown. The rest of us followed, and I left something was off. Is something wrong? Surzex asked the woman. Another M-trihexa appeared in the territory of the fallen angels. It's being attacked right now, the same with here. She shouted and disappeared, followed by the rest of us. As I ran out of the meeting room, I summoned a magic circle and contacted Shemhazai. Azazel, one of the miniature trihexa, has appeared in the main institute. Kishku and Ezri have been sent to confront it along with Penemu, Rainier, and Slashdog. Said Shemhazai, try to capture it or kill it. It doesn't matter. Don't let those in there die. I shouted back. There's no need to worry, Azazel, said Aurelia. It seems Eileen joined Zira in the underworld. Zira is in the capital with us, so leave Eileen to help Grigori. Fine, I replied, and we finally arrived outside. All hell had broken loose. Several buildings had already been blown away, but there were thousands upon thousands of shadow soldiers in the area killing the forces of the Cow's Order. I will inform the rest of the Alliance of what's happening. I will leave the defense of Lilith to all of you, said Falbium as he summoned a magic circle and started speaking into it. Fufu, it's been a long time since we last fought together, said Seraphol. Time to show my magical girl power, she shouted and changed into her magical girl outfit. Indeed, it has been a long time, replied Surzex as he floated up with his wings. Several small balls of power of destruction appeared all around him and targeted the enemies around us. As soon as they touched them, they were vaporized. The M-trihexa was above Lilith, and its body was larger than the capital itself. So if it decided to land down here, there was a high chance it would wipe out the entire city. We need to, as I was about to say something, a female appeared in front of me. Everyone turned to her, and Aurelia and the rest smiled. The woman had long turquoise hair, sharp purple eyes, and wore a long black and purple feather dress. She also had a tiara on her head, as well as black horns with purple accents on them. Around her body were numerous blades that exuded black, blue, and purple auras. Zira, is the rest of the capital safe? Lian asked. Of course. The shadow soldiers and my little swords will deal with them. All that's left is to capture that thing. Arare told me of the technique she used on the one she dealt with in heaven. I can use it by myself, so it's fine, said the woman called Zira. Zira raised her hand, and millions upon millions of those swords around her appeared, and then flew towards 666. It pierced its body, and they began to glow. Suddenly, a giant cage made of those swords appeared around it. Just like earlier in heaven, this M-trihexa began to thrash around its cage and began to create millions of scale mails, and they eventually overflowed from the cage and began leaking out to the underworld. However, this one also made some monsters of various types. Some resembled giant bats, some giant lions and tigers, and even ones from the supernatural. They were also covered in those red scales, but each one also had a different color apart from the red, like blue, black, and so on. A large batch of them instantly froze as Seraphol swung her magical wand at them. Freeze for me, specters, she shouted. She then created numerous creatures made of ice, and they began to fly around. Freeze and eat them, she commanded before they all flew away. Ajuka himself also participated in the fight. Using his superior demonic powers, he quickly dispatched the monsters that began to swam us. There were also several other devils who joined in the fight. Even though they weren't killing them, they did enough damage to draw their attention. I was surprised that these guys stopped their protest to do this right now, although I can see why since their capital was under attack. I think living and not having it burned down takes precedence over their hatred of the old devils who lied about the raiding games. Zira suddenly flew up, creating a shockwave behind her that eliminated hundreds of our enemies, much to our surprise. Once she arrived in front of 666, she smirked and millions of cuts appeared all over its body. Straight after that, The black, blue, and purple flames began to burn away at its body. 666 seemed to summon countless magic circles around it. It tried to extinguish the flames on its body, but it did not. The opposite happened, actually. The water that was used only ignited and made the flames even stronger. With a smirk, Zira said, "Only I can extinguish those flames, you stupid beast. Using any type of power or magic will only strengthen it even further. But go ahead, I guess you can keep trying." As if heeding to her words, 666 began using more and more spells and abilities on itself, further fueling the flames. The sky above us was now mostly an amalgamation of those colors, and it kept getting brighter. Some of the fighters stopped to look up and only saw a large flaming monster. "Now it's confirmed for me that thing is a mindless and stupid beast," I grumbled quite loudly. "Zira is enjoying herself, but she needs to stop, otherwise those flames will be what burns down the capital of the underworld," said Leanne as she put on her helmet and disappeared. She appeared beside Zira, who flinched. "What can I kill it or capture it? You had your fun, haven't you?" she asked, and Zira meekly nodded. "Why, yes, ma'am," she replied, and then put both her hands forward. The flames quickly changed into a ball and began to shrink in size. In turn, the bladed cage around 666 also began to shrink. This kept going until a similar cube floated in place of it. Zira made it float towards her and handed it to Leanne. Leanne smiled and patted her head. "I will convey your contribution to Aaron once he awakens." "You want his praise, don't you?" she asked, and again Zira nodded. This time she sported a blush. "Come then, we will restore some peace to the underworld." After that, both became a blur, and the numerous enemies in our vicinity started to explode or just simply wither away. I watched in awe at how fast this all became. Aurelia, who was near me, began to laugh. Everyone else had stopped what they were doing as the duo of Leanne and Zira made quick work of the invaders. Around a minute after they started, all of the scale males, cryptids, divine beasts, mass-produced evil dragons, monsters, super devils, vampires, and other creatures were all dead. The sky, buildings, and any other surface of Lilith was covered in their body parts and blood. Both of them appeared beside us and dusted themselves. "It seems we're done here. Zira, go join the others in the pantheons and factions we're allied with. Track down the other M-trihexes," ordered Leanne. "Yes, ma'am," she replied before disappearing. "Okay, so we should leave Grigori to them. We should focus on the others." I received notification that Little Olympia, several realms in the Irish pantheon, the Egyptian pantheon, Kyoto, Hindu, and other pantheons were not in alliance are under attack by the remaining 10 M-trihexes, said Leanne. "So they finally used it, huh?" "Then not just that, several large stone statues have appeared in the human seas all over the world. They have not moved yet, but it seems like they're going to attack them soon," she added. "What do you mean? So they're the battle gods?" asked Surzex. "Only their heads have been shown, but the planes that have flown over them says that they had bodies underneath. We can only assume that it's the battle gods. I will have Mishia investigate, and if it is them, he'll have her destroy them," said Leanne. "Have Istia and Adai do the same once we confirm that it's the battle gods," said Aurelia. "Yes, that's the plan." Leanne turned around, but I asked one last question. "Where did Alicia go?" "Grigori. She's there with Eileen. As I said, they will be fine. Now, please go to those pantheons. We will monitor everything else and respond accordingly." The way that Leanne said that, it was quite reassuring, so I, along with Michael and the Satans, agreed and went our separate ways. Third-person point of view. "Oi, Middle, go over there. If you don't, you'll just die," Rainier shouted. Grigori's main institute was mostly fine, but the outside, on the other hand, was in ruin as M-trihexa had laid waste to it as soon as it appeared. However, unlike the last two, this one split its head and it grew its own bodies. 7 smaller trihexes were rampaging around Grigori along with the original M-trihexa. If the original trihexa was on par with Great Red and Ophis, then the superpowered one that was experimented by the Cow's Order, it should be at least universal class, with the M-trihexes at peak God class or Dragon God class, and these 7 smaller trihexes at Satan class to low mid God class. However, 2 of the 7 smaller trihexes have been killed by both Ezri and Kishku. Fighting alongside them was Tobio Accused in his perfected balance breaker and 7 Jin Hounds. Pinemu, Rainier, Middled, and Mrum were there too, as they opted to stay behind and join the Slash Dog team in their missions right now. Yet they were forced to fight because of the M-Trihexa and its smaller split parts. Sei Tuju was currently in the Himejima household, as she went there to help protect Shuri if anything happened. They were also guarded by Natsu and many shadow soldiers. "So annoying," shouted Ezuri as he slammed his fist into one of the smaller 660s and obliterated its head. However, it quickly regenerated it and kept running around causing destruction. TCH, I hate relying on anti-healing and regeneration, but that's what killed the other one I dealt with. Ezuri dashed towards the 666 he just attacked and covered his fist with Tuki. The Tuki around his fist quickly morphed into the shape of a tiger's head. While using anti-healing and regeneration, he slammed his fist into its head again, destroying it. He landed on the ground and watched its body convulse for a few seconds before it exploded, but to his surprise, a small black and blue circle appeared and started to pull everything around it towards it. Ezuri slammed his feet into the ground and quickly jumped towards it. "You piece of shit," annoying even in death. He launched a Tuki attack in the shape of a snake towards it, and once both abilities collided, it exploded into a large, swirling white beam of light. "Fuck, I have to warn the rest about that then." He grumbled and activated his transceiver. "Oi, those smaller 660 SXS creates mini black hole things and will suck everything around it after you kill them. The 2 we killed earlier didn't have it for some reason, but assumed that the rest do." In another part, Tobio Accused was fighting another smaller Trihexa with Jin by his side. As the beast fired several balls of fire at him, he jumped away. Once he planted his foot on the ground, several distorted blades of darkness appeared in front of him and stabbed Trihexa all over its body. However, it didn't do anything to the creature as it kept firing its attack at Tobio. The man himself dodged the attacks as he knew it would be dangerous for him. Hundreds of Jins began to attack the beast too as they hacked and slashed at the creature, but made no difference to it. 666 also swung its body around, destroying a few Jin clones. Tobio summoned a scythe in one hand and slashed at the beast. Seconds later, the beast was sliced in two and spit apart, but it quickly reattached itself and turned its attention to Tobio. It then ran towards him at a speed he didn't think was possible for its size. "What the how fast can you move in a body like that?" he asked and jumped away while dodging several attacks from tentacles that came out of its body. Tobio melted into the shadows once he was back in a corner in one of the ruins. He then appeared behind 666 along with the original Jin and all the Jins, and they all attacked it together. 660 SXS body was cut in several places and exploded into an array of body parts. They backed away as the body parts started to fly back together and quickly reconstructed themselves. Tobio clicked his tongue at the absurdity of it all. However, Ezuri suddenly appeared beside him. Ezuri cracked his knuckles and said, "I'll apply the anti-regeneration, then we kill it." "Those are words I could live by," Ezuri-san replied Tobio. He summoned 2 scythes and brandished them towards the beast. "Let's do this then," shouted Ezuri, as both of them dashed towards the beast. Tobio had jumped up and prepared to swing down both sides. Numerous Jins appeared around the beast, and Ezuri prepared to punch the beast in its eye. Ezuri was the first to reach it. He smashed his fist into it while applying anti-regeneration and healing. Next were the numerous Jins beside him as they began to use their blades to slash at the beast. Finally, Tobio swung down both his scythes and sliced the beast into several parts. The beast didn't have time to retaliate or holler in pain, as its life was ended quite abruptly. Once Tobio landed, he and Ezuri high-fived. "I'd like to say good job, but we're not done yet." For left out of the 7, and the black hole thing didn't appear. "Let's keep moving," Accused said Ezuri. "Yes, let's hunt the rest down," replied Tobio. They both dashed away to the same spot and found that Rainier and Middle were facing off against another one. They were near one of the fountains outside the Institute, and there were some dead fallen angels there and several injured. TCH, they didn't run when this thing showed up? Ezri shouted in frustration. They were caught by surprise, Yezri-sama, replied Middled as she desperately fired balls of light at the smaller 666. Rainair was the one fighting it alone, and her attacks were already slowly killing it, as she had her own anti-healing and regeneration. It looks like Raynar's fine with fighting this alone, but let's help her to end it faster, said Tobio as she summoned another scythe. She already has her anti-healing, so I'll stay here and watch this little pipsqueak's back, said Ezri. This made Middle flinch as she turned back to see Murum, Rainair, and Tobio fight the smaller 666 together. Rainair-san, we're here to help. Tobio slashed at the beast along with his army of djinns, and Murum fired bullets of Tuki at the beast. I was doing fine. I just wanted Middled out of my way. Keeping people safe while fighting this stupid thing is harder than it looks. She complained and used her light powers to form a large swirling ball in the sky. We didn't get time to train, said Murum. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying that she should have taken cover so we could end this sooner, shouted Rainair. Tobio slammed his foot on the ground and 666 was again impaled by hundreds of distorted blades. He then cut off one of its eyes and it howled in pain. Rainair saw it distracted and finally fired her swirling light ball at it. The attack came down on the beast and produced a colossal explosion in the area. Ezri grabbed Middled as he saw that they would be caught up in the explosion. The rest also ran away from the detonation area. Once her attack had ended, they saw that there were no remains of the small beast. But as they began to relax, two more showed up, and one of its tentacles hit Tobio on the side of his shoulder, drawing blood. KH! Tobio grunted in pain and leapt away. Jin joined him and looked at his wielder with concern. I'm fine, just a small scratch. This confirmed it for Tobio, the fear he had, that this beast could bypass his darkness and reach his body. I can't let it touch me any more shit. I'm joining in, shouted Ezri. But as he was about to move, two large swords impaled both smaller 660 S6S. One sword was made of pure white light, while the other was made out of pure darkness. What the ah? Ezri looked up and saw a woman there. She had long gray hair and a ponytail. She had blue eyes and wore a dress. The top half was black with gold and white accents, while the lower half was mostly white and red. She had shoulder guards on both shoulders, and she carried a fan in her left hand. However, behind her she had two feathered wings. The one on the right was black, while the left was pure white. Fufu, were you having trouble? Ischan? Asked the woman. You're late, Eileen, replied Ezri. The two swords began to rotate, and then multiple spikes appeared from them, killing the beasts as they continued to spin. They then vanished as Eileen landed near them. You seem injured, Dogcoin. Come here, she said. Confused, Tobio walked over to her, and she touched his shoulder and healed the injury. Ati, thank you, said Tobio. But isn't there two left, along with the original? He asked. I've trapped the original M-Trihexa and killed the other two, so we can start with repairing this place, replied Eileen. But I do still need to turn that original into a cube, so you can leave that to me. Tobio nodded before he exited his balance breaker and ran back into the Institute to go check on Essie. Rainair also sighed and walked to Middled. She then reached out to the smaller fallen angel and pinched her cheeks. Why don't you ever listen? I told you to evacuate, you stubborn midget, shouted Rainair. Murum was about to step in when Eileen stopped him with her fan. He looked at her, but she shook her head. So he stopped and surveyed from afar. Ow, ow, that's so what? I wanted to help. Even though I didn't do much, I don't care about that. I was worried about you. The reality is you're not strong enough to fight these. You value your life, right? You also have Murum. If you don't want to listen to me, at least evacuate for him. He'd be worried sick about you if you were injured. You were kidnapped not too long ago, too. Have some self-preservation. Middle was stunned by this, and she just stared at Rainair, unsure on how to respond to this. Middle was aware of Raynar's change. but she didn't think she would change into this kind of woman to someone who would care so much about people, especially her. They never did get along that well. Middle had a few ways of reacting to this, but in the end she sighed. "Fine, it's my bad, I'll try to be more careful next time," she told her. "Oh, well, that ends well, huh?" asked Eileen. Maruam stared at the two and nodded. "Viva Las Vegas!" Thor shouted as he zapped multiple scale mails with his Mjolnir. Many people around him stared at him in confusion. What does that mean, Thor-sama?" asked Helmwich. In the Norse realm, Asgard, they were also attacked by the 10k-15kThis. All the warriors there that range from the Valkyries to gods and even other species and races came together to help defend the realm. Even some tourists that were there to visit also joined hands with the residents there. In this squad, led by Thor, the god of thunder, his squad was confused by a strange battle cry. However, they still charged forward and began eliminating the various monsters there. Thor swung his hammer towards the enemies and blew them away, making more room for them. The Valkyrie squad, led by Brynhildr, was also with Thor. Meanwhile, Rosweiss was over in Svartalfheim helping the Dark Elves there defend their home. 10k-15kThis had appeared in the main realm while another group attacked Svartalfheim. However, Rosweiss had shared her sealing technique with Brynhildr during the years they spent in Aaron's training facility, and with Rosweiss's help, Brynhildr managed to learn it, and also the anti-healing and regeneration techniques from Rosweiss. Every one of Aaron's lovers knew of the technique and also were able to utilize it. This meant that anyone with a powerful healing ability or regeneration ability could be dealt with easily by them. "Make way for the Valkyrie squad so we can start taking down this 10k-15kThis? Well, whatever the name is, it doesn't matter," shouted Thor, and everyone began to make a path for the Valkyrie squad, led by Brynhildr. However, 10k-15kThis kept on making more and more scale mails, making it harder for them to get any closer. That was until a dragon appeared and slammed against the beast, while also firing a white beam of light at it, making a large hole through its body. Everyone in the Alliance was alerted by this and got ready to face this new dragon. Until Selene-san, shouted someone from the Norse group. The dragon named Selene smirked at them before transforming into her human form. "Greetings, Asgardians. I have come here to provide assistance. I shall clear a path for you. Now go," she said, and summoned a fan before waving it and creating several beams of light that hunted down their enemies. Every time the light struck an enemy, they would freeze on the spot before slowly turning pale white and crumbling away. These beams of light stayed even after killing an enemy. Selene then summoned white-colored butterflies that flew around the entire area. After each group arrived near certain enemies, a large white light-colored twister would instantly appear, drawing anyone close enough in and killing them. Seeing this opportunity granted to them by Selene, Brynhildr and the Valkyrie squad flew towards 10k-15kThis. Once they got closer to it, the beast turned its immediate attention to them and began firing balls of fire at them with all of its heads, as well as using its tentacles from its body to try to hit the group. All of the Valkyries scattered and dodged all the attacks aimed at them. Ortlind summoned her spear and flew around, killing various scale mail that 10k-15kThis started to produce. Helmwich likewise summoned her battle axe and swung it around, killing the same armored monsters too. "We'll take care of these guys, Captain. Please go on ahead," shouted Helmwich. Ortlind also gave them a thumbs up, while Brynhildr and the rest continued on their way. Any scale male or monster that appeared in front of them were quickly dealt with by Helmwich or Ortlind, or if they were too far away, the remaining members of the squad killed them instead. Once the trio arrived near 10k-15kThis, Brynhildr immediately fired several magical attacks at it, all imbued with anti-regeneration and anti-healing properties. The beast did not try to dodge it, as it didn't perceive the attacks as any threat. This was a very beneficial thing for them, as the anti-healing and regeneration was applied to 666 10k-15kThis. "We have the power to kill this thing. Throw everything you have at it," shouted Brynhildr. All three of them summoned hundreds of magic circles and began a barrage of attacks on the beast. Surprised by the increase in their strength, 666 began to attack them back too. Brynhilde had initially used a weak attack to apply to 10k-15kThis, as she didn't want the beast to think they could kill it. She wanted it to underestimate them. Brynhilde herself didn't know if Trihexa had any sort of intelligence, or if it was just a mindless beast, hell-bent on causing as much destruction as it could. Shortlight created several large spears of fire above her and threw them at Trihexa. Each one hit the beast on the body, and it was immediately followed up by powerful shocks of electricity. Brynhilde Senpai, I received a message just now that they wanted these Trihexes to be captured or sealed in something. Do we use that sealing technique that Rossweiss taught you? Asked Shortlight. We will attempt it. While I have performed it before, I have not used it against an active opponent. Please buy me some time, said Brynhilde. Roger. Shortlight and Grimjord replied in unison, and thus began the seemingly long battle between M666 and the three Valkyries. Trials of Memories past failed 231 times. Trials for 7 body restoration. 50 regain consciousness at 5-7 evolution progress. 1-290 try again? Yes, no, fuck me. What the fuck? Panted Aaron. He wiped sweat from his forehead as well as the tears and snot from his face. Shit, did I really go through all of that? I've tried everything. What am I missing? He grumbled. Aaron Toole had to battle through a certain period in time in his previous life, a time when the bullying was at its most intense. He attempted fighting back. That failed. He tried to create friendly relations, but that failed. He attempted to inform the teachers, but that didn't work. He tried going full nuclear revenge on everyone, which also failed. Whatever he attempted, it would always result in failure. Hell, he even attempted to run away to a different country, and that was also unsuccessful. Aaron fell on his back and sighed deeply. Shit, being mortal and having no powers sucks. I didn't know how much I relied on them since I reincarnated, but during this hell I've been through, the experiences that I've been through have also helped me. But still, nothing is working on this one. I just need to get through this trial so I can wake up. He shouted. Aaron had found out after he completed his 4-7 trial that he would have 1 hour max of doing whatever he needed to do before he was forced back to this place to do the remaining trails. Yet, he had already failed 231 times in total, and he was stuck. He didn't know how to proceed as he lay there. He noticed that someone had stood over him, and he looked up. Is it you, Helper? He asked. I'm both happy and disappointed in you, Aaron. The fact that you could recognize me just now means you're keeping more secrets than people realize, she said. Aaron sat up and grinned at Comptoir. He wiped away the remaining tears and stared at her. Can I get a lap pillow? He asked her instead of answering her question. Are you not concerned by what's happening in the outside world? Asked Comptoir. But go ahead, she said, and sat in a size posture. Aaron thanked her before resting his tired head and body on her squishy and smooth thighs. Ah, much better, just a little bit. Let me stay like this. I might get some kind of inspiration with this kind of help. He mumbled with his eyes closed. Of course, I'm concerned about the outside world, but I also trust my subordinates, the girls in Team DXD, to pull through. I'll use that 1 hour. I have to do some things, speak to some people before I come back here. God, I hate it. Living through the past, he told her. Comptoir began to stroke his head as Aaron began telling her about the various things he learned and remembered as he lived through all of those memories. You know, at some point I thought you were Aoife, but you're a small portion of Azathoth instead. You two are like night and day, you know, Aaron said with a snigger. I found out I had a personal maid. That was weird because one day she just appeared out of nowhere. Her name was Cindy Byrne. Do you know if she's alive or not? Like if she was reincarnated and living in a new world? She is together with your mother. Both of them were reincarnated together. They were close in that life, and she requested it to happen, explained Comptoir. Leave it to Mom to do something like that, Aaron said with a smirk. I guess I'm getting a new maid sooner or later. There was a brief pause in the conversation, and then Aaron asked, Hey, Comptoir, are you sure you can't give me a hint? I can't, she said in a despondent tone. Suddenly, Aaron shot up, startling Comptoir. She stared at him confused, until he leaned in and kissed her. She was too shocked to move or do anything, so she felt him snake his tongue into her mouth. After a few seconds, Aaron pulled away. A bridge of saliva could be seen between their tongues. Kuntuar stared at him in shock and in a daze. Why UWI now? I asked you for a kiss months ago, Jay. Just because you gave me one doesn't mean it'll give you H hint. She stuttered out. Kuntuar, I am the Apay dragon, aren't I? Aaron asked, ignoring what she had just said. Confused, Kuntuar nodded in response to the question. In the style of the Apay dragon, I need inspiration. Please let me admire your craftsmanship. Kuntuar was left speechless by this. She stared at Aaron unblinkingly for the next minute. However, she eventually started to take the upper half of her kimono off, all the while blushing. Finally, she stood before him in shock. I've always wondered how these looked. Aaron nodded his head sagely as he said this. Again, Kuntuar didn't reply as she was left stunned. Excuse me then. Aaron reached out and touched her shoulders before she could react. Kuntuar tried to stay composed, but eventually let out a small sound. Nice. Then excuse me again, he said before leaning closer to her. Again, this drew a quiet reaction from Kuntuar. Aaron continued for a moment before stepping away. I see. So that's what I'm missing, he declared while clenching his hand. It worked. Kuntuar was shocked by this. It almost seemed stupid to her. But she was again reminded that Aaron had embraced that role and just accepted it as fact. All right, it'll get going then. I'm going to wake up soon, he bellowed while raising both his arms. I love you tits, and I love you, Kuntuar. With those final words and a stupid grin on his face, Aaron Toole disappeared. Kuntuar fixed her kimono while still blushing. Unbelievable, she muttered inside. Kuntuar looked around herself, and the scene had become much clearer to Aaron, but she was confused as to why he never mentioned it. Maybe he already knew what this place was? She asked herself. Kuntuar shook her head. She would just ask Aaron about it when he came back to this place, but for now, she left. Azazel's soliloquy another day has passed. All the M-trihexes have been dealt with, but even more showed up today. We weren't sure if they had cloned them or if they had found them in a different timeline or universe. However, all our suspicions were cleared when Shala and Lena came to speak to us. Those aren't clones, they're replicas. They're the real 660 SIXS from different timelines. Because of the knowledge they have, they annihilated those worlds and timelines before their versions of Team DXD were established or any of the current generation became strong enough. Right now, along with the one from our world that's trapped in the dimensional gap, there are 12 other 660 SIXS running around, explained Lena. Everyone in the conference room was horrified by this. However, she continued, rest assured these things aren't as powerful as the ones trapped in the dimensional gap. So with the current Team DXD, the Electa, and Shadow Soldiers, along with the DXD Alliance, then we can safely deal with them. Shala created a magic circle of a live feed that showed us the situations in various factions that were hit. The Hindu, Shinto, Norse, France, Roman, and Irish were named a few. The others weren't part of the Alliance yet, but they were still being helped by thousands of Shadow Soldiers. What's the death toll so far? I asked. As of now, around 2,000 people have lost their lives. They range from being caught off guard during the initial attack, to fools being reckless and charging in without backup or a plan. However, the injured exceeds that at around 800,000. With the slime pills that Jean Sama left us, then we still have around 80 of them left. So we should be fine, explained Lena. I sense that the underworld is in even more unrest since last time. You guys should reassure them that everything is under control otherwise, said Shala. She didn't want to say that the rebels would finally snap and start a rebellion. Surzex nodded. We were planning on doing that, Shala-san. Would you two please join us and help reassure our citizens? Knowing that you two are his subordinates, I believe that they would feel even more secure, explained Surzex. Yeah, I agree. If even one of you are there, then it should be plenty of reassurance for not just the underworld, but to most of the supernatural world that haven't been attacked yet. And that's only a small portion left. We should extend this broadcast not just to the devils, but to everyone. Surzex, I told him. If that's the plan, then I can connect it to all the broadcasting systems around the supernatural world. Shala put her hand up and offered to do that. Surzex and I looked at the other Satans and Michael. They seemed to agree, so we decided to do that. With that, We made our way to a broadcasting room. Surzex, Serafal, Lena, and Shala would be the ones to address everyone. Michael, Barakil, Leanne, Aurelia, Alicia, and I would be in another room watching and listening to them. They discussed what they would say in detail for around 5 minutes before we started to broadcast it. Everyone in the underworld and the rest of the supernatural world, currently the entirety of the underworld that also includes the fallen angels' territory and many other places in the world, has been subjected to an unprecedented crisis for the last few days, said Surzex. The Satan and Lucifer recounted the events which had occurred to the public one by one and in relative detail. The Cow's Order was the culprit behind this worldwide event. He also told them of what the beast was, the legendary Imperial Beast Trihexa, as well as all clones were unleashing destruction upon various factions' territories. In addition, a video of various battles was played. This was previously only seen by the leaders of the DXD Alliance, along with other prominent figures. It then played the attacks of yesterday and how they were defended. As well as today's attacks, we decided to show them the live broadcast too. The beast that you are seeing right now is the legendary Imperial Beast Trihexa. Seeing that even gods were participating in battle, the ordinary devils would feel as though it was truly the end of the world. The video then cuts over to show that the Norse world, Asgard, had been successfully defended and presented the image of our side, which was cheering due to victory. How would the devils feel when seeing such a scene? The ones shown fighting in this battle aren't just devils. There are also the fallen angels and the angels of heaven who have formed an alliance with us. In addition, there is strong support from other mythologies that have rushed over to help us one after the other. A significant amount of force has been exerted against Trihexa, and the Cow's Order has increased significantly. Although they have been temporarily pushed back, they will reappear soon and continue their destruction. The scale of this has already been significantly greater than the demonic beast riot which occurred several months ago. Nevertheless, to everyone in the underworld and the supernatural world, please stay calm. There is no need to panic. That is because we have the stars of hope. The next images and videos that were shown were of Team DXD, along with the Electa and various shadow soldiers, gods, and anyone that helped defend those places. It's as you see, this is the anti-terrorist Team DXD. Right now, along with the middleman's subordinates, they're protecting the world by going to various places to help protect it. These brave warriors make me proud as they bravely and fiercely put their lives on the line. Surzex then showed a sad expression to them. As some of you may know, Gene Skyward, the middleman, is currently out of commission right now. He is in a coma. However, before he entered it, he gave one last order to his subordinates, and that was to protect this world in his absence. The images then switched to a live broadcast of the dimensional gap. His nocturnes were still busy keeping the original 666 at bay, and the one that took over for keeping the seals in place was a different woman. She resembled a witch that had a purple hat. This is the dimensional gap, and that creature right there is the original Trihexa. It is being kept at bay by Gene Skyward's subordinates in that place. So please rest assured that this beast won't come to our realm or any others, said Surzex firmly. These two beside me are two of his subordinates, Shala-san and Lena-san. They have been the ones that have made certain powerful seals that keep that beast in the dimensional gap. Right now, a different comrade of theirs is doing that so that they could appear here. The two then said a few words about not giving up hope and that they would repel the Cow's Order eventually. They didn't add anything like that Gene would wake up soon or anything like that, which would just give false hope. Serafal, who remained on the side, appeared in front of the camera and smiled towards it. That's right, everyone. I will also be deployed to the front lines, so there's no need to worry. Surzex couldn't help but show a slight smile as he looked at Serafal, and then continued to elaborate. We will definitely protect everyone in the underworld. Even if I have to sacrifice my own life for it, I swear that I will protect the citizens of the underworld even if it costs me my life. Surzek's words were very firm. Seeing the figures of Rias and the others who were just shown, how would ordinary people feel? At least compared to having a suspicious person like me on TV, it would give the people more peace of mind if Surzex personally said that. Surzex and Serafal then discussed the future and the unfairness of the rating games during the broadcast. Following that, they continually made such announcements to the citizens for dozens of minutes. As the broadcast was about to end, a loud rumble was heard throughout the capital of the underworld, Lilith. "Shit! Now what?" I shouted, panic slowly rising, but the ones around us, his subordinates, had smiles on their faces. When I looked at Surzex and Serafal, both Lena and Shala were also smiling. Lena took the mic from Surzex and simply said, "He's awake." Suddenly, a powerful and enormous white pillar of light burst from a certain building. That was the Serafal Memorial Hospital. Wait, does that mean the entire underworld began to shake violently for a few seconds? The light kept expanding and expanding. In the live broadcast of the Dimensional Gap, it also appeared there. "It seems the entire Earth has been covered by that pillar," said Leanne. "Indeed, this is quite an entrance, even for him," added Aurelia. "But he'll only have 1 hour at most," said a familiar voice. We turned to it, and it was the woman called Comptoir. "1 hour? What do you mean?" I asked. She then told us about the trials he took, that after he was successful with the first 5, he would temporarily awaken, and then he would need to finish the last 2. His 5th trial he failed is 231 times. They are challenging to him, but he finally passed. And now he's before she finished her sentence. Jean appeared in front of us. His entire body was covered in a silver and blue aura consisting of rippling, fire-like energy, complete with sparkling particles of a magenta color. His entire hair was also silver along with his eyes. "Jean?" I asked. "Sorry for the wait, but I won't be here for too long," he replied and smiled at me. He patted each of us on the head and added, "Thank you for your hard work. Please keep it up until I finally come back." But first he then disappeared and appeared in the Dimensional Gap. "It seems Jean Kuan has awakened and has appeared in the Dimensional Gap," Serafal exclaimed. Jean thrust his right hand forward and slowly closed it. The Imperial Beast Trihexa began to howl loudly. It sounded like it was in pain. Suddenly, it burst into black and purple flames that resembled shadows. The flames kept on increasing, and eventually they died down, and nothing was left of the beast. The entire room was silent, and so were the citizens of the underworld, and I would assume the rest of the supernatural world. However, he then uttered the words "arise" after that. Enormous shadows burst from the ground, and a certain beast began to come back to life. However, this time it was mostly black, and its various eyes on each head glowed purple. They resembled his shadow soldiers now. Did he just turn it into his subordinate? Serafal asked the obvious question. Jean then disappeared from the Dimensional Gap, and suddenly the entire underworld was covered in the same aura that shielded his body. Everyone in the room also felt it. It felt weirdly warm. "He's healing everyone around the world," said Leanne. "Where's he headed then?" I asked. "To rid the world of its current crisis," Leanne said calmly. Third-person point of view, Aaron had various places he needed to visit in this limited hour. His first stop were the various factions and pantheons being attacked by the otherworldly 660 SXS. He first went to the Hindu pantheon. Once in Biloka, Sukhista, he saw various buildings destroyed and a few dead and many injured. Yet his shadow soldiers and some of Team DXD were here, especially the Hindu group. Aaron raised his hand and healed the rest and brought back to life the others. This drew their attention, and they were surprised to see him here. Even after the live broadcast, Aaron then appeared in front of the rampaging 666 and touched him. The beast burst into an amalgamation of particles, before also turned it into another shadow soldier. "Captain," one of the members of the Hindu group shouted. Aaron smiled at them and said, "Please prepare, this isn't the end." He then disappeared. Next, he arrived in the Shinto realm, Takamagara. The scene was the same. Many buildings were in ruin, and there were various injured and dead. Aaron once again raised his hand and healed the injured and revived the dead. Reiko, who was here with the Yamajin, flew towards him and embraced him. "Aaron," she said tearfully. Aaron kissed her on the forehead and said, "I'm sorry I won't be here for too long. I have an hour. If you want to speak to me, go to our home after I've dealt with the rest." He stroked her cheek one last time before disappearing. Seconds later, A large and powerful light enveloped all of Takamagara, and then the Imperial Beast Trihexa also disappeared along with Arantul. Reiko smiled bitterly and gave out orders to her group. Before joining them, she wanted to finish up here quickly so she could go to their home to speak with him. Eren this time arrived in Asgard and saw that everyone was fighting another 666 from another timeline. "Eren?" A voice called out. He turned to it and found Rosweiss, who was in shock. "I'm sorry for leaving so abruptly, but I can only stay awake for an hour. Please go to our home if you want to speak to me in that limited time. But for now, there's more in the other realms of Asgard," shouted Rosweiss. Eren looked at her before he nodded and teleported beside Thor and Odin. "Oh, gee, my boy. So glad you could join us. This thing is quite sturdy, isn't it?" Odin asked while firing multiple attacks at 666. "My war cry of Viva Las Vegas didn't work on it earlier either. I was quite disappointed," added Thor. Eren turned to look at the god of thunder and showed him a confused look. "Ah, he picked it up because we traveled to America a few times in the past year. Would you believe it? My sons are finally indulging in their father's lecherous hobbies," Odin said with a creepy laugh. "None of us liked it," shouted Vidar in the distance. "Odin-sama, Vidar-sama, Thor-sama. Topics and conversations like this aren't appropriate times like this," said Brynhildr and Rosweiss in unison. All three gods flinched and backed away before they continued attacking 666. "I will check the other realms first then." "It seems that all of you are doing fine," said Eren before he teleported to the various other realms. He didn't stay too long on each of them, as most of them didn't have too many enemies in them, and he took them down quite easily. However, he stopped briefly in Svartalfheim. He felt as if there was someone with greater power than the rest he had killed. So he entered the giant tree and saw that a single devil was terrorizing them. His subordinates were standing around, and Eren listened in. "Did you see that? No matter how fast you are, the second you move, that shitty dark elf you're protecting will go boom," shouted a devil. "Yeah, go boom," said Eren as he stood behind the devil, grabbed his head and squeezed it. The devil's head exploded. Blood, bone, and brain matter splattered everywhere. A few dark elves were horrified by this, but they also recognized him. "Who died?" Eren asked, and a few pointed to a dark elf who lay motionless on the ground. He walked over, knelt down, and resurrected the male dark elf. "Is Frida here?" he asked. "And no, she went back to the main realm and was helping defend the island," answered one of the dark elves. Eren nodded and restored their home before leaving for the dark elf's island. Once he was there, he saw many monsters were swarming the island. They mostly consisted of evil dragons and super devils. As Eren disappeared from the spot and landed on the island, a red mist covered the skies above the dark elf's island. "YW8, middleman?" asked one of the dark elves. "Jean," someone shouted. When he turned to look at them, it was Sephora, one of Queen Frida's guards. She had various cuts and bruises throughout her body and looked exhausted. "Sephora, is Frida here? Also, are you okay? You look well." He didn't elaborate and gestured at her body. I'm fine, but Yuanth, the queen's sister, is injured. I was about to go find someone who could heal her," explained Sephora. "Take me to her," said Eren, and they quickly made their way to the queen's room. And there was Frida, Razis, drunk dwarf, and Fulla, one of Odin's maids. "Suptine." Eren put his hand up and walked over to Yuanth. Her right arm was missing, as well as part of her right chest area and stomach. "What happened?" he asked. "We were defending Svartalfheim with everyone else and your subordinates. But once we heard from Faluni, one of my other guards at our island was also under attack. We also came back here. But Yuanth had become quite careless and heroic over the last few months. So she pushed me out of the way when an attack was aimed at me. One of your subordinates also got in her way. But they didn't block all of it, as it had a strange characteristic and hit Yuanth as well," she explained. He nodded and healed Yuanth, who was asleep. She had lost a considerable amount, but after Eren healed her, he also provided her with some blood. Once she was healed, Frida hugged her sister and softly cried. It's a good thing only parts of her were injured. Otherwise she would have died. He wanted to add that he could have resurrected her, but death is never easy for anyone. He knew that even after he resurrected the ones that died earlier. However, since Aaron had limited time before he had to go back into his coma, he couldn't dwell on those things yet. He also knew that the last two would be the hardest he would face, as he had an inkling of what they would be about. Each trial kept on escalating after all. "Yes, I'm thankful for that. And thank you for helping her in our island," said Frida as she got up and hugged Aaron. "Wahaha, look at you getting the queen's affection, boy. It's also been a long time. Thanks for checking up on Hermel and Theta, Jean," said Razis, and he drank from his gourd. "It's no problem, and I have to leave. I need to stop Trihexa. We can catch up at a different time," he told her. "Why, yes. Until then," replied Frida as she let go off him. Aaron nodded and said his goodbyes again before he appeared beside Rosweiss again. "Any progress?" he asked. "A little bit. I offered to destroy it myself, but Odin-sama and the rest are quite insistent they can destroy it themselves," Rosweiss said with a bit of frustration. Aaron patted her on the head before he vanished and stood in front of 666. The Norse group were surprised, but Aaron touched 660's body before it vanished in a small light. In his hand was a small cube. He would have dealt with this earlier. He had plans for it. He may try to merge all these trihexes and see what he could make out of it. "We were just getting to the good part," complained Odin. "Maybe another time, Odin. More attacks will come, so go prepare. But for the next hour, he'll deal with them personally," he told them before he disappeared again. The place that Aaron teleported to was a futuristic one. However, it was also enveloped in chaos and fighting. Everywhere he looked, there were battles happening. "It looks like this place is quite futuristic. I should come here and form an alliance soon," he thought, and spotted 666 in the distance. Aaron flew over what was perceived to be the main home of the gods, as it was elevated from the rest of the city. However, the city below also contained large skyscraper-type buildings and various others. There were additionally neon-like highways and flying futuristic-looking ships in the sky that also killed many enemies around him. As he got closer to 666, he noticed various people there along with his shadow soldiers. "Ah, middleman, your subordinates have been of great help. They have kept this beast at bay and didn't allow it near our city," said Jupiter. "Casualties? Injured?" asked Aaron. "No casualties. However, there have been quite a few injured, including a few gods, but they are nothing serious." "I can promise you that," replied Jupiter. "I see he'll heal everyone after this then. He'll come and make an alliance with you in the future too," he told him. Jupiter laughed heartily at him and agreed. Aaron appeared on top of 660's body. He touched it, and it began to shrink, and eventually it transformed into another cube. "We've been fighting this thing for so long only for him to come and do that," a god complained. When Aaron checked him with Observe, he noticed that it was the god of war, Mars. Ignoring the annoyance of the god, he raised his hand and sent out a pulse that healed all the alliance in the realm, as well as giving them a passive healing buff. Aaron explained what he had done and wished them luck, as he still had a few more places to go to. He appeared in various Irish realms, helping them with various assaults from the Cow's Order. However, his subordinates had mostly done a good job, as they kept the deaths to a minimum. The same with the injuries, yet he still needed to heal them, as well as heal a few that died. His final stop was in the land of Heaven Falls, a place that held painful memories because of the recent attack. Once Aaron arrived there, he immediately swiped his hand and killed the other attackers. 666 was in the distance, and a flash of the destruction caused by the others who attacked this place appeared in his mind. Without hesitating, Aaron moved towards 666 immediately, touched it, and instantly trapped it in a cube. The ones previously battling it were stunned, but then cheered as the endless battle they had been on was finally over. He turned around and healed the injured warriors and told them to rest up, as they would probably only have a few hours of rest before the Cow's Order starts again. He located Noada and landed beside him. "Jean, I'm glad to see you're okay, and thank you for helping us," said Noada. "I'm glad to see you're all mostly okay too," replied Aaron. Noada laughed and said, "It was mostly thanks to Kana, Danu, and Ain. Those three, along with your shadow soldiers, were a big help." The three goddesses in question were sitting further away discussing something. They hadn't noticed Aaron yet, but as Bridget and Luff called to them, they turned around and saw him. All three were shocked, but Danu was the first one to stand up and embrace him as soon as she arrived at his side. "Don't, I'm sorry, I have to. I only have an hour, probably less now," he told her. Danu simply sank further into their embrace and said nothing else. After that, Aaron told them of what would happen in the future and that they should prepare for an even larger attack on the human world and their realms again. "What about Trihexa and the others that appeared?" asked Dagda. "Only a few remain, and you saw me deal with the original, did you not?" he asked back. Dagda awkwardly laughed and added, "I was in the bathroom," Aaron sighed, and Nuada told him of what happened. Their leader wasn't aware of Dagda being absent, as his attention was on the broadcast that was airing. Aaron looked around one more time and said, "I still have a few places to go to and kill more things." He looked at the three women. "If you want to speak to me before I leave again, come to my home." He then disappeared, leaving a disgruntled Danu embracing the air. Jean's skyward soliloquy, "I didn't think I would have so much to do once I woke up." That 1 hour had turned into a mere 30 minutes. Once I was finally done with checking the world, the supernatural world, and anything else, I went back to my home. I met various people when I traveled around, but I gave Dulio a few words saying that he'll need to be the team's leader a bit longer and I would treat him to delicious food in the future. Once I entered my home, I was immediately surrounded by various people. "Guys, let's go to the living room before you pile on me," I told them. We only have 30 minutes left. We moved to the living room, and I answered as many questions as I could. Most were of the trials I had to take, and I didn't hide anything from them, and I told them about all the things I had to do, the different choices I had to make. It didn't matter if I liked it or not, they were the correct choice, and I was usually left and seen as a villain afterward. "How long do you think you'll be gone for this time?" asked Kuroka. She looked pretty bad and ignored the large pile of food on a plate beside her. "I don't know. The 5th trial took me around 200 attempts to complete, so I would say the next few will double or even quadruple the number of times, unless I get lucky and pass them," I told her. We spoke at length about the various things that they had been through in my absence, the things they would like to do in the future, and about our graduation and the trip afterward, as well as the anticipated Rating Game World Tournament. And just like that, 25 minutes passed, and I only had 5 minutes left before I had to leave. Comptoir. Answer. Aaron, I would suggest you go to this location. I received information in my head about where I would need to go. WY? And why on this planet? I asked. Comptoir. Answer. We will begin parts of your evolution. Currently, you are at 90. When you complete all the trials, it should push you to 95 completion. During your last 2, your body will send our powerful blasts all around you. That's why we need to stay as far away as possible. I, along with Azathoth, will create the barrier to hide you too. I was surprised by this, but I need to do this, so I need to go far away. To a place called Trace 4b. Trace 4b is an extrasolar planet, and one of the largest exoplanets ever found, after WASP 12b, WASP 17b, CT Chameleontis b, GQ Lupi b, and HD 100546b. It was discovered in 2006 and announced in 2007 by the Transatlantic Exoplanet Survey, using the transit method. It is approximately 1,400 light-years away, orbiting the star GSE 02620000648 in the constellation Hercules. I have to leave soon. Everyone should start preparing to go out again, I told them. Many were reluctant, but I promised them I would come back as soon as possible. So they slowly started leaving the place. A few remained, though. Graphia came over and hugged me. It was rare for her to show open affection to me in front of others. "But please come back," she whispered before she gave me a kiss and left. She was very upset, and still is. She was among the oldest here, so she couldn't just openly show how upset she was. "Shinshan kept me company, please come back. We still haven't gotten married," Lavinia said and squeezed my hand, but also left. I expected her to be more attached to me, but I guess she's grown up as well. "Akino Sazaka Mom will scold you once you wake up again, so you better be prepared. Also, you owe me a lot of private time," Akino said, trying to be cheerful. She then grabbed my hand and added, "Come back soon." We shared a kiss before she also left to join Ria's group. The others looked like they wanted to say something to me, but decided to leave it for another time. I want to repeat what they said, but I have a lot of things to say to you when you come back. I never thought I would be this vulnerable when you suddenly disappeared. So please repent when you come back, and I wish to be spoiled rotten, said Suzaku. Yeah, I will. I'll promise you that. Suzaku smiled at that before she left. She came back and gave me a kiss, seemingly remembering afterward. I'll protect Ireland along with the rest of the world. I want you to come back to our country and bring the rest for your graduation trip. Okay? Said Danu. She grabbed my head and kissed me on the forehead. You're really troublesome. Sorry, I glanced back at the clock. I have a minute before I pass out, so good luck and stay safe. Team DXD and everyone is waiting, she said, and also left the room. I nodded and turned my attention to Comptoir. Your turn. Get me there, I told her, and I was suddenly in front of a large planet. A timer appeared beside me, and I flew towards the planet and slammed into the surface. Comptoir. Answer. Go deeper into the planet, near its core. Heeding her instructions, I punched a hole in front of me and flew further into the planet and submerged myself into its fiery liquid Y core. After that, I lost consciousness. Chapter 16, Part 3, Brother X Brother and Underworld Rebels, third-person point of view. Fufufu. An ominous voice echoed throughout the area from a large cocoon that started to pulse rapidly. Ignia, who had been bored out of his mind, immediately sat up from his cage. A cold sweat appeared all over his body. However, he got himself ready for another fight. That was fast. Well, honestly, I have no idea how long we've been here. I stopped caring and counting at some point, he thought, and stared at the pulsing cocoon. The cocoon suddenly burst. A blinding light came from it, and Ignia covered his eyes with his arm. However, the light faded just as quickly. His sibling Lapis stepped out of the cocoon and flew over to him. Ignia noticed no difference in her appearance, but the power she oozed said otherwise. Ignia-chan, I'm ready. I would say that we go back to Daddy's universe as soon as possible. But how about we pay visit to a few on our way there? Call a family road trip, she declared happily. The cage around Ignia vanished, and as soon as it did, he threw a punch at Lapis, who to his surprise let it hit her on the face. But, what? Surprised by this, Ignia tried to back away, but Lapis gently grabbed his wrist. You didn't notice earlier, did you? Fufufu. That's what you get for not being attentive, she said happily. Don't worry, they'll kill you along with everyone Daddy cares about. But he'll enjoy it at the same time. For now, we're going on one last trip as brother and sister. Lapis pulled Ignia away, who tried to struggle, but couldn't find the strength to know his powers from before were gone. Why, what did you do to me? He asked in horror. That cage, silly. You didn't notice it feeding your powers to me? Right now, you're as strong as a regular human. Fufu. But don't worry. You can get that power back if you train, but you won't live too long to have that happen. Ignia stared at Lapis in shock. How did I not notice? He shouted at himself. I didn't feel anything. I'm strong enough to notice shit like that. So why? As he shouted, a realization hit him. Fufu, you finally understood, didn't you? Asked Lapis, who licked his cheek. Because of the previously new power I received, you couldn't perceive it. Who? What do you plan on doing? He asked. I just said it, didn't I? Geez, pay attention. She cried out. She then looked at Ignia with a cold and sinister expression. I'm going to hurt Daddy by killing as many people as I can. He loves the innocents, as well as humans too. So with how big that place is, it'll be a piece of cake. Lapis then let go of his hand. Ignia tried to move away, but after a certain distance it felt like he was yanked back. He looked at Lapis, who smiled at him. He tried again, and the same thing happened again. I tied you to me, silly, until we get back to the Draconic Dais. You can't get away from me, she told him and patted his head. Now, I found a pretty universe to kill and absorb more strength. What? Ignia asked, confused. Do you know how this Ghidorah got stronger? She asked back. Ignia reluctantly shook his head. It's because it devoured planets and their inhabitants. It'll do that on the way to Daddy's universe. Prepare yourself, Ignia-chan. I'm going on a feast. Lapis then teleported both of them away. They appeared over a modern city. Some people looked up and saw two people floating, which confused them. Lapis poked her cheek and hummed. I was going to take my time on this one, but let's see what happens with just one attack, she said, and summoned a small pink ball of energy from her fingertips. It slowly dropped to the ground as all the humans around the area watched it in confusion to them. This was some kind of unannounced filming session or a reality TV show that they were all roped into without being told. The pink ball made a small ping noise before the entire planet erupted and nothing was left of it. The only thing that remained was the large pink explosion that occurred after the ping ball of energy that had expanded in size. I think Frigid-chan would have liked this. Too bad he didn't try it. How unfortunate, It'll absorb everything now, she said, and put her other hand out. A pink twister left her hand and consumed the core of the planet that had managed to stay intact. How did that not get destroyed? Ignia asked. I have control of my powers too, you know? Geez, Ignia-chan, who do you take me for? She asked in a huff. Ignia didn't answer as he watched the destruction of this world and perhaps even this universe. Are you planning to wipe out this universe? He asked. Of course, there are around 17 decillion planets here. We'll probably only go up a small amount of power, though, oh well, hopefully it'll be stronger when we arrive in the Draconic Dais. I want to surprise Daddy with this. Mommy obviously approves. She looked at Ignia and smiled. So, please watch over me until we get to the Draconic Dais where I lay waste to it. Only a short time had passed since Lapis began her destruction across this universe, and she had already wiped out more than 90 of life on it, and consumed 90 of the planets there. Lapis sang, danced, and hummed to herself as she did this. On some planets, there were also some other life, but they were no match to her, as she ended their existence quite quickly. Ignia was forced to tag along with her. He usually doesn't mind this much death and destruction. However, he would often like to fight with his prey first before he finished them off, so this just left an unpleasant taste in his mouth. Ignia-chan, you seem unhappy with all this chaos? Lapis asked. She was confused by his reaction so far. You know how I am with this kind of thing, Lapis. I like to fight people on a fairish enough playing field before I decide to blow up their planets. I want to get that thrill of a fight, but this is just one-sided slaughter. I can't get into it, replied Ignia. Fufu, maybe Daddy already affected you too. Huh, he does that a lot to people after all, mused Lapis as she destroyed another planet and absorbed it. Affect me? I doubt it. We have a give and take relationship. I provided him with information. He lets me fight him or any one of his subordinates, but since he decided to fuck off, I had to chase you. But it wasn't that bad. I got to fight a bunch of people and destroy about a planet in the process, said Ignia. He smirked at the thought of remembering his past carnage. Well, you were too late, Ignia-chan. Now I'm super powerful, Lapis said, and they arrived at a new planet. Oh, upon hearing Lapis, Ignia looked at the planet. Previously, he had been just looking at the outer space and hadn't been paying attention to Lapis' one-sided destruction. However, once he saw the planet, it had a bunch of residents appear in front of them. Halt! You have boom. Lapis pointed her finger at them without waiting for their speech, killing them all. Blood and other parts of the body are so strange out here in space, huh? She asked and poked at an eyeball that floated past her. A dragon head manifested from behind her and charged up a powerful shot. Lapis pointed at the planet and said, boom. Before the dragon head fired its shot at the planet, eliminating it, Lapis cheered at what she had done and absorbed its core again. Ignia stared at the dragon head that had appeared. Lapis noticed and giggled. Do you like Ghidorah-chan? I can make myself into a dragon now, too. Gaido-chan is a dragon, right? Well, whatever he is, I can transform into him and also still have my upper body near his chest. I wonder how Daddy will feel about it. She then clapped her hands and added, if Death King-chan arrives on time, I can also absorb him and become even more powerful. Daddy will love me more, right? Hell if I know, replied Ignia. Lapis suddenly hugged Ignia, further annoying him. It'll be a bit sad once you're gone. The same with Maruam-chan. But you two can live on in our memories. Daddy and I will get married and have kids. Maybe even let Mommy join too. Lapis began to drag Ignia off again as she rambled on about her idyllic family. How far did you plan ahead? Nyarlathotep. Azathoth asked. Fufufu ida wonder. We both know how this will end. My love for Aaron transcends beyond your imagination. Mamazoth. So if I can have him become a ruler, it worked for both of us, right? Asked the outer god. You aren't implying that you helped him, are you? Asked Azathoth. Fufuhum, I'll let you interpret that however way you want. But it does help you, right? He will never see it that way. His hatred for you will only increase from here on out, and once he evolves, I will die. I know we both saw it after all. Ah, at least he'll hold me for once. That rage and hatred he has for me, it's overwhelming. Nyarlathotep shivered at the thought. Do you think he'll come after me? Azathoth looked away and sighed. She thought she could have a normal conversation with Nyarlathotep, but it always turns to her obsession with Erentul. She also doesn't think Nyarlathotep understands love. Azathoth herself also didn't, but looking through Kuntuar's eyes, she may have an idea of it. Azathoth summoned a video feed in front of her. She watched Eren take his final 2 tries. The counter for failures was already at 43, and he was currently on his 44th try. Eren-chan is hard at work. Fufu. You really like putting him through a lot of hardships, don't you? Asked Nyarlathotep. Azathoth didn't answer her, and quietly watched everything happen for a few minutes. However, she decided to say something to Nyarlathotep. You already knew how weak he was. It took him that long to move on from her death. He had no mental or emotional fortitude since he relied on Aoife, his mother and maid, for so long. When one of them died, and he bore the brunt of that bullying, he shut down and resented everyone. His Papa-chan wasn't a help either. He's a piece of shit. I was tempted in messing with his soul, but I left it alone. Said Nyarlathotep. What happens to him is in the hands of Eren. Azathoth stated firmly and looked at Nyarlathotep. Almamazoth looking out Awen now? What isn't to Aw? She said mockingly and laughed. Yumi Kira's soliloquy. A couple of hours have passed since Eren woke up, and now he's disappeared again and left us to defend the world by ourselves. Apparently, Kuntuar sent out a small message to the Electa and his subordinates, so they seemed even more energetic than last time. Right now, the Grimory Peerage and the Stalwarter minus Lien Sensei were in the Greek god's realm. We were helping in the defense of Little Olympia and Mount Olympus. It seems that the tear in space-time opened in this realm, and we were nearest to it, so we decided to provide them some assistance. Kurosagi-san and Vera-san also joined us, as they were goddesses that belonged to 2 pantheons, and this was one of them. Former President Rias told me and Akino-san to help defend the Lamia city, so we were currently there along with numerous shadow soldiers and the leader Alice and Senko-san. We heard of what was troubling Alice-san from Senko-san, so we decided to be near her in case it distracted her. Yumi-chan, I'll leave this area to you. I'll go to the east. Yes, good luck. I replied. We spent 200 years in Eren's training facility and got stronger. However, it wasn't anything significant since the number of monsters that would spawn was limited since the space used there wasn't infinite, or how Eren revised it in our last visit to be procedurally generated. But it was useful for the rest, as the majority of them broke through to at least God class in power. Are you sure she will be fine? Asked Senko-san. Yes, Akino-san is strong, and she's even more motivated, so she'll be fine, I replied. I slammed my foot to the ground and created millions of blades that range from holy, demonic, draconic, divine, or a mix of them. The countless enemies in front of me were impaled by them. I saw Eren and Tobio Akusen do a move like that, and I always wondered if I could do something similar. I previously dismissed it since my sacred gear was limited, but since I merged both Blade Blacksmith and Sword Birth to Blade Birth, there had been many things I wanted to experiment with it, other than just creating new swords. I gestured with my hand, and portals appear behind me too. This time various blades appear behind me, and then I pointed forward. They then launched themselves towards the targets I pointed at. These blades would lock on to any opponent. They can only be stopped by destroying them, or if the target is also killed, or if I will it to stop. Suddenly, multiple magic circles appeared around us, and elemental attacks were shot from them. They hit their intended targets and obliterated them. This was repeated a few times, and I looked at Alice-san. She had been doing this for the last hour or two. She uses powerful attacks like that, exhausts herself, takes a break, and repeats. She on occasion takes the slime pills that were provided to us. Akino-san, and I advise her not to overuse them for her sake. At first, she listened to our warnings, but the longer this carries on, the more reckless she becomes. Even now, Senko-san had to intervene, or she would hurt herself. "Alice, stop your overexerting yourself," shouted Senko-san. "I have to keep going. If I don't, I can't join Team DXD," she said in between breaths. I don't know why she wants to join Team DXD. It seems Senko-san knows about the reason, as well as Lavinia and the goddess Amalthea, which I met earlier, but she's gone back to Mount Olympus because of Chief God Zeus' orders. After jumping towards her, I landed beside her. If that's your resolve, then that's fine. However, I think Jean-senpai would say something like, "It's fine if you want to join, but do it for the right reasons and not just revenge." In a way, that's what he told me months ago, I told Alice-san. So please pace yourself and be smart with the way you fight. "You're powerful, Alice-san." Alice-san stared at me for a few seconds before swallowing another slime pill. "I can't show this unsightly side of me to my people." "You're correct, Yumikira. However, I won't stop pursuing revenge against them," she said resolutely. "That's fine, I never stop my revenge, but aim that hatred at the right source, but please don't endanger yourself just for it. You have Senko-san, and if you join Team DXD, we will also support you." After that, we continued our defense of the realm, and it became easier with Alice and started being smart with the way she used her powers and how much she used. In the end, we were successful, partially because there wasn't an endless amount being thrown at us by Trihexa or the tear in space-time, since one of the Electa and Giobe sealed it off. We had gathered in Mount Olympus with several other gods there. Some of us had never met them face to face. However, thanks to the Greek group and some of them spending time in Aaron's pocket dimension, we had some relations with them. Rias Gremory, thank you for helping our realm in such a dire time. I won't keep you long since you may need to deploy to a different realm soon. But you have all our thanks, said Zeus, the chief god. Hermes sighed and said, "Didn't we tell you they're reliable? I mean, I and a few others are part of Team DXD. Zeus-sama-chama, don't call me that. I'm your chief god," said Zeus as he stared at Hermes, who just chuckled at him. "Thank you, Zeus-sama." However, it wasn't just us, as many of the residents in this realm also helped. "It seems that Jean's hyperbolic regenerative chambers helped quite a bit," replied Rias. Just as they kept on talking, a magic circle appeared beside Akino-san, and she stepped away. I kept an eye on her, as did Hephaestus-sama and Freya-sama. It looked like Akino-san was talking about something serious, since her calm expression from earlier vanished, and now she looked very concerned. Akino-san walked back to us and whispered something to Rias, and her eyes also widened. "Excuse me, Zeus-sama, but we have to leave immediately," she told him. May I ask why, young Gremory?" He had a look of interest as he raised an eyebrow. An outbreak has occurred in the underworld, and the unrest of the earlier darkness of the raiding games has finally reached a breaking point, and because of the temporary peace gene, made the rebels finally began to move, and they have. Invaded the territory of the great King Baal, she calmly explained. Zeus stroked his chin and nodded. "I see, so it's finally come. That was also broadcast here in our realm. To think such a thing was being downed by those old devils. Nevertheless, I still look forward to that in the future, with Jean, Surzex, and Azazel the ones working on it. No such thing will occur. I rambled on for too long. Go save your realm, young ones." But that he was referring to must have been the worldwide raiding game that will happen in the future, most likely after Akino-san, Rias, Sona-senpai, and Aaron Graduate. Everyone that knows about it is also looking forward to it. Thank you, and please don't hesitate to contact Team DXD or the Alliance if something comes up, she told them, and we left for the underworld. Third-person point of view. At some point, this young man began to hate this site. At first, he didn't like any normal person who was brought to this place. It was his home, his place of birth in a way. Yet, gazing at the castle in front of him, the place he called home, only brought pain to his heart. However, he was quickly brought to a certain underground passageway by his guards. This young man was the second son of the current head of the House of Baal. His name was Magdarin Bale. Approximately 20 minutes earlier, the Bale castle, his home, was attacked by the rebels. As a countermeasure for Trihexa, which was now dead, and for the cows, who was still at large, all of the Great King's side were in the middle of discussions with the local politicians. Under normal circumstances, the castle of the Bale city was second to none among the various other territories in the underworld. The reason for that was because it had more than 50 layers of barriers cast over it. The general consensus was that it would be compromised, but this castle has also boasted that it hadn't been compromised before, whether it was during the battle against the old government or the recent demonic beast riots. Currently, however, this castle is facing a crisis. The castle had suffered attacks that passed through or outright destroyed those powerful barriers. Whoever looked out of the windows of these passageways, it was possible for them to see various guards engaged in combat with the insurgents. The guards of the Bale clan were slaughtered one after the other by the powers released by the massed insurgents. The elite guards of the Bale were powerless, and that clearly demonstrated how powerful and merciless these rebels were. Magdaran also saw how the bright flowers he had planted in the courtyard were being destroyed by these relentless attacks. When such an attack happened, Magdaran couldn't help but wonder why, but it didn't take him long to come to his own conclusions. The reasons were clear as day. However, if he had to pick a reason, it should have been about the criticisms of the king piece, as well as the complaints and miscounts in the raiding games. Magdaran himself did not participate in these games. So even if there were misconducts in the games, he could carry on his life without any issues since it didn't involve him, which is why he initially didn't see it as a problem. They had also tried to conceal the truth from the citizens, which is why he didn't think such a response would result in these events from happening. However, he also knew that it would eventually be leaked. Yet he had never imagined that it would be the champion himself that would tell the entire underworld the truth of the raiding games. As he and his guards kept running through the corridors, ahead of them was someone who released a strange and powerful aura, and he wore jet black armor. Alerted by this, his guards gathered around to protect him. However, Magdaran seemed to recognize the person who was clad in the armor, and he gestured for his guards to stop. "You are one of Sona Citridano's peerage members." "The great dragon King Jincharu," said Magdaran. Yes, in front of them was Sona's pawn, formerly a human who turned reincarnated devil, and now clad in jet black armor, Saji Jincharu. Saji released his helmet, exposing his face. Saji was taken aback by the strange, yet cool moniker. He felt a strange excitement boil deep inside of him, but he pushed it back. "So you're Master Serorg's the next head of the family's younger brother, right?" "I'm a pawn of Sona Citra's peerage, and I came to help out," said Saji. "I also brought over a couple of 100 shadow soldiers that belong to Jin-san, so rest assured you'll get out of here safely." Magdaran understood that it was due to his brother, the devils of DXD, or their leader. But to him, they had rushed over to the underworld once they heard of the crisis it was dealing with. "DXD, huh? I never imagined that I would receive help from them," said Magdaran. Confused by this, Saji tilted his head questioningly. Magdaran added, "It is of great help, I thank you." The Y quickly planned an escape plan to leave the Bale city. This plan entailed Saji would be in the lead, while various shadow soldiers would pacify the civilians and suppress the rebellion across the whole territory. Magdaran's own peerage had also gone out, and the Bale castle was left with just his queen. However, even now the queen had also gone out to ensure that they had a safe escape route prior to Saji joining them. In order to discuss the countermeasures against the Cow's order and their war against their universe, Lord Bale had left to meet with the first-generation Bale, Zekrom Bale, who lived in seclusion. Lady Bale had left 2 days earlier to seek refuge somewhere else. The next head of the house, Serorg, had left the territory as a member of the anti-terrorist team, DXD. In other words, this Bale castle didn't have its lord, lady, or even the next heir. Instead, all it had was their second son, Magdaran. The great king's side that was respected by the current Satans, and even the lord's castle was now empty. A sarcastic smile spread across Magdaran's face when he thought about the situation. To Magdaran, he found it funny, ironic even. It's always been like that after all. Whenever a serious or life-altering decision had to be made, his father, Lord Bael, would rush over to the place where the previous generation and first generation had secluded themselves to, and then ask for their advice. Regardless of whether it was a political affair or familiar affair, he had never made a single decision on his own. Hence, why, as long as he protected his pride and appearance, even his wife and children could be discarded without hesitation. Because he had not inherited the power of destruction, his half-brother had once been abandoned in the outskirts of the Bael territory. The second son, Magdaran, had been born with the power of destruction. Hence, Serorg had been banished, and he was selected as the next heir early on in life. Magdaran, who had been brought up with the sole purpose of being the next family head, had been strictly educated ever since he was young. Magdaran's combat strength wasn't very high, but since he had inherited the power of destruction, he didn't have to train too hard. There were people with an even stronger power of destruction who were born in a family outside of the House of Bael. Thus, Magdaran was always compared to the Gremory siblings. Even before them, Astri Bael was their trump card and ace. She was the strongest female to ever exist within their clan, with Venelana Bael coming to a close second. However, he had always lived in a strict educational environment, thus making Magdaran despise Surzex, Rias, Astri, and Venelana. They seemed to have a much less strict upbringing, yet he had to suffer through all of it alone. It was not long after that he found out what the heads of the house were thinking, and he began to despise them too. Then one day his world changed. His half-brother Serorg returned from the outskirts and declared that he desired the position of being the next head of the house. The current head, his father and the first-generation head, laughed at Serorg. A Bael who didn't possess the power of destruction, trying to say that was complete nonsense. The current head originally wanted to cast aside his brother's words as a joke. However, he decided to use this as an opportunity to truly sever their parent-child relationship and ordered Magdaran to be his opponent. However, a few minutes after the beginning of the match to become the next head of the house, it was his brother's overwhelming victory. Lying on the ground was Magdaran, the one who had inherited the power of destruction. Magdaran was powerless. The speed and power of his brother, who had trained his body, had exceeded all their expectations, and he completely disregarded Magdaran's power of destruction. His father, the current head of the house, also looked at him, but with a gaze that said he was looking at a pile of trash. And ever since then, a strange life has begun in the Bael castle. The Bael family members who lived within the castle only consisted of our people. His father is the current head of the house, his second wife, and the mother of Magdaran. His brother Serorg, who had become the next head of the house, and the second son who had the position taken away from him, Magdaran. Regardless of whether it was during meals or other activities, there were only these people. As the current head, his father was reluctant to acknowledge the eldest son and constantly asked the previous generation and first generation for advice on the decision. The mother, whose son had the position of the next head of the house taken away from him, held a bitter grudge and did not conceal her dissatisfaction with living together with the eldest son. Magdaran, who had received the education for becoming the next head, was now forced to assist his brother, the one who had taken away his position. Every time they sat down for a meal, there was no conversation as they ate in silence. His mother retreated early each time. His mother felt despair at her husband and child, and hatred towards Serorg, but still did not let go of her position as the Bael wife. Naturally, aside from the government affairs, only Magdaran's peerage would talk to him. His father and mother would not talk to him at home. No, that was wrong. Ever since he began to be brought up as the next head of the house, he had never received the love that a child should have. At best, he was seen as the next great king of Bael, and nothing else. He once attended the meetings between the children of nobles, and one of their sons had said to Magdaran, "It was really comfortable when my mother cleaned out my ears." Ear cleaning. Magdaran had never received any affection from his own mother since birth. The only ones around him were either maids or butlers. So the idea of getting one's ears cleaned was foreign to him. There were some children who had gone with their families to have fun on the beaches of the human world. Aside from inspecting the Bael territory, Magdaran had never embarked on a trip outside of the Bael territory. let alone having a holiday together with his family. In the end, what was a family? To Magdaran, this castle, this resident, and those who had the blood of Baal flowing through them. This was what family was to him. In the end, he himself didn't understand what kind of person he was. He was born as the second son and also raised as the next head, but that was taken away from him. He was then treated like a person that shouldn't exist. To him, every day it became even more painful when he thought about it like that. He no longer understood the meaning of his own life. He didn't know his own fate, and he hated this Baal castle and everyone in it. However, at some point, unknown to him, several people started reaching out to him. First, his blood relative that lived with him, his half-brother Sarorg. "How have you been recently?" he asked. He was confused at first, but replied to his half-brother nonetheless. Speaking of which, this has become quite popular within our territory. Another strange topic was started by him. However, he listened to him. There's this man called Gene Skyward in Team DXD. He's the leader, a man I respect and consider my rival and best friend. I think you should meet him someday, he was told. However, towards all of these things that his brother said, Magdaran would only stiffly reply with, "I see," "yes," or "oh." Magdaran acknowledged that his brother was strong, amazingly strong, that he didn't even think about trying to regain the position of head. Magdaran didn't know anything outside of the Baal lifestyle, as he had been educated in their castle since he was young. The only area where he stood out more than others was his detailed knowledge and understanding of plants. Since he was young, Magdaran was particularly fond of plants and flowers. There were beautiful purple flowers blooming throughout the city of Baal. Those flowers were also planted in the courtyard. They had become extinct once before during the war between the three factions. Through an investigation, Magdaran discovered seeds which were preserved in good condition and used modern techniques to revive them. Everyone in the Baal family had purple eyes. Hence, purple was also regarded as their family color. Magdaran didn't think that there was anything more suitable than to include this flower in the Baal emblem. In addition to that, he cultivated a rare type of apple. Magdaran continued with his research on plants. It wouldn't be surprising if many of Magdaran's studies received recognition. However, what he received was a warning to mind his own deeds from the current head of the Great King House. The Great King's house was symbolized by destruction, so the proposal of plant research was simply shameful to them. His mother had never once praised him. She had never once tried the apples which he had grown. The only one who was willing to listen was his brother Sarorg. Sarorg sent Magdaran's flowers and fruits to places within Baal territory to sell, while cheerily eating the apples which his younger brother had grown. Sarorg said, "Apples are a specialty in Baal territory. The apples that you've grown could even become the finest in the underworld and perhaps the supernatural world. I think you can definitely do it. Gene is setting up his own restaurant. Maybe we can send him samples, and maybe he could add these to his menu in the form of a dessert or drink." Magdaran shook his head and cleared away the memories of his past conversations with his brother and continued to move through the passageways. Until today, whether it was his brother or family, whether it was flowers or the power of destruction, he didn't need to bother himself with those things. If Trihexa and the Cow's order destroyed the underworld, he could do nothing but obediently accept that fate. It had already been a few minutes since they began moving through the castle, and up ahead of them was the rear gate that Magdaran had come in through. Beyond the gate was a vast open space with a very high ceiling. This place could be called a shelter for civilians who sought temporary refuge. The rear gate was in front of them, but Saji, who was in front of them, released his aura and changed into a fighting stance. Ahead of them lay an ominous atmosphere. Saji focused his senses, and he felt that someone was already waiting beyond the rear gate. However, in front of them lay someone that Magdaran was familiar with. A gray-haired man dressed in a cloak and light armor lay there in a pool of blood. This man was Magdaran's queen, Sectas Barbados. He originated from the House of Barbados, which belonged to the 72 Pillars. They quickly went over to him. "Sectas, are you okay?" shouted Magdaran worriedly. Upon hearing his king's voice, his queen looked up and coughed up fresh blood from his mouth. Yet he still prioritized his master's life. "Please hurry and get away. he told them weakly. Magdaran and his guards checked on the Queen's injuries, and their face turned grim. His entire upper and lower body had been pierced by shots of demonic energy, and if this had continued, he would have died of blood loss. Despite it being utterly useless, Magdaran tore his clothing and bandaged Sekta's body with it. However, as he continued, Saji stopped him and brought out a single blue pill. Eat this, it will heal you, he said. Magdaran's queen opened his mouth and ate the pill. Seconds later, all his injuries began to disappear, and he regained his stamina too. A person beyond the gate applauded upon seeing that. Truly praiseworthy. It's inconceivable to imagine that the great king would display such behavior. Perhaps you're different, like Saror Bale, said the voice. They entered the rear gate only to be greeted by a blonde-haired gentleman dressed in a noble's attire. From his facial features, he appeared to be around 30 years old. However, devils were able to change how they looked, so the age in their appearance wasn't always accurate. Yet everyone there knew who this man was. It was because they had seen him plenty of times on television. He was quite famous too. The gentleman dressed in the noble's attire bowed politely to them. Good day, he greeted them. Magdaran frowned and said, ranked third in the rating games Badiz Abadandano. This man was a professional rating game player, and ranked third Badiz Abadan. He was an extra demon from the House of Abadan. He was also the mastermind behind the attack on this Bale castle. The ominous aura and killing intent that seeped out of his body could clearly be felt. You wouldn't be the current head's second son, would you? I would like to see the current head and previous generations. If possible, could you introduce them to me? Asked Badiz. Unfortunately, my father and the previous generations are not here, and there is also no reason for a traitor to meet with the great King Bale, replied Magdaran. Badiz smiled bemusedly in response to Magdaran's words. Saji weighed his options. He could take out the third ranked in the rating games right here, right now, perhaps even arrest him. But he didn't have any techniques like that. At best, he would need to knock him unconscious and proceed from there. He also had the advantage of surprise, since Badiz had no idea of his new power, so one successful surprise attack should give him the win. But at the same time, he wanted to know why Badiz Abadan chose to use the king piece. Magdaran asked Badiz, could you tell me your purpose for coming here? I have spoken to the great king a number of times in the past. Since Dihauser has exposed everything, I too want them to feel the darkness that's been boiling beneath. The citizens of the underworld will also witness it, replied Badiz. Magdaran couldn't help but sigh at what he heard. He then turned to Saji and whispered, where are your teammates? The rest of the Citri peerage are fighting against those masked people all around the Bale territory. Many of them were quite skilled, so I assumed that they were part of Badiz Abadan's peerage, replied Saji. Magdaran nodded. If Badiz Abadan were to come here, personally, he would bring his own army and his own peerage. The sounds of explosions and battle that could be heard around them must have been from them. However, Saji continued, Sarorg and his peerage will also arrive soon, he told Magdaran. He did not react much, but acknowledged Saji with a nod. He wasn't sure if his brother would make it on time, and he was unsure if they could defeat the ranked third of the rating games. It would be as if they were fighting as Satan. Badiz Abadan Sama, can I ask you a question? Saji asked. Amused, Badiz smirked and nodded. You are from Sona Citrus Peerage, correct? That aura of yours, I remember it from the video recording I saw from the Youth's rating game. Speak your mind, young devil. However, I also have things to ask you in return. Why did you use the king piece? He asked simply. Badiz Abadan was briefly stunned before he broke out into laughter. However, he quickly stopped and stared at Saji seriously. I have status and power as I was born of high class. All that I lacked was the talent to become an ultimate class devil. This led to me obtaining and using it for this reason. With that power, I became third ranked in the rating games. I finally gained honor. Was it because I used illegitimate means? Perhaps, but the matches between the top rankers were carried out with balance in mind. Aside from Dihauser, the wins and losses of other people were a balance. Of course, there were also many matches that weren't supervised like that. However, I also won't deny that I knew those players had certain agreements in those matches. Let me ask you this, boy. Your master, Sona Citri. She wishes to establish a school where any devil can attend, correct? He asked. Saji silently nodded. Badiz placed his hand on his chin and nodded, then said, I see, being able to learn strategy and tactics is important to some extent. However, attempting to reach the position of champion is impossible. More accurately, it would be impossible to even reach the top 5, so I wouldn't get your hopes up. Why do you say that? Asked Saji. Because I have first-hand experience of it. Listen to me well, boy. Regardless of the era we are in, the person who becomes the champion is someone who possesses an extremely abnormal and absolute power. If I had to speak of your generation, then it's quite clear, no? The legendary dual dragon emperor. He far exceeds the champion himself. If he were a devil, he would definitely be labeled as a super devil, much like the two Satans. Ordinary people like us cannot touch them. We are inferior in every way to those monsters Gene Skyward and Diehauser Belial. In order for us to compete, we must use underhanded means. Hence why I used the king piece. Everyone was left stunned by Badiz's speech. However, Saji's blood boiled. Not only did he insult his master's dream, but he also insulted the school they wished to create together. Saji knew that hard work wouldn't betray you. Even if his original potential was changed by Eren, he was also told that those potential could also be increased naturally by Comptoir. He got to his strength by working hard for all those years. So he believed that those children he saw could also achieve power someday. The public has already accepted the existence of the king piece, so why don't they protect the great king? Asked Magdaran. Badiz sneered at his question. Because my fans also came to ask me. Under the current circumstances, and since it's difficult to conceal the truth of the misconduct, I just need to overturn the source of the misconduct. So by removing the heads of the great king, I'll assert to the civilians that I have disposed of the culprits behind this incident. Badiz's eyes exuded pure greed. He simply wanted everything and would do anything to keep his position. The civilians are stupid. As long as I give them a sob story and tell them I was being exploited by the great king's side and that I took down the heads of the House of Baal in order to rid myself of those troubles, they'll certainly offer me their support after the initial surprise. No, it's quite obvious that they hate scandals involving those in the upper class of our race. So they'll be happier than anything to heard about the disgrace of the nobles, especially if the great king faction, which is politically opposed to the Satan side. Some politicians will appear to be apologetic on the surface, so the audience will simply compliment my actions. I win in the end, won't I? He said with a smirk. As long as Badiz Abaddon could protect his own honor, he was willing to fabricate this so-called justice to manipulate the public's opinion and project himself as an ally of justice. With his hands stained by the misconduct, the plan that this man came up with was extremely simple. Magdaran himself was quite surprised by the sinister and sinful nature of the third ranker. I see. So, the politicians have been set up, said Magdaran. Even the politicians of the underworld were drawn to his plans. There were many politicians who were opposed to the Great King's faction or the Great King's politicians. Although they didn't belong to the Satan side, there did exist politicians who had ideas even more radical than the Satans. To them, this scandal was an excellent opportunity for them to act. Even if this attack didn't occur, they would be subjected to impeachment during parliament sessions. Badiz then turned towards Saji Genshiru and asked a question. Youth of Sona Citrus Peerage, want you cooperate with me? Could you also forward this information to your friends? Badiz's intentions were to have him assist in taking down the heads of the Great King. They were the ones who were heavily opposed in the creation of the raiding game school that anyone could attend. Even if the next head, Serorg, appeared to be working together with Sona Citri, the current head and the politicians were constantly hunting for opportunities that would exploit them to destroy all of their efforts. This is way too unacceptable. This way of doing things is just wrong. You're the third in the rankings of the rating games. If you do this, there will definitely be fans who would be saddened by it. Saji's response was straightforward. He did not think of the politicians, nor the situation of the higher-ups. They were simply the thoughts of a disgruntled teenager, still privy to the world of politics. The champion Diehauser brought to light the truth of the misconduct, and as ranked third, I was pointed out as a culprit. Don't you think this is a worthwhile opportunity? Asked Badiz. Saji shook his head and began to speak about many things. However, Badiz didn't have any interest in the ramblings of Child, so he mostly ignored them. He finally put his hand up to stop Saji from speaking. You are the comrade of the dual dragon emperor, are you not? What does he have? As the famous Apay dragon that's supported by the underworld, as well as his status as the middleman, isn't he just a glorified mercenary? If we look at it closely, he is being used by everyone for very little gain. To me, it's rather funny. He's a fool to the extreme. That kid has no idea how the world works, and he does this work for nearly free? Peace. Unity? What a load of nonsense. If such things were possible, don't you think it would have been already achieved? A child like him trying to achieve it is impossible. It's been a waste of time, like this conversation we are having, said Badiz with a sigh. He looked at Saji one more time and added, effort is nothing more than a dream given to the fools by the stupid government. Especially in our society, those who were born with power will always stand at the top. No matter how hard you train, you cannot match them. Your school, your dreams, and that foolish dragon, they're all wasting their time. Saji's blood boiled. You hold him in contempt? This past year, he's worked hard to make this alliance a reality. Do you have any idea how many people's lives he's made better because of it? Don't look down on my master's dreams either. It's definitely possible. Hard work has never betrayed anyone, and he'll prove it right now. Screamed Saji. A powerful aura covered Saji's entire body as he equipped his helmet back on. Saji extended his tentacles towards Badiz, who remained calm. He then gestured with his hand in front of him, and a hole appeared. This was the Abaddon clan's special trait. The tentacles that Saji had extended were sucked into the hole, and when it closed, they were cut. Badiz looked at Saji with a bored expression and asked, Is that all? The hard work you preached so much about? No, this is, replied Saji sharply as he slammed his fist into Badiz Abaddon's back. The third ranker had no idea what had just happened. His body flew far into the air and slammed into the ground. He quickly got up and stared at the young devil in disbelief. What did you do? He shouted. I couldn't see or feel him. What did he do? Does he have some kind of special ability in addition to the sacred gear? He asked himself. What's wrong? Can't keep up. Asked Saji as he slammed his knee into his face again. Badiz was unable to keep up with Saji's speed and was once again hit by the youth. The ones watching behind them were also equally stunned. Saji didn't let up as he continued his assault on Badiz. The third ranker and ultimate class devil was stunned at the situation. He couldn't react in time because of the young devil's speed. The hits he received were as powerful as an ultimate class or higher devils. To him, this level of power coming from the youth shouldn't be true. He didn't want to believe it. Saji finally ended his assault with a punch to Badiz's face. He made sure not to use too much power, otherwise he'd risk killing the man, so he held back. Badiz was badly beaten as his face and body had multiple bruises and he bled all over. However, he had his pride as the third-ranked player of the rating games. He didn't want to fall like this. He created multiple holes and jumped into them. As he did, Saji closed his eyes and stood still. He began to feel the flow of energy around him, both life energy and demonic energy. Saji could use 2k with the help of Eren, Chiron, Kuroka, and Sarorg. He managed to unlock the use of it. A hole opened beneath him, and he jumped away. However, another appeared at the spot. He jumped, and Badiz came out of it. Two more appeared on his sides, and demonic attacks flew from them. Saji covered his hand in 2k and slammed both his fists to the side, stopping and destroying the attacks. He followed it up by gathering flames in his belly and shooting out blaze-black flames from his mouth, hitting Badiz and making the devil shriek. As expected of Saji Genshiru, his powers and instincts have only risen, said a voice. All of them turned to it and found Sarorg Bale clocked in golden lion armor. Sarorg-san, Saji shouted, while looking at Badiz, who was still in flames. Saji, will you let me do the honors? He asked. Saji nodded and removed the flames from Badiz. His skin and face had been badly damaged, and he looked at the two young devils in front of him with rage. Badiz hated the smile both Saji and Sarorg had, and he hit his limit. Listen up, young rookies. You should remember what I'm about to say. The rating games are a noble's game. It's a form of entertainment only for the upper class. Low-class reincarnated devils who do not have talent, wealth, or status delude themselves with enjoying the rating games. It's really such a joke. He bellowed at them. Sarah crossed his arms and shouted, I refuse. Badiz in doubt said, What did you say? I will never deny the way that I've lived my life up until now. The path I've traveled is my pride. You want me to throw away all of the pain, regret, laughter, joy, victory, and defeat that I've had until now? I reject this. These two fists, this body, this soul, and my peerage are all treasures that I've obtained through my hard work. Discarding that for false talent is something I will never do. As Sarorg said that, Saji had used this opportunity to create long tentacles of delete field and absorption line, and had them sneak their way around Badiz, who was distracted. Not only me, Saji Jintra here, my comrades in Team DXD and the dual Dragon Emperor Gene Skyward are the same. The strength we gained through hard and vigorous work. We won't let you deny us that. You want to let them discard all of the harsh things that they've experienced in the past year and have them pursue something like that? Well, regardless of whether you're an experienced competitor or a puppet of the old devils, I will defeat you right here without a shred of hesitation. Sarorg then turned to his brother and then back to Badiz. Also, I won't let you hurt my little brother. A smile adorned his face, which further angered Badiz. Magdaran stood there stunned. A feeling deep within him boiled. Even after the way he treated him, after the way his family treated him, he still chose to protect him. Brother, I vowed I wouldn't call him that. He had already decided not to call him that. Magdaran still hadn't forgotten about the time when the position of next head of the house was taken away from him. But what surfaced in Magdaran's mind was a childhood memory. Although it was only for a few years, he had followed behind Sarorg, the time when he would play with his brother every day. Together in the Bale Castle, they ran within the courtyard. They played together every day in the secret base that they had created in the Bale Castle. I can't afford to call him that, he repeated to himself. One day, in order to find a rare flower, Magdaran ventured to a mountain near the Bale Castle and was attacked by demonic beasts. He had come out alone, without guards. It was easy for that demonic beast to take Magdaran's life. At that time, his brother Sarorg rushed over to save Magdaran. In order to protect him, he bravely stood in front of the demonic beast, while he himself watched his brother's back. I can't possibly call him that. The words of his brother back then lingered in his mind. Get away from my precious brother. He'll be your opponent. Protecting his own brother's body, it was worth boasting about more than anything else, and he was cooler than anyone else was. You're my precious younger brother. He'll definitely protect you and defeat the opponent in front of you. Brother, I was wrong. I've done something unforgivable to you. I genuinely felt contempt for you, someone who couldn't inherit the power of destruction. I truly hated you. You took away the position of next head from me. I hated you. I hated you so much that I wanted to kill you, shouted Magdaran. Everything he said was true. He really hated him. He hated his brother. He wanted to kill him. His brother's victory back then denied him of a certain life. So how could he possibly accept it? I'm a despicable person. I secretly scorned you, and I tried to sabotage you several times. You should have noticed, yet you didn't do anything to me when I was like that. You never even said any words that ridiculed me. Sarorg knew all of that, yet it overshadowed the love he had for his younger brother. He could never hate him, because he understood I took away the position of head from you. I did it to prove my strength to the people who had forsaken me, so it was all for the sake of my selfishness. That's why I decided, as long as there is dissatisfaction towards me, I will accept it all, whether that was mother-in-law or you. No matter how deep your resentment is, I will gladly accept all of it. Also, you're my younger brother. What kind of older brother would I be if I resented you for that? Magdaran, I also need to apologize to you. I've caused you a lot of pain. I was such a useless brother. Please forgive me, said Sarorg. Tears fell from Magdaran's eyes. I like flowers and plants. Compared to when I was the next head, I wanted to be a botanist even more. But having been born with the power of destruction, I had no choice but to become the next head, allowing the purple flowers to regrow, nurturing rare apples. Not a single Baal praised me, except my brother, and those two. His younger brother's achievements should have spread through the underworld. Yet at the start only his brother accepted him. However, later on Astri Gremory and Venelana Gremory reached out to him. They accepted him too. Even when he ignored the letters, even when he didn't respond to them, they kept on writing. He understood, Magdaran understood how foolish he had been and cried harder. There were people out there that would show him genuine love and compassion. Brother, please win. You're my brother, the next head of the House of Baal. Please let me see it. The destruction our house is known for. He shouted at his brother. After hearing the plea from his brother, Sarorg smiled. I hear you loud and clear, Magdaran. Saji, Roger, replied Saji as his tentacles latched onto Badiz, who had managed to stand up at that point. What is this? He shouted and tried to blast away at the tentacles with his demonic power, but they did nothing. He tried his whole, but they were cancelled when Saji used his blaze-black flames through his tentacles. Badiz Abadandano, come and experience the single blow I've spent my life on. Feel the combined might of the Lion King and Dragon King, Sarorg declared to him while clenching his fist. Sarorg and Saji increased their aura and Tuki around their body. The dark purple Tuki around Saji slowly gathered around his left arm and formed the shape of a dragon's head. Regulus, let's go forth, shouted Sarorg. Yes, if your body wills it, we will destroy them with this divine body. Responding to its master's call, the eyes of the lion on his chest unleashed a dazzling light. His Tuki increased even more, and it filled the entire space. Sarorg then recited a powerful chant. This body, this soul, even if it falls into an endless ravine, my lord and I, we will exhaust this body and this soul to rise up the endless royal road. Raise, triumph, play, and shine. This is the body of a demonic beast. Lodged on top of my fist is the glorious imperial authority. His Tuki whipped up an intense cyclone, and at the rear gate, a gust formed and blew up countless numbers of purple flower petals. The purple flowers that were found all over the Baal castle, the purple flowers that proudly bloomed, followed the wind and danced around Sarorg. Dance, dance, bloom. Magdaran suddenly recalled the time when they were young and he was attacked by a demonic beast. His brother came to rescue him, and the two of them ran away desperately through that mountain. The final place that they ran to was a sea of flowers in full bloom. There, a gust of wind blew past them, and the colorful petals which were blown up danced in the air. To him at the time, and even now, it looked beautiful. Break down the beast, climb over. With that final chant, his power erupted around them. Standing there was Sarorg, cloaked in new armor of a highly aggressive lion. It was a new armor with a dual-toned gold and purple appearance. The gold armor was accompanied by a purple Tuki that enveloped Sarorg. Even Magdaran, who was far from it, felt an overwhelming chill as a result of its magnitude. Regulus Ray Leather Rex, Imperial Purpur, or the invincible purple skin of a Lion King, is the breakdown the beast of Regulus Nemia. Similar to Juggernaut Drive, it releases the power of the Nemean lion at the cost of using its owner's life force as the power source. However, this was modified by Eren during their 100-year stay, so it only used Sarorg's stamina and demonic power. Sarorg took a single step, and he threw a punch. Badiz managed to put his hand up and create a hole, but to his utter shock and horror, it destroyed the hole, and the shock wave created by Sarorg's punch hit him in the gut, forcing him to puke out blood. Saji, Sarorg shouted as he gathered a large amount of Tuki around his right arm. Saji shouted in response and put his left arm next to Sarorg. The Tuki around his right arm formed into the head of a lion, both gold and purple in color. Badiz Abandano, your ambitions will be crushed by our fists. These fists were attained through hard work and training, said Sarorg. This is stupid. No such thing exists. Only the chosen, the ones born with power, can attain such strength. Roared Badiz. Haa! Sarorg and Saji shouted at the same time as they thrust their fists forward. The The head of the lion and the dragon combined into a large attack that decimated their surroundings, as well as the castle in the vicinity. The screams of Bediz Abaddon were heard by all, and the explosion kept on getting larger until it suddenly vanished. What was left was a badly injured Bediz as he lay there unconscious. The battle was over. Not too long after that, both Baal and Sitri peerages reported that they had apprehended and defeated the rebels within this Baal castle. In other parts of the territory, both the Agars and Grimmery peerages also helped defend the great king against other rebels who were unsatisfied with things. However, soon after they would receive very troubling news the battle between Sarorg, Saji, and Bediz had concluded. Once it was done, both Saji and Sarorg released their armors to save their stamina. At the same time, the fighting around them also seemed to quieten down. Just then, Saji received a message from his girlfriend Raruko, confirming that they had apprehended the rebels. It looks like they succeeded in capturing the rest of the rebels over here, Sarorg-san, Magdarin-san, Saji told them. But as both brothers went to speak, a lone rebel appeared out of nowhere and charged at them. Both Sarorg and Saji got ready to stop him when the rebel suddenly fell to the ground after an attack hit him. They turned their heads towards the person who attacked the rebel and found another person there. From the rear gate emerged another helper. It was a woman with 2 horns on her head and long, wavy, cherry-colored hair. She wore a seductive dress with high slits and appeared to be around 20 years old. Everyone present immediately recognized her. She looked at the unconscious Bediz and sighed. I heard that Bediz was attacking one of the Baal castles, so I rushed over to stop him, but it looks like it's already over, said the woman. Roigan Belphegor ranked second in the rating games and one of the top competitors. She was also the current head of the House of Belphegor. Along with Seraphal Leviathan, Graphia Lucifuge, and Astri Gremory, she was revered as one of the few strong beauties of the underworld. She narrowed her eyes once she saw Bediz on the ground. Like him, I use the king piece, and am also part of the cases of misconduct. However, Lion Kinkuin, Dragon Kinkuin, I don't have any regrets about that power and status. But I won't be like Bediz and try to spread lies throughout the underworld to pin the blame on someone else. I just wanted the strength to compete on that stage. That's the only thing I ever wanted. Aside from the forced matches of the higher-ups, I really enjoyed the games. Similarly to Diehauser Belial, her love of rating games was genuine. Even after being confronted by Aaron months ago, she still pursued this career and didn't expose the truth herself. That's how much she loved the games. Right now, during this turbulent time, I will assist you in fighting those rebels. After you can do to me however you wish, she told them seriously. She then turned to Sarorg and asked Lion Kinkuin, do you like the rating games? Faced with a sudden question like that, Sarorg didn't know how to respond. Roigan smiled lightly and added, I love the rating games. Diehauser is also the same. That man loves the games more than anything. However, I apologize. From the first rank through to the 3rd rank, all of us were stupid in our own way. Maybe I should have listened to Jean Cohen all those months ago. Perhaps I should have exposed it earlier after she said those words. She lifted Bediz up and handed him over to the guards who were on standby near the rear gate. A feeling of regret and loneliness could be felt from Roigan Belphegor's body language. Saida Sama, Magdaran Sama, a voice shouted, forcing them all to turn that way. They say a guard running towards them. Their face was pale and their entire body shivered. Once he arrived in front of them, he began to pant heavily. What happened? Calm down and report to us, said Sarorg. The panicked guard readjusted their breathing and nodded to themselves. They still looked horrified, though. YST, they cow's order. It seems like they've finally launched a full-scale attack on the human world. There were reports of multiple armies. Monsters and another trihexa has appeared around and above Earth. The guard told them. The whole area became silent, none of them quite sure how to react to the news. Until those bastards are actually. Just then, both Saji and Sarorg received a message from Alicia. All current members and teams of DXD come back to Jean's home residence for a team meeting. Other factions and leaders will be part of this meeting. Please come here ASAP. Brother, Saji Jinchuru, please go. Leave the rest to us and Roygun Belphegor-san. Team DXD needs you too, said Magdaran. Roygun Belphegor-dano, I entrust my brother to you. I also hope you stay true to your word. We shall leave, Saji, said Sarorg. Yes, master, replied Saji. Trials of memories past failed, 1791 times. Trials, 6-7 body restoration, 80 evolution progress. 1290 try again? Yes, no, it's not impossible, right? Aaron asked himself while sitting cross-legged. He had failed a total of 1,791 times. He had tried different ways of passing this test, but they all failed, and Aaron had stayed in his bedroom for the past 30 minutes trying to come up with a plan. He sighed and fell back on his pillows. No, I can't think of anything. Maybe I need Comptoir's breasts again. He shook his head and sighed. No, I can't start acting stupid now. Well, at least I'm not crying at it anymore. I'm numb as hell to it all. Damn, dude, you're really struggling, huh? Asked a voice. Aaron immediately bolted up from his bed and looked around and found a figure standing there with a smirk on his face. Why you, he stuttered out, unable to process this. Yo, Almighty God King Ryan is here to help your sorry ass, said Ryan and put his hand up. What the hell? How are you here? Also, you're alive, dead? Shouted Aaron. Ryan walked over and smacked Aaron on the head. Pick one, you dumbass. No, I'm currently dead, and I got contacted by Azathoth of all people who knew the outer gods and all this shit were real, huh? I heard about everything, Aaron. Or do you want me to call you Dual Dragon Emperor? He asked with a smirk. Shut up, mumbled Aaron. So, what part are you struggling with? I know you don't have all of your memories yet, asked Ryan. It was during our final year and the last 2 months. I can't get out of it, no matter how hard I try. I've done everything from kindness to outright killing everyone. That was a bit therapeutic, I won't lie, replied Aaron. Okay, so slaughtering everyone won't do it. Never try it again, you retard, said Ryan and lightly smacked Aaron on the head again. Die in a pit, you frog. Anyway, can you give me a hint? Kuntor wouldn't give me one, but I got inspiration somehow, explained Aaron. Ryan sighed and then laughed. Leave it to Tool to get inspiration in his own weird way. You did something similar with Aoife before one of our Christmas projects. Man, we didn't expect that. Huh? Never mind. You still don't remember that along with other things. Anyway, you can go to anyone's house, right? Or place, right? Asked Ryan and Aaron nodded. Go check on our stupid little base. I'm pretty sure Aoife left something there. Also, ask her parents if you could check her room, since she probably left a bunch of things for you. Ryan turned around and sighed before walking away. You underestimate how much Aoife loved you back, Aaron. She even said she'd die for you if it meant letting you live. Anyway, I have to go. I'm still in the process of being reincarnated, Don't go looking for me when you evolve. You hear me? Let the past be the past. But if you choose to check up on me, I won't mind see you around, buddy. Go kick ass, all right. With those last words, Ryan gave Aaron a thumbs up before vanishing. Aaron wanted to talk to him more, but understood he couldn't stay forever. However, he was glad his former best friend was here to speak to him and give him a few hints. Check the base in her room. Huh? I wonder if her parents will let me do that. The base will be easy, but then I'm not sure. I got along with them when Aoife was still alive. That much I'm certain of, he mumbled to himself. He slapped himself on his cheeks and shouted, All right, let's do this. Learui Jenkiness. Before he also disappeared from the spot. Lavinia Rennie's soliloquy after we received the message from Alicia, everyone in Team DXD gathered in Aaron's meeting room. Several magic circles were also present that were connected to leaders from all factions and pantheons from different mythologies and smaller groups. Azazel was at the head of the room along with Alicia and other Electa. Everyone was tense as the stronger ones could feel the various enemies still teleporting into the world as they also began to prepare for their attack on the world. No doubt the humans are aware of this now, said Azazel. Mishia has further confirmed that the heads of those stone creatures were battle gods, and according to her, they're all over the waters of the world. I can also confirm from the Shadow Soldiers that in mythologies with waters they also appeared there. Alicia informed us. Meaning we'll be splitting the team to fight both in the human world and the supernatural world. We will be working with everyone on this, even if factions and pantheons we're not in an alliance with, added Azazel. Alicia summoned a holograph and pointed at it. 8 of the GOB will be assigned to the human world, while the rest of the 8 will be in the supernatural. They will constantly switch between pantheons and factions to provide assistance. The other subordinates of Jin-sama will do the same. We also have the trillions of shadow soldiers, so please rely on them too. With that said, each group will be responsible for their pantheon and country. So the Hindu group would defend their own pantheon and the countries associated with your gods. Jin's subordinates will obviously lend you a helping hand along with any of Team DXD that's near those areas, said Azazel. Alicia seemed to have started talking to someone else, as she had her hand on her ear and she spoke in whispers. She nodded to herself and told us, "It seems the new beast of the apocalypse has begun to split itself again. There will be 7 others as well as the original. I, along with Leanne and Aurelia, will go face the original. Whichever team faces the other 7, don't be reckless. Play to your strengths and kill them slowly if you have to. Understood?" Everyone agreed with her command, and then we began to discuss other appropriate measures with the other leaders and how their defense would work. A few minutes later, we were let go, and we had to prepare, because according to the ones keeping an eye on the armies of the cows order, they hadn't moved yet. But we saw from the human news that they started calling this even the end of the world. We couldn't blame them. Strange creatures and people began to appear everywhere, and they also started to deploy their own armies just in case. Apparently, the 4 Satans, Azazel and Michael, have also contacted the governments and told them what was happening, and they have started to cooperate with us, and they have started to censor what the television stations and news could show the people of Earth. Although it seems futile since most of them could just look up at the sky, use the internet, or if unlucky enough, see those armies near their homes. As I walked past the living room, I heard the TV was on and some people were there. Natsum, Shigyun, and Kuroka sat around looking at the TV. The voices of children were heard on the television. It seems like the children who had been evacuated from various pantheons were being interviewed. This particular one was from the underworld. "Hey guys, what if the monsters came to the underworld? What will happen to us?" Facing the interview's question, the children smiled as they replied without a trace of fear. "There's no need to worry. A pay dragon will come to defeat them. Lion Sand too. They'll definitely beat those bad guys in a cool way. So will Darkness Night Fawn. They'll join forces with a pay dragon, and they'll definitely defeat all of those monsters. Me too. I think the Switch Princess will also show up and help everyone. She and the Witch Princess will power up the Apay Dragon, making him even more powerful. Angel Onizen is also very strong, because he's Apay Dragon's friend, so he must be strong too. The But Dragon too. He's Apay Dragon's little brother and his rival. He's also strong, so if they combine their powers, they'll definitely defeat them all. I couldn't help but giggle to myself. I wonder when Vakoin started being called But Dragon too? Maybe it was Aaron that started to call him that, and it just spread? Ah, Lavinia, are you ready? Natsum asked as she looked at me after the interview stopped. Yes, I'm ready. I would have liked to visit Aaron, but we don't know where he went this time. I wanted to ask him, but I knew he wouldn't tell us, so we wouldn't worry needlessly. I trust him, so he'll definitely come back on time. We're joining Vakun's team in one of the European countries, right? I asked. Well, you did insist on it. She replied and laughed. I did. I wanted to be near Vakoin, so I could protect him if it's necessary. Also, are you guys ready? Asked a male voice from behind us. We turned to it, and SAE and Tobio had joined us. What about your baby Naya? Kuroka asked. She's safe in Grigori's daycare. Jean visited there and added extra protection since he probably saw both of us joining in this defense of our planet, replied Tobio. That's right. Old and new leaders are joining forces. Announced Kanami from behind, SAE. By the way, where's... As Tobio asked that, Shin appeared from my shadows and jumped into my arms. He's here, I replied, and hugged Shin. He in turn barked and stared at Jin. Those two did that the last time they saw each other. I wonder why. Can he function the same? He asked. Apart from the use of the balance breaker, yes, Shin functions the same as Jin. He is an independent type, Sacred Gear. Tobio and the rest of the team discussed our plans for defending the European country as well as any of its surroundings. Eventually, Ajamu-kun also joined us, but he looked a bit distraught. "Is something the matter, Ajamu-kun?" Sae asked with concern. I spoke with the Kushihashi head. "I may be part of the clan, even if I'm illegitimate," he told us, much to all of our surprise. Apparently, my father was from there, and he met my mother in the United Kingdom, who also had a natural affinity with holy swords. And that's how I was involved in all of that a few months ago. That was a shock. He did tell us about it a few months back during the attack on the Chinese Pantheon, but he dismissed it. However, if Qinglong the Azure Dragon was the one to tell me something like that, I may investigate into it. But given that Ajamu was content with his life right now, then he probably didn't. But when I think about it, his affinity with the holy sword Gallatin and plant wood-based powers, then it definitely made sense. Did you try using other elements to see your compatibility with it? Like Siryu with his wind and lightning, I asked him. I have, and am not as proficient as him. I have trained all my life with my plant and wood manipulation, so trying to master that in just a few hours would be pointless, replied Ajamu. So you're Ajamu Kushihashi, eh? Sounds strange when I say it like that, said Cookie as he came in with Middlet, Calawarna, and Maroon. It seems our team has grown even more since last time. Well, then Kanami, since you're still in passing it back to you. Since you're participating in this /dog sin, we'll be the leader again, said Kanami. She then made exaggerated movements like she was placing a crown on him. Tobio laughed and agreed. All right, if that's what you want, then I don't mind. As some of you know, I'll be partnering up with the Vala team to help defend a certain European country. Vala will definitely want to do his own thing, the same with his team, so I'll provide them with support. Other than that, don't let any innocent die, and also watch each other's back, all right? It felt refreshing to hear Toby lead the team, but we all agreed with him. After a few more minutes of planning, I left the room. I decided I would temporarily join back with the /dog team, since they would be the closest to Vakuen. I would also get to work with Fusey-chan, so having another magician was comforting. As I walked upstairs, I saw the door to Aaron's room was open. When I peeked in, I saw Suzaku in there as she walked around his room, touching certain items. She turned around and gestured for me to go in, and I did. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop," I told her. Shin wriggled in my arms and jumped to Suzaku, who caught him. I guess he's felt the same way about Suzaku too. It's fine. I just want to come here and calm down. It's a place we're all used to being in after all. She paused and looked at a framed picture on one of the few desks in the room. It was a picture of everyone in the household that we took a few months back. We had forced Aaron to stop worrying about the potential Christmas attack and went out to a place where we all could just relax. He might evolve after all of this is finished, I told her. Suzaku was surprised by this and stared at me. She didn't answer me right away and stroked Shin. "You believe that he'll die during it?" she asked. "Yes. That's why I'm preparing. You also seem to know about something that'll happen after he evolves," I replied. She looked away, appearing guilty. "Will you tell me?" I asked. She shook her head and said, "I can't tell you in detail, but he'll be going away for a long time. But for us, it won't be too long." I think I understand what she's trying to say. I don't like it, but it's Aaron's decision. I just wish we could join him. Then, as I was about to speak again, a powerful tremor hit the town of Kuo. We looked at each other as Shin's eyes glowed, and he howled. At that moment, translucent transceivers appeared on our ears. Team DXD, in the next 30 seconds, all of you will be transported to your designated locations. Please be ready by then. Alicia's voice rang in our ears. It's starting then. Suzaku, Shin, and I went to the balcony of his room and saw that there were even more figures in the far sky. However, this time, there were even larger monsters in them, some resembling smaller versions of what Glinda fused herself with. "Which team will you be part of?" I asked. "I'm joining Akino, but I can switch to any team since I've given each leader a talisman, so I can teleport between groups instantly," she told me. "If the /dog team requires assistance, then I will provide it like I did 4 years ago." "Okay, good luck," I told her and hugged her, surprising her. She hugged me back, though, and Shin licked both our faces. However, the small jet-black dog jumped back into my arms, and we went our separate ways. Each team gathered in different parts of Aaron's house. Many voices and murmurs could be heard throughout, and even the normal humans of Kuo were looking up at the sky in horror and anticipation. Then the countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Vakuin, please stay safe. If Aaron comes back with you injured and being reckless, I'll scold you, I told him. Vakuin didn't answer me, as he only gave me a brief glance and a curt nod. Finally, the countdown ended and we were teleported away. Third-person point of view, each team had been transported to their designated locations. At the same time, the factions around the world, realms and above the Earth's atmosphere, had also finished their preparations. Suddenly, hundreds of stone statues began to emerge from all of the Earth's oceans and any other bodies of water. The people of Earth began to panic as these stone statues began to move, each step causing untold damage. Each step were as powerful as a 10.0 magnitude earthquake that shook that country. However, that wasn't the only thing that the humans had to be worried about. Above them were millions to hundreds of millions of various creatures that flew down towards them. Yet a powerful shockwave, a swing from a single person's sword obliterated them. Those humans turned to look at this individual. She wore a black, crimson, white, and gold military-style outfit. Her left shoulder had a black and gold shoulder guard. She also had armor on her legs and shoes. She wore black gloves and had a long black and golden cape, with the inner part being crimson red. She had red hair and red-orange eyes. She also carried a golden crimson greatsword that she used to wipe out her enemies. It was Mishia, one of the goddesses of battle. She didn't say anything to them and flew towards the battle gods that had appeared and destroyed them in one swing of her sword. She landed on the water's surface and quickly scanned her surroundings. She noticed that even more were coming up from the depths of the water. This is Mishia. I believe magic circles, or whatever they're using, are below the oceans, at a place we can't see. Ryuna, Shala, Lena, or someone proficient in magic. Can you take a look at it? She asked through the transceiver. Mishia didn't want to recklessly swing her sword down and accidentally split the world in half. She didn't think her master would be too happy with that. This is Lena. I'll go check it myself. Mishia nodded to herself before she dashed away and destroyed even more battle gods that were making their way to the shores of certain countries. However, she also felt some lost life out in the sea, as there were some fishermen out there, as well as battleships that tried to attack the battle gods to only have themselves be blown up. In the coasts of Japan stood Team DXD. Dulio, the Joker of Heaven, with the brave saints. The Grimory and Citri peerage and various yokai had arrived to defend their home. One of them was Yasaka and Kunu. So I missed his awakening, and he's already gone. What a troublesome husband, said Yasaka. He's just like that. Let him be, said Irene. She and Ophis had also joined Team DXD in defending Japan, since she also saw it as a second home now. Ophis raised her arm with a closed fist and said, "Blow him away. Blow them away," repeated Kunu. In the distance, there was another trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse. In the lead were three women, Leanne Sandlot, Aurelia Le Guin, and Alicia. Let me lead them. Can you two prepare in case another enemy attacks? Aurelia asked her two comrades. If that's what you want, then I will stand back, replied Leanne. She removed her helmet and put her weapon to her side. Duvalai, please check the other coasts of Japan and report back to me. Yes, master, shouted Duvalai as she disappeared. The other two members of the Star Order also patrolled around the area, checking for any enemies that may be hidden. I will create extra magic circles, just in case, then they will need your words, General, said Alicia. She then left and began putting several magic circles around them, each one being different. One could heal, the other could launch attacks, and the others were barriers to protect the other ones. Suddenly, an even larger magic circle appeared far in the distance. Just like on Halloween, an even larger monster came out of it. It had countless legs, tentacles, heads, and from what Aurelia could see, multiple hearts and brains. The ones with the rings checked it using appraisal and found that it was equal to a dragon god class being. At another spot, Akino approached Suzaku. Suzakane-sama, are you worried, Akino? She asked her cousin. No, it's just that Something just feels strange about today, said Aquino. A look of worry was on her face. Everything will be fine, Aquino. Aaron will be back on time, said Rias. Suzaku agreed. Yes, it's as your king says. He always comes back. Come they're about to start. As Suzaku said that, a loud roar was heard from both 666 and the monster that appeared. Millions of red-scale male armor flew towards them, as well as cryptids, mass-produced evil dragons, divine beasts, soldiers from both the EV faction and Phantasma, and many more monsters. Even a monster that appeared from the magic circle also charged in. However, 666 did not. Many people of the Alliance were worried. Some shook out of fear. Some were ready to lay down their lives to defend their world and home. Aurelia took a step forward and let her aura loose. A large golden lion appeared around her with multiple arms with weapons. A confident smile appeared on Aurelia's face as she shouted to the team. Are you scared? Scared that you may lose your life today? Well, fear not, for I am here. I will lead us in this battle, and we will come out victorious. You are the young. You're the next generation that will lead this world. If you keep on fearing everything, how will you move forward into the future? She brought her greatsword Arcadia to her side, and her aura increased even more. The whole world also began to shake. She then leapt forward. She passed by many monsters that tried to attack her. Her only goal was the monster that appeared from the magic circle. Aurelia did a singly swing and appeared behind the monster. Then the entire area the entire world was engulfed in a bright golden light. Seconds later, as if the universe had caught up to what she had done, a powerful explosion consumed the monster and all the others around it. The explosion kept on expanding until it killed even more enemies, but it immediately vanished after a few seconds. A golden light and mirage of a lion lay in its destruction. Aurelia then flew back, killing as many as she could on the way, and stood in front of the Alliance on Japan. The confident smile never left her face. Follow me into battle, or stay here and provide support to the rest of us. We won't let them destroy this world. The fighting spirits of everyone there were ignited by her speech and the destruction they saw from her. It reminded them once again that they had powerful allies on their side, that they would be nigh invincible in this fight. The warriors on Japan's soil roared in unison as they also charged ahead. Protect the country we live on. Someone shouted, "Oh, you." The rest screamed in unison, and then they all flew away to confront the enemy that had managed to recover themselves and also confronted the Alliance. You certainly know how to rile them up, said Leanne. In response to that, Aurelia simply smirked at her. We can't let him return to a destroyed world after all, she told Leanne. Will you like it going? She asked the Grimoire and Citri peerages. Yes, ma'am, they shouted and also left to join the battle. Just then, powerful and loud explosions started to appear everywhere in Japan. No, not only in Japan, but all over the world. A battle to protect their home was about to start. One where many of them were unaware that some of them may die because a certain new outer god drew closer. Chapter 16, Part 4. Team DXD defends the world in the Dawn of the Morning Star Death Match, third-person point of view. Bam. Boom. Bwop. A voice cheered happily. Lapis happily danced around another universe. She and Ignia had traversed through a total of 89 universes and completely obliterated them out of existence. Lapis had done this with next to zero effort, and her strength only grew as a result of her excitement. Ignia silently followed, bored out of him and also tired of it all. More times than not, all he saw was different colored lights as planets exploded with a flick of her wrists. These weren't just one planet at a time like previously. Instead, she had started to destroy multiple hundreds to even tens of thousands at a time and absorbing all the cores at the same time. Ignia was fully aware of how much stronger she had gotten to, and he didn't like it. If Lapis kept this up and didn't go to the Draconic Day as soon, she may gain enough strength to be on par with Aaron. However, Aaron himself also had access to power beyond his means, so their fight could go either way. Are you bored, Ignia-chan? Lapis asked her brother. What gave that away? He asked in a monotone voice. Want to hang out? she asked, making Ignia move away from her. I was just joking, geez. I won't bother anyone except Daddy. Lapis turned around again and began her strange dance that destroyed more planets. Ignia had been reduced to a pathetic and weak person. He sometimes had thoughts about a thing occurring. He always thought that it would be at the hands of his father, Arentul. However, she never thought Lapis would be the one to do this. In his mind, he would have threatened his father, killing his lovers and friends, and he would have this kind of fate put upon him. I would rather have that happen rather than this stupid scenario, he thought and sighed again. He would just ride this out until they finally reached the draconic dais. He couldn't do anything after all. He then looked down at his own shadow. Did he put one in my shadow? He then tapped his own shadow, but it showed no signs of life. Guess not. He probably doesn't put any in people that are strong. Lapis and Ignia arrived in a new universe. This new one was very close to the draconic dais, but it also had its own unique power system. Once Lapis found out about it, she just had to come here. Hey, Ignia-chan, did you know that this place's Earth has its own power structure? Humans reign supreme, and the supernatural world just hides in the shadows. They have what's called regalias, and anyone can be born with it, and the powers range from very boring basic things to very overpowered ones. I'm excited to look into it, she said to him. Lapis then created a small magic circle, and it locked onto a certain female with bright pink hair like herself. Oh, she has some kind of space-related regalia. Come take a look. Ignia, a bit interested, glanced at the magic circle his sister made and saw the girl with an arrogant look while bullying her classmates and the people around her with her powerful ability. There's also magic that the supernatural use, as well as innate abilities like flame manipulation and abilities of that nature. I wonder if Daddy would like it if we stole some of them and introduced them to the humans in the draconic dais? Mused Lapis. He'd probably be pissed. You're already going as soon as you arrive there. Are you sure you want to die 1 billion times over? Asked Ignia, to which Lapis just laughed at him. So, what happens if someone isn't born with a regalia, or isn't proficient with magic, or doesn't have an innate ability? Oh please, you already know that answer, silly boy. They would obviously be shunned and bullied. It happens in Daddy's world, you know? Sarah Kewen is one of them. Ignia sighed. However, he saw some things like this on other planets and universes he went to when he was still chasing after Lapis. Like in the draconic dais, power speaks louder than anything. If you don't have it or weren't born with it or have any affinity for any power system, you will be left to rot. Let's go and find some cool ones, she shouted, and they appeared in a random alleyway. Lapis then pointed at herself and Ignia. She then changed their clothes to match this planet's. She held his hand, much to his dismay, and they left the alleyway. Just like a typical scenario in a novel, these two immediately came across a scene. In front of them was someone who had short black hair, purple eyes, and he wore noble attire. He stood over another male who had clearly been hit as he held his cheek with his hand. The male on the ground also wore noble attire and had long blonde hair and green eyes. You think your sword regalia can stand against my white flame regalia? Our family has had the same regalia for generations, and we have various techniques developed and have evolved it to a point that it's considered a 4-star rank regalia. Yours is gold rank at best, shouted the black-haired man. Ignia and Lapis were confused by this, but Lapis decided to see how this all worked by using her newly acquired powers. After a few seconds, she nodded to herself and then showed it to Ignia too. A game-like screen appeared in front of Ignia and saw how regalia were ranked. 6 stars, 5 stars, 4 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars, 1 stars, platinum, diamond, gold, silver, bronze. Ignia snorted at the strange ranking system of the world and looked back at the two in front of them. The snobbish boy raised his hand and summoned white flames into his hands. To Ignia, it looked like Kanami Minigawa's sacred gear Ashen Flames, and even when he didn't have his powers anymore, it felt weaker than hers too. People can really get in over their heads. Huh? A bit of power can make them like this. It makes me wonder how Father never went psycho with the amount of power he was given from the start, wondered Ignia. The boy suddenly aimed his hand at the one below him and fired his attack. Just then, the entire world the entire universe froze. Ignia looked around then at Lapis, who winked at him. "Let's make this even more fun for them," shouted Lapis. "Maybe we can make the gods here come down?" "Foo-foo," she told him and held her own hand up. She then created a large ball of pink flames that were just large enough to wipe out the place they were in. The place they had teleported to was a large town. It wasn't big enough to be considered a city, but if they developed for a few more years, then there would have been a chance to call it. However, unknown to them both, the boy beneath them with the sword regalia was the protagonist of this world. If they had let the events play out, he would awaken his true regalia, but that wasn't the case in this timeline. Lapis grabbed Ignia before they flew away a far distance away and watched the magic happen from on top of a cliff's edge. Lapis clapped her hands and time unfroze. She then summoned a magic circle beside them and watched the reactions of everyone over there. "WWWW, what is that?" The protagonist screamed and pointed above them. "Huh, I want to be as the boy when to say those arrogant words." Their clothes began to burn up, and he also looked up. "Oh my God, Ruin! The world's ending!" Someone screamed. However, a few seconds later, the entire town was engulfed in flames, and Lapis began to laugh while clutching her stomach. A large fiery pillar formed after the explosion, and once that rescinded, a large crater remained. The town, the residents, as well as the protagonist and animals were completely exterminated by Lapis' attack. She looked at her handiwork and sighed as if she was satisfied with her work. "I wonder if that will attack the supernatural, gods, or the other powerful humans," she asked herself. "How about her then?" asked Ignia as he looked at the place with indifference and pointed to their right. Lapis turned and saw an elf-like creature who looked horrified at the both of them. Lapis smiled and extended her hand. The elf-like creature began to struggle to breathe as she clutched her neck. She was then brought to Lapis, and she kissed the female elf, surprising her even further. Lapis inserted her tongue into her and absorbed her knowledge of the world. Lapis then let go of the elf, as she had died. "I took all of her knowledge about the world," she happily told Ignia. "Could you just find out yourself using your powers?" he asked. "That's just a boring way of doing it. That was a lot more exciting, right?" She then clapped her hands. "Let's make this world a living hell, just for fun." Ignia sighed and kicked the elf's dead body off the cliff. "You're even more insane than I initially thought," he told her. "I hope Daddy likes it then," she said with a smile, and they disappeared again. Aaron Toole was currently climbing a tree in a soccer field. It had just passed the end of school and on a Friday, so he had time. Tree. Wait, why am I assuming our base was in a tree? Aaron asked himself. He looked at his own hand as he had tried to climb his 7th tree of the day. He jumped down and landed on the ground. "Okay, so where would they know I can ask Ryan on this, can I?" He asked himself and pulled out his phone and called him. "Yo, Ryan, I got a question for you," said Aaron. "Oh, Aaron. Sure, what's up?" replied Ryan, shocked by his friend calling him so suddenly. The last time Aaron had called him was months ago, so Ryan didn't expect this. "Where was our base from years ago? You know, the one with you, me, and Aoife. Ah, the super secret base we had." Ryan laughed. "Yeah, I remember it. Why do you ask? Do you want to go there?" "Yep. Basically, I think Aoife left me something over there. After I checked there, I'll go to her parents' home and asked to look through her things." Ryan didn't respond for a few seconds. All Aaron heard was breathing. "I see. Yeah, looks like you're onto something, eh? Yeah, so it's past that roundabout and near that abandoned mansion house thing. You know, the one all black and shit? It had a large back garden, too. I think it's going to be torn down in a few years. I heard from my dad's friend," explained Ryan. "You know something, don't you?" Aaron asked. Maybe. You two may have dated, but she was like a little sister to me, you know? Anyway, you might find something in both places. Good luck, man, and it's nice talking to you again. If you have time, let's hang out, okay? Yeah, man, let's do that. But I have to go. Thanks for telling me." The two exchanged a few more words before Aaron put his phone away. "Let's do this then." Aaron ran toward a certain roundabout near his school. It took him around 7 minutes to get there, and once he arrived there, he saw that today had a lot of traffic there, and he sighed. "God damn it, I forgot about this." He groaned, but he still navigated his way through the cars and 6 crosswalks he had to go through. Finally, He crossed the last one, and he started walking on the sidewalk. As he did, he got nervous. He could see the locked black gate. The walls were around at least 15 meters in height. The gate itself was a little bit higher than that, so when he arrived beside it, he looked for the small section they had loosened when they were still younger. Upon finding it, he looked around and made sure traffic was moving before he entered the place. Once inside, he looked up and around himself. Trees lined up on each side, and their leaves and branches hung down towards him. He began walking down the old and overgrown path. Flashes of the past entered his head, and he couldn't help but smile at remembering them. The house in front of him looked like a Gothic Victorian home. The architectural style was just like it. Aaron had no idea how long this had been here, nor why it hadn't been torn down yet. However, he turned right and followed a small pathway, and then turned left where some bushes lay. He moved past them and found a small square-shaped entrance, and he kicked it open. The hole easily opened, and he crawled in. Once inside, it was quite dark. However, there was enough light that he could still navigate his way inside. He quickly found the stairs and made his way up them. With each step he took, it made the old stairs creak. God, I hope it's still prime and pristine. Otherwise, I don't think this would be worth it, he mumbled to himself. Aaron finally reached the top of the stairs and turned left. Immediately in front of him was a small hallway, and at the end of it was a doorway. That's where it is, right? He asked himself. He shook his head and started walking down the short hallway and found himself in front of it. He took a deep breath and touched the doorknob. He turned it and accidentally took the doorknob off the door. God damn it, he muttered, then pushed the door open. Lucky for him, it opened without a problem, and once inside he felt relieved. It's still clean. Aoife, did you keep this clean by yourself without telling me? Or did you and Ryan clean it together without telling me? I swear you two are annoying like that. He stepped further inside and saw a piece of paper. We clean it weekly. Ryan, Aoife, Jennifer. 3 of you, eh? You guys involved Ryan's girlfriend, but not me? This is pretty unfair. Aaron took the piece of paper off the wall and turned around. Aaron, if you're reading this, sorry. I know you dislike cleaning things. I mean, anytime I took you to our outings, you hated the cleaning part, but still did it. I love you. Aoife, I'd still help you guys if you asked Jesus Christ. Come on, he grumbled to himself. Now, then, where the hell do I start? Aaron had been searching through the various items in the room that he and his friends used to call a secret base. As expected, most things were properly cleaned and taken care of. He wondered why those 2, and then 3 started cleaning this weekly. He thought that they couldn't let go of the past, or just wanted to relive it a little bit. He didn't remember when the last time he was here. As he pulled out a box from underneath another pile of things, he saw it was labeled as memories. He opened it, and it was filled with many things they had collected when they were younger. Silly little toys, wrappers from candies that weren't being sold anymore, to pictures that they took and other assortment of items. A wave of nostalgia hit Aaron as he looked through them. Finally, after a few minutes of moving items around, he found a letter at the very bottom. It simply said, "To Aaron Toole." Aoife, is this it? It has to be, right? He asked himself as he took the letter and examined it. He suddenly felt nervous, but he quickly shook his head and opened the letter and began reading it. Dear Aaron, if you're reading this letter, you finally came back to the base. How are you? Are you doing okay in life? How old are you now? Are you happy? If you are, I hope a miracle happened to you then, because I don't think it'll be in your life when you read this letter. But if I'm, please disregard everything written after this. There's no easy way of saying this, but I died, right? I was diagnosed a few months ago, or was it way before that? Well, anyway, our results kept getting delayed, and now it's past the point of no return, so I won't have much time left in this world, so I decided to write you a letter. It's in 2 parts, so find the other one. You probably know where to find it. If you found this letter just a few days, weeks, or months after my death, then please try to move on from me. But if it's been years, then, as I said previously, I hope you found new happiness in your life. Fun times will end, so will sad times. So just look for new things to have fun with and new people to have fun with. Again, if it's only been a few days to a few weeks, then I'm sorry for not telling you when we had our suspicions. But seeing you that devastated when we finally broke the news wasn't easy for me. I understand you pretty well, you know? I also know from your mom that you're not comfortable with change. Though I did see a few times, you always looked uncomfortable when a large event took place that changed a lot of things. I hope you're not being bullied. I know not many people like this dating, but I wasn't that oblivious, you know? But I like to keep the peace, so I try to tell them off whenever I could. I'm sorry. Maybe I could have done more when alive. But please try not to be too harsh on them. They're good people at heart, I think. Aaron snorted at the last line. He knew that they weren't. They were bribed by his dad, and that made the bullying worse. He found out through more forceful means in one of his cycles during his 5-7 and 6-7 attempts. I guess this was the one time you were wrong about reading people, Aoife. They were pieces of shit from start to end, muttered Aaron. Aaron read the rest. Most of it was Aoife rambling about their time growing up. Much of it Aaron didn't remember yet, but from what he read, it made him smile and angry. Finally, he reached the end of the letter. It was written on both sides of the piece of paper, so Aoife had a lot to say. The fact that it had two parts made him a bit concerned. If reincarnation is real, do you think we'll be together again someday? Maybe like that red string of fate thing. Wouldn't that be romantic? I think so. You would probably roll your eyes at me, though. If not, then maybe we can meet in the afterlife. Heaven if it exists. They'll leave the rest in part 2. I love you, Aaron. I wish I could have been called Aoife Tool. Aaron let out a deep sigh and looked at the ground. Would it be selfish of me to bring you back if it was possible? Kuntuar said that if your soul finally vanished, it was next to impossible to bring you back. He stood up and began walking out of the room. But it'll be beyond most things when I evolve, beyond concepts, laws, and anything else maybe I can. Aaron shook his head. You probably want like that, and even scold me once outside. He looked towards his next destination. Aoife's home and her parents. He hadn't spoken to them in months, nor had they spoken to him, so he wasn't sure if this meeting would be good for them. But he had to do it. If they didn't let him, how would he gain access to her room? Breaking and entering shit. I hope I don't need to resort to that. He grumbled and began walking away. Yasaka had turned into her beast form and fired several blue flames at the enemies around Japan. These enemies were instantly killed and fell into the oceans around Japan. Kunu herself was flying around with Ophis. She hadn't entered her Fox Dragon God mode since she didn't see the need to yet. Kunu Ophis pointed in front of them, and the two held hands and fired a powerful combined shot of draconic energy and foxfire. The resulting explosion caused by it was so large that it killed even more enemies than they thought. Fizdano, what should we call that attack? Kunu asked. Bonbomian. Ophis asked and tilted her head. We need to work on naming things, then Aaron was not a good influence, declared Kunu. Ophis tilted her head at Kunu and then fired another beam of draconic energy at the multiple enemies flying towards them. But we can speak about this another time, she added before they flew away again. Fufu, do I even need to do anything? Irene asked as she sat on top of Yasaka's head. It would be appreciated, replied Yasaka as she fired another round of flames at the endless sea of enemies. None of them had broken past their defenses, but it worried her since the amount seemed only to increase. Irene put a finger on her chin and said, "Fire another breath attack." Yasaka was confused by this, but did as she was told. She fired another attack, and then it suddenly multiplied by 100, and even more enemies were annihilated by it. On top of her, she heard Irene giggle to herself. You could have done that earlier, you know? Even if I did, it would only result in the same thing, look. Irene pointed in front of them, and it seemed the enemies only doubled. Yasaka sighed in frustration from seeing it. It seems like there are more than one tear in space-time now. They really are using most of their resources for this, but it seems like they're waiting for something. Before Yasaka could reply, another magic circle appeared, and out came a fox-like creature that resembled Yasaka herself. However, it was light purple in color, the same with its eyes as it glowed a dark purple. Are they mocking me? Yasaka asked and glared at the creature in front of her. The creature suddenly howled, and it created a large and powerful tsunami. However, the waves were instantly frozen by ice magic used by Yukai. The imitation of Yasaka summoned multiple large balls of foxfire behind itself and then launched it towards Yasaka and Irene. Perhaps it's a mimic from a different universe? Although it looks like you, its power is weaker, and so are those flames, commented Irene. There's no need to keep it around. We can kill it. I doubt it has any intelligence above a wild animal. Irene summoned a staff to her hand and tapped the air with it. Small ripples occurred in front of her, and the foxfire that was sent to them were immediately extinguished. She then tapped the end of her staff on top of Yasaka's head, and multiple crosses appeared all around the purple fox creature. They then slammed into the sea and surrounded her. The purple fox immediately tried to move forward, but when she did, the crosses pushed her back with so much force that she bounced around the circular-shaped prison. She was a pinball in a pinball machine. After a few seconds, the fox creature stopped bouncing around and menacingly glared at the crosses and Irene. Fu. It's only a little play area for it. Do you want to have the honor, Yasaka? Irene asked in a playful tone. Humph. Yasaka began to gather a substantial number of flames in her mouth as she stared down at her mimic. The purple fox took another step forward, but the same thing happened to it, further angering it and also making the two women look down on its intelligence. I will enchant it, Yasaka. So fire at any time, said Irene. Yasaka didn't need any help, but if it came from one of her close friends, she didn't mind. After charging up her attack a little more, she finally unleashed it in front of her. At the same time, even more enemies appeared in front of the trapped fox. Those enemies used various defensive techniques like defensive magic circles, creating powerful barriers and walls of various elements. But Yasaka's attack that Irene amplified with her own enhancement magic broke through them all, destroying their defensive techniques and killing everyone else in the process. That enhancement was not needed, said Yasaka as she summoned more balls of foxfire behind her and killed more enemies around them. Yet you still let me use it, replied Irene. As they were about to banter back and forth, two large silver auras exploded beside her and two invisible enemies were blown away. May I suggest you two keep your casual conversations to a minimum? Said a silver-haired maid. Ada. Graphia came to play, mused Yasaka. Indeed, she did. She finally stopped being lonely after Aaron went away. Did you know? She wants to be spoiled by him when he returns, teased Irene. Graphia blushed at her comment and threw a weak demonic attack at Irene, who swatted it away. I said no such. Irene made a strange face, as if mimicking Graphia, and said, please come back. Graphia's face turned even redder as she flew away, and numerous explosions occurred around her. She had started to kill the enemies around her indiscriminately, both because she wanted to help the Alliance, and also because out of embarrassment. She didn't think anyone was listening at the time, except for those with them. She also didn't want those two of all people to find out. In a different part of Japan, the brave saints led by Joker Dulio Gesualdo were joined by an unexpected group. They were temporarily released from their punishments as the situation the world was in was quite dire. Vasco Strata and Ewald Cristaldi. Both were given exact replicas of their weapons. Durandal and Excalibur both were created by Aaron this time around instead of the church. While these were only 3/4 of the power of the originals, they were close enough that those two could unleash their full power. These two were also followed by numerous exorcists, new and old. This would have been a lot better if such a thing happened in better times, said Irina as she created several balls of light and eliminated her targets. Unfortunately, it isn't Irina-chan. Everyone today has to unite, otherwise we won't have a home to go back to, replied Dulio. He unleashed numerous elemental attacks around him. The Joker of Heaven used his Zenith Tempest to create hundreds of thunderclouds around the area of Japan and eliminate hundreds of enemies. Dulio knew that his bubbles of hope wouldn't work on the enemies that he and his team were fighting, so he had to resort to the usual violence. A single powerful slash sliced the ocean in two. The shockwave it made killed even more around it. Everyone turned to it and found His Eminence Vasco Strata had made the attack. He rolled his hand into a fist and slammed it into a nearby evil dragon, completely obliterating it. His Eminence Strata seems even more powerful than last time, said an exorcist. Did you not hear? When the middleman woke up from his coma, he found His Eminence Strata in his eminence crystality and reverted their physical age to that of their youth. So now they can move around as much as they want, but it's apparently only temporarily, explained a reincarnated angel. Then does that mean? Yes, we have very powerful allies on our side right now. The bodies and stamina of his eminence strata and his eminence crystality will not be burdened by their age's limitations. It's like they can fight forever. Cheer the other. Several avatars of crystality appeared and eliminated a large number of cryptids. They then flew towards a few vampires, and they began to emanate a powerful holy aura which made the vampires scream. They then exploded into various powerful holy explosions that killed even more vampires in the area. The super vampires survived, but they were still injured and felt the after effects of the holy power. Crystality appeared beside one of the super vampires that survived and slashed towards them. The vampire thought he had caught the sword, but it was only an illusion of nightmare, and another slashed at him from another side. But that was also stopped yet. Naive, said Crystality, and had pierced the super vampire in the heart with his Excalibur. He had turned himself invisible and used his avatars and illusions to distract the vampire before going in for the kill. You shitty geezer, said the vampire before he withered away. Crystality jumped away and went to eliminate more of their enemies. Vasco Strata stood in front of a powerful opponent. If he had to compare it to something, it would be Krumkruch, one of the strongest evil dragons. It seems you attained your strength by yourself, you man, said Strata. In my universe, if you were weak, you would die within days. All you got to do was get stronger and survive, replied the young man. He had short green hair. A small piece of it was tied into a long ponytail that reached his waist. He also wore a black and red martial arts outfit. No doubt you have led a harsh life. Tell me, what is your name? Asked Strata. The man in front of him stared at the human and could tell that he was powerful for a human. Very well. I will give you the courtesy of knowing my name. I will become part of Fumara's group in the future, a future eradicator, and you will be part of that blood path I've walked. I am Zofliak. Ho ho, then show me that power, young man, replied Strada. Various tentacles appeared behind Zofliak's back, and sharp claws jut from his hands as they glowed menacing green and oozed toxic venom. Zofliak suddenly appeared in front of Strata, yet the old man, now turned young, simply smiled at him without opening his eyes. This annoyed Zofliak as he thrust his right arm towards Strata with the aim of killing him, but suddenly disappeared. What? Zofliak became confused. The right arm he thrust forward had suddenly disappeared from his sight. A powerful impact also hit him in the chest, sending him crashing into the sandy shores of Japan. Zofliak looked around him and then back at the human in front of him, still confused. He then looked at his right arm. It was missing. Then it finally hit him. What? How did that old man slice my arm off? I didn't even see him? You're very powerful. For someone your age, attaining that strength could not have been an easy task, said Strata. He then opened his eyes and waved his finger at Zofliak. However, with great power comes great responsibility. Have you lived up to that, young man? What Strata said to him pissed him off. To him, such nonsense didn't matter. Power, wealth, and status is what mattered in the Crepuscule Phantasma. If he hadn't done what he did in his life, he hadn't survived, he hadn't gotten stronger, he would already be dead. His story, his past, was much like many others in his universe. He was one of many. They just needed to survive one more day, get even stronger for the next day, no next week, and then they wouldn't have to needlessly suffer. Shut up, you know nothing about our world. You lived privileged lives in this universe. You don't get to say anything to me, said Zofliak. The tentacles on his back detached from there and lodged themselves in the place of his missing arm. Those tentacles began to transform and created another arm for Zofliak. It is true that I don't know any of your circumstances. However, you and your comrades still chose to come to ours to try to eliminate us. And for what? Pride? Greed? Such reasons are too selfish. So we have united to stop you, replied Strata, as he took a step towards Zofliak. The two of them disappeared and clashed in the middle. The sand around them was blown away. Zofliak used his claws and tentacles while Strata used his Durandal and experience. Strata dodged multiple attacks by the tentacles quite easily, leaving Zofliak frustrated. When Zofliak hit a few in the ground and attacked Strata with them, he was surprised by the man's flexibility and speed. Strata corrected his body in the air while making minimal adjustments by using his own tentacles against him. Strata would lightly touch them with his fingers or feet to readjust himself in midair after dodging the attacks. After one final clash, they blew each other back and stared at each other. "I'll admit, old geezer, you're powerful and flexible for your age and that build of yours. But I'm far superior. I was only going at 75. Let's see how you fare against me at 100, said Zofliak. Strata smiled in response. "I was operating at 40 power, young man," he told Zofliak from behind him and slammed his fist covered in holy energy into his back, cracking a few bones and destroying some tentacles. Zofliak was sent away, injured once more. He corrected himself mid-air, but Strata had appeared beside him and swung his sword down, slicing another arm off and destroying Japan's coast again. As Zofliak landed, he tried to use his tentacles again to make another arm. However, a foot slammed into his chest, knocking the wind out of him and making him kneel to the ground. "Repent for your sins, young man. For you and your comrades tried to invade our world." Those were the last words Zofliak heard, as when he looked up, a powerful slash came his way. He couldn't help but smile as this was how he died. The slash that Strata used was powerful enough to reach Hawaii and kill other enemies in those waters, and also damage several battle gods. His eminence is even more frightening when using a young body, shouted Irina. "He wasn't known as a living legend for nothing, Irina-chan," replied Dulio. "Focus, please," Griselda told them as she killed even more evil dragons around them with creatures made of light. A new wave of opponents suddenly appeared all around them, and they began to fly towards their group and also past them towards the normal humans of Japan. They could hear screams start, but most of them were stopped by the shadow soldiers of Eren. "It can't be helped, then balance break," shouted Dulio. His aura significantly increased, and the sky above him was illuminated at the same time. Dulio's wings, which now numbered 12 similar to those of a seraph, were shining with a golden light. He also had 4 halos above his head. With increased speed, Dulio flew around with open arms past various opponents. When he passed those enemies, they were all trapped inside of bubbles. Inside those bubbles, several phenomena occurred. The enemies trapped within them were incinerated by intense flames, shocked by lightning attacks, frozen by powerful ice, and sliced apart by powerful winds. Dulio kept flying around and trapped as many of those opponents in those bubbles. "It's like the exact opposite of his bubbles of hope," muttered Irina. Dulio appeared beside them and winked. "That's right, Irina-chan. If the bubbles of hope stop any kind of fighting and violence, then these deliver divine punishment. I'm also banned from using my balance breaker in Heaven He. Zenith Tempest and Dulio Gesualdo's balance breaker. The usual crest side and subspecies. Its name is Flagello di Colori del Arcobaleno, Speranza di Briscola, or Inevitable Punishment of the Holy Angel's Rainbow, Shining Star of the End. A long-winded name that Dulio came up with when he told Eren and Griselda it before they told him to reconsider, but he did not, since it took him a lot of effort to name it that. "Don't you dare say its name. It's too long-winded, Dulio," Griselda told him. The man himself awkwardly chuckled, and Griselda floated over to Irina and whispered it to her. "Di Dulio Santi, that a bit you're as bad as Jean with naming things," said Irina. Dulio felt like he was pierced by an arrow through his heart. "Even you? Huh, Irina-chan? I tried really hard to come up with that name. You know," he said and sulked a little. Suddenly, Strata flew by them and did a horizontal slash that killed off the rest of the enemies in front of them. "A youth, it's wonderful to see. Greets again, Dulio, Irina, and Griselda. Your Eminent Strata, we're glad to have you with us," said Griselda. Let us continue with our defense. We cannot stop and rest here," he told them, and they agreed before flying off. In another part of Japan, a ragtag group had formed. It was various yokai, devils, and humans, all being led by Rubikint, a former member of the Malbranche, and Lilith, the mother of all devils. They also had members of the 5 principal clans with them. The area was tense until the silence was broken when various explosions started. This was the first time they had worked together, and Rubikint left the area and slaughtered more and more enemies around him. "All you're pretty stiff, huh?" asked Enya. The blue-haired archer of the Stahlritter led this ragtag group with Ines, Lilith, and Rubikint. They had been ordered by Lian after they finished scouting that area of Japan. It can't be helped. They have been enemies for most of their existence. Being forced to fight together must be very new, said Ines. You two can either not read the mood or refuse to follow it, muttered Lilith. Both, replied the 2 women with smirks. Lilith shook her head and summoned several balls of demonic energy and threw them at the various enemies around them. However, just then, large magic circles appeared all around the world. They were as large as the continent of Asia. Ada, should I shoot it? Enya asked her fellow Stahlritter. Just then Rubikint joined them. Nah, I heard that the GOB will deal with it, he told them. Both nodded, and Enya fired multiple arrows around them. Some were made to heal, others were enhancements, and others were normal arrows that killed various enemies around them. The magic circles above them glowed and finally launched large meteors towards the earth. All around the world, humans began to cry, scream, and plead for forgiveness to some kind of higher power. The ones that didn't believe in the supernatural were too stunned at the situation that was happening to them and simply accepted the fact that they were screwed. Geez, I told you guys to just deal with them already. Those tears in space-time are starting to give me a headache, said a woman. Oh, shut up. Rihanna, we're here to stop those things from hitting Earth, so just do it, replied another. Geez, come on you two, let's just stop it already. Shala's voice shouted at the other 2. The ones there turned around and saw 3 different women. One of them was Shala, and the others were, oh, Rihanna and Anna, you 2 left the dimensional gap, huh? Asked Enya. Duh, we don't have anything to do there, and those guys are starting to throw meteors at us, replied Anna. Anna was a young woman with long pink hair. She wore a black beret with a pink ribbon on the side of her head. She had red eyes and wore a black top and pants. She had a large black coat on that she let hang on her back. She donned black boots and held a lavish staff in her left hand. Rihanna looked like a typical witch-like Lavinia Rennie. She had short purple hair, pink-colored eyes, and wore a white witch's dress and had the big white witch's hat. Her dress was mostly a mix of white and purple. She rode on a white staff with various gems of different colors floating around the top of the staff. There seems to be around 12 of those magic circles, so 12 meteors are going to obliterate the Earth soon, said Rubikint. I can leave it to us. Come on already, shouted Shala as she raised her hands up. Rihanna and Anna sighed and also pointed their staffs toward the sky. Won't Jean's barrier stop it? Asked Lilith. We should assume they have a way to bypass it, so it's useless right now, said Rubikint. All right. The Earth was immediately covered with multiple layers of defensive magic circles. The various meteors slammed into it and were stopped. However, what they initially thought was just 12 meteors slamming into them. Those same magic circles began to release even more meteors on top of those ones. What the heck? Where the hell are they connecting those things to? Shouted Shala. Contact someone to deal with the source of those magic circles. While one of us can maintain those defenses, it would be better to let all of us keep them up, said Anna. Enya nodded and activated her transceiver. Hello, Mishia, can you, or Adite, find the ones responsible for making those magic circles above Earth? Roger that. They'll let Adite do it then, and busy killing these battle gods that keep surfacing, replied Mishia. You heard her, said Enya as she aimed at more enemies around them. They shouldn't be too far then. Who can help Adite locate them? Asked Lilith. She can find them herself. For now, before Anna could finish her sentence, the entire world was covered in a green field. I was going to say to create a large barrier to heal us all, but that's fine. It seems Asia-sama used her balance breaker. I found them. Leave them to me, said Adit's voice. Adite, one of the goddesses of battle, ran around the world's oceans with Mishia. They were initially the ones to kill the constant presence of the battle gods, making the defense of Earth easier on everyone since they didn't need to worry about them. Adite had short blonde hair, red eye, and wore a red, white, and black noble attire that looked more like a man's apparel than a woman's attire. She also carried a great sword with her and a large coat behind her, making her look like a king from behind. "We'll get moving then. Good luck," said Adite. Mishia nodded and dashed away, creating a small shockwave and killing more battle gods in the distance. Flashback 2 weeks prior to these events, happening the arrival of 666 and the Cow's Order's attack on the world, a certain silver-haired youth had visited a certain European country. This youth traveled alone to this certain small town in the countryside near the mountains. Once he was up on a certain ledge, he pulled out high-precision binoculars and used it to look at a certain place. The person this young youth was looking for was an ordinary woman. She was around the age of 40. She had long black hair, and she swept the yard near a home. This young youth was Valet Lucifer. Once Valet began to gain strength after being taken in by Grigori and Azazel, he requested him to look for 2 individuals. One was his grandfather he detested, and another person was his mother, the person he was currently looking at. Not too long after the alliance with various factions, Grigori obtained information on the whereabouts of his mother, and they gave it to Valet. After Valet was sheltered by the Grigori, Valet's father had immediately erased his mother's memories and discarded her. Only now, after many twists and turns, she had begun her second life in a small rural town, far from the city. Valet recalled the time when he lived together with his mother. That was when he was subjected to the abuse of his own father and grandfather. His mother always stood by him to protect him. However, his mother only had the body of a human. She had given birth to him due to his father's frivolity. His grandfather was also the son of the Satan Lucifer, hence why his mother was always powerless. One time after being abused, Valet sought help from his mother. However, the abuse that his father and grandfather put upon the woman and the face that she made back then was deeply rooted in Valet's memories. So after that day, he vowed that he wouldn't ask for her help anymore regarding that matter. Valet was born from the blood of Lucifer and had the power of the White Dragon Emperor in him. This meant he was better suited to take the abuse. That's what he thought. As Valet watched the woman in the distance, he remembered the gentleness she once showed him. Behind the backs of his father and grandfather, she would cook his meals. However, she couldn't cook lavish meals, so the food was always bland. Yet the young Lucifer loved his mother's cooking and always cherished the memory. Valet once promised himself that once he saw his mother again, he wanted to tell her something, not something like "I love you" or any kind of familial love, but to tell her that he survived and he had grown into a fine adult, a battle maniac, but still an adult. Suddenly, Valet froze. Through his binoculars, he saw something unexpected. A young boy, a young girl, and a certain young man that he considered his rival appeared outside the house. The 2 younger children looked much like himself, but with black hair. They were his half-siblings. His own younger brother and sister, and Jean was with them for some strange reason. The siblings, his mother, and Jean spoke to one another with happily smiles on their faces that left him stunned. The thought then hit him. His mother must have gotten remarried and started a new life for herself. She finally had an ordinary family. "I'm sorry, this is all I can do for you." He remembered his mother's words. Each time she gave him the bland food pasta, that was the food. At the time, no. Every time she gave him that food, she looked very sad. But today that same woman was smiling happily along with Jean and his younger siblings. A scene flashed in his head. He imagined himself down there, enjoying an ordinary life, laughing and smiling with them. Valet thought that if he was born into an ordinary family, would he be smiling and laughing like that? Valet then put his binoculars down. A few seconds later, Aaron teleported beside him. "Why were you? How did you?" Valet was unsure in how to ask his question, so he just stared at Aaron. "She's a gentlewoman, Valet. She reminds me a lot of Lavinia. You were lucky to have a mother like that," said Aaron. "But rest assured, just like Natsum, Kanami, and Shigen's parents, I've given them my own protection. If a day comes, they'll surely be safe." Valet turned away and walked away. "You're always meddling in my life. Why don't you ever stop?" he asked as he kept walking. "Even if you don't accept me as one, or Lavinia, you're our little brother. Just like them, it's up to the older sibling to protect the younger ones, right? Asked Aaron. Valley gritted his teeth and then looked back at Aaron, who smiled at him. So let's protect them. Let's protect your mother and your siblings. Even if you don't want to protect anyone else after that, leave them to me. I'll protect you, them, and everyone else, so rely on me from time to time. Valley turned around and began to walk away. He wouldn't admit it. He wouldn't call him that or her that. To Valley, who had survived on his own for most of his life, he couldn't do it. However, compared to Aaron Toole, who wanted to protect as many people around him as possible, he could agree to one thing he said. Vala Lucifer would protect that small family with his own power. He vowed in his heart that he would. Flashback, and in a mountainous region of a certain European country, the battle against the Cow's Order continued. The Vala team, the Slashdog team, and various others helped defend various small towns and cities in the area. However, in the distance, Vala saw a certain individual that he wanted to fight once, and that certain individual also stared at him. His hostility and power were aimed at the young Lucifer youth. Tobio, who was in his perfected balance breaker, stopped by Valley and said, Valley, you should go. He won't face anyone else but you. I confronted him earlier. He hasn't attacked anything here, but if any of us go and attack him, he may just lay waste to the entire country. As Valley went to reply to Tobio accuse, a torrent of flames passed him and eliminated countless monsters. After that, the area around them also instantly froze. Over many enemies were also frozen solid after that. Sae Tuju and Lavinia Rennie flew over to them. Vakan, I'll watch over you so that no one will interrupt your battle. I believe in you. So does everyone here, and I think Aaron does too. Go ahead, said Lavinia. Good luck, Valaco, and win it. Sae added while pumping her fists. That's right, almighty leader San, Biko said as he arrived with the rest of the Vala team. You had him on the list of beings you wanted to defeat and surpass, correct? We can hold them off here. Go ahead, said Arthur. I agree with Oni-sama. Please go ahead, Vala-sama, added Lufei. As future wife number 1, I trust in my husband's powers, so go and kill him already, said Calanthe. Fenrir nodded at Vala 2, indicating that he trusted his leader's power and skills. In the distance, Kanema's scream also encouraged Valley. What's with all of you being so gross? Of course, I'll go. I would have done so without any of you telling me to, he replied and equipped his armor. I'll obviously win, he added and flew away. He heard cheerful laughter behind him. A small smirk appeared on his face as he went to face Azidaka. Once Valley arrived at the spot, he was greeted by Azidaka, the Diabolism 1000 Dragon. Yo, hey yo, White One Kun, you're late. All 3 heads greeted him one by one. The aura that Azidaka exuded was as strong as Ophis from when he first met her. Vala smirked. In the past, he may have thought that he would have lost, but now it was different. While he didn't think he was on his level of power yet, but with his powers, he would be able to even the playing field. We came across each other before, hadn't we, Vala Lucifer? Asked the main head. We did. You escaped, though. Vala didn't answer and continued to stare at Azidaka. So the dragon continued. You faced one of the Eradicator's subordinates and was repelled. Then you lost to another when we attacked the vampire factions. That's a lot of losses, huh? Said the main head. He lost. He's a loser. Elfer Lucifer. Azidaka smirked and said, Well, let's not delay our match. You and this world's inhabitants are already aware of the other worlds, the multiverse, and the outer gods. The middleman and dual dragon emperor is one of them after all. One of them. W for the W. Whittleman, shut up. Azidaka and Valley stared at each other silently. Moments later, they both disappeared from their spot and clashed high up in the sky. The shockwave they produced was so powerful that it obliterated the mountain ranges around them. Azidaka created millions of magic circles behind him and fired them at Valley. Vala dodged most of them, but to the ones he couldn't reflect, Valley reflected light and darkness magic towards Azidaka, who simply slapped them away. The heads on the left and right released fire attacks from their mouths at him, and he quickly dodged them and approached Azidaka. Once in range, he fired a ball of demonic energy at the dragon. Azidaka responded by firing his own magic bullet at it, and then summoned even more magic circles around him. The number was enough to cover the skies of this country, and he then fired them all at Valley. The young Lucifer couldn't help but shiver in excitement. Have to mention, Valley swiped his hand in a horizontal motion, and everything in front of him was halved. The attacks that were aimed at him began to be halved. However, his ability didn't last long, and he was forced to use Divide on the rest of the magic attacks that were aimed at him. However, some got past him and slammed into his body and exploded. Valley gritted his teeth as he felt pain all over his body and blood gathering in his mouth. He coughed and flew away from the rest of the attacks. Well then, I'll start adding in my forbidden technique now. The main head shouted in glee. It's far from ordinary, yo. If you can defend against it, then show me. Azidaka pointed his finger towards the sky, and the magic circles around them began to change. The letters around each magic circle became characters and words that Valley couldn't understand. The magic circles emitted a dangerous glow as they distorted, and an electric current crackled through them. What appeared from the magic circles were purple flames in the shape of a skull, cyclones with curses revolving around them, jet black lightning, a cursed Virgin Mary which was crying tears of blood, a one-eyed giant that seemed as if it would steal your life simply by looking at it, and various different things. Forbidden class magic, summoning magic, curses, all of the ominous magic that existed in this world had been summoned and were moving towards Valley. If he was directly hit by any of them, it would definitely result in a death where none of his bones would remain. Upon seeing this, Valley increased his aura even more and began to chant. I, who is about to awaken, am the White Dragon Emperor who will take the law down to the darkness. I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction, and by piercing through the imaginary dream, I shall become a pure emperor of White Dragon. And I shall have you obey the silvery white illusions and the perfect evil ways. Juggernaut Overdrive. Albion, we're going to use everything to stop that. Valley shouted. Very well. Valley raised his right arm and clutched it with his left hand.